Hey there, Pokemon fans. It's Josh Jaywitz Wittenkiller here with Kyle Pukasukovich, and we are getting ready to start for Day 2 of the Pokemon World Championships.
Day number 1 was really exciting. We saw some great TCG action, and we saw a bunch of players advancing to day number 2. But now, this is the big time. We have a bunch of players who've already qualified for today, and they'll be joined by the players who qualified yesterday, and we truly have the best of the best competing.
Yeah, this is the first year we've sort of used this world structure, and I really feel like it is catered toward bringing the highest talent all the way through the whole season. Nobody here, even of the players on day 1, were able to just get here on having a good day. They had to have a pretty good season, and so now we've sort of whittled that down to the best of the best, the core. We've got around, like 128 or so players ready to go, and I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, yesterday it was just straight Swiss rounds. We had 7 rounds, and then if you won enough games, you advance to the second day. This day is more like a regular Pokemon TCG tournament. We'll have Swiss rounds, and then we'll cut to a top 8, and then there will be single elimination matches to decide the winner.
So very slowly, we'll be able to sort of eliminate players either just out of contention of top cut, or once we hit top cut, they'll be leaving one at a time. We've got actually a quick graphic we can show you guys of what to expect from today's schedule.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about today's event. I mean, we have, like we said, the best of the best from all countries all around the world. I mean, this is going to be so exciting. You see right now we're in our pre-show. We're going to get you guys ready for today's action. Got 2 rounds of TCG Swiss, and then we're going to follow that up with some video game Swiss, and then later in the day we'll be back with TCG.
Yeah, and I'm pretty pumped. We're going to have some of the best players, some players you haven't even seen at all from the Pokemon trading card game, because they did so good they qualified straight into Day 2.
Yeah, of course we'll see some familiar faces, I'm sure. Jason Kozinski, he's our 3-time world champion, current U.S. national champion. I mean, he's won a lot of tournaments. He'll be here, and all sorts of other great players.
One of my favorite things as we're able to stream more and more is that we can sort of build these storylines. Jason Kozinski, of the 3 previous times we streamed this season, he won 2 of them. And I don't even know if he was at the 3rd. He might have been, but he's had just an incredible season. Already, I think he could retire, and we would probably consider him the greatest Pokemon trading card game player of all time.
I think so.
But he decided, you know what, okay, I'll win a national too, just so I can add that to the resume. So he truly is unbreakable. But who knows, if he got Worlds here, he can cross another milestone of like strongest individual season ever. I'm sure he just wants to have all those milestones.
Yeah, I mean, he's a competitor. I don't know how he keeps pushing himself to, want to win. You would think after 3 times winning the World Championships, you would be done. But no, he's just got this competitive drive. He keeps coming back and wants to win.
What level do you reach where it's like, okay, I've had my fill. I've had a good amount of competing. I'm going to hang it up. Like a lot of players, like us, we get old and enter commentary or, people judge. Jason, he's still playing. I would not be surprised if he's 50 years old and still actively playing and winning.
Yeah, and I think he's got to be the favorite to win the tournament today. I mean, he's got the most experience. He's been on a roll, so we'll definitely keep an eye out on him. Definitely a lot of other players, though, of course, all over the country we have to watch out for. Chase Maloney is a big one.
Oh, yeah.
He's the Canadian national champion. He's won, I think, multiple regional championships this year.
Multiple regionals, national. I believe he had the most championship points in all of North America.
I think so, yeah.
He's had just an extremely good season, and it's not like he had a bad season the year before either.
Yeah.
He's definitely, when players point to sort of like these new, young, fresh faces in the Masters division who are just having an incredible time, Chase is usually the first one I think of.
Yeah, and I think we have a short video for you guys, so we're going to throw it over to that.
So there's a fun little glance at what we've got going on over here at Worlds. They have the biggest Pokemon Center I've ever seen. I've been to Worlds for, good amount of years in a row. You even longer so, but I can say, without a doubt, this thing is 3 times larger than any other Worlds merch area we've had before.
Oh yeah, TPCI stepped up their game this year, and of course, there's one of the biggest perks coming to Worlds is you get to go to the World Store, get all sorts of exclusive merchandise, such as this awesome Pikachu. It's always fun to see these players get their welcome kits. That's one of their biggest rewards for qualifying for the World Championships. You get a welcome kit full of all that stuff we just saw.
Oh my God, Mustache Pikachu, so good. Actually, we've been arguing over this. I think the mustache is the greatest thing ever. Kyle, he's
a little torn on it.
A little torn on it.
Overall, pretty happy with the product.
It's beautiful. Sailor Chew is in the top tier of World's Pikachus.
Oh yeah.
IMO. But question is, who's gonna sail their way into first place?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I mean, literally, our world stage is a boat. So
that is true.
You become the captain now if you win.
Yeah, of course, we have 3 champions for the TCG, 1 in each division, junior, senior, and masters. So like 3 captains of the boat, I suppose.
3 captains, and they have the largest booty of the year. I'm talking treasure. This is by far the largest amount of prizes we've had in the Pokemon trading. Well, in Pokemon in general, but in the trading card game, it's just insane. First place alone pulls in a $25,000 scholarship. That's I don't know, double what the largest we've ever seen is before.
Yeah, more than that.
Yeah, altogether, each division alone, they're pulling in over $100,000 between the players, and we have $500,000 in scholarships all around in prizes this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to see this. The prize support has jumped up dramatically. It's an awesome thing to see. I mean, Pokemon TCG, Pokemon video game is always growing, always getting new players, and Pokemon Company International is responding. They're upping up the prizes.
Yeah, and I feel like the competition's being ramped up too.
Yeah.
There's a bit more at stake, and so players have been playing really, really hard. Now, one thing that's really interesting about Day 2 is that while they do have this new Day 1 structure, you can actually change your deck if you qualified from Day 1 into Day 2. So while players might be seeing a trend of things that we saw on Day 1, it might not necessarily mean they'll be playing the same things the next day. That said, we do get a decent idea of what types of decks are pretty powerful, and I think we're going to go and throw it to a Pokemon trading card game list soon.
Sure. Yeah. Andrew Mahone, our winner of the last round yesterday, was talking to me, and I asked him, what are you going to do? You have an opportunity to change your deck for Day 2. Are you going to stick with this Night March deck that got you into Day 2, or are you going to change it up? And he said, I don't know. Night March was a good surprise for the first day. People weren't expecting it, but now people know it's out there. People know we're going to be playing it. So maybe I have to switch my deck now. I don't know. What's going to happen?
It was funny talking to Andrew. He was like, I didn't think I'd get this far. I didn't know what I was going to do. And so that'll be a fun storyline to look at, is around half of our players had to qualify in through Day 1 of grueling competition, while the other half, the Day 2 players, they sort of just got to sit and relax for the first day because they earned it through a really, really good season. So it'll be interesting. I'm going to be sort of keeping a tally. Let's see how many Day 1 players get this far, how many Day players do. We're actually, before we kick it off to the Pokemon trading card game online to show you guys that Night March deck that Andrew and his opponent were playing, we figured we might as well refresh you guys, or maybe help you guys learn more about the Pokemon trading card game.
Hello, Pokemon fans. The Pokemon trading card game has been around for over 15 years, but it's easier than ever to learn how to play. This beginner's guide will give you a quick crash course on how the game is played. Pokemon TCG is a strategic Pokemon battle experienced via collectible cards. 2 players send their Pokemon cards out onto the field, power them up using energy cards, and support their team using trainer cards. Pokemon are represented by cards in this game. Each player can have up to 6 Pokemon in play at a time. Only the active Pokemon can attack, and the others waited out on the bench. Pokemon cards that are labeled as basic Pokemon can be put onto the field immediately. Evolution cards can be played on top of basic Pokemon to give them access to stronger attacks. Attacks are fueled by energy cards. In order to use an attack, a Pokemon must have the required amount and type of energy attached to it. players can attach only one energy card per turn. The energy costs for attacks range from minimal to colossal. Usually the powerful attacks require a lot of energy. Trainer cards can assist in many ways, such as drawing cards, finding a specific Pokemon, or even manipulating energy cards. Each player must use a 60-card deck in the Pokémon TCG. For players competing in the World Championships, typically over half of those cards are trainer cards. They're crucial for executing your strategy and getting the edge over the opposing player. Just like the Pokémon video games, both players take turns having their Pokémon launch attacks at each other. Every Pokémon has a certain amount of hit points, which represents how much damage you can take before being knocked out. When a Pokémon is knocked out, a Pokémon on the bench has to become the new active Pokémon to take its place in battle. The player that scores a knockout gets to draw a prize card. Drawing all of your prize cards is the most common way to win a game of Pokémon, but you can also win if your opponent has no Pokémon left in play, or if your opponent has no cards to draw at the beginning of his or her turn. We've only scratched the surface of the Pokémon TCG in this short video. Watch more of our tournaments to discover other gameplay mechanics, such as special conditions, Pokémon types, including weakness and resistance, game-changing Pokémon abilities, special energy cards, and super powerful Pokémon EX that can Mega Evolve. If you want to start playing the Pokémon TCG yourself, there are plenty of options to try. The Trainer Kit has enough cards for you and a friend to learn how to play together. You can play digitally for free by downloading the Pokémon TCG online, or you can attend local events to learn from other players and compete for prizes.
So that's sort of a quick basic look at the Pokemon trading card game. I love that video. It covers a wide spectrum of things that a lot of people might not know. I know a lot of people are super familiar with the video game, but the trading card game is pretty easy to learn when you have some of the right resources. One of them being Pokemon Trading Card Game Online.
Yeah, it's actually my favorite way to teach new players how to play the game. It's free to play, download, and it has a nice tutorial system. Just teaches you how to play the game very quickly, very easy and accessible.
So, while Pokemon Trading Card Game will teach you how to play the game, we're going to teach you guys how to play one of the most popular decks we've seen so far in this tournament.
That's right. So we're going to take a look at this Night March deck that's been getting pretty popular at the World Championships, at least in the first day. Really features a lot of unusually low HP Pokemon that we don't see very often.
Yeah, that has 30 HP. It's like a robo substitute. What are we talking about here? Can you really win a tournament with a 30 HP Pokemon?
Yeah, it turns out you can. And, you know, this is, at first glance, all these cards seem extremely underwhelming. I mean, 30 HP Joltik, you see 10, and then you see 20. Like, you don't think that's going to be a tournament-winning card. But Night March does 20 damage times the number of Pokemon in your discard pile that have the Night March attack. And you say, okay, well, what other Pokemon have the Night March attack? If it's only Joltik, this would be pretty bad. But we also have Lampent, has Night March, and we also have Pumpkaboo, which has Night March. And we can run 4 of each of those, so that means we have 12 total Pokemon with that Night March attack. And all of a sudden you think, oh yeah, well, if I have like 9 Pokemon in the discard pile, 20 times 9, oh, that's 180. That knocks out Pokemon EX. Go figure.
Yeah, and it turns out while some of these Pokemon maybe are more restricted than others, typically these are fairly low energy attacks. We got a couple of different solutions for that, but one of them, the main one, is actually Joltik. Just has a 2 energy cost Night March, and it's 2 colorless energy, which is very important because one of the most popular special energy in the game is double colorless energy. Look at that.
Yeah.
The card art right there, I'm just looking at it. You can take those 2 energies, slap them on Joltik, Night March in a single turn.
Yeah, this energy card is really what makes the deck work. Without it, it would just be too slow. I mean, you attach double colorless energy, you attack with Night March, you get a knockout, and then you probably assume your 30 HP Joltik gets knocked out. If you had to attach 1 energy per turn, you know, waste 2 turns, powering up 1 Night March attack, this deck wouldn't ever succeed. It would just be too slow to keep up with bigger, faster decks. So double colorless energy makes this work. being able to just use one energy attachment and attack right away, and then if this gets knocked out, just one energy attachment powers up the next Joltik, and you can keep attacking.
And speaking of one energy attacks, we actually learned a fun little thing yesterday. Turns out Joltik is kind of decent in the Joltik mirror. We saw if you run the lightning energy, you can attach it, and with a muscle band, deal Gnaw for 10 plus 20 damage to knock out another Joltik.
Yeah, that's some real high-level stuff. But I guess you might be wondering, well, how would I get these Night March Pokemon in the discard pile? Seems like a pretty slow process. But we do have Battle Compressor to speed that up.
Yeah, this is such a fantastic card. We've really never had a card with this very particular effect. Makes it really versatile, even though it doesn't sound that good at face value. Usually you're playing trainer and supporter cards to draw cards, or, alter your deck in some way, or take something, put it into play. Here you've got 3 cards that you just put directly into the discard pile. But for Night March, that's part of your strategy, so you don't even have to do any upper-level play. Just having Pokemon in the discard pile is a win condition for you.
Yeah, Battle Compressor has spawned a lot of different strategies and little things that players can do to give themselves an advantage in a game. The biggest one for this deck, obviously, is discarding the Night March Pokemon, but it also has synergy with other cards like Versus Seeker, which can take a supporter out of your discard pile and put it into your hand. If you Battle Compressor, discard a supporter card you want and then just pick it right up out of your discard pile, that's a great thing.
Yeah.
You can also discard excess cards, if you don't want to draw something near the end of the game, just discard it out of your deck and you won't draw it anymore.
Right. Some popular excess cards include the Stadium card. When you're late enough in the game or you're playing the mirror match, you can discard your extra stadiums if you're not going to use those for the rest of the game. Typically, your first discard target, though, is going to be the Lampent, because unlike your other Night March attackers, Lampent cannot be played at all.
Yeah.
We don't run any Litwick.
Yeah, there's no point, and you always need some Night March Pokemon in the discard pile, so why not just have a dedicated one that you'll always discard. But speaking of Stadium cards, the big one for this deck is Dimension Valley. It really makes Pumpkaboo a viable attacker, and also Mew EX, which we'll get to in a second. But each of your Psychic Pokemon's attacks cost 1 colorless less, which again just goes to making this deck efficient and speedy.
Yeah, and all of a sudden you look at Pumpkaboo. That had a 3 colorless energy cost. All of a sudden that turns Pumpkaboo into a Joltik. Except it's also a Joltik with 60 HP instead of 30, which can sometimes be a big deal.
Yeah, sometimes 60 HP is in the range where you might be able to survive something. Seismitoad EX's Quaking Punch only does 30 damage, 50 damage with a Muscle Band, so if you're lucky and you avoid a Hypnotoxic Laser, you can survive with 60 HP.
And I've seen also Pumpkaboo does have that fighting type
Yep.
resistance, which can be a big deal, against something like a Lander CX, Lucario. Can buy you, if any of your Night March attackers survive for 1 turn, that's a win for you.
Oh,
You're getting
absolutely.
incredible value out of these just basic Pokemon.
Yeah.
Pick up 1 prize at a time.
Now, we've talked about Joltik and Pumpkaboo, and they were very reliant on double colorless energy, but you can only play 4 of those, and if you only had these Pokemon, you'd probably run out of steam. You just wouldn't be able to keep up. So we also have Mew EX, which is really big, has that versatile ability, allows it to use the attacks of any Pokemon in play. So with Dimension Valley, you can actually copy Joltik's Night March attack for only 1 energy, so you get this 1 energy attacker.
So it's pretty funny. You've got Pumpkaboo, which has the 3 energy attack. Joltik has the 2 energy attack. Mew sort of gets to abuse the best of both worlds. Uses Dimension Valley to make Joltik's 2 energy attack a 1 energy one. And this is pretty helpful. Just make sure that any energy you drop down, you can deal a Night March. Yes, Mew EX does give up 2 prize cards instead of 1 because it is an EX. And 120 HP is not that great for an EX. But sometimes just being able to get an additional Night March out without running out of your Pokemon is enough to win a game.
Yeah, and we usually see only 1 Mew EX is used to attack per game. Usually you don't have enough energy to even power up 6 regular Night March attackers, so you don't mind giving up those 2 prizes, just because you don't even have the energy to power everything up. So usually you can lead off with Mew EX, and then after your opponent takes 2 prize cards, well, you could play something like an N and punish them for taking those 2 prizes right away.
Yeah, N is an extremely powerful card. forces both players shuffle their hand into their deck. Then you get to draw just a card for each prize you have remaining. So it's really great in comebacks. And if you have like a huge Night March ready to go, you can just deal incredible damage and run your opponent out of resources.
Yeah, and some other things we see pretty often in this kind of a deck. Shaman EX, which you see in pretty much every deck these days. Setup is just a ridiculous ability, and sometimes we even see Sky Return. If you're facing an opposing Joltik, you can actually use that to get a knockout.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get a Sky Return knockout on anything, not just Joltiks, it's usually a good idea because it does bounce all cards attached to Shaman EX back to your hand. So not only do you have an additional Shaman to draw more cards if you want to do that, but you get to keep the double colorless energy, which is a very valuable resource.
Yeah, and at this point, a lot of players have shifted away from Jirachi EX, maybe favoring more Shaman EX instead, but it's never a bad idea to have Jirachi in your deck. Stellar Guidance, just another one of those consistency cards, just a basic Pokemon with an ability that allows you to draw more cards, basically.
Yeah, just a lot of things in this deck, including the Pokemon, that allow you to draw as many cards as possible. In terms of the types of tempo you see in the Pokemon trading card game, this deck is very aggro. It's very fast.
Oh yeah, it's probably one of the fastest decks we have. It can do as much as 180 damage, 200 damage on the first turn if you have the perfect start. But something we see some Night March decks feature, which we didn't see yesterday, is Empoleon. It's a stage 2 water Pokemon, so normally this would be really difficult to get into play, but it has a great water type, great against Landorus EX, which can be a problem for Night March decks. Has a great attack, does 10 damage for each Pokemon in play. Has a high HP, which actually is pretty nice for a Night March deck, is something that might be able to survive, and then Diving Draw gives you some consistency, you get to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, aside from the 4 double colorless energy, the rest of your energy can really be whatever type you like. You know, we've seen Psychic to maybe use Mew things, Pumpkaboo things. We've seen the Lightning energy, so you can use Joltik's attacks. You can also pair it with Water energy and this popular combo. It's Empoleon plus Archie's Ace in the Hole. Yeah. Normally, it's weird showing this to new players. Like, okay, well, normally you need the Piplup and the Primplup, but Archie, you can just slap it down onto the field, and it's another easy attacker. So in this variant of the deck, we run Water, but there's a couple of different things you can pair it with.
Yeah, we saw yesterday Andrew used Virizion EX and Grass Energy as his backup.
There's another one, Grass.
Yeah. But the versatility of the Night March Pokemon really allows you to fill that last backup thing with anything you really want. Archie's Ace in the Hole and Empoleon, this actually has pretty good synergy with this deck since you're already running so many Battle Compressor. You can easily just throw Empoleon in the discard pile and then use Archie's Ace in the Hole to pull it right out.
Yeah, I'm actually a big fan of this combo myself, and on top of that, if you do get Empoleon out, you get to draw cards with Diving Draw constantly, which is an excellent ability.
Yeah, and Diving Draw even has synergy with Night March as well. You get to discard a card from your hand, so you can put even more Night March Pokemon into the discard pile.
And speaking of discarding, outside of Battle Compressor, there are a ton of cards in this deck that do discard. Ultra Ball is probably the most popular. You discard 2 cards from your hand, which in many decks is a downside. You know, you're like, oh, I gotta give up 2 cards, but I do get that awesome benefit of any Pokemon in my deck. In this deck, it's sometimes a double benefit. You want to discard and you want a new Pokemon, so you get both.
Yeah, it's funny how things work. Sometimes paying the negative cost for cards ends up being an advantage for some strategies. We see a lot of things taking advantage of cards in the discard pile, whether it's the Night March deck or some decks need energy cards in the discard pile to get them back out with abilities or attacks. So Ultra Ball is in pretty much every deck. Usually most decks can take advantage of the fact that you have to discard cards.
Yeah. For a while now. Ultra Ball, was it Dark Explorers maybe when we started seeing it? It's like Darkrai, Undying, except Ultra Ball actually does have even more reprints than we will lose Darkrai, we will not lose Ultra Ball. Yeah. Fantastic card. It's been in almost every competitive deck pretty much since its existence.
Yeah, and we also have Computer Search as an extra way to discard cards. Again, discard 2 cards from your hand, but this time you get to search for any card you want. It is an A-Spec card. It's so powerful that you can only play one of it.
I just realized, is this the last Worlds tournament we'll have A-Specs?
Seems like it.
Oh man, I feel like these are still brand new, but time goes by so fast. This mechanic, you can only have one A-Spec.
3 years.
How did that happen?
I don't know.
Oh, man. But yeah, computer search is still here, and one of the most powerful of the ace spec cards. Might be the last time we see it.
Yeah, might be. And computer search overall has been the most versatile ace spec card, the most consistent one as well, just being able to search for any card. We've seen it quite a bit. Just be the best one, right? You just go ahead and search for whatever card you want. There's dowsing machine, scramble, switch, life do decks.
Yeah, it's just fantastic. And in these speed-based decks, you almost always see computer search because you want to make sure you can get your game plan going on turn 1 instead of turn 2.
Yeah, and we do have some other item cards in here that can help speed this deck up a little bit. Acro Bike is one we see pretty frequently. Get to look at the top 2 cards, take one and discard the other. In an ideal world, you would see a card you wanted and then a Night March Pokemon, and you discard the Night March Pokemon and take the card you want.
Yeah, that's the dream. But even if you don't get the dream, it's still a great card. Some of these item cards right now, if it's an item that can draw 1 card, that's usually pretty good. It'll probably see some kind of play. Acrobike is arguably stronger than that because you actually do get to see the top 2 cards of your deck and make a choice.
Yeah, and again, you get to take advantage of the fact that you're discarding something. It seems like a negative effect, but a lot of the time it could be a positive.
Yeah, like Kyle said, it is not out of the question that this deck can deal like the 200 damage on a single turn using all these cards in combination.
It's happened to me plenty of times. Another one is Trainer's Mail item card. You get to look at the top 4 cards of your deck, pick a trainer card, put it in your hand. Again, just helps to cycle through your deck as quickly as possible. This deck is all about speed and power. You know, if you don't get up and running in the first couple of turns, most decks will overpower you since you only have 30 HP and 60 HP attackers.
Yeah, Trainer's Mail is one of the newest of these like staple item cards that we've seen. In aggressive decks, Trainer's Mail is just incredible because it almost always gets you another trainer card, usually a trainer card that's either, maybe you don't have a supporter in hand, you can find your supporter, or maybe your hand's starting to get low, you can Trainer's Mail, find an Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball for Shaman, Shaman draw more cards. There's just a lot of different combinations that Trainer's Mail opens up.
All right, so there you have it. Here's the Night March deck. We were expecting to see some of this today, or maybe not. Maybe players they just used it to qualify for day 2, and now they think, oh, now everybody knows this is good. We probably shouldn't play this anymore.
Yeah, we get in that weird conversation. It's like, now that everybody's played in day 1, do you try and make a deck to beat the day 1 decks? Or do you know that they're doing that, and so you change your deck? Or maybe you know that those people are changing their decks, so you do just continue playing the decks that were good in day 1. I mean, they were good for a reason, right? We've got both players getting ready to go, and they are both incredible. This is going to be an awesome starting match.
This is an awesome way to kick off day number 2. We have actually 2 former finalists at the World Championships. 2
number 2s.
We have Ross Cawthon, 2-time Worlds finalist, versus Simon Nerode, who was the finalist, I think, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
He ended up falling to Jason Kozinski in the finals, but yeah, this is going to be an awesome matchup. These are 2 incredibly talented players and ones who are always consistently performing well at tournaments.
And talk about, we just had the Pokken tournament thing yesterday. This is going to be a real fighting Pokemon showdown because it's all fighting energy, all fighting in both decks.
Yeah, and actually both of these players fought through day number 1 as well. Ross and Simon both had to play in the first day of the tournament. Both made it through. I know Ross made it through pretty easily. He went 5-0, didn't even lose a game yesterday. So both these players definitely on top of their game, and I'm excited to see how this one's going to play out.
Absolutely. So we've got the Primal Groudon deck, which we saw was doing really well. We got to sample it a little bit on yesterday's stream.
Yep.
And we actually do have a new little mix, something that I'm a huge fan of. We haven't really seen it a ton, but it's always somewhat relevant, and that is the Donphan deck.
Yeah, this is something we haven't seen for a while. Donphan kind of fell out of favor, especially when Roaring Skies came out, because that Mega Rayquaza was just such a difficult Pokemon to deal with. 220 HP and fighting resistance. Donphan can't really deal with that, but it seems like the metagame has changed enough where Simon says, you know what, this is the deck I want to play.
Well, we'll see if that sort of old school, new school Donphan build can pull through. But until then, both players are ready to go. Let's hop it in to this fighting Pokemon throwdown.
And there we do see Ross. I mean, this is one of the most accomplished players in the game right here. He has won countless tournaments. He has qualified for every single World Championships in the history of the Pokemon TCG.
Is he now the only player that's done that? I know every year we lose a couple. He's definitely one of maybe 2, maybe 3 tops.
A handful of players, yeah. And also something else to note, these 2 players are very familiar with each other. They are friends in real life. They probably even test together, so they probably have played this matchup a few times.
Yeah, I can imagine. I've seen both of them mess with Donphan before in the past. And we have Ross opening up actually with that ace spec we're just talking about. It's Computer Search's last stand, but that doesn't mean it's a bad one. It's just such a great card.
Yeah, and this is actually going to be a pretty strange matchup. Of course, both players running fighting-type decks. Ross going for that heavy-hitting Primal Groudon deck where you just kind of load up that one big attacker and go from there. Simon, on the other hand, running no Pokemon EX at all. One of the big things about Primal Groudon is it really preys on other Pokemon EX since Gaia Volcano can do so much damage. It really just, it's a slow deck, but then when it sets up, it gets these 2 prize knockouts each turn. Ross won't have that luxury in this matchup. He'll have to knock out 6 individual Pokemon, and Primal Groudon can struggle with that.
Yeah, that's really difficult, especially when you consider things like Simon's Hawlucha, my absolute favorite Pokemon in this format. He's back for some more Flying Press action. For 1 energy, he deals 60 damage to a Pokemon EX. So sometimes that could be a limitation. Not against Ross, though. For the most part, he's going to have to eventually attack with his Groudon EX while they're in the active spot. That's a real easy 1 energy commitment.
Yeah, another thing here is we'll see a lot of Robo Substitute. Both players actually using 4 of that little item card that can kind of play as a Pokemon, be in the active spot, and won't give up a prize card. So this matchup I would expect to be a pretty long one, very back and forth. A lot of decisions will have to be made.
Oh boy. So speaking of RoboSub, there's one down. I'm sure Ross would love to have RoboSub into the active position as quickly as possible. Just prevent Simon from adding any kind of pressure. Hawlucha cannot knock out a RoboSubstitute. But yeah, it's just an item card. It has 30 HP, but it gives up 0 prizes when you knock it out. And both these players do run those as walls.
Yeah, and for those of you watching, feel free to use the hashtag #PlayPokemon if you want to get involved here. Maybe your tweet will get featured on the stream. But for now, looks like Ross got a pretty strong opening. He has 3 Groudon EX on the board, gets that strong energy and a hard charm. This is probably his ideal start.
Yeah, anything you could do to sort of protect the Groudon that has the energies is a good idea. While it does, you will have to eventually end your turn and Primal Evolve. So off to a pretty strong start on this Groudon. And as soon as he does Primal Evolve, you become safe. Wow, triple subs.
Wow. Yeah, not wasting any time getting into the Robo Substitute battle. Both these players are going to be using Robo Substitute a little differently. Oh, Simon actually going for the quick Lysander. Wow, right out the gates. We see a big contrast in turns. Ross's first turn was very slow and methodical and, got this big setup. And Simon's is going to drop a Lysander, and I'm just going to attack.
Wow, yeah, why not? This is actually a strong play. One, we're mentioning, Ross needs 1 more turn to Primal Evolve, or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
Become the Primal Groudon. When you are Primal Groudon, you get the Omega Barrier, which would prevent you from being pulled up from Lysander. However, now that he's up in the active spot, it's not like he's retreating very easily. That last Groudon retreated with a Float Stone, which is a Pokemon tool card, but he's already got the Hard Charm attached, so you don't really have that as an option. Primal Evolving at this point is useless if you don't have a switch card, because it's just going to be stuck in the active spot. Now this one has to soak up the damage, and it does usually only function on 4 energy attacks, so it's quite a bit of a commitment before this Groudon can start attacking.
Yeah, and even if Ross does get a switch and then Primal Groudon EX, at least you got a big chunk of damage on that Groudon before it comes up and attacks you. The worst feeling is when there's a full HP, 240 HP Primal Groudon EX with a hard charm staring you down. Donphan and Hawlucha don't do a ton of damage.
Speaking of Switch and Primal Groudon EX, that is exactly what Karina can pull out of Ross's deck.
Yeah, I mean, Karina is just a great supporter for fighting-type decks. Get to search out a fighting-type Pokemon and an item card. Ross grabs the 2 he needs here, and I'll be interested to see if he has an energy as well. If he does, that'll again be a pretty perfect turn for him.
Yeah, switch out, throw up the sub again, didn't get knocked out, so he still has those. There's his energy. That's pretty much all you can hope for. He Primal Evolves, which does end your turn. However, now it has Omega Barrier active. I think I saw a second Lysander in Simon's hand, but he cannot play it again to pull Primal Groudon up.
Yeah, if he wanted to, he could pull up one of the other Groudon EX on the bench, try to soften one of those up. These Groudon decks don't run a lot of switching cards, just the Float Stone, a switch, maybe an Escape Rope. But oh man, that's actually a really, really bad Professor Juniper for Simon. Had to discard 2 of his 4 Donphan. That's not what he wanted to see.
No, one of the best things this deck can do, as we mentioned, is it only gives up 1 prize per knockout. It doesn't run any Pokemon EX. And Donphan is one of the hardier of those Pokemon that aren't EXs. I'm sure he would love to cycle through 4 Donphan in a full game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But it looks like he'll have to rely pretty heavily on Hawlucha in this game instead, which isn't a bad plan, but I'm sure he wishes he could use Donphan a little bit more. Still no Fanpea on the board either, so things not going as well for Simon.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get... Donphan actually does have a very powerful slow attack, similar to Primal Groudon's, and it can perhaps take down a Primal Groudon, but you have to get the Donphan out first and start committing energy to it.
Right, and looks like Ross will get a second Hard Charm into play on that other Groudon EX, and then plays the Versus Seeker for Professor Juniper, drawing a fresh hand of 7.
Pretty good movement so far, considering usually Ross's deck won't run anything like a Shaman, draw extra cards, just rely on the supporters, but he's had a pretty steady stream of them so far.
Yeah, that is actually an interesting point on both decks. We see Shaman EX in almost everyone's deck nowadays, and neither player is running one. Both players using Karina instead to set up their fighting-type Pokemon and saying, you know what, I don't want to put Shaman EX on the board because, well, that's just a liability that gives up 2 prizes to my opponent.
Yeah, one theme we've seen in the Pokemon trading card game as of late are cards that are really tools to help out one specific type in the trading card game. Fighting is a big one. It has these things like Strong Energy to give it extra damage, Karina to give it exclusive search, Fighting Stadium, and speaking of Karina, there's another one.
Yeah, so Simon will now play his own Karina. Of course, Simon is a big fan of those full art and gold cards, so he's going to play his full art Karina, search out probably a Fanpea, and then some item card. Big item card for Simon is actually going to be Focus Sash. He does run 2 of those. That will prevent his Donphan from being knocked out in 1 hit, so we might see that as well.
Yeah, if you can get a Donphan and Focus Sash, that is extremely strong. I don't think Ross runs any way to remove the Sash. I also don't think he runs any way to get like a simple 2-hit knockout. He'll have to do complete overkill, like 200 damage, 100 damage, back to back, something like that.
Yeah, and Ross actually did miss an opportunity on his last turn. Maybe the first small little thing he didn't get going his way. He could have used his turn to get a second Primal Groudon EX in play. I'm sure he would have loved to do that so he doesn't have to waste a future turn, but wasn't able to find it.
One interesting thing I'm noticing, Ross is also running like the lower end of Mega Turbos. Just thinking like, oh, maybe he could get one online with the Mega Turbo if he had like a Fighting Energy in the discard pile. But sort of content to play this slow game.
Yeah, so we do see 2 Fanpea now down for Simon. Gets the Focus Sash. So even if Ross did have a Lysander and brought up that Fanpea, he wouldn't be able to knock it out. He would survive with 10 HP. The Focus Sash gets discarded, but that's fine. Donphan is going to be a super annoying card to deal with since you can do that spinning turn attack, switch into Robo Substitute, and then force your opponent to have a Lysander. But even if they do and target your Donphan, they can't even get a prize card for it. So Ross is going to need extreme patience in this matchup.
Yeah, Focus Sash Donphan is one of the most annoying things in the Pokemon trading card game. It just has so much going for it. It's one of the very few Pokemon that has an attack that allows you to deal the damage, then switch to the bench. We've seen that strategy be viable in the Pokemon trading card game forever. It just always depends if there's a strong enough attacker. And it turns out, while Donphan is a pretty old card in terms of how far back this legal format goes, it pairs extremely well with these new fighting tools.
Right, so we were seeing another Professor Juniper. Notably, Ross discarding a Versus Seeker there. We might need some of those in the future to reuse those Lysander, but looks like he really couldn't find any energy cards, and we know how much energy drops are important for such a slow deck like Primal Groudon. You can't afford to lose any tempo.
Right. Once the one Primal Groudon drops, if you don't have another one ready to go, you have to play the slow game all over again. It's pretty hard to recover.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see if Ross does find the fourth energy. Does he go ahead and charge forward with Primal Groudon, or is he going to be more patient? Maybe try to power up a second one before he starts attacking.
Yeah, it's how valuable is knocking out this Hawlucha in the active position versus maybe only committing your attacks toward knocking out the Donphan? I don't know.
Yeah, so there we go. There we do see the second Primal Groudon EX. I think that answers our question. Ross will sit back and be patient here. There's no reason to really go forward and knock out a Hawlucha doing ridiculous amounts of damage to knock out a 70 HP Pokemon when you don't have a backup attacker ready to go.
So we do see our first Donphan drop down. Did Simon just discard a Robosub?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's a style play right there. Just style. At first I was like, what position would he want to do that? He's about to spinning turn into. Okay. Oh, right.
Yeah, as you can see on that Robo Substitute card, it says at any time during your turn you may discard this card from play. So Simon was about to discard his hand anyway, just discards Robo Substitute and kind of gives Ross a smile and says, I will play down another Robo Substitute.
Surprise.
Yeah.
Now he's going to be probably walling with that Robo Sub. And we're going to see. Was that second Donphan, or the two Donphan being discarded, how is that going to impact Simon? Because the one Donphan he has right now is incredibly powerful.
Yeah, and again, you don't get a prize when you knock out a Robo Substitute, so does spinning turn, gets the knockout, but can't take a prize card for it. It's really going to be kind of a war of attrition here. See who can break through the walls of those Robo Substitutes first, and then we'll probably start seeing some prize cards taken.
And it's interesting, we saw Simon actually put up the Hawlucha. Is he just trying to save his Robo Substitutes for later when he can frustrate Ross a little bit more?
I think so, yeah.
I think maybe Simon realizes Ross probably isn't going to attack. He's trying to build up two Primal Groudon over time. And so if he doesn't attack and you have Robo Sub active, you just have to discard
Right.
it. So by throwing up Hawlucha, it's like, hey, Ross, you have to attack now. Otherwise, I just got a free turn, and I didn't even have to waste a Robo-Sub.
Yeah, I think until Ross starts attacking, this is the better move. Send up Hawlucha since you can retreat for free. Your Robo Substitutes are limited. You've already discarded one. No need to unnecessarily discard another one.
Makes enough sense to me. And meanwhile, Ross is slowly going to see his Robo-Subs be depleted by spinning turn.
Yeah, but if he can get an energy attachment every turn, and oh man, that's one of the best combos with Robo Substitute. It gets knocked out, so you can play teammates. Even though your opponent doesn't take a prize card, they did knock out one of your Pokemon, so you can use teammates to search for any two cards and put them into your hand.
What a powerful card. We've seen similar implementations of this effect in cards like Twins. We haven't seen a ton of teammates, but it really is a great single copy card that you can play, and then Versus Seeker. But yeah, even if one of your Robo-Subs were knocked out, you do get the teammates effect. He can search for any two cards.
Yeah, and it's actually really frustrating to play against because Primal Groudon has Omega Barrier, which means you can't Lysander and bring it out, which means you're pretty regularly forced to knock out a Robo Substitute for no prize. And not only that, it lets your opponent search for two cards. So it's just, this Primal Groudon deck just gives such control over games.
Yeah, you force them to play at your tempo, and you also can't do anything about it. Once the primals are dropped, like you even saw turn one, Simon saw like, oh, I have to take this opportunity. Let's Lysander up the Groudon before it becomes primal. It's still sitting with that first attack damage, but if they can hit the bench and then primal evolve, you can't pull them back up. They are sort of stuck there until Ross decides, I'm going to put it into the active spot.
And now Ross actually puts down a Landorus EX with a strong energy. I'm surprised to see that, but I think he might be trying to go for some hammerhead play. He could soften up the Donphan on the bench. But no, he's actually just going to retreat to a Robo Substitute and pass. And
triple.
Yeah.
Oh, baby, a triple.
Triple Primal Groudon. Wow.
Two of those are full arts. One of them is not, but those are all three the same Primal Groudon EX card on Ross's side of the field.
Wow. Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Ross put that Landorus EX on the bench. It could be Lysandered out at this point and brought into the active spot, and Donphan can start attacking it, but looks like Simon does not have Lysander this turn, has to play an N.
Yeah, the Landers is interesting. Like you said, it can soften up so that you can hit through the Focus Sash.
Right.
Focus Sash only works if you go from full HP to 0 HP in a single attack. I guess it could also pick off a Robo Sub. Although, actually, now I'm thinking about it, the Mr. Mime's in play.
Yeah, Ross did have Silent Lab, so it can go past Mr. Mime, but Simon did counter with that Fighting Stadium to stop that from happening.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Does he have more than one Silent Lab to go? I guess he does have a couple to go, so it could become viable again.
Yeah, we see Silent Lab be a pretty popular stadium choice for Primal Groudon. There we see the quick
Hit and
retreat,
switch.
spinning turn, switch back into Hawlucha.
Yeah, you'll see that a lot. And while it isn't the most exciting attack on Donphan, it's just 1 energy, 40, switch. That's a pretty big deal when you have like a free retreater or some kind of wall that you can just move from. And meanwhile, this Donphan is getting a lot of energy. We might see a wreck sometime in the future.
Yeah, Wreck is the big attack of Donphan. If you have a stadium card in play, discard it and do a bunch more damage. That's really your big way to close out games. Since, spinning turn, sure, you can wear things down slowly, but eventually you run out of things to put up. You run out of Robo Substitute, and eventually you need that one last big hit, and Wreck does provide that.
And while he did have to discard 2 Donphan, we say Simon's got 2 on his field now. So the dream is you get enough time with these spinning turns to power up a second Donphan ready to go after the first. But you do want the first ready to go just so that you can drop a wreck at any time.
And wow, a second energy going on to Lander CX and a Focus Sash on Ross's side as well. Looks like he may be powering up for a Land's Judgment at some point, just to give him an alternate attacker that takes fewer energy than Primal Groudon would.
Yeah, and Focus Sash does buy Ross, I guess, an extra turn. It saves him from like a really huge wreck for 2 prizes. But I'd say more often than not, it'll probably be hit by like a softening spinning turn and then a knockout attack.
Yeah, something that's becoming a concern on Ross's side is how much energy he actually has to work with. There are 11 total energy in his deck. He has 6 in play right now. I believe 1's in the discard as well. If he uses all of them efficiently, I believe he can power up another Primal Groudon EX, but if there's one prize or anything like that, he might be in trouble, might not be able to power up enough attackers to win.
Oh, and we do see another swap of the stadiums. Silent Lab's in play. That turns off abilities on basic Pokemon. So with Silent Lab in play, Mr. Mime no longer has that bench barrier. Ross could now, and he is going to, retreat in and Hammerhead and damage the bench.
Yeah, and I think the target is probably going to be Donphan since it has Focus Sash. You just kind of break the Focus Sash, prevent it from working. Pretty smart play from both sides so far.
Yeah, Donphan essentially has a useless now item card attached to it.
Yeah, pretty much.
He has no way, I think, to heal back up to full HP.
Nope, he is not running the Pokemon Center lady that Ross is.
So, this Donphan is no longer, I guess, invulnerable to a single attack. I guess you could say it took its first attack.
Yeah.
But now, it's a weird thing. Do you work on this second Donphan now in case this one gets knocked out?
Yeah, that's the thing about Focus Sash. It's really just there to help you survive and attack. And if you force your opponent to attack your Donphan twice, usually that's a winning scenario.
Yeah, and we'll see here. Loses 2 Karina, but he already really has all the Pokemon he's going to need. That's sort of half of the strength of that card. Computer search, however, allowed him to search for anything. So,
yeah, at this point, I think Simon just needs more energy in play. Need to start powering up that other Donphan, get a fighting or a strong energy on it. Really, one of the best things you can do with this deck is spread out your energy. Get 2 fighting energy on each Donphan, and then when you need to, just attach double colorless and use Wreck. So you'll probably go for that, or he could go for a fighting stadium.
Another stadium switch.
And then we see Versus Seeker as well. He can grab a supporter. Looks like he's going to grab N.
Yeah, just shuffle and draw. It's funny how many knockouts we've gotten, but they're all Robo Subs.
Yeah, 0 prize cards have been taken.
That's where, normally when you go this deep into the game, an N can be pretty devastating. You're only drawing like 3 cards, 4 cards. both players are still getting the full 6.
Yeah, and it is interesting to note, we see the timer at the bottom there already at 30 minutes. We've already played 20 minutes. No prizes have been taken. This is best 2 out of 3 series, but at the pace this game is going, we may just see a 1-game series. We might not even have time for the rest of the games.
Yeah, that can happen. We do see the energy Simon really wanted on that second Don fan, so he can at least diversify his threats if one does fall. Now the question is, do you spinning turn here? Do you attack with Howlucha?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, Flying Press would do 120 damage here, which is pretty nice. So you might want to go with that. But looks like he's just going to go for the spinning turn, which will do 80 damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at for a single energy. And now he has the Robo Sub up, forcing Ross to have a Lysander, or he's sort of it's a pretty non-optimal attack. He can Hammerhead and deal some damage to the bench. Nope, he can't now. The stadium was switched again.
Yeah.
That's an interesting war going on. So it's like, what? He can Hammerhead and knock out a Robo Sub?
Yeah, and then your EX is in danger of being knocked out. So great play from Simon, recognizing that the stadium is very important here. Getting rid of Silent Lab, fighting stadium also allows him to do a little extra damage. So yeah, just clever plays back and forth. I do feel like Simon's deck naturally has an advantage in this matchup, but we'll see if Ross can pull something out.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody can do it, it's Ross. I know he's very good at sort of creating strategies for not conventional matchups. So that's certainly something he's thinking about. He's probably playing this matchup as well as he can. The question is, can he overcome what's already a pretty bad matchup?
Yeah, and I think the big thing here is, does Ross have a Lysander? And indeed he does. Actually going to target down the Don fan with no damage on it, since that could get a focus sash. So he's going to go ahead and target that down before it gets a focus sash attack. So he only has to use 1 attack to knock it out.
And all that has to discard all of his energy for Land's Judgment to take the knockout.
That's such an expensive attack.
1 prize card, too. You often are always using Land's Judgment to knock out EX Pokemon, grabbing 2 prize cards. Simon does not run any of those.
Yeah, but I do think that ends up being the smart play. You don't want to have to use 2 hits to knock out that Don fan, so get rid of it while you can. You also know that Simon has discarded 2 of his Don fans, so he is out of them now. You can only play 4 copies of a card in a deck. So really all Simon has left is 1 Don fan and then the Howlucha. But I think he's already discarded a Howlucha as well, so he won't even have 6 prizes worth of attackers in this game.
That's
unless he uses his Bunnelby to shuffle them back into his deck.
I mean, it's a possibility. I noticed both these players are playing a Bunnelby, sort of an anti-deck out card that we've seen, anti-Willord technology.
Yeah.
It's a possibility. You might have to do it in sort of the end of a long stretch. It's just a shame because one of your main goals with this deck is you force your opponent to run through 6 different Pokemon and not give them a single EX to work with to make that easier.
Yeah, but Bunnelby does have that hidden utility. You can always rototiller and shuffle cards back into your deck. So that might be something we see a little later.
So we do at least, he's got the army of 3 Howlucha, 1 Don fan so far. Those Howlucha will apply a lot of damage. He has the one on the bench he's probably going to use here.
Yeah, he can Flying Press for a knockout. We'll probably see that this turn. Otherwise, you'd have to spinning turn and not do enough damage. So here comes Howlucha, and all of a sudden we're starting to see prize cards taken. Lander's EX goes down. Simon takes the lead, and I mean, now it's on Ross. He has to start doing something. If he has another Lysander, I think he would bring up Donphan here and knock it out with Gaia Volcano, since Howlucha won't be doing enough damage to knock out his Primal Groudon.
Right. Anything to prevent that wreck possibility is going to be a good play for Ross. And he is in this weird spot. He had to give up 3 energy. Now it's like, do I throw up a wall? Do I try and build this? He does have just 1 way to attack, and that's the Primal Groudon with 4 energy on it. But if he can't knock out Donphan, then it could be knocked out. But he does have the Lysander, so probably attacking this turn, it's probably his best bet.
Yeah, and I actually saw Ross went to put down a Wobbuffet. You could probably put that down for free since it only gives up 1 prize card. Your only other Pokemon are EXs, so the math works out where the Wobbuffet is basically a free prize you could give your opponent. But he opts not to, and I think that's because he's running low on switching cards. And something that could happen is Wobbuffet could be brought out with Lysander repeatedly, and he could be in a position where he just runs out of cards because he can't retreat and attack anymore.
Yeah, it makes enough sense to me. And Gaia Volcano does discard the Stadium card, so he wants to deal the 200 again, although there are no more Donphan to deal with.
Yeah. A massive 260 damage with those 3 strong energy. That is double Donphan's HP.
This new Hawlucha in the active position actually has Focus Sash, which could make it extremely annoying, only having 70 HP, but it could survive 2 Gaia Volcanoes.
Yeah, for Simon's deck, it's all about chipping away at your opponent with small amounts of damage. Sure, you get the one big wreck eventually, but he won't even be able to do that this game. If you can get a strong energy on this Hawlucha, start doing a little bit of damage, you can start chipping away. But, you know, at this point, Ross has put himself in a pretty good position. He has that Primal Groudon EX. There's no more Donphan to worry about. He discards Fighting Stadium with Gaia Volcano, so it's tougher for Simon to do enough damage. And if he can find those Pokemon Center Lady he plays, that's going to be pretty tough.
So interestingly, we do see Phanpy and the double colorless energy dropped on the bench. Does he have any way to get a Donphan back into the deck?
Besides Bunnelby, I don't think so, but he could do that at some point.
And I'm sure he really wanted a fighting energy this turn. Seems frustrated by it. If you have 2 Hawluchas, you can knock out Primal Groudon EX with back-to-back flying presses. But otherwise, you know, I'm sure he would love to abuse this Focus Sash one. Can't at the moment.
All right, so there we see Simon's 3rd Fighting Stadium, and he's going to play an N, make both players shuffle in, and Ross will go down to 4 cards, and so will Simon. But yeah, Fighting Stadium's going to be pretty big here. He can Flying Press, I think, for 80 damage again. But man, Primal Groudon has so much HP, and that Hard Charm is really making it difficult for Simon to get a knockout. And even doing 80, it's going to have, what, how much HP left?
I guess another
60?
Another 80?
Another 80, yeah.
Yeah,
Jeez.
yeah. I know.
Just so much HP to deal with.
You have to do 83 times knockout Primal Groudon. Also, it's the hard charmed one.
Yeah.
One huge card that's going to be a factor here. Oh, for a second I thought he passed the turn Ross was drawing. He was just waited before he drew. And if you can get back-to-back Hawluchas, it is a knockout with all of these additional damaging tools. He does need to find a new fighting energy next turn. But what if Ross finds his Pokemon Center Lady?
Yeah, that would be huge. But he will hit for 100 damage right here, thanks to that Fighting Stadium. That means there's 180 damage on Primal Groudon EX.
Now it's at 60. Yeah.
But yeah, Pokemon Center Lady would be a huge card for Ross to draw here. I really think this game just revolves around this Primal Groudon. If it survives, I think it ends up winning the game for Ross. If Simon can take it down, I don't think Ross has enough time to power up another one.
Yeah, 4 more energies is just too much of a commitment. And he's sort of counting, how many cards are left in my deck. Ross has drawn through quite a few.
Oh, yeah.
It's like Center Lady or bust here. Well, Center Lady or Simon misses his fighting energy.
Oh, yeah. Both those can happen, and pretty easily, actually. So, I mean, this is a point in the game where both players are running low on resources. A lot of energy cards have been used. Simon, of course, out of Donphan. Ross does find an energy card to put on another Primal Groudon, though.
Hey, it's a start.
Yeah, I mean, it does take 4 to use Gaia Volcano, but he does have that Mega Turbo at some point he could use to get some energy acceleration.
Yeah, that's at least one more, essentially, energy, because you can bring it back from the discard pile. And
yep.
I think Ross is realizing he maybe has enough energy to get 4 on his Primal Groudon. One question could be, though, would he deck out by that point? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to figure out. How much time do I have left in this game? And
look at that! Look how big that discard pile is.
Yeah, we do see there was a Pokemon Center Lady in there. Also, Ross's Bunnelby is in the discard pile, so he won't have any way to get cards back. And he has to actually play Karina. That is not the supporter he wanted to use here.
No, now maybe I guess he could do a switching card. I don't think that's what you want at this point. You have to grab the prizes, but you're at the mercy of Simon's fighting energy now. If he finds it, Hawlucha is taking this giant Primal Groudon down.
Yeah, I mean, you could do a switching card and just go into Robo Substitute, I suppose. Try to buy yourself a turn to get that Pokemon Center Lady and help that Primal Groudon survive. It can't be Lysandered out, so you can be patient. Just throw up a Robo Substitute. Decides to grab Versus Seeker. And there we go. There's the Gaia Volcano, and Hawlucha goes down. Will Simon find a fighting energy this turn?
Yeah, he needs it now.
And I mean, he has gone through a decent amount of them. He's gone through a couple strong energy, a couple fighting energy, but he should have enough left. I mean, he just needs one. He should have a few left.
All right. Well, we'll see. Yeah. What did he get off that end?
Oh.
Oh, there it is. Okay, that's a good
answer.
deal. Now, we are going to get into sort of a weird exchange after this. I was thinking about it. After Simon takes this 2-prize knockout, I'm assuming Ross will throw up a robo-sub. Well,
Yeah.
he'll probably throw up the free retreating Groudon and retreat to robo-sub. But does Simon have a way to knock out robo-subs in the meantime? He doesn't have the Donphan hit and switch, and Howlucha can't touch it.
Yeah, that's going to be weird. He might have to attack with Phanpy.
Maybe that's why he threw the double colorless down on it. I was thinking about that.
Yeah.
It's a possibility.
And here we see another N, so that's going to shuffle Ross's Versus Seeker back into his deck. Might slow him down just enough for Simon to capitalize on this this momentary advantage.
Yeah, and it does at least give Simon some time. He can find another energy now on his second Hawlucha, and that one takes 2 attacks to knock out. Ross is just really struggling in this war of attrition. He's halfway there, but that second half is going to be so much harder once this Primal Groudon EX falls.
Yeah, but it's not going to be easy for Simon either. I mean, like you said, there's no way for him to knock out Robo Substitute currently. I mean, if he has to throw up a Phanpy to knock out a Robo Substitute, it's kind of an ugly spot. If Ross can find the energy to power up his second Primal Groudon, I don't know how Simon deals with that.
No, yeah. I mean, he
Oh, and Ross actually concedes the game. Wow. Simon's going to take game number 1.
Wow, that was pretty crazy. Like, I guess Ross realized in the long game, maybe I don't have enough turns to draw. Maybe he didn't even have enough energy. We don't know what his last 3 prize cards were.
Yeah, that's something I was going back to earlier. I mean, he committed 3 energy cards to that Landorus EX, and he only runs 11 energy in the deck. I mean, it takes 4 to power up a Primal Groudon. Maybe he had like just 1 energy prize, and if that's the case, he was trying to dig for that energy in his prizes. Maybe he didn't find it and then had to concede the game because he actually just couldn't deal damage anymore.
Yeah, I guess in a perfect world in this matchup, Ross runs 11 energy, and you could do like 4 energy twice on 2 different EXs and maybe an additional 3 on Landorus or 3 in a Mega Turbo on the 3rd Primal Groudon. But that's just so much to commit for only taking 1 prize card at a time. I would say that the greatest strength of the Primal Groudon deck is that it destroys EXs for an easy 2 prizes.
Yeah, I mean, there were definitely moments where Ross could have taken advantage in that game, definitely taken the lead. If he had found Pokemon Center Lady, he would have survived Flying Press. If he could have used like Pokemon Center Lady in consecutive turns, I think he would have been in a pretty strong position. But in this kind of a matchup where it's just such a long, drawn-out game, the player who can conserve resources the best will usually end up coming out on top. And in this game, Ross just ran out of stuff. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, this is a very, very tough matchup. Maybe one of the hardest for Groudon. And that was even Simon sort of not on his best game.
Yeah.
He had to get rid of 2 Donphan early in. Ideally, he'll probably see 3, maybe even the 4th, and that's extremely hard. And that also knocks out Robo Substitutes.
Yeah. Now, something we have seen as kind of a common theme this weekend is players are running very, very low counts of energy cards in their deck. Usually, I mean, that just kind of happens when you get to this level of play. You run kind of the bare minimum so you can fit in other powerful cards. We've seen it time and time again kind of bite players. They just run out of energy. They miss energy drops. So I'll be interested to see as we move forward how much energy cards, a pretty simple mechanic, will affect these games.
Yeah, and that first game took up a huge chunk of time.
Yeah.
So if Ross does want to somehow pull this game out, he's going to have to take 6 prize cards, fighting through 1 prize at a time, and robo-subs.
That won't be easy.
It's looking very good for Simon right now.
But anything can happen, as we saw yesterday. Just turn 2 knockout can happen at any point.
Game over. Yeah, we could see some kind of like Groudon, 2 energy, Rip Claw Dreams.
Even a Landorus EX can hit some damage pretty early on. There aren't any real targets for Simon to get knocked out. Maybe Bunnelby, but yeah, what can happen?
You know, maybe. Yeah, I guess there's the Bunnelby he started with. I've seen crazier things, so it's
there is Bunnelby.
I know.
This might be the opportunity Ross needed. Yeah, if Simon can't find another Pokemon, we could easily just see a Groudon EX Ripclaw or a Landorus EX Hammerhead. Of course, Ross is going first, so he cannot attack going first. But yeah, if Simon doesn't find another basic, that would be bad news.
Oh man, that would be just crushing.
Yeah.
I don't know what's in his hand. All he needs is a single supporter. But I've seen, yesterday, the Juniper for 7, no additional basic. Like, this can happen. It's a Pokemon trading card game. It's crazy.
Yeah. So we see Ross starting off with that Karina grabbing Professor's Letter, and he'll search for a fighting Pokemon. Looks like Groudon EX is his choice. I'm sure we're going to see Ross pick up the pace in this game. He knows time is not on his side. Only 15 minutes remaining.
So he's got 2 energy. He can attach 1, and it at least puts him in that early win condition. Although I do see Simon's hand. He has plenty of ways to get new Pokemon.
Oh, yeah.
He can Karina. Was that a repeat ball with that? Yeah, Karina, repeat ball, turn it into 2 Fampies. Like, that alone, I feel like almost gives Simon the win. But for a moment, I saw a Bunnelby, and I saw a couple of the Dream World, but it didn't happen.
Yeah. So it looks like Ross will attach a fighting energy to his Groudon and pass the turn. The bad thing about this Primal Groudon deck is that it's so slow. So, if you end up losing a really long first game, what do you do in a second game? You're not going to take quick prize cards. You're not a Night March deck. You're not this super aggressive deck. No, you're just kind of a slower control deck. So it's going to take you a long time to take all your prizes and win. And if you don't take all of your prize cards, then the game doesn't count, and Simon would win the series.
Yeah, it's not the best 2 out of 3 game deck, although it does pride itself on winning that one long game.
Yeah.
And then it stalls out a game, too. Unfortunately, sort of getting this weird taste of his own medicine where he can't play through the game, too, now.
Yeah, there are kind of 2 different styles of decks you can run in this kind of a tournament environment. You can either run one that is super fast, super aggressive, that can play 3 full games in the 50-minute time limit, or you play a deck that tries to play just one long game, win that one, and then game 2 just won't have enough time. But yeah, the downside of playing that super slow deck is when you lose the first game, there's really no way of coming back.
And so already we see Simon searching off this Karina. He's guaranteed himself a Fampi. He has at least the repeat ball that I saw gives him another. And I almost feel like Simon is just playing to time out Ross. Like, that's the smartest strategy.
You can play to not win in this situation, or not lose, sorry.
Play to not win. Might not be quite as good, but yeah, here we go. Here's repeat ball. Interesting card that lets you only search for a Pokemon you already have on the field. Well, Fampi's there.
Yep. So you can go ahead and use that. Repeat ball is a great card in decks that want to get a lot of evolution cards out. We see it a lot with those Crobat kind of decks where you can get extra Zubat or Golbat or Crobat. When you're running lots of copies of things, being able to search for another of the thing you need is really powerful.
Each additional basic Pokemon that Simon plays down is another Pokemon Ross needs to knock out. If he fills up the full bench, then Ross needs to get the full 6. And I just don't see him doing that with the timer already down to about a dozen minutes or so.
Yeah, and Robo Substitute, you got to fight through those 2. Those are maybe 4 additional turns you need to fight through. So yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for Ross. I'm sure he'll look for any way to do it, but Simon seems to have the clear advantage at this point.
Yeah, what's like Ross's only way? Retreat Wobbuffet and just start attacking right now with the non-primal Groudon?
Yeah.
How else are you going to take prize cards in this matchup in any way?
Yeah, I think you either have to do that or you have to just attach, go to Primal Groudon, and then try to get a turn 3 attack off with a Mega Turbo. Those are your 2 options here for having a chance to take enough prize cards.
Yeah, that's just a chance. It's even if he does have all of that, Simon, at least with his current hand, has plenty of ammunition for more Pokemon.
Right. Now, for Simon's deck, I actually looked and I don't see any, switching cards. He has no Switch, no Float Stone, no Escape Rope, no AZ or anything like that. So that 2 retreat cost Bunnelby is actually going to be a pain. Fortunately for him, he's not in any hurry to retreat and start attacking. He can actually just sit there and do nothing. But in a different situation, starting with Bunnelby might actually be a pain for him.
Against a turbo deck, that would be awful.
Yeah.
You're sort of stuck. And Bunnelby is what we...
Landorus EX coming out.
That's probably his fastest option. I don't know why I always forget that there's the one Landorus copy in these primal decks. That gives him a knockout and some pressure on the bench.
Yeah.
It's still going to be quite the commitment. He's got to go through a lot of stuff, but here's a start.
Yep, so he will take that knockout on the Fighting Weak Bunnelby, put 30 damage on the Phanpy. I was interested to see if he would knock out the Robo Substitute, just kind of get that out of the way, but no, he's going to soften up Phanpy and try to knock that out.
I guess he knows, like, Simon has to apply some kind of pressure to me. Otherwise, I can just knock out the Robo Sub at any time or apply more to bench damage to the Fan Beam.
Yeah, and you were going to have to knock out Don Fan at some point, so might as well try to soften that up.
So you see computer search on Simon's side, can search for anything. A Stream of Hawlucha is probably your best survival tactic to get through Landorus. I guess the best scenario is you can knock out Landorus in 2 attacks, although I don't think that's going to happen for Simon. But yeah, Landorus is actually Ross's best option. It's his fastest attacker. It's his only attacker that can attack on 1 energy, and that's going to have to carry him all the way through.
Yeah, again, Ross's deck is just not built for speed. It's built for this slow, methodical game where he can control things. Again, I think he ran into a bad matchup here. Simon's just running a non-EX deck, which Primal Groudon struggles with. And of course, Simon is a world-class player. You would expect nothing less from the players who are in day 2 of Worlds. I mean, we're going to see nothing but the best of the best today.
Yeah, both these players right here, between them, they have reached the World Championships finals 3 times total. That's incredible. That's an elite crop right now. What a shame that they have to play each other in the first round.
Yeah, but I mean, that's going to happen. You're going to be facing former champions, national champions, legendary players. You're going to have to go through them to win this tournament.
Yeah, it's always fun watching. You look at the world champion and you try and see, like, wow, how many other national and world championships championship players did they have to run through? So who knows? Maybe this could be step 1 on Simon's road to Worlds, is taking down the 2-time Worlds finalist.
Could be. So we do have an N being played. There's a Silver Bangle on Simon's Donphan, so that will make Spinning Turn do 70 damage here, 40 plus 30 for that Silver Bangle, and then he can switch to the bench. Might go to that Robo Substitute.
Yeah, I think Robo Sub's the best choice since it can just be knocked on the bench. But he decides, you know what, Hawlucha doesn't get knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, resist fighting. It'll only take 10 from a Hammerhead, so who cares?
Yeah, I guess if you think about it in the opposite scenario, if Robo substitutes in the active spot, Hawlucha gets the full damage because you don't get resistance on the bench.
Yeah, and also you lose a Pokemon that you have in play, so that's one less thing that Ross would have to knock out.
Yeah.
So yeah, promoting Hawlucha, definitely the right move for Simon. Ross, he's just trying to figure out something, but again, I mean, the big drawback of Primal Groudon EX is you lose a turn when you Primal Revert into Primal Groudon EX. Usually it's a Mega Evolve, but yeah, you do lose a turn when you do that. There is Pokemon Center Lady. He'll heal off 60 damage and go ahead with the Hammerhead, but just doing 10 to the active and 30 to that benched Phanpy.
And he's sort of slowly applying damage, but the question is, can Ross in time start getting these knockouts? He's got like the Donphan sitting at that huge HP, the Hawluchas resisting fighting, Robo-Subs that don't even give up prize cards. Simon's sort of building himself an army that, even if he does fall into a losing situation this game, he could probably still win on time.
Yeah, and Simon's just going to take a look at the situation, see what he can do here. I mean, of course, he would like to get a second Donphan up and running, maybe get another Phanpy, so he could start preparing a third Donphan or something like that. But no, just going to play Lysander and bring out that Groudon EX before it can turn into Primal Groudon.
Yeah, and this sort of puts it in this awkward situation. It can't power up 2 additional energies to get knockouts, so what do? Just like rip Claw for 2 energy?
Yeah.
It's maybe a little bit less damaging than the Hammerhead because you can't apply the bench damage anymore.
Yeah, and we're going to see another Spinning Turn. Simon trying to decide which Pokemon should I promote. You see Ripclaw does 30 and then plus 20 for strong energy, but with Hawlucha's fighting resistance, even if Ross had a second strong energy, that would be 10 short of knocking out this Hawlucha that already has 10 damage on it.
So we see the Karina on Ross's side. He can Primal Evolve, but if he does that, it ends his turn. I don't think he even runs any Spirit Link.
Nope. Yeah, most of these Primal Groudon decks don't bother running the Groudon Spirit Link because your deck is so slow anyway, you don't really care about losing your turn.
You'll see one at like most in decks, but otherwise, yeah.
You would much rather have a tool like Hard Charm attached or Focus Sash, things like that that can actually make your Primal Groudon survive longer.
Yeah, and we saw him grab the Hard Charm. Maybe he's just going for survival here, attach Hard Charm, And
You have a
evolve.
switch as well. Yep, there we go.
Okay, switch works. Some sort of save him from that early Lysander last time. Wobbuffet's a nice wall. It won't get knocked out right away.
Yeah, I mean, in a regular game, this would actually be a pretty strong position for Ross. He's got Primal Groudon pretty much ready to go. A Landorus with an energy. I mean, it doesn't look bad for him in a long game, but when you look at the clock and there's 5 minutes, he has to take all of his prizes. He's going to have a hard time doing it. He will have, at least a few more turns, so he does have an opportunity to do it. It's just, can Simon put up a fight and stop him from doing it?
Yeah, it seems to favor him for sure at the moment. But you do have to wonder, what if this was the first game we saw developing? I think this is a bit faster for Ross than what he had last time. The Bunnelby start certainly helped him out. Just grab like a nice cheap prize. I wonder how this would have developed if that was the game they had full time for.
Yeah, and the Pokemon Center Lady is really, really big in this matchup. Being able to heal off any damage you take is huge, since Donphan or Hawlucha are never really going to knock out Primal Groudon in one hit. Being able to heal off that kind of chip away damage really makes it tough.
And we do see the second Donphan evolve. Pretty much any time Simon adds another Pokemon or adds more HP into the equation, it's just like one more nail in Ross's coffin.
Yeah, he does get a strong energy on that other Donphan on the bench. Just, again, spreading out his energy, making sure he doesn't have a big target for Ross to go after. Puts the muscle band down, and then he can spinning turn for 80 damage.
Yeah, doesn't knock out Wobbuffet, but Simon's in no rush. And as you've seen from spinning turn, it allows you to switch out, and now you can throw up a Robo Sub, start really playing the slow game.
Yeah, he knows that Ross will start attacking now. He has Primal Groudon with 3 energy. He just needs one more to attack. And there we see that Pokemon Center Lady coming in, healing 60 from Primal Groudon. But Ross doesn't have the 4th energy to attack, has to pass the turn.
Oh, that hurts. He can buy himself some time on health, but if he can't get knockouts, he just can't win this game. Not on time.
Yeah, and in this situation, I wonder if Simon actually considers passing instead of attacking. Leave the Robo Substitute up there. You give the clock on your side. You just say, I'll just force you to have a Lysander. No need to burn a Robo Substitute. So I wonder if he would just pass or if he'll discard the Robo Sub and attack.
Yeah, discarding is not discarding it is super efficient. You sort of want to get the maximum value out of each Robo Sub. I wonder, actually, he has the choice of a card here from the Karina. Do you grab another Robo Sub just to have those? Looks like he's going for Ultra Ball, maybe just so he can create another Donphan and make it impossible.
Yeah, looks like Ultra Ball will be the card of choice here. He'll discard a Revive since, he probably won't need to use that this game unless he really wanted that Bunnelby back. No, he doesn't really need Revive.
Yeah.
So, gonna Ultra Ball away N as well.
Maybe Mr. Mime here?
Yep, that's another good option.
It's a possibility. He knows Ross runs the Silent Lab, but, just requiring Ross to have one more card to even start dealing efficient damage on the bench, probably good enough. Yep, and there's the Mr. Mime.
Yeah. And, again, we'll have to see, what does Simon decide to do? Does he just sit there and be patient and pass the turn, or will he go ahead and take a prize card this turn?
Yeah, both options seem pretty good right now. It seems like Ross's demise is inevitable.
It sure looks like it right now. But all right, he does discard the Robo Substitute. Going to promote Hawlucha here. Put down another Phanpy. And there's Mr. Mime coming down as well. It looks like he's probably going to spinning turn for that knockout.
Yeah, another energy. No Robo Sub. But hey, why not?
There we go. Donphan comes out, and just as soon as he comes out, he moves back to the bench with spinning turn, takes the knockout on Wobbuffet, and now this has to be the turn where Ross starts attacking. He's got to do something here. Even if he attacks every turn, it's going to be close.
He needs one attack a turn, at the very least.
So here we go. Professor Juniper. Ross needs to find some kind of energy card here, strong or fighting, and start using that Gaia Volcano, getting knockouts. There we do see the fighting energy. Yep, going to go ahead and put that down. He can do 100 damage to that Hawlucha. There's no Stadium in play, nothing to discard. But there we go. There's a knockout, and now it's on Simon's turn.
All Ross can do, draw Gaia Volcano, draw Gaia Volcano. He's actually in a decent spot. I guess he needs 4 more prizes. I don't think he'll reach in this game. But it might have been more interesting if he did find the energy last turn instead of having to wait for the Juniper.
Yeah. It's still going to be rough.
Yeah, Focus Sash on the Donphan. There's a whole nother thing. The Focus Sash just says +1 turn on it. Like, that's one additional turn Ross would need.
Yeah. This is an awesome showdown, though. Of course, we saw all sorts of fighting-type support in that Furious Fist set, which really made the Donphan deck viable, especially strong energy in Fighting Stadium. Donphan was a card that's, been around for a while, was never really playable. As you can see, it's just an uncommon card. It's not like this big Pokemon EX like Primal Groudon. And there we go. There's the handshake. Time is up. Ross realizes he cannot win. And Simon DeRode wins round number 1 here in day 2 of the Pokemon TCG World Championships. Very well played by both sides, but Simon is going to take this matchup of the former World Championship finalists.
Yeah, and being a former World Championship finalist himself, I'm sure he knows just how important it is to win that first game.
Yeah. You get off 1-0. You can't start your day better than that. Ross, unfortunately, runs into a very good player that he's probably friends with. I'm pretty sure they're friends.
Good player and
probably test with a lot.
And a really hard matchup.
Yeah.
I'm sure sometimes he can pull one out if he gets really quick early knockouts with Groudon, with Landorus, while slowly building up Primal Groudon. But you're asking for quite a bit.
Yeah, and Donphan is not a deck you expected to see, probably. It's a deck that's kind of always been there, but it really seemed a lot weaker after cards like Mega Rayquaza came out. And, that's just not a deck you prepared for when you're looking at what decks you want to face at Worlds or what you're going to expect to face.
Yeah.
Like Seismitoad, maybe some Metal decks or some Night March stuff or some Mega Manectric, and then your opponent flips over a Phanpy and you're like, that was not on the list. I did not prepare for that.
There's a lot of stuff that's not on the list that we've been seeing, and that's one of my favorite things with the World Championships is you can bust out something kind of weird if it gives you good matchups against a handful of decks.
Yep.
We've seen the popularity of Primal Groudon yesterday. It was huge, and so maybe Simon was counting on that, saying, hey, I've got a really good matchup against that with Donphan, I guess. Let's roll with it.
Yeah, Donphan has some pretty solid matchups. It has some definite bad ones, but, it's definitely a solid choice. Simon played it yesterday, and he's going to continue using it today.
Yeah, why not? So we've actually got a sideline interview with Justin Flynn. We're going to kick it off to him.
Thank you so much, Josh. I am Justin Flynn, and I'm joined here by a Pokemon fan that I found at random in the audience here. Why don't you tell us your name and where you're from?
I'm Jacob Koch. I'm from Long Island, New York.
Awesome, Jacob. So didn't travel too far
to
get over here. What are you here to see at the World Championships? Are you here for friends? Are you here for the atmosphere, the matches?
I'm pretty much here for everything. I'd love to say I'm here to compete, but I'm not. But other than that, there are crazy, awesome matches going on. There are amazing people to meet, like you and all the other competitors.
Like me.
Like you. And just the atmosphere in general. This is the biggest Pokemon event of the year.
Yeah, yes, it is. Confirmed. The World Championships are the biggest Pokemon event of the year. But how about any side tournaments? Any luck checking those out or skipping that this year?
I may compete in a couple pickup tournaments.
Okay, cool.
But maybe a couple. There's this new roulette match that I'm kind of curious about. The way that worked, as far as I've heard, you got to fill up your first box with 30 Pokemon, all have to be unique. I think you can use different items. And then you're going to be told 6 Pokemon at random, and those are the ones you have to use.
All right, that sounds awesome. I might have to get myself involved with that. So what are you going to do now for the rest of the day? Just hang out here, watch some matches coming up?
Hang out, watch matches, maybe do that roulette thing I was talking about. Have a good time, essentially.
Did you get a chance to check out the store?
I did have a chance to check out the store. I already bought my merch.
All right. So you're already broke. You have no more money? Can you eat this weekend?
I have a little bit more. I still got to enter some tournaments.
Okay, good. All right, man. It's been a pleasure talking to you. I think we're probably going to head over back to Josh and Kyle, I think, maybe for a post-game interview, or a quick break, actually, and then to a post-game interview.
Just the way the competition is. Everyone here is so nice and so friendly.
It's so much fun, and I love trying to predict your opponent's move.
I would have to say the strategy. The battles and meeting all the new people.
I like opening the pack.
When I was in like first grade, my friend got me a starter deck for my birthday, and then I loved it.
One of my brother's friends handed him a card pack one day, and then we started playing cards, and our dad looked up the video game, and then we started playing that.
I remember playing Pokemon Pinball, actually, right before I got Pokemon Silver.
Going into a league challenge and winning it with Rayquaza and Boar.
It's playing Kling Klang from the Plasma Storm set, just shutting off all EXs from attacking.
I go to a bunch of different places, like I've been to different countries because of Pokemon. It makes life a bit more busy, but it's fun.
It's taught me how I should always value everything and have fun no matter what.
Hi, Pokemon fans. It's Josh Jaywitz Wittenkeller. I'm here with Simon Narode, who battled his way through day 1 of the Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships, and now he's 1-0 in day 2. How you feeling about that Donphan play?
Oh, I'm feeling really good about it right now, actually.
And you actually did play Donphan day 1. How did that go? Well, I mean, you made it here, but
I made it.
What kind of matchups were you seeing that made it so good?
I knew that Donphan was somewhat of a risky play since there's a lot of Seismitoad EX and a lot of Crobat in the format right now. I was fortunate enough to dodge a lot of that day 1, and hoping that pattern continues today.
So we saw you sort of crushed Ross's his Groudon deck. It's pretty good. Seems like a solid matchup. They have to run through 6 of your prizes.
Yeah, the non-EXs, like you said, is just a really big deal. Focus Sash and Prize Denial with Robo Substitute. It just, a lot of the things my deck has can just like grind out games against Groudon.
And did you have to play any Groudons yesterday? Because I saw a ton of them at the tables.
There were a ton yesterday. I didn't have to face any though. I just.
Okay. Yeah, that was part of what I was thinking. Is like along the lines of. So, what other decks other than the Groudon would you say the Donphan's good against?
It's really good against the popular fighting weak Pokemon like Manectric EX, Mega Manectric EX, Raichu. And it's also very good against Night March, in my opinion, because you fight their non-EXs with your non-EXs, and you have the prize denial with Focus Sash and Robo Sub.
Yeah, if they miss like a prize turn and they have to hit into a sub, they're done. And
yeah.
I guess aside from the Pumpkaboo, you get like 1-hit knockouts on spinning turn almost every single time.
A lot of the time, yeah.
Which is pretty nice. I'm a big fan. It's funny how Donphan has been around so long.
It has.
Like, as soon as the Furious Fist set dropped, people have been finding different ways to play it.
Oh, so many different. It's changed so much.
First, there was the wall version where you play and put up like Reshiram.
Yeah, the dragons, and then Wobbuffet and Sigala.
Robo Subs.
Yeah.
But it has been seeing less play, so it was an interesting way to pull it back here for Worlds. I like it.
It got me most of my points this season, so I figured just trusty old Donphan.
That's one way to tribute to the season.
Yep.
You're definitely no stranger to having a good season. Got 2nd place in 2013. Ross actually has gotten 2nd place a couple of times at Worlds too. So
he sure has.
It's the battle of the seconds.
Yeah.
But it looks like he was 2nd this time.
Oh, God.
You guys play a lot, don't you?
We do. We test a lot together. We both knew what each other's decks were, like card for card. So it was.
So he probably like. As soon as he saw your name on the matchup list, he knew what was coming.
I went up to him. I was like, Ross, guess who you're playing? Yeah, it's all good.
He probably just, like slow, just like rolled his eyes like.
He's like, you're kidding, right? That's okay. He's a good sport.
It's rough. If anybody could pull it out though after a loss in round 1, it's probably Ross.
Oh, for sure.
Pretty resilient.
I have a lot of faith in him in this tournament.
All right, so you guys both rooting for each other. There's no bad blood here.
Oh, not at all.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you. Best of luck to Ross even. Both players have gotten 2nd place at the World Championships, but who knows? Maybe one of them could get the 1st place title. They just missed the last time. Yep.
Everyone that I've met through Pokemon shares a similar interest as me.
So immediately we've been able to connect, and I've been able to make amazing friends.
I love the community and how everyone's really nice with each other.
I love math, so it's a fun way to get your brain working and have fun with some of your friends.
My earliest memory of Pokemon was saving up to buy AA batteries to run the Game Boy.
Probably back when Red and Blue were first released. I was in 5th grade and I got them and played them on the bus to and from school every day the entire year.
I don't really have anything else that's sort of a competitive outlet for me, and it really helps me to better myself.
I've met some of my best friends, my roommates in college. I travel the country with these people, and I don't know, they're just the best people I've met.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships. I am Kyle Pukasukovic. Joining me is Dylan Exobyte Mayo. We just had an exciting round 1 matchup between 2 former Worlds finalists, and we're going to jump into round number 2 shortly.
Yeah, that was a great match. Unfortunately, just like a massively bad matchup for Ross there. Yeah. I don't know if there was much he could do, although it looks like he might have been able to take that second game if it went all the way. But again, just time was an issue in that match, way too hard.
Yeah, of course, you wouldn't really expect to run into a Donphan deck at this point. It's a deck that's been around since City Championships, early regionals in this season, but yeah, it's really faded away, and then all of a sudden, Simon decided, hey, let's play this deck again.
Yeah, so some of us might not all be exactly familiar with that Donphan deck, so let's take a look at that on the deck analysis, and we can run you through how this deck works real quick.
Yeah, at first glance, Donphan, not a very intimidating Pokemon. 130 HP. It's non-EX, does 40 damage with Spinning Turn, but that's actually the attack you're going to be using the most. It's just kind of a hit-and-run deck. You do some damage and then switch into a different Pokemon.
Right, and one of the Pokemon that it likes to switch into best isn't even a Pokemon, that's the Robo Substitute.
Yeah, it's just an item card that can pretend to be a Pokemon. It's a substitute. You can put it out there, and your opponent can't take any prize cards for it. So you Spinning Turn, switch into Robo Substitute, and even if they knock it out, they can't take a prize card for it. So it's really just doing damage, and then when your opponent attacks, they don't get to take any prizes.
Right, so it does a lot to slow down. Not only are you only taking single prizes because of you're not using EX cards, you're also putting that Robo Substitute out there. Of course, plays Hawlucha, another great card in these fighting focused decks, and with Free Retreat also helps with that Spinning Turn switch out.
Oh yeah, Flying Press, Hawlucha in general is just a very, very strong basic. Again, at first glance, doesn't seem very powerful, just a 70 HP little basic, but yeah, it ends up hitting for big damage, and that's mainly because of all the fighting type support we have, and that's also the reason why Donphan has been so big. We have cards like Strong Energy and Fighting Stadium and Muscle Band. All of these add damage to Donphan's attack and Hawlucha's attack, so you take that 40 damage Spinning Turn, attach a Strong Energy, now it's doing 60. Attach a Muscle Band, now it's doing 80. Put a Fighting Stadium out there, now it's doing 100, and then all of a sudden, you're knocking out Pokemon EX in 2 hits.
Right, and then if you need to, they do have that big Wreck attack that you can occasionally hit if you want to put enough energy on there, which is not quite Gaia Volcano, but it's a smaller cousin anyway.
It's a mini Volcano. Yeah, Wreck 80 plus 60 if there's a Stadium card in play, and then you discard the Stadium. Again, 140, not really enough to do anything significant, but when you have Strong Energy, Muscle Band, Fighting Stadium, if you have enough of those damage modifiers, you can actually knock out even Mega or Primal Pokemon.
Right, and of course, one of the biggest supporters that in these focused decks focused on fighting is Karina.
Yeah, I mean, you get to search for a fighting Pokemon and an item card. Pretty solid searching card. Item cards, of course, are always very powerful. There's so many different ones, so being able to search things out like Versus Seeker, so you can get a supporter for next turn, or one of your Pokemon tools, anything like that, is pretty strong. And then you also get a fighting Pokemon, so it helps you set up your board.
Right. One Pokemon that a lot of these Donphan decks will run, although I don't know if Simon's did, is that Aegis/EX.
Yeah, there are many different walls you can use to switch into. Aegis/EX is one of them for the Mighty Shield ability. You can pretty much wall any Pokemon with special energy cards attached to them. So you just Spinning Turn, switch into Aegis/. We do have some other ones, such as Sigilif, that's one. You can do that Safeguard ability. So against Pokemon EX, you can switch into that, stop them from hurting you, or even Wobbuffet is another good wall you can throw up there for that Bide Barricade ability. You can stop all sorts of Pokemon abilities. So yeah, you just have many different Pokemon you can switch into and take advantage of Donphan's Spinning Turn. Simon's deck was much simpler than the one we're showing right here. Just Donphan and Hawlucha, also running Bunnelby to help against those Wailord decks. But yeah, for the most part, Simon's deck very simple, but the strategy is always going to be the same with Donphan. Hit for damage and switch into a different Pokemon that can give you an advantage.
Right. It's a very simple deck, and a lot of times those simple decks can reduce the chance for you to make any mistakes in these high-level events. So having a deck that with a very solid game plan that you don't need to make a ton of decisions, a lot of times in these higher-end tournaments can just help because of the simplicity of what you need to do.
Yeah, and another big card for this deck that really has seen a rise in popularity lately is going to be that Focus Sash Pokemon tool. Only works on fighting type Pokemon, but it's actually kind of a game-breaking card. If you're at full HP and you're going to be knocked out, well, you actually survive instead, then you have 10 HP left. So Donphan is extremely annoying to play against. You know, you do damage and then switch to the bench, and then sometimes the only way to deal with that is to play a Lysander and bring out the Donphan and try to knock it out. But if it has a Focus Sash, you could play a Lysander, and then it still survives, and it gets to hide on the bench again. So it forces you to play Lysander twice just to get one prize card against Donphan.
Right. Normally, you're going to be taking 2 prize cards per attack against an EX heavy deck, whereas against this deck, between Focus Sash and Robo Substitute, it might take you 3 or 4 attacks to get a single prize.
Yeah, and that's just so frustrating to play against. And you know, Donphan doesn't have the highest damage output as these other decks do, but you can afford to be a little slower taking knockouts when your opponent isn't really getting any prizes.
Yeah, so it's a really interesting control deck. It really kind of like flips the meta of going like low EXs. It's similar to the Night March deck in that way, where it doesn't like to play out EXs, tries to make you take quote-unquote extra attacks, right? Now that EXs are kind of the standard, that you take 2 prizes, by making you take 6 prizes individually, it really plays with how a lot of decks are set up standardly and how they allocate their resources. People are running out of cards, running out of energy. We saw that happen with Ross in that first game. Essentially, he had no more energy to be able to attack anymore.
Yeah, the game can kind of slow down. It all depends on what other players are using, how the metagame is shaping up. We see a lot of aggressive decks that can do all sorts of damage, but sometimes you can kind of flip that around on them and use their aggressive nature against them and just kind of run them out of resources like we saw with Ross in that first game. But yeah, the Donphan deck is pretty powerful in the right environment. It's just maybe Simon picked the right environment today. You know, against other decks, it's not extremely powerful. It has plenty of bad matchups, but plenty of very good ones as well.
Right. Now, so interestingly enough, since we're seeing a lot of Night March as well, how do you think this Donphan would match up against the Night March decks?
In general, it feels like Donphan has a pretty strong matchup against those Night March decks. It can struggle against Pumpkaboo, which has resistance to fighting. It requires a lot of resources to, you know, get enough damage to knock out a Pumpkaboo in one hit. And if you aren't knocking out Night March Pokemon in one hit, usually you're going to struggle. But usually that matchup comes down to if the Night March deck can find enough Lysander to keep knocking out Donphan.
Right. So we'll be getting to our next match here pretty soon, and let's go ahead and take a look at that Night March deck that we did see last night real quick for those of you that weren't watching. So the Night March deck is the other deck that really doesn't focus on a lot of EX Pokemon, and it's all focused around that crazy Night March attack that looks in your discard pile.
Yeah, we did cover this a little earlier, but the Night March deck, I mean, it can ramp up very quickly. You know, with the Battle Compressor, get a bunch of Night March Pokemon in the discard pile and do some big damage very quickly.
Right, and so the other decks that we've been seeing a lot of, and the one that we just saw played by Ross Cawthon earlier today, is that big Primal Groudon deck.
Yeah, got it under Groudon.
Groudon, of course.
It's its own Groudon deck box.
It's got the special deck box and everything.
Yeah, so Primal Groudon, a deck we're seeing a ton of so far at Worlds, and it's pretty easy to see why. It's just a massive Pokemon in pretty much every way. 240 HP, Omega Barrier, that great ancient trait that allows it to pretty much be immune to your opponent's trainer cards, and then Gaia Volcano can do just incredible amounts of damage, knocking out basically everything once it gets powered up.
Right, and this is another deck that plays, because it's fighting Pokemon focused, uses that Focus Sash. So even if you do somehow get a big attack off on one of those Primal Groudons, it's going to make it through it.
Yeah, it's all about, you know, building up this big tank of a Pokemon and then using things like Focus Sash or Hard Charm to make sure it can survive some attacks. And then once it gets up and running, Gaia Volcano pretty much gets a knockout every time you attack, especially when you have strong energy to add that extra damage. So it's just kind of an unstoppable force. The way to deal with it is kind of what we saw with Simon, where you know, he just kind of wore Ross down with those non-EX Pokemon. That's the best way to go about it, because Primal Groudon thrives on taking those prizes in chunks of 2 against opposing Pokemon EX.
Right, and so the version that we have here does have the Groudon Spirit Link, but the version that Ross ran didn't even run that because it doesn't mind giving up that turn.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, most players here at the World Championships have opted not to play any Spirit Link in this Primal Groudon deck, just because it takes 4 energy to attack. So who cares if you lose a turn, you know, turning into Primal Groudon? I mean, it's going to be a super slow process anyway, and you want to have that benefit of Hard Charm or Focus Sash. So you can't afford to have that Pokemon tool spot taken up by the Groudon Spirit Link. So yeah, Primal Groudon, one of the most popular decks here at the World Championships. Night March, another one of them. But then we see something like that Donphan deck come out, and you never really know what to expect.
Right. You also mentioned the Bunnelby, and that's a deck that a lot of decks are playing one of due to the rise of Wailord, and probably why we haven't seen much Wailord here as well. Super versatile card, can actually be helpful in other matchups, but yeah, really is anti-Wailord.
Yeah, of course, Wailord EX was the deck that took U.S. Nationals by storm. Just really a surprise deck. Nobody expected that deck. I think it's pretty safe to say that. But yeah, once people figured out the strategy of the Wailord deck, everyone realized immediately, oh, if I play one Bunnelby in my deck, I probably don't ever lose to Wailord. So we're seeing this as just kind of a safety measure. You don't want to lose to that deck because, I mean, that Wailord deck did have a lot of good matchups against many of the top decks, but unfortunately just one little Bunnelby can change that.
Right, and we've even seen this Bunnelby put into your deck mainly just to stop Wailord, occasionally show up and actually help out in other matchups. A lot of these games that have been going super extended, suddenly players will flip their Bunnelby up front and hit a couple burrows, and suddenly your opponent's running out of cards a couple turns early and can really pull some games out that you weren't expecting.
Yeah, I think I saw one yesterday where someone only had 2 cards left in their deck, and Bunnelby came up, burrowed both cards off the top, and, well, that's game over.
Yeah.
You can also use Rototiller to recover your own resources. We see Professor Juniper and Professor Sycamore be used pretty much in every deck, and it can be a pretty big drawback sometime if you, discard a bunch of resources and you don't have any way to get them back. But you can just throw up Bunnelby, Rototiller, shuffle them back in. So Bunnelby is pretty much a safety net in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, and because it's a colorless Pokemon and only uses colorless energy for attacks, really fits in anywhere. The attacks are cheap. It's probably going to get knocked out if it's up for even a turn or 2 against almost any deck with only the 60 HP and fighting weakness. All the other decks we were talking about earlier have fighting, so even their smallest attacks will take out Bunnelby pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, like Landorus EX was used by Ross just to get a quick hammerhead knockout on Bunnelby. I mean, it's not meant to really survive very long. We have seen some decks focusing exclusively around Bunnelby, trying to run your opponent out of resources, but for the most part, we're just seeing Bunnelby as a one-of card. Not really something you would expect, but hey, sometimes the game changes so much, and cards like this come up and become relevant.
Right, and then the other thing that they're playing in there is they've got both the Wobbuffet, which we saw earlier, and also Silent Lab.
Yeah, Silent Lab is really big. Of course, Gaia Volcano needs a stadium card in play to do additional damage, so you need to be running a lot of different stadium cards. Slow down your opponent by stopping those. Very powerful for getting through abilities like Suicune's Safeguard. Of course, stops attacks from Pokemon EX, but if you have Silent Lab in play, you go through that and knock out Suicune. Also, Aegislash EX is a big one. If you have your strong energy attached to Primal Groudon, Mighty Shield would stop you from doing damage, but you just throw down Silent Lab, and all of a sudden you knock out that Aegislash.
Right, and both Silent Lab and Wobbuffet have some minor restrictions. Silent Lab only works on basic Pokemon, and Wobbuffet only works on non-psychic Pokemon. So in some situations, people will, instead of be playing the Suicune, they'll be running the Pokemon Sigilif with Safeguard. Bide Barricade, of course, also only works if Wobbuffet is in the active position.
Yep.
So usually you're not using that to get around the Safeguard type abilities, but you can leave it up front while you're powering up your Groudon and just kind of slow down abilities in general. You're not running Shaman, so you don't mind shutting off those Shaman setups while you're getting your Primal Groudon up to 4 energy. So yeah, a lot of different ways that this deck can try to slow the game down to its speed since it's going to take so long.
Oh yeah, Wobbuffet has just been a great card to slow down what has been the biggest support card in the game right now, and that is going to be Shaman EX. So it looks like we are getting our 2 players ready to go. We have our round 2 matchup coming up. 2 pretty experienced players. Looks like we got Diego and Martin. Martin, I believe, is the #1 rated player in Europe, has the most championship points, and Diego is a longtime veteran of the Pokemon TCG. He's made top 8 at Worlds, I believe, before qualified for many, many World Championships. So this should be a great matchup with 2 players we don't get to see very often, only at Worlds.
Yeah, and it's really exciting what the World Championships gets to do. Finding these matchups is always very easy to do because we're always bringing in those highest level players, and we're always going to be able to see those, and it sounds like we're ready to get to them right now.
All right, so let's get started. Round number 2 of the Pokemon TCG World Championships.
All right,
so it looks like we have Diego featured on the camera right there. Always wears that hat every year. I've seen him. He wears that same hat. And there's Martin. I believe he is a relatively new player, but he has done extremely well. I know a couple years ago at the World Championships, he had a nice run with a Blastoise Keldeo deck, and now he's here with a Night March deck.
Right, and Diego playing a deck that we had seen in the past had really fallen out of favor. This might be the first time we've had the Zubat, Golbat, Crobat line going on the stream this year. At Worlds, saw a bunch of it at Nationals, but suddenly the bats had kind of fallen out, and but they have come back here.
Yep, and there we see Hawlucha going up against a Joltik. You see a muscle band going onto that, and here is a Professor Juniper to start things off. On paper, this looks like a very bad matchup for Martin because, I mean, this is kind of the deck that really cast Night March aside. These Crobat decks are just too aggressive and could do too much damage to those Joltik without even attacking. Landorus EX spreads so much damage early on, and even Focus Sash gives Night March a really hard time, so this is going to be tough for Martin.
Right. Because those bats can drop 20-30 damage counters on the benched Pokemon before they even get a chance. Those Night March Pokemon that you're expecting to be safe on the bench just don't have that safety chance. Diego went first, got a bunch of stuff out ready to go. He's got his Hawlucha powered up. He's got his Zubat ready to go. He's got that free flight for free retreat because it has no energy attached to it. And so his whole board is basically set up really well at this point.
Yeah. On Martin's side, he is getting a Battle Compressor. That is the card you do want to start with the Night March deck. You always are happy to see that in your opening hand. Get to search for 3 Pokemon to discard right away. Looks like he's going to opt to discard 2 Lampent and then a Professor Juniper. Presumably he has a Versus Seeker, so you can go ahead and take that out of the discard and get a supporter for the turn.
Yep, so he gets that. Looks like he might even have a Lampent in his hand, so that's not going to be. And he's going to Ultra Ball it away right away. So gets another Night March Pokemon in his discard pile. Also gets rid of a Escape Rope right away there. Card he probably isn't going to need right away, and he is really short Pokemon, so he's going to get probably the Pumpkaboo since it's fighting resistant and also is the highest HP of the Night March Pokemon.
Pumpkaboo is your biggest weapon in this kind of a matchup. The fighting resistance helps you a little bit against Landorus EX. You can sometimes survive attacks. There we do see this Shaman EX set up for the full 6 cards, so really explosive first turn from Martin so far. But again, Diego has the options to deal with this Night March deck. There are some decks that can just get overrun by quick Night March attacks. This really isn't one of them. You have the options to take multiple prizes in a single turn through the use of Golbat and Crobat's abilities. Landorus EX can do damage to the bench, and there are just so many low HP Pokemon in this Night March deck that, I mean, it's very easy to pick up multiple prizes and even withstand first turn knockouts.
Yep, we saw Martin play an Acrobike there, and almost a perfect one. Was able to discard a Night March Pokemon into the discard pile and get the Mew EX out that helps him copy the Night March attack.
Yep, and he still hasn't found any energy, though. He needs to find double colorless energy if he wants to use Night March. So here's a big Professor Juniper. He has drawn a ton of cards this turn, but will it end with him attacking? We still haven't seen an energy yet.
Well, that is a lot of... So we're going to look at the prizes, see how many energy we find there. Only a single lightning energy. So, yeah, Martin is just having terrible luck at finding those energy cards.
Yeah, and it's important to note he actually does have 2 Night March Pokemon in his prize card. So that's 2 less Night March Pokemon he can put in his discard pile, which means 40 less damage he can do with that attack. So Town Map is a card we've seen featured in these Night March decks because it's so important to have access to all of them. You need to flip over your prize cards and try to pull those out right away.
Yep, we see a Trainer's Mail. Even though he can't take the energy card, he didn't even see one in that top few cards. Boy, he might even be needing to desperation play that last Shaman there after his other compressor to try to get another energy, or any energy in his hand.
Yeah, I think in this kind of a matchup, you really need to be, I don't know if it's possible to be more aggressive than usual, but you really can't afford to miss attacks every turn. You need to be able to keep getting knockouts, put pressure on your opponent, because if Diego is able to set up his Crobat line and just start getting free damage everywhere, I don't think the Night March deck can deal with that.
Right, and we see Martin running another Battle Compressor and just getting rid of the rest of the Battle Compressors from his deck.
Yeah, that's a smart play. I mean, after you've run out of Pokemon you want to discard, just get rid of Battle Compressor because, well, you don't want to draw those anymore. You've discarded enough cards already.
Right, so he's going to play another Trainer's Mail.
We'll see if he finds something this time. I don't see anything worth taking.
Yeah, I doubt he'll take any of those cards, shuffle them all back in. He doesn't want to run a Revive at this point, and he doesn't really want the Lysander either.
Yeah, he is digging through so many cards. It's pretty crazy. He hasn't found any energy yet. I think he has one last Shaman EX to use. So here we go. He's going to be drawing 4 cards, and finally he finds that double colorless energy.
But he's so deep in his deck at this point.
Oh, wait, he finds the lightning energy, too. 2 days in a row, we can use that Gnaw. Zubat, of course, weak to lightning, so he can go ahead and Gnaw for the knockout. I never thought we would see that once, but now we have seen that twice at the World Championships.
I am putting Gnaw down on my ballot for MVP for this World, so hopefully that vote will go through.
Yeah, and Martin actually takes Trainer's Mail out of his prize cards. It's really interesting that he would leave those Night March Pokemon in there. Maybe his hand isn't strong enough for him to, take those Night March Pokemon right now.
Well, not only that, but right now he doesn't have any big HP Pokemon on Diego's board to worry about, so maybe it's not an immediate threat to him. But this is going to be a big N for Diego. Martin had quite a few cards there. Now he's going to be taken down to 5.
Yeah. And Diego, I mean, for as good as this matchup is for him, he really hasn't found any of his Landorus EX quite yet, and that's going to be the big card he needs. Hawlucha, as great as it is, doesn't do anything against non-EX Pokemon. Zubat doesn't really attack, so he's going to need to find a Landorus EX very soon.
Yeah, he could find a Lysander to try to bring up the EX Pokemon, but he doesn't do enough to knock out at this point either.
Yeah, and he's already played his supporter for the turn. See Diego kind of shaking his head a little bit. Looks like, wow, his hand must not be very good at all.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a Colress, Fighting Energy, and a Muscle Band, and a couple other supporters.
Yeah, this is not looking good for him. He can get Golbat out and use that Sneaky Bite, put 2 damage counters on. If he has a Fighting Energy, he could swoop across. Or actually, he doesn't even need to attach because Dimension Valley's in play. He could retreat and swoop across, knocking out Joltik. That might be an option.
And he might have to just to, try to hope that Martin doesn't have energy. We see he does, but he's got to make sure that he's, like we talked about last night, but he's getting rid of the Dimension Valley.
Yeah, he attached the energy, puts down the silent lab so he can shut down Mew EX from using that versatile ability. And there we see the swoop across, 10 damage to everything, and he'll take a prize card. Already some unusual attacks being thrown out.
Yeah, not the way that we usually see these Pokemon being used. We've seen Gnaw go out, we've seen Swoop Across go out. Usually we're only looking at the surprise bites and the Night Marches there.
Yeah, usually we're seeing Landorus EX using Hammerhead and, well, the Night March deck using Night March, but so far weird things have been happening. But hey, that's just part of the Pokemon TCG. Your deck doesn't always run as smoothly as you'd like, and sometimes you have to figure out backup plans, and that's what makes these players the best.
Right, being able to use those things that aren't what you're always just like, well, here's the main game plan for this deck. Yeah, the players that can adapt to that on the fly are really the ones that will make it this far.
So we see another Acro Bike from Martin. We see Golbat against Pumpkaboo right now. I mean, at this point, Martin seems to be in a pretty decent position. He does need to find Dimension Valley this turn, though, if he wants to use Night March with Pumpkaboo. I'm sure he doesn't want to put another Joltik into play that could just be a liability later on. But yeah, I mean, he doesn't really have anything to attack with if he can't find Dimension Valley.
Right, because he can't use the... often you get to get Mew out there for cheap as well, but yeah, without the Dimension Valley, it's just the attacks are costing too much. He does put a double colorless on his benched Pumpkaboo, but that might imply that he's just going to give up the one he's got active if he can't find that stadium.
He uses Versus Seeker for Professor Juniper, but he has to discard one of his precious double colorless energy. That is your biggest resource with the Night March deck. Unfortunate that he has to do that, but he needs to find Dimension Valley if he wants to attack here.
And he also, he had to discard that. He also had to discard one of his lightning energy. We see he's got one prized, so he does have one more lightning energy, but that's almost useless at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you can use that with Dimension Valley to attack with Mew EX, but that would force you to put your Joltik down, which again can be a liability. But yeah, I don't know. This is kind of a strange matchup so far. Probably not usually how these two decks go up against each other, but hey, it's Pokemon TCG, and it's not always going to be by the book. Some things are going to be out of order sometimes.
Right. We do see after that Juniper, he did find a Dimension Valley, so he is going to be able to knock out that Golbat. Looks like it's all up to Hawlucha right now if Diego can't find the Landorus he's been digging for.
Yeah, and then even if he does find Landorus EX, I mean, Pumpkaboo does resist fighting. So, I mean, with a strong energy and a muscle band, you're actually still 10 short. So maybe... Yeah, I don't really know what Diego goes for here. He might just have to go for a small Hammerhead and hope that his Landorus survives so he can set up for like a 2-prize knockout on both Pumpkaboo.
Right. We don't see how many Night March Pokemon Martin has, but I don't think he's got enough to take out a Landorus at this point.
Probably not. I mean, there's 2 in his prize card, so yeah, it's going to make it difficult. Here we see another N from Diego, still trying to find that Landorus EX or something just to get some offense going. I mean, the biggest attack he's used so far is Swoop Across, and that's not really a good sign.
Right. Decent hand here. He has got a Shaman in his hand, so he'll probably try to play out as much as he can.
Yep, so he's going to go ahead and draw 3 cards, it looks like. It seems like he drew that Landorus EX, but did he get energy this time?
Yeah, his hand is short on energy. He's got a switch in there, but yeah, he probably wants to get the Landorus out at the very least.
He does have a super scoop up in hand, it looks like. He could try to do that to scoop up the Hawlucha and pick up the strong energy. All right, gets heads on that. He's got to decide which Pokemon to pick up. Could pick up Shaman EX and reuse that setup ability, or could just go for the sure thing, pick up Hawlucha, so he gets the strong energy and is able to attack with Landorus. Looks like Hawlucha will be the choice.
Right, he gets to put that Zubat up front, but again, with the free flight, it can retreat for free.
Yep. So there is Landorus EX coming down right now with the strong energy, with the muscle band. Normally that would do 70 damage, but the fighting resistance makes Pumpkaboo survive, so this is not the greatest situation in the world for Diego. However, it will set up a future play with a Golbat Sneaky Bite getting a knockout, so I mean, he's got to start doing some damage somewhere.
Right, so he brings up that Landorus, Has got the, like we said, all the buffs that he can on there, but it's still going to be 10 short on the Pumpkaboo. But he is going to be able to set up for that 2-turn punch. And we'll see if Martin can get enough in the discard pile to counterpunch.
Yeah, this is where you can see the low HP of Martin's Pokemon really being a disadvantage in this matchup. Sure, those Pokemon survive this Hammerhead, but if he gets another one off, that's 2 prizes gone. And at this point, I mean, if you bench a Joltik, that's an easy Hammerhead knockout. So, especially with Golbat and Crobat coming out eventually, the damage is going to start to add up.
Right, he's getting a Lysander there, probably going to pull up that Shaman since it's the only card that can't get back out of the active super easy.
Yeah, so he's going to pull up Shaman just for the easy 2-prize knockout. Martin's game plan at this point will be knock out 2 EXs, right? He's going to knock out the Shaman here, go down to 2 prizes, and then hopefully knock out the Landorus EX on the following turn.
Right, the Shaman not as resilient as the Landorus, so a bit easier to get the knockout on that one.
Right, only 110 HP, still gives up those 2 prize cards though. Martin will prepare by attaching an energy to his Mew EX. He just wants to give himself the highest odds possible of pulling off a big attack next turn. Gonna use a Shaman EX to set up here for some additional cards. I'm not really sure what he's digging for, but it looks like he's got something in mind.
Yep, he's going through his options there, but yeah, just going to knock out the old Shaman. And
finally takes those 2 Night March Pokemon out of the discard pile.
Because now he's really going to need them to get rid of the Landers. Diego puts that free retreating Hawlucha up front.
Yeah, and you know, with those 2 prize cards taken, it's really the writing on the wall for Diego. He needs to get an N this turn and shuffle those cards back in. He knows Martin has that Joltik in hand, so if he doesn't disrupt Martin's hand at all, Mew EX can just come out and Night March for the game when he puts down that Joltik.
Right, so he's going through his hand here, and I'm not seeing a ton. He does have an Ultra Ball. I don't think he runs, no, he does not run a Jirachi EX to dig out an N with that ability.
He does play 2 Shaman EX, so he could search for another one of those. Sure, it's a liability to put that down, but I mean, this is a pretty decent situation. If you can knock out all the Night March Pokemon and end your opponent down to 2 cards, I mean, Mew EX can't Night March if there's no Night March Pokemon in play. So it's a good move to be able to do that.
Right, and I don't see anything really super useful that you could copy from the other side. A lot of times you got to be careful there that if you do take out everything on the Night March side, that Mew out of nowhere will copy one of your attacks.
Yeah, but actually, both Shaman EX are in the discard pile at this point, so Diego has to Ultra Ball for that Golbat. And, I mean, he can use both bites here. He knocked out the first Pumpkaboo. He can knock out the second one and put Martin in perhaps an awkward position. He'll have to promote a new Pokemon to kind of take a hit. So there we do see the second sneaky bite getting the knockout. Still hasn't attacked yet, and Diego's going to hope for something good off of this prize card. I think he's probably looking for an N. I think Martin's trying to do some math, trying to figure out which Pokemon to promote here. If he promotes Mew EX, there is a chance that Hawlucha with enough support can knock it out, and that would be a horrible situation for him. So he's going to promote Shaman EX. Looks like Diego got a super scoop up, but that's not really what he's looking for.
Right. He does have another strong energy in his hand, it looks like. But he could maybe try to power up that Landorus for a big attack. But yeah, this is just a tough situation kind of on both sides all of a sudden. If Diego can't end, but he's just going to pass the turn.
Yeah, I mean, you can't attack with Landorus here. If you put that out there, it's just so easy for Martin to win the game.
Right.
Force him to have a Lysander and bring out your Landorus. He's going to need an Energy, a Night March Pokemon, and the Lysander to win the game here. So make it tougher for him.
No, he's also got to get rid of that, get Shaman out of the active spot as well.
Yeah.
It's currently stuck. Doesn't look like he has many switching cards in his deck, if any. He does have the one Float Stone, and I think we already saw that used on a Pumpkaboo.
Yeah, and he is kind of running low on energy as well, so there is some chance that Shaman won't be able to retreat. We see that one lightning in the prizes there too.
Right, and we saw him have to accidentally, well, not accidentally, but he had to throw away one of his double colorless super early.
Yeah, so he may only have one energy left in his deck total.
Yeah.
So we see Computer Search discarding that Lampent. Looks like he'll also discard Ultra Ball with that. And yeah, the last energy is that double colorless energy in his deck. So it's basically all or nothing. You have to win the game, otherwise you're going to be in an awkward spot.
Right. He does have he could possibly Sky Return here, but I don't know if that does what he needs.
Nope, he's going to retreat. Yep. And if he has that Lysander, he can go ahead and do that for the game. He's got the Versus Seeker. So there is Lysander, brings out Landorus EX, and there are enough Night March Pokemon in there. We're just going to do the math to make sure, counts them all with the Muscle Band. That should be enough. And yep, there we go. Night March for the game, and Martin, #1 rated player in Europe, is going to take this game with Night March.
So that was a really interesting matchup, and like kind of, I don't know if we want to say lucky, but like kind of a squeaker there for Martin to win that. Do you think that Diego has he probably has a really good chance to at least tie, but do you think that he can take this match?
I think so. These are two pretty fast-paced decks, both extremely aggressive. They're I feel like if any decks can play 3 games against each other, it's probably these in 50 minutes. So yeah, that was just a really rough start for Diego. Wasn't able to find his Landorus EX quickly enough. Struggled in the early goings. Hawlucha doesn't do much against Joltik. So yeah, just an unfortunate situation. Martin capitalizes though, and we'll move on to game number 2.
Yeah, so Martin does see that he can win, though, and that is probably very important for him. Might give him a bit more confidence because this is not the matchup that he wanted to see coming into this round.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Night March. You might have some bad matchups here or there, but aggression can win you a lot of games. Just, being aggressive, taking knockouts quickly. If your opponent just draws a poor hand, you can win any matchup. That's just the way it is. Aggressive decks have always kind of had that advantage.
Right, and it makes keeps giving your opponent that awkward situation with cards like Shaman. Normally you just put him on the bench and you don't worry about him, but Night March is so fast and so aggressive that you have to feel like, oh boy, do I really want to put this Shaman out? Do I really need those cards? Because it's going to be a liability hanging out on the bench to be pulled up later.
Yeah, so, both these players are very experienced, obviously excellent players. They probably have played this matchup out quite a few times. But yeah, Diego, I'm sure he's looking to get some revenge in game number 2, get his Landorus EX up and running a little faster. He also had to sacrifice Zubat early on in that first game, and really those Golbat and Crobat drops are some of your most important offense in this matchup.
Right.
Being able to take extra prize cards without having to use attacks.
And we didn't even see, we saw some biting going on with those bat abilities. I don't think we saw a single Crobat, though.
Nope.
He never really got the bat engine going. He never got his Landorus going. And it was still kind of a close match. So, yeah, as we saw, Martin certainly can win, but Diego probably has a pretty decent shot still in this match.
Oh, absolutely. So we're going to go ahead and throw it over to game number 2 in round 2 of the Pokemon TCG World Championships.
Yep, so they're getting set up right now. Looks like both players have at least one basic Pokemon, so we won't need any mulligans on either side. Get their prize cards put out. Martin was kind of struggling with which Pokemon he wanted to put out active there first. Looks like he's going with the Joltik, though.
Okay, so another interesting decision is if you decide to go first or second against the Night March deck. Looks like Diego has decided to go first. Opens with that Landorus EX versus Joltik and Pumpkaboo. This start looks much better for him.
Right. He got actually both of his Landorus EX and a strong energy to start right away. It's not impossible, but it's incredibly unlikely for Martin to get enough Night March Pokemon that quick to take out a Landorus EX.
Yeah, especially with Landorus EX's resistance to lightning type. Joltik, even if you're doing 180, that's not enough. You need to do 20 more than that.
Right, got to find the Muscle Band as well.
So you need to get 9 Night March Pokemon or 10, 9 plus a Muscle Band or 10. And that's, I've seen it happen. It's happened to me many times, but it is very, very difficult.
Right, so Martin's going to be trying to get his battle compressors online as soon as possible to get stuff in the discard pile. Plays a trainer's mail, but does not find anything he really wants right away.
Yeah, there hasn't been much good mail for him lately. He's come up short a few times on that muscle band. Not a bad option. He'll need that if he wants to get the really big knockout turn one, but probably looking for something like a battle compressor.
Right. He's probably looking for a kind of a longer game play. Although, yeah, he was hovering on putting that on his Joltik, but probably is going to make more sense on the Pumpkaboo long run, just because that Joltik is probably getting knocked out here next turn.
Yeah, I mean, given his hand here, it does not look like he has the explosive start he needs. Plays that Shaman EX to draw, looks like 3 cards, and once again, it's just not a great 3 cards, no battle compressor yet. Does have Professor Juniper, but he's going to dig even further with another Shaman EX, still no battle compressor. Does drop the float stone onto Joltik, so he can retreat in Night March with Pumpkaboo if he wants to.
Right. By doing that, he'll get a little early damage, and he'll be able to survive the Hammerhead, although the bench damage from Hammerhead will be bad news for that Joltik.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, Landers does have 1 strong energy already. If Diego can find a second one and a muscle band, he can actually knock out Pumpkaboo in 1 hit, which would be devastating for Martin.
Right. That fighting resistance certainly slows down Landers, but does not make it impossible to get that knockout.
So here we see another trainer's mail and another miss. Wow, it's not going well for him.
Yeah, he might want to make sure that he got his change of address form in there, because it doesn't look like the stuff he's looking for is showing up on time. But yeah, probably
Still getting the junk mail, though.
No kidding. It looks like he's got an Ultra Ball that he's thinking about playing. But yeah, he's probably just going to get that Joltik on the bench here pretty soon and go for some early damage.
Yeah, I mean, he's already put 2 Shaman EX down. He plays 3, so he could dig even further and try to find the third one. But, man, that fills your bench with a lot of low HP EXs, and that's usually not a good idea against a deck running Crobat.
Right, so he is going to play that Ultra Ball. He's going to throw away one of his other Joltiks, of course. He was looking at his Dimension Valley, and that might be his best choice right here, although it does put him behind a bit on the Stadium War if that starts to go.
Yeah, so here we see Ultra Ball, and yeah, it looks like he is going to go even deeper into his deck, the 3rd Shaman EX. I mean, Shaman EX is super powerful with that setup ability, but does have the downside of just having 110 HP, so we'll see if benching 3 of them comes back to hurt him.
And it is kind of it does feel a little bit like a desperation play here. Just because he's not going to be able to run another Shaman in his bench. I mean, his bench has 1 spot left now.
Yeah, there we see the Acro Bike. Finds 2 Night March Pokemon, so he is able to discard 1 and take the other. Another Acro Bike and 2 more Night March Pokemon. Who needs Battle Compressor? You'll just keep drawing into those Night March Pokemon with Acro Bike.
Yeah, a lot of these cards that people play, like with the Acro Bike, has that downside of having to discard the cards instead of shuffling them back in. And again, Night March just takes advantage of all those downsides of all those cards that put stuff in your discard pile.
Right, and at this point, it's pretty much there's no way for Martin to get that first turn knockout. He will do a decent chunk of damage with Night March, but yeah, not quite enough. 100 damage, that's still pretty strong for the first turn.
Right, and it does leave that Landers vulnerable to a knockout on the next turn.
Yeah. So Diego's going to drop down another Hawlucha. Desperately needs to find a couple Zubat this turn to start getting those down, set up those Golbat and Crobat. As good as Landers is against Night March, it can kind of get overrun once they start getting those 1-hit knockouts. It's those sneaky and surprise bites that really give you the advantage.
Right, so he plays a Colress there with all those Shaman on Martin's side. It's going to give him a few extra cards. He gets to go for 7. And he's got to get his Bat Engine online. Unfortunately, Forest of Giant Bats doesn't exist in any set, so just the amount of time that it takes to get those Pokemon evolved up, there's no way to shortcut that, and so it's just raw time that you need to get that going. And it looks like he missed on all of his Zubats there.
Yeah, he has an Ultra Ball. He can search for a Zubat, but you know, this Pumpkaboo will survive the turn, which is unfortunate for Diego. He does have the 2nd strong energy. I'll be interested to see if he decides to commit that to the active and hit Pumpkaboo for 50, setting it up for a a Golbat knockout on the following turn, or if he just puts a strong energy on the bench and plays it a little more conservatively.
Right, because if he does that, then suddenly he has no energy for his benched landers, which he's really going to need. We see that active landers with only 80 HP left, which means that it's within Night March range right now.
Yeah, so Diego taking a look through his deck, trying to see what's in his prize cards, which Pokemon should he take with this Ultra Ball. Could grab Shaman EX, draw a few extra cards, or he could just go right for a Zubat. So let's take a look through again, and you know, I don't think I see many Zubat in there. He plays 4 in his deck, but maybe only a couple in there. Could have a couple in his prize cards.
Yeah, that seems to be what's going on. That might be what he was coming to the realization on and just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, so it does find that Zubat, needs to get that down to evolve into Golbat and Crobat eventually. Again, getting that additional damage through those abilities to get some knockouts for free, basically. And he does commit the second strong energy to Landers EX, trying to set up for that big play next turn.
Yeah, he does have a Chorus in his hand, so looking for getting a bunch of cards on the next turn. So I guess he's hoping that he'll be able to find the energy he needs. Does get a prize card. It was not a Zubat, though.
Yeah, and if you're a Martin there, I think you're feeling pretty happy about this situation. Your Pumpkaboo survives the turn. You'll get a knockout on this Landers EX. So even missing a Battle Compressor in the first turn, you're still in a pretty decent spot.
And he's got another double colorless in his hand, so he's able to set up that benched Pumpkaboo. He's really getting everything going the way he needs right now.
Oh, yeah. So we got another energy going on to the bench Pumpkaboo. We got Night March all set up for the next couple turns. He'll certainly get a knockout this turn. He did 100 damage last turn. He'll do an additional 20 since Joltik is in the discard pile now. Gets that Versus Seeker for a Professor Juniper. He can dig for some more cards if he wants to.
And even gets another Joltik out there. Does make him give up a Lysander there if he plays that card, but he does have of course, 4 Versus Seekers to pull those supporters back out of the discard pile.
Right, so there we go. Professor Juniper discarding his hand, drawing a fresh hand of 7, just allowing him to see more and more cards. And this is going to be pretty relevant if he can find a Battle Compressor, get more Night March Pokemon in the discard, or even just thin out cards in his deck, because now that he's starting to take those big chunks of prize cards, he has to worry about N disrupting his hand.
Yeah, I don't think he got a compressor there, and I don't think we've seen one yet. He does fill up his bunch with his... Oh, no, decides not to do that. He's been pretty lucky with his Acrobike so far for getting Pokemon in his discard pile. He does have a computer search as well, and maybe that's why he wanted to not quite fill his bench up yet.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to go ahead and take that knockout with Night March. Going to take his 2 prize cards, and now this will be a pretty big turn for Diego if he can find Golbat and keep the pressure on. And that Focus Sash is going to be huge on his Landers EX.
Right, because pretty soon Martin is going to be at the point where he will have enough Night March Pokemon to one-hit knock out that Landers. And suddenly the Focus Sash means that it doesn't matter. You could have 100 Night March Pokemon in your discard pile. You would be disqualified for too large of a deck and playing too many copies of cards, but it still would not be enough to knock out that Landers.
That's right. All right, so Diego does get that Focus Sash. Yesterday we were talking to Andrew Mahone, who's also playing the Night March deck, and he said one thing he really hated playing against was these fighting decks with Focus Sash, because Night March thrives on these one-hit knockouts, and Focus Sash denies that opportunity. You will never knock out this Pokemon in one hit. Focus Sash prevents it, and when you have such low HP Pokemon, it really gives your opponent an advantage surviving an attack and being able to strike back and get extra prize cards.
Right, and also Diego plays a few of those super scoop ups. Normally you're going to use those on your bats, maybe a Shaman, but here he may even use that on a Landers. Take a giant hit, go down to 10 HP, super scoop up, bring it back out, put another Focus Sash on it.
Yeah, that certainly is something that could come up, and let's see if Diego can pull off any crazy moves this turn. He does find a strong energy, that's pretty strong. He can Hammerhead for some extra damage. Did he find the Golbat, though? That's the big question.
I don't see one in his hand there, but it could be missing it. He's looking through. I see another Hawlucha. He does have a Lysander as well, but looks like he's just going for the straight-up attack here.
Yeah, so another missed opportunity for Diego. He has not been able to really get his Crobat up and running in this matchup yet. I do notice he hasn't been playing, he doesn't play any repeat ball in this deck to help get any extra Zubat out. We usually see that in these kinds of decks, just relying exclusively on Ultra Ball to search for his Pokemon, and he just has not been able to find them.
Yeah, it's always the trade-offs in these decks. The repeat balls really help with your bat engine, but he's not playing those, and it looks for a bit more consistency in bouncing them once he does have them.
Yeah. So now Martin again, even though this matchup looks pretty bad on paper, he's put himself in a decent position, playing it as well as he can. Using only Pumpkaboo in this matchup, you want to use that fighting resistant Pokemon. Finally gets a battle compressor up and running so he can hit for enormous amounts of damage. Without that Focus Sash, Landorus would probably get knocked out this turn.
Looks like he may only be compressing 2 cards at this point. His Acrobike has helped him out quite a bit. Yeah, so he's going to compressor away that last Lampet and then his other 2 battle compressors.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, you got to wonder if Martin can, kind of close out this game. He's used quite a few energy already. This Pumpkaboo won't get a knockout, so Landorus will follow up with the Hammerhead next turn to get a knockout, and it's just going to kind of be a race here. Who can get to their 6 prizes first? I think Diego really needs to find a couple more Zubat, get Golbat out, and get that going. He only plays 2 Landorus EX, so this is really his last offense.
Right. He goes and gets that Mew so that he can have another Night March attacker, because he really doesn't want to put that last Pumpkaboo up front and then suddenly not have any more Night Marchers left.
Yeah, that does present a pretty dangerous situation, though. Hawlucha can do pretty big amounts of damage to Mew EX. With strong energy, a muscle band, a fighting stadium, you can actually flying press and knock out Mew EX in a single hit. And then if you have those Golbat and Crobat, you can take a knockout on the benched Pumpkaboo, and all of a sudden those prize cards are piling up for Diego.
Right, and not only that, but the Hammerhead also lets him snipe that bench there. So between the bats and the Hammerhead, oh boy, what was that?
Martin did enough to knock out Landorus EX, but the Focus Sash activated.
Yep.
After you use that, the Focus Sash goes to the discard pile, so we go ahead and take that big hit, and Landorus will survive with that 10 HP.
Yep, that big attack that big item card we talked about, Focus Sash, really slowing down the Night March deck. But of course, if Martin can keep this out, he'll be in good shape. Diego currently doesn't have any way to reset the damage on that Landorus, and it's really his only attacker right now.
Yeah, and at this point, it might not even matter if you reset the damage, right? I mean, if Night March is doing enough to knock you out in one hit, then even scooping that up might not even be the best play. You're going to get knocked out anyway, so what's the point?
Right.
So you might save that for a Golbat or Crobat.
Exactly. I see now that Diego is playing only the 1 Focus Sash, so he does not have the opportunity to re-put out a Focus Sash Landorus after this.
Yeah, this has to be the big turn where Diego gets a couple more of those bats out. He needs to get probably Golbat this turn so he can set up for a Crobat on the following turn. Ideally, he would get a second Zubat down as well. He's really close to winning this game in a couple turns. He just needs that extra push.
Right, but also his hand isn't exactly what he's looking for either. It looks like he does have a Lysander, but he's got a Versus Seeker, he's got a Hawlucha. He does have an N and a Juniper, I think, as well in there. So he does have a few different options to get in there, but none of them are really synergistic.
Yeah, he could grab a Colress out of the discard pile with Versus Seeker. That would give him a nice 8 cards. That wouldn't be too bad. I think he's trying to figure out if he can play a Lysander here. If you could Lysander out the other Pumpkaboo and get a double knockout this turn, that would be pretty huge.
Right, and we do see the muscle band, so boy, that just might be enough with that other strong energy.
Looks like he's going to go for the Colress instead, though. He did have the cards to pull it off. He had another strong energy. He had a Lysander. Could have taken the double knockout on Pumpkaboo. Looks like he's really trying to dig for Zubat and Golbat, though.
Right, but if he does that double knockout, then suddenly Martin has no Night March Pokemon on the board, and who knows what he's got in his hand, I guess.
Yeah. I guess it's a trade-off. Diego just does the math and says, you know what, I think this is going to give me the best odds of winning the game, so let's go this route.
Right, so he's his hand, he does have that scoop-up Cyclone in there. That's the rarely seen A-Spec that gets played in these bat decks sometimes.
Yeah. Now I do see an Ultra Ball in Diego's hand, so he can go ahead and play that, grab either a Golbat or a Zubat. I don't know if he has enough to get both, so that might be a problem, but we do see that Scoop Up Cyclone. He has not attached for the turn yet, so he can go ahead and use this to pick up Landers, put it back down, slap another Strong Energy on it, and slap the Muscle Band back down and use Hammerhead with a fresh Landers EX.
Right, although as we mentioned before, now there's enough damage or enough Night March Pokemon in the discard pile that really doesn't save Landers from anything.
Yeah. See an Ultra Ball discarding Shaman and Lucario EX. Lucario, a pretty risky Pokemon against the Psychic type Pokemon that the Night March deck has. So he's going to go ahead and throw that away. Yeah, I'm interested to see what is he going to take. Will he find another Zubat or will he find a Golbat? It's actually a really tough call.
Yeah, it looks like he is going with the Golbat there, though.
Yeah, Golbat. He'll probably put 20 damage on, yeah, looks like he's going for the Mew EX. This does set up a pretty nice next couple turns. He can Hammerhead, get the knockout on this Pumpkaboo, put 30 on the benched Pumpkaboo. And then on the following turn, if he evolves to Crobat, drop 3 damage counters on Pumpkaboo, he'll knock it out. Then he just needs to knock out Mew EX to win. So Diego setting himself up to win the game in the next 2 turns.
Right. Oh, and he does get that Fighting Stadium, maybe hoping that if Martin can't find another Dimension Valley that he actually can't attack with either of his...
Even better, it's a Silent Lab, so we can shut off Mew EX. That versatile ability won't work. Then the only attack Mew EX has is Replace, which you really don't want to do.
I don't think that I've ever misidentified Silent Lab for Fighting Stadium in the past, but yeah, they do look a little similar there.
Yeah. All right, so let's see what Martin decides to do. If he has Dimension Valley, he'll probably go with Mew EX. This is going to be tough for him. I think the game is kind of out of his hands at this point. It's really going to be up to what Diego draws.
Yeah, I do see a Dimension Valley in Martin's hand, but I don't know if he has the energy as well.
All right, so let's see.
Oh, yeah, there's the energy right on top. So if he wants to, he can Night March this turn.
Yeah, and I'm sure he will. He has to keep applying pressure. There is Computer Search. I think Martin's probably going to dig for N, try to disrupt Diego's hand because he can see this. He can see, well, if Diego has all the cards he needs, I'm going to lose next turn, so I need to N and try to disrupt him.
Right, and he does have everything else he needs there, so he'll play out the rest of his cards before the end, put the other Lightning Energy on, put the Stadium down. Now he gets to do a perfect N and not losing any cards that he needs there. So yeah, a pretty great setup there for Martin. And
you can see the contrast between these two players. Martin's deck is very, very low on cards. He has kind of thinned out all the cards he doesn't want. He's just got to have a high percentage of drawing cards that he does want to draw. Diego, on the other hand, has a ton of cards left in his deck. He has not been able to cycle through cards as quickly, so he may not draw the cards he needs.
Right. Currently, there's a high number of cards in Pokemon trading card game that let you draw high numbers of cards, and those chain into each other, and if one player gets an advantage there, it can really stretch out.
All right, so we'll see what Diego draws off of this. Okay, so he does have the Crobat. That's actually really big. He can drop that down to knock out Pumpkaboo. That'll give him an extra card off the prize card. And at that point, he would actually only need a Muscle Band. If he attaches the energy to Crobat and a Muscle Band, he can skill dive for the game.
Right,
actually, he doesn't even need to attach. Dimension Valley's out there.
Oh yeah, so he's in decent shape here. He does have a Scoop Up in his hand too. If he doesn't end up finding that Muscle Band, he can Scoop Up and try to start resetting for another run of bat.
Right. So yeah, it might just come down to what Diego gets off of this prize card. I assume he's going to go after Pumpkaboo, although, you know, he does have a Fighting Energy and a Fighting Stadium, so he could drop the damage onto Mew EX and then just drop the energy on Hawlucha and take the knockout. But it looks like he's going to go for the prize card. We'll see what he gets.
He
gets the Muscle Band. What a perfect prize card to get. He can even do this the Hawlucha fancy way. Gets the Fighting Energy, Muscle Band, and there's the Flying Press, 100 damage for the game. Wow, what a prize card off that knockout for Diego. That was perfect.
Right, he was kind of using the whammy there to find out which prize card he needed to draw without the town map. He was able to find exactly the right one. He does play, 3 muscle bands. I think he'd already gone through a couple, so he just knew that he had to hit the 1 in 3 shot there. So yeah, being able to snipe that bench Pokemon worked out really well for him.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just need a little luck of the draw, and Diego got exactly what he needed. So we've had 2 pretty back-and-forth games, some exciting matchups so far. Looks like these decks are a little more evenly matched than we first thought. But yeah, once Diego dropped down that Crobat, you saw just how powerful that was.
Right. Although, again, it's interesting. Like, Diego got he got up to 1 Crobat that game.
Yeah.
Normally, these decks that are playing the Zubat to Crobat line will get 3 to 5 activations of those off in a game.
I mean, he's got 4 Zubat, 4 Golbat, 3 Crobat, and he's been able to evolve 1 line each game.
Yeah, so it's just been really tight on Diego's side. It feels like if his deck ever hits all cylinders on that bat line, that it's really gonna shut down Martin pretty quick. But it hasn't happened yet, so it could keep going in that direction.
Yeah, and part of that just might be the pressure that Night March provides. You can always sit back and say, oh yeah, if I got all my big stage 2 set up, oh yeah, I would totally beat you. But sometimes when you're just attacking someone immediately and hitting them immediately, they don't have much time to get all these Pokemon set up, right? They're always on the back foot, having to get more and more stuff down just to avoid losing. So putting on pressure is the easiest way to shut down a complicated strategy.
So again, we'll have another interesting strategic point coming from Martin. He lost that second game, so now he gets to decide who goes first. And since Night March likes to attack early and often, he might choose to go second, like we saw last night, where both Night March players wanted to go second.
Yeah, especially because time is running down, right? We only have 50 minutes per round, and the game has to complete for it to count. If all the prize cards aren't taken, then it will end in a tie, so that might factor into your decision as well, thinking, I want to go second so I can get knockouts right away.
Right, so both players have a basic Pokemon in their opening hand, so we will get this going. Just under 6 minutes left, it looks like.
So, we saw it happen yesterday. We can easily see a quick game, but here we go. Game number 3, and Martin will be going first in this one.
Right. So looking to get himself more set up as opposed to get the very first attack off.
Yeah, so starting off with a Battle Compressor, exactly what he wants to see. Kind of search out those Lampet, I'm sure, and just get those in the discard right away. Those are your easiest targets for Battle Compressor.
Right. As we mentioned before, Lampet, we don't even play Litwick in the deck. It's only there because it has the Night March attack. So it's always a completely dead card in your hand, always a really good card in your discard pile, always the highest priority target for that Battle Compressor.
Right, so it looks like overall pretty strong start for Martin. Nope, as he fumbles his deck. If I had $1 for every time I did that. Of course, playing with real cards, so we are humans. We do make mistakes. Sometimes you shuffle and you completely miss and throw your cards everywhere.
Right, and again, with the time pressure here, you might be playing a little fast, trying to do that, and of course, that's when those manual dexterity mistakes happen the most.
Oh yeah. All right, so we do see Martin has 2 Joltik in his hand. He's thinking about benching them. They're pretty big targets for Landers. EX's Hammerhead. Decides to put 1 down. He does not want to lose by being benched out.
Right.
Hawlucha with strong energy, Muscle Band, Fighting Stadium can knock out Mew EX on the first turn. So yeah, Joltik is a big target, but it would be really bad if you didn't draw another Pokemon off this end.
Right, and it also makes sure that if that happens, that he also has something that can Night March.
Yeah. And it looks like he did draw into another Pokemon. He could put down Pumpkaboo right here. Going to go for Trainer's Mail first. See what he gets off of this.
That looks like he's going to take that Computer Search, of course.
That's probably one of your best targets off of Trainer's Mail.
And then at this point, he's got a couple different options he can go for. It looks like he's going to hit his town map. That way he doesn't have to guess where everything is. A couple interesting cards. He's got one of his Lampets there. He's got a Mew EX there. He's got a Versus Seeker. He has kind of a wide variety, so he's got kind of a normal distribution of prize cards this turn.
Yeah. And we do see the computer search discarding this Joltik, getting another Night March Pokemon in the discard pile, along with that Professor Juniper. I don't believe Martin has attached an energy at this turn, so he may be trying to dig for an energy card. Grabs that Shaman EX with the computer search. Yeah, just trying to draw some extra cards so he can get some energy on board.
Right, he could have just gone straight for the energy, but he's taking the odds that playing the Shaman and drawing that bunch of cards will give him a better chance at getting an energy and something else. And there it is right off the top.
Yep, so he does draw that double colorless energy. He can drop that down onto Pumpkaboo. At this point, though, got to look back to the clock. I mean, there's under 3 minutes. He's taking a pretty long turn here. It looks like it's going to be really difficult to take enough prizes to win in time.
Yeah, if, both players are really going to be hitting that time pressure here pretty quick.
Yeah. And, you know, a tie isn't the worst thing in the world, but, I mean, you get 3 points for a win in a match, 1 point for a tie. So, I mean, one tie is not going to hurt you, but in the long run, you need to be winning games.
Right. Both of these players know that, so they are going pretty quick here. Martin, though, needs to be doing a bunch of different transactions. Everything that he needs to do to get all those Night March Pokemon take time, and like shuffling your deck that many times is really just draws down on the amount of time it takes.
Yep. And he's deciding where to put this energy. There's a chance Mew EX could be knocked out. Might decide to put it on Pumpkaboo because that's probably pretty safe on the first turn. And yeah, drops the double colorless on Pumpkaboo. And this has been his first turn. It's been a pretty long one. Gonna extend even further with another setup from Shaman EX.
Right, like we saw last game, Martin almost probably more than halfway through his deck, and it's only his first turn. And Diego just doesn't do that much as much card drawing as that.
Yeah, we do see Ultra Ball right away from Diego, already getting Zubat down to already a little bit of a better start for him than we've seen in the previous games. Gets the second Zubat down. That's going to be scary for Martin if Diego can start evolving those right away. Do see, the strong energy and the muscle band. So there's Juniper. If he can find Fighting Stadium, he can get 2 prizes on his first turn.
That would be really big. It'd also get rid of one of the muscle bands on Martin's side, which is important for knocking out those EX Pokemon.
So we just need to see a Fighting Stadium out of Diego. He is running 2 of them if he can manage to find one. But no, looks like he's damage.
Right, so that Mew hanging on just barely doesn't get the knockout. Going back over to Martin. Martin's really got to figure out some speed here. One thing that might be on Diego's slight advantage is because he gets a lot of knockouts from not attacks, just by being able to play down those Crobats, Zubats, etc. He might be able to get enough prizes here, but again, it's going to be pretty close on time here really soon.
Oh yeah. So we do see the double colorless going on to the Mew EX. He can Night March using Joltik's Night March. He can go ahead and take the knockout on that Howlucha, just taking 1 prize card. Gonna see if there's anything else he can do on his turn. You know, thinking about it, this matchup, I mean, the more we see it now that the Golbat and Crobat are coming out, this might be a matchup where Martin's actually happy to take a tie. Usually, you know, you're probably assuming to lose this matchup. So if you're in this spot, you might actually be playing to tie instead of win.
Right. We see the Joltik come up front there. It's probably has a really good shot of getting knocked out from a Hammerhead anyway, so he might as well let that go up front. And we do see that time's been called. They were figuring out the 3 extra turns. And so unless Martin just has a big blockbuster turn here, I don't see either of these players finishing the game.
Yeah, I think we can kind of see it on Martin's face saying, yeah, there's no way we can take enough prizes to win this game. We're both at 6 prizes each. I don't see anybody taking 6 prizes in 2 turns, and I think Diego's starting to realize that as well. I mean, I'm trying to think if there's any possible way to pull this off. I mean, with enough Golbat and Crobat, maybe you can really start dropping a bunch of damage counters, going after those Shaman EX. But yeah, if you can't even Lysander out of Shaman this turn, it's going to be pretty tough.
Right, and Martin did take the safe play last turn and did a Sky Return instead of a Night March to dodge any knockout on that Mew EX. It is getting end away. But yeah, just nothing is set up for either player to get 6 prizes here in these next 2 turns.
Yeah, it is interesting. If we had maybe just like a few more turns, maybe we could start to see a lot of prizes being taken, but this is just way too early in the game.
Yeah, although Martin is again stalling out a little bit on his Crobat engine, not seeing the Golbats that he needs to get those next stage up. Had to just Ultra Ball for one right there.
Yeah, you would think running 4 of them, he would draw into a couple eventually, but no, he has to Ultra Ball for that Golbat. Diego's going to put 2 damage counters on the Pumpkaboo. Go for the Super Scoop Up as well. Gets heads, picks up the Golbat, puts it back down on the other Zubat, puts 2 more damage counters on Pumpkaboo. So he actually will take a 2-prize turn and take a pretty big lead in this game. But again, you have to take all of your prize cards before time is up.
Right. So he's going to be giving it a shot, but he's only got 1 more turn. I don't see him getting 4 prizes on his next turn.
Yeah, probably not. If he could have, I don't know, gotten another Zubat down and had 2 Golbat in play so he could get like a double Crobat drop next turn, that's a lot of damage. Then you can take a lot of prizes in a turn, but the way that played out, there's just not enough damage for him to do next turn. He can evolve to a Crobat, put 3 damage counters on, evolve to Golbat, put 2 more damage counters on, but right now, putting 5 damage out doesn't even knock anything out. So I don't see any way that he takes 4 prize cards.
Yeah, and Martin's not going to do anything like put a Joltik on his bench or to help Diego out there.
Yeah, but if you're Diego, I guess there's no harm in playing it out, right? I mean, maybe Martin accidentally puts down Joltik and gives you a chance to win. I've seen things like that happen before. So it doesn't hurt to play it out.
Right, you're going to get the tie anyway, so maybe your opponent makes a mistake and you can pull the win.
Yeah. So Martin's going to attach that muscle band to Pumpkaboo, and I think on Martin's side, it's just worth playing out to, make sure Diego can't take all of his prizes. Try to knock out that Landorus and make it even more difficult for him to do anything. So he's going to be trying to get a big Night March off to get a knockout. And, this is Martin's last turn. He's turn 2 of time. Diego will be turn 3, and then time will be up. So Martin only has 1 turn, and as far as I know, there is no attack that allows you to take 6 prizes at once.
Not that's currently in print that we can do, but we do have that N going off, trying to take Diego down, reduce his cards, just to, again, make more and more sure that he doesn't have some kind of explosive 4-prize turn there.
Yep, so we do see the N and an Acro Bike getting another Acro Bike.
Right.
And then this time getting either an Ultra Ball or a double colorless energy. At this point, it really doesn't matter which one of those 2 cards you would take.
Right.
He already has a double colorless in his hand. Trainer's Mail going to dig even deeper and doesn't take anything.
Yeah, his bikes weren't quite as perfect as they were in his last game there, where he was able to keep feeding his discard pile more Night March Pokemon. Puts a double colorless down on that Pumpkaboo. There's no Dimension Valley in play yet, so he still can't even do his Night March unless he finds one of those.
Yeah, so he's going to search for that Shaman EX, try to set up for some extra cards. And yeah, he can go ahead and do that. Draws 5 off of this. Trying to draw Dimension Valley. Looks like he did find it.
Yep, he does finally get that out there. See if he has enough to knock out Landorus.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, more than enough to knock out that Landorus EX with the muscle band attached. So he will take 2 prize cards, tie up the game. But this is the last turn of the game. Diego is the 3rd turn of extra time. And unless he can collect all 4 of his prize cards, looks like this one's going to end in a tie.
Right. And the only way he would be able to do that, since one of the Pokemon out there is the Pumpkaboo, is he would have to be able to knock out 2 Shaman EX at least.
Yeah. And that's going to be pretty difficult. He just does not have the setup at this point to be able to do that kind of a massive turn. But he is going to go out in style and skill dive. And the players shake hand knowing that this match has ended in a tie. 2 very, very close games. Great matches. But at the end of the day, I mean, they're pretty evenly matched and they tie.
Yeah, interestingly enough, and we saw this last night, I wonder if Diego should have conceded that first game earlier. He really got into a point where he wasn't going to be able to win, and I don't know. Maybe it wasn't completely obvious what was going on, but since it looked like he really had no chance to win that game, just wasn't going to be able to pull it out. It might have been better served for him if he would have conceded that first game, had some extra time in this last game. He had his bad engine going. He probably was going to take that game if he had enough time.
Yeah, probably. I mean, you can see it from a different point of view. I mean, when you face a Night March deck with this deck, you're probably like, oh, I have such a good matchup against this deck, and it's hard for you to conceive that you're actually going to lose a game to it. And then you play it out, and it's, oh, wait, I actually lost this game. So maybe not conceding, thinking, well, I should probably win this, right? And then you end up taking up a lot of time, and you end up not having enough time for the third game.
Right. Clock management's so important right now, so people got to make sure that they're watching it from both sides, both using the time that they need, and if they need extra time, to be conceding to kick through that as soon as possible. Since we had a tie, we won't have a winner interview.
Unfortunately. But we're going to take a quick little break here. When we come back, we'll be returning with the Video Game World Championships. So stay tuned for that. We're going to have some great VGC action for you.
Just the way the competition is, everyone here is so nice and so friendly.
It's so much fun, and I love trying to predict your opponent's move.
I would have to say the strategy, the battles, and meeting all the new people.
I like opening the packs.
When I was in like first grade, my friend got me a starter deck for my birthday, and then I loved it.
One of my brother's friends handed him a card pack one day, and then we started playing cards, and our dad looked up the video game, and then we started playing that.
I remember playing Pokemon Pinball, actually, right before I got Pokemon Silver.
Going into a league challenge and winning it with Rayquaza and Boar.
It's playing Kling Klang from the Plasma Storm set, just shutting off all EXs from attacking.
I go to a bunch of different places, like I've been to different countries because of Pokemon.
It makes life a bit more busy, but it's fun.
It's taught me how I should always value everything and have fun no matter what.
Everyone that I've met through Pokemon shares a similar interest as me, so immediately we've been able to connect, and I've been able to make amazing friends.
I love the community and how everyone's really nice with each other.
I love math, so it's a fun way to get your brain working and have fun with some of your friends.
My earliest memory of Pokemon was saving up to buy AA batteries to run the Game Boy.
Probably back when Red and Blue were first released, I was in 5th grade, and I got them and played them on the bus to and from school every day the entire year.
I don't really have anything else that's sort of a competitive outlet for me, and it really helps me to better myself.
I've met some of my best friends, my roommates in college. I travel the country with these people, and I don't know, they're just the best people I've met.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, those joining us in Boston, Massachusetts, and those around the world. My name is Jonathan Indovino, and I'm joined with Scott Glaza. We are here getting ready to kick off Video Game Championship. I can feel the air just settling right now. I feel seats getting found and people getting excited because this is the World Championships. Top-level play is going to be happening very soon. How do you feel, Scott?
I'm excited. You know, we've got a really amazing field this year. I mean, in addition to all of this year's national champions, we've got a ton of national and former world's top cut competitors in this field. Really a great group of players. Some of the best of all time in this field, and it's going to be really tough to come out on top of this one. It always is in the World Championships, but this year may be one of the hardest ever, if not the hardest ever.
Definitely. I was talking to a few players in between TCG and coming up here to cast, and it's insane just them going over their matches and hearing just how tough the playing field is. This is my first Worlds. This is also my first time casting with Scott, and I'm very excited. But just hearing the different kinds of plays and moves that people are running that they hadn't seen. These are the pocket moves that they've been keeping hidden during the whole circuit, and now they're bringing them out at World. So it's just another level of prediction that needs to happen. You need to predict something that wasn't even on your mind. So it can be incredibly difficult, which leads to some incredible matches.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of the fun of the best of three play here is that, even in the national championships for most of these players, you're kind of using more conventional teams because you need to play safe. You want to become the national champion, but what you really want to do is make sure you get to this point, to the World Championships. But at this point, you've got to win, right? At this point, this is where the big prizes are. This is where, the opportunity to get that title you've played for of World Champion all year is. And anything clever you've had that maybe you don't want to waste in one of the earlier tournaments, this is where you're going to bring it out. So I think we'll probably see a decent chunk of games where the players look a little bit lost that first game. Where it's like, what is going on here? We had a great example of that match yesterday, I guess, with the Geomancy thing.
Yes.
Which was one of the craziest matches I've ever seen. That player's 2-0 right now, by the way, so we might be seeing him again.
Definitely.
But, I think that's just some of the fun of it, is that the players who are really willing to just say, I know what everyone else is going to bring, and kind of that meta game of the most popular Pokemon, the things that beat those, and the counters to those Pokemon. Yeah. And we'll see lots of that today. But some players can be like, I'm just going to throw that out. I'm going to use some things that no one is ready for, that no one is preparing for. And that's what won last year, really, with the Pachirisu Mega Gyarados thing. So it can work.
Definitely. I mean, as players are sitting there trying to counter the counters to their counters, that player C just comes in with a Pachirisu and just throws a monkey wrench into the entire thing, which is really, really fun, especially as the viewers and the casters, because we get to see the creative minds inside the Pokemon community really coming to life on the stream and in these battles. But really quick, speaking of battles, before we actually jump into our competition kicking off round 3 of Day 2 Swiss, we have a little video to show you guys, just a little introductory to the video game style of battling. Check it out.
Hello, trainers. If you enjoy playing the Pokemon games and are looking for a new challenge, why not consider entering the Pokemon Video Game Championships? The Video Game Championships use a special battle format. Bring a team of 6 Pokemon, choose 4 of those for the match, and attack using 2 Pokemon at a time. That's called a double battle. Team preview is very important. This means the battle against your opponent starts before the match even begins. You know what your opponent's 6 Pokemon are, but you don't know which 4 they'll be choosing to use in the upcoming match. Choose 4 of your Pokemon carefully based on what you would think your opponent might do. Get inside their head. And now the match begins. It's a 2-on-2 double battle. Half of your chosen team is immediately out in the fray. What do? Do you ask each of your 2 Pokemon to attack, to protect themselves, switch out, or to lend a helping hand to their partner? Will your opponent focus their attack on one of your Pokemon, or throw out a combo attack that targets both of your Pokemon? Whoa, didn't see that coming. In a double battle, your Pokemon's moves can target either opposing Pokemon. Some moves target both Pokemon at once. There are even attacks so powerful that they hit everyone, including your own Pokemon. However, the attacking Pokemon's partner can use its typing or abilities to avoid that damage. You can also use certain moves to help your ally. Remember this, and don't be afraid to get creative. That escalated quickly. Each turn, the fastest Pokemon of the 4 will move first. It's important to keep track of how fast each Pokemon might be. Moves that inflict status conditions such as burn, paralysis, or sleep are powerful. Make sure your team has a way to deal with them, or you'll get overwhelmed. Pokemon abilities can be extremely useful in a double battle as well. Compared to the single battles you might be used to, battles in the video game championships are very fast-paced. A player could have all 4 of their Pokemon knocked out in just a few turns. Play strategically, but remember you only have 45 seconds to make a decision each turn and 15 minutes total for the entire battle. In the rare event of a match timing out, the player with the healthier team wins. Do you feel like fighting against Mewtwo? What about 6 Mewtwo? Well, you won't be doing either here. The Video Game Championships format excludes most legendary and mythical Pokemon. There are also rules ensuring no 2 Pokemon or held items in a team can be the same, so expect to see some variety. This short video is only covering the basics. Keep watching the World Championships and check out the players demonstrating the more advanced techniques, such as speed control, predicting your opponent's next move, defensive switching, ability combos. Planning a strategic Video Game Championships ready team can take a lot of work, but there are fantastic resources available to help. You can test out your teams right from home using the Pokemon Global Link. When you've got a battle-tested team at the ready, head to your nearest regional championships. Get more information about tournaments at Pokemon.com/playPokemon or about Pokemon strategy at Pokemon.com/strategy. Good luck!
Welcome back, Pokemon fans. Very, very well-constructed video to just get your feet wet, for sure. That voice on that video was beautiful. Wouldn't you say so, Scott?
Yeah,
familiar.
I feel like I've heard that somewhere before. Like I said in the video, don't forget to check out Pokemon.com/strategy for all your strategy content needs. After you learn to play the game, you kind of work through the circuit. Eventually get to the World Championships. You get to a tournament like this one, and pretty excited to see a match here. We're just to the edge of having a match ready for you guys.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible once it kicks off. I always get super jittery before a match because I just want to see, especially you referenced the opening match on Friday with the Smeargle, Geomancy, Heart Swap, all that stuff. It just gets me so excited. I'm so passionate about this game that if I was allowed to jump out of my seat, I would, but I got wires tying me down. I feel like Pinocchio, but I would be all over the place because it just goes absolutely fantastic. I really think that we're actually really close. We're really close to getting a match ready. Something really cool you mentioned, you fade through the circuit and you make your way to Worlds, a tournament like this where so much is happening. This is the World Championships, so there's matches that you guys get to see on stream, but there's so much more happening in-house at Boston. There's side events. Players are rewarded with welcome kits, which we can go to a slide really quick. We can check out a video really quick before we jump to this match. But there's just so much involved. If you're local at all, definitely try to come out. If you're just tuning in the stream, of course, we're going to be jumping into Video Game Championship, round 3 of Swiss very, very soon, where you're going to see the highest level of play. but the atmosphere is just so real. I can hear faint. These headphones are kind of, you don't hear much, but when the crowd goes hype, you can hear them kind of freaking out, and it's really, really awesome, the energy that's found in this place. Even though it's pretty early on the West Coast here, it's about noon, so it's awesome to see what Pokemon does to the spirits of the community.
Yeah, I mean, this is the most exciting tournament of the year, and we've really got a chance to experience that so far. People are here both to play in the tournament. There's actually a side event going on right now that has about, I think, 500-ish players in both the video game and the card game. So, it's that alone, you didn't even have to qualify for that one. You could just come here and play. So there's definitely a lot to do if you ever think about coming to one of these events. There's no fee to get in. You just kind of show up.
You just walk in.
Yeah, you can just, right. How great is that? You don't have to pay anything. You just hang out with a bunch of other Pokemon fans. There's side events you can play in. We have some of the Pokken machine set up.
Yes.
Hefty line for those, I'm sure.
Yeah,
the line worth checking out.
The line for Pokken tournament is definitely pretty lengthy, but you wait on there, you wait it out, and it ends up being a good time.
Yeah, it's a way to get the patience of a world champion, right? Just waiting in the line.
Yeah, that's part of it, especially when you're playing Pokemon.
And plus, I will say, it's a great game. I definitely trashed Dwee at it when we were playing earlier, so I would definitely I'd check it out.
You really did. I unfortunately walked in a little late when you guys were finishing that match, but all I know is that I walked in, Dwee put down the controller, looked a little defeated, and said, "Jonathan, just play." And fortunately, I didn't get to finish a game with Scott, although it looked like it was going to be, it would have been pretty good. We'll have to try to squeeze one in later. But I'll definitely ask Dwee about that when he comes up next, how he felt about that match. But it's definitely worth coming out. We also have the store here, which is phenomenal. Like I said, this is my first Worlds, but apparently they've outdone themselves, and the store is just gorgeous. When I walk in there, it's impulse. I bought 3 plushies and 3 packs, as I told you guys yesterday, and I'll probably walk in there once I get off here and just buy a couple more things because everything in there is just so gorgeous.
Yeah, it's really cool. I know one problem maybe that has been addressed really well if you've been to a bunch of past World Championships is there was a time when you had to camp out and make sure you could get in the merch line. I had a bunch of friends who always used to stay in the line overnight, and I'd see them at some outrageous time, actually the evening before usually.
They would really do that.
Yeah, it's well, I'm going to bed, so you guys can have fun. I'm going to be awake for my vacation.
Yeah, right?
But yeah, I mean, that's what you used to have to do, kind of. Whereas now, it's cool. I don't think I've seen the merch line actually have merch on a Saturday in a while. So
yeah.
It's nice and definitely worth, if you can still make it out here. There's a lot of really cool things. It's plushes, as you can see right here.
You have the special just for Worlds plushes and all of the other memorabilia. This is Patriot Pikachu with the looking glass.
Yeah,
but we just got word that we're ready to hop into the match, so we're going to throw it over to the main stage as our players are getting ready to battle. We're going to see both of our players on screen here. It's kind of at that point where you can see the players shaking hands, just getting ready. There's so much, when you're going into the game, we know just how important leads are, taking your time to decide what you want to do, who you want to bring in total. I feel like you can kind of decide on your Pokemon pretty early, but then your leads are the most important thing.
All right, you can see here we've got Thundurus, Landorus, Kangaskhan, Sylveon, Heatran, and Aegislash as Yosuke's team. And Cresselia, Salamence, Camerupt, Azumarill, Bisharp, and Amoonguss is the team for Philip. What you can't see here is he's player 1. Pretty exciting to see Camerupt, hopefully. Definitely not a Pokemon we see too frequently, but geez, it's a Pokemon I really like. I think it's definitely my favorite new Mega Pokemon that came out of Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. It's not something we've seen a whole lot of in competitive play. Very slow, but very powerful. So you can do tons of damage in that Trick Room, but a little bit hard to get it going. We see Salamence in the team as well, so probably 2 Mega Pokemon. I think that makes a lot of sense for a Pokemon like Camerupt, where you can't bring it every game, probably.
Yes. It takes a little bit of setup, and especially having a times 4 weakness to water is a little troublesome. But it looks like you won't have to worry about that because it doesn't look like there's any access unless we're going to be seeing some hidden power water. I don't think there's any water coverage available, so Camerupt's kind of safe in that regard. But definitely, as you said, it was one of my favorite Megas as soon as it was released. Just with the design, having the M on its head, its color palette is really awesome, especially the shiny version. It looks beautiful. But more importantly, it can really catch some opponents off guard if they're not ready to handle it.
Yeah, I don't think this is a bad matchup for it either. Aegislash doesn't like either ground or fire type attacks. There's Heatran there. Thundurus is going to have trouble doing much of anything to it, so we might actually get to see it.
That would be really, really cool. It's always nice when you see a Pokemon that you want to actually see in action in team preview, and then it hits the field, and you're just like, yes! What is this thing going to do? And then it gets O-coded, and you're upset. But we're going to go ahead and see Yosuke leading with Heatran and Kangaskhan, and then we're going to see Philip leading with Salamence and Bisharp.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed here. We see Salamence getting that Intimidate off, so probably Philip's a little bit less disappointed. Good start for him, but likely we won't get to see that Camerupt this game. Apparently we have a thing for obscure fire-type Pokemon on the screen. But, still a good starting position. Bisharp's probably a little bit scared with, Kangaskhan probably having a fighting-type attack and Heatran being a fire-type Pokemon. But, at least you get that Intimidate out there. Salamence is pretty safe. So kind of a neutral lead for both sides with the Mega Pokemon advantage going to Philip.
Yeah, definitely. I think Bisharp would be a little frightened to be on the field right now. Might be a problem for Philip. But as you said, Kangaskhan got intimidated, attack dropped a little bit. Not too big of a threat, but we know that Mega Kangaskhan is one of, if not arguably, the best Mega, depending on the format and how well you are prepared to deal with it. Of course, you can see that Philip bringing Intimidate, of course, thinking about the physical threats that are kind of around during this meta. And we're going to see the Mega Salamence actually go off, so he's not going to need that Intimidate more, or rather he's not going to be able to take advantage of it anymore as his ability, Salamance's ability changes to Aerialate. Kangaskhan is also going to follow suit and Mega Evolve, but we see Mega Evolve first, so Salamence is going to outspeed for this turn, which is perfectly normal because Salamence has a higher base speed than Kangaskhan. Bisharp's just going to go for the safe Protect because it is afraid of the threats on the other side of the field. We're going to see Fake Out from the Kangaskhan, targeting down the Salamence, so Salamence here kind of open to get hit by something else, and that's a crit right there, does a good amount of damage to the Fake Out, same type attack bonus, and Heatran getting up a free substitute that can end dangerously.
Yeah, that was a really good play by Yosuke there. Not only does he get that substitute up, but by preventing any damage with that Fake Out, he gets it up completely for free and wastes Bisharp's Protect. It's not even just that nothing happened by the Bisharp there, but now it can't protect this turn with that substitute on Heatran, so it's most likely going to be able to get an attack off. It kind of almost forces a switch, or at least, makes things much more dangerous here for this Bisharp. We do see Focus Sash on Bisharp a lot, so I'm able to take a single fire attack, but you don't want to just give up that Focus Sash for free, especially in a game one where you're also revealing that item to your opponent,
yes,
which is its own disadvantage.
Yeah, we always mention how game one is a huge information zone where players are just trying to gather information. Swiss VGC being 2 out of 3, you really want to get as much information. Giving up that Focus Sash early, especially an item that can really come in clutch when you do have it in your back pocket, it can put you at a disadvantage. But here we're going to see Mega Kangaskhan actually withdraw, which is kind of surprising, but not really. Was intimidated, so get it out. We're going to see Bisharp go for the Sucker Punch, but fail on that Kangaskhan slot. Thunderous comes in to take this double edge and takes it quite nicely thanks to resisting it due to its electric typing. And then we're going to see Heat Wave come out from that Heatran, still hiding completely safely behind that sub. It's going to connect on both Pokemon and bring Bisharp down to its Focus Sash and do a decent amount to that Salamence. Salamence now in range. It was a crit on Salamence as well, so back-to-back crits right there. Incredible. Bisharp having 1 HP and Salamence in range. Yeah,
the Salamence, unfortunately, not trained in luck, but not too much damage added by the critical hits probably, but maybe enough that it's going to allow for one fewer Heat Wave to get a knockout here.
Yes.
But another great play by Yosuke to focus at, I guess, the important part of that turn. Doesn't attack with Kangaskhan. The combination of a Sucker Punch and that double edge would probably have knocked Kangaskhan out. Instead, Thundurus gets in relatively safely, only has to take that double edge, which deals some damage back into Salamence, and completely avoids the Sucker Punch. I've seen 2 really great plays on that side of the field so far this battle, and Philip, unfortunately for him, is really behind in this one now. He's on the back foot. He's going to have to look for a big play here.
Yeah, that was absolutely brilliant, not taking any risks with that Kangaskhan on the field, especially the reward was a little less because the Intimidate was there, so damage output wasn't exactly there. We're going to see the Thunderous go for a Protect, not taking any chances. Salamence goes for the Draco Meteor, but the Protect was correct, and another Heat Wave is going to connect on both of Philip's Pokemon. Is it going to be enough to take out the Salamence? It does not. Salamence lives on 3 HP, but the Bisharp is going to faint right here.
Yeah, that works out well for the Salamence, sort of, but another really good play on Yosuke's side of the field. He just maybe this is one of those games where Philip just kind of needed to see everything in front of him before he could adjust here, but really massive lead. We don't see Protect on Thundurus very much. Usually Protect is just kind of those moves that's kind of ubiquitous in the video game championship. You just assume it's on everything.
Yes.
But with Thundurus, because it has so many important moves, typically it chooses not to run Protect. It's already really conflicted between Thunderbolt, Hidden Power, Thunder Wave, Taunt, Swagger, sometimes a few other moves too. So yeah, Protect usually doesn't fit in there, but surprising there. Salamence probably just thought it'd get a free knockout with Thundurus weakened, but not so weakened that it could activate its probable Citrus Berry. And once again, things just don't quite work out for Philip there.
Yeah, that is good information to have, of course, seeing that Protect, because Thundurus with Swagger, obviously, it has a hard time finding room for it, like you said, because so many moves can take advantage of that ability, giving it priority. But it looks like Philip's locked into his moves, and Yosuke is just trying to figure out if he can make another perfect play. As you remember, Azumaro's going to go ahead and go for the Aqua Jet, though. Just going to break that sub, which that's the first time Heatran's been even targeted. He got that free sub and kind of just sat there for 3 full turns, really dealing a lot of damage. Draco Meteor is going to come out and is going to target down the Thunderous from a Mega Salamence. Is this going to be enough to pick up the knockout and avoid that Citrus Berry at all? It is going to pick up the knockout, and Salamence on 3 HP, going to be able to kind of do a little bit of work for Philip, get one last thing. And as Heat Wave does come out from Heatran, it's going to pick up the feint on Salamence, but Azumarill being water type is going to be able to take that quite nicely.
Yeah, pretty bulky Pokemon as well, and both sides get on the board that turn, but 2-3 is a much weaker position to be in now. No more switches available on Philip's side, which is going to make things more difficult here, and hopefully we get to see both the last Pokemon. At least Philip's remaining will have to come in here, and it's Amoonguss, which is actually a big deal.
Yeah, the Amoonguss coming in, that's kind of unfortunate. You see the Kangaskhan, and of course Yosuke does have fake out pressure here with coming in like that, so it's very, Yosuke's in such a good position.
Yeah, I think that's pretty dangerous, but there's a bunch of interesting ways this turn could end up. Amoonguss is probably going to want to try to go for this Spore, but unfortunately there's that play of just faking out Azumarill with Kangaskhan and using Substitute with Heatran, and would likely make things very difficult. Take away the option of using Rage Powder to help really do much of anything. I guess Heatran just kind of becomes that problem. You can't Spore the Heatran,
because it's behind a substitute.
Because it's behind a substitute, Rage Powder doesn't do anything to Heat Wave. Azumarill could probably still get that Belly Drum off, but likely Amoonguss is going to get targeted down before the back Pokemon's knocked out.
Absolutely, we're going to see Azumarill go for the Protect here, probably thinking about that fake out, but we're going to see no fake out because Heatran actually moves before that Mega Kangaskhan, getting a Heat Wave off, and Amoonguss is going to take a huge amount of damage from that, and in return is going to follow suit and finish up the Amoonguss. So that was yet another perfect turn for Yosuke, predicting that Protect. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, he's just been brilliant this match. But again, the play we're talking about was exactly the one that I guess Philip didn't make because he was expecting it to be. Or I guess he was expecting it also, right?
That fake out play.
He protected to stop the fake out, and there was no fake out there. Yosuke was a step ahead of him, just double targeted that poor Amoonguss, and really just a really impressive match. And I guess we shouldn't be surprised. The previous round, Yosuke was actually able to defeat Paris Akos, who by far has the most championship points in Europe and in the world. I think he has about 12,000 championship points.
Oh my goodness.
I think he's actually literally at about 1,200, but 400 more than second in the world. So,
wow.
Impressive victory to be a 2-0 for both these players at this point.
Definitely, and we're going to see the Heatran go with an Earth Power on the Azumarill, and he's going to get the Special Defense drop, although I don't know how much it's going to matter because Kangaskhan is going to follow up with a return, and not even needing that Parental Bond hit, Yosuke is going to take it with a 3-0 victory in his favor for game number 1. You can hear the crowd already applauding because this is the highest level of play. Like you said, we shouldn't be surprised. This is Worlds, and as much as we were talking about when you're building your team, thinking about the meta, counter, it goes the same again when you're in a Pokemon battle. We just talked about that fake out turn that could have happened. So Philip went and decided to try to counter that by going for Protect, but then Yosuke went for the counter to that play that would have countered his original one. It's chess, but like mega chess. The mind games are out of control.
Yeah, Yosuke just seemed like he was one step ahead that whole game. And, it's not like Philip wasn't making bad plays.
No.
He just couldn't make the right read. Sometimes you have to kind of get yourself in positions where you're more likely to make that right prediction, or where you have, a lower cost of getting it wrong. And all those plays that were heads up that game, it just seems like Philip couldn't win a single one. But still, he's a great player. He's 2-0 in the World Championships already. So even if he loses this match, he's actually in pretty good shape. Also, the sole representative of Australia here, so even though the loss would only take him to 2-1, he's got the hopes of his country behind him. He's got to try and pull through. There's actually a lot of Japanese players this year. I was actually really excited to see how many Japanese players made it through day 1 play. Past few years, we haven't had too many players from Japan, even though I think historically, player for player, they've probably been the strongest country in the history of the World Championships. So I'm expecting to see probably a bunch of Japanese players make it to the top 8 now that they finally, once again, for the first time since about 2010, have a similar number of players to other countries like the United States.
That's awesome to get a strong showing from a group of players that obviously just being here, I just have to say really quick, definitely the added pressure of being the only player from your country has to be a lot. As if it's not enough pressure just being on the main stage at the World Championships for Pokemon. That you just got to throw on there. You're representing your country. You're the only one. You are our last hope. But that's what makes him a great player, that he's up there and he's fighting through. And we're going to see if he can take all the information that he did gather from Game 1 and apply it in Game 2, maybe put himself into a better position. That early substitute really put him in a spot where he had to make probably safer reads, didn't want to go for that risky read. So hopefully he can just avoid that type of situation at all costs.
Yeah, I think that's a big deal, and it's part of why Substitute is such a great move, is that by having to hit that extra time, it just to start damaging the Pokemon, it takes away so many plays, and it makes you predictable, right? Because that's there, it takes away so many of your options that either you have to take a play that you know even if you get it right, it's going to be kind of a losing turn, or you have to do things that are very limited, and if your opponent is smart and used to using Pokemon like Substitute Heatran, you can kind of learn how to take advantage of that. And Philip's just really going to need to make sure he leads with stronger Pokemon this game so that he doesn't end up in that sort of situation. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Philip choosing to go with some different Pokemon this time, because I felt like in addition to the first turn going badly, he just didn't have the greatest team matchup there, and that was part of why he couldn't make any moves.
Absolutely. And we're going to see Philip lead with Cresselia and Salamence here. So still leading with the Salamence, getting that Intimidate off, and Yosuke decides to lead with the same exact lead because it worked out for him last time. Why not try it again? But the Cresselia being a much more bulky Pokemon might pose a bit of a problem for him.
It definitely allows for some different plays here. Cresselia is going to be tough to knock out for either of these Pokemon, but it's also not a Pokemon that can most likely break the Substitute of that Heatran. So if that's what Yosuke wants to do, he does have the option of just using Fake Out and Substitute again and setting up a similar play to the previous game. I don't know if it's likely going to be the best play, because you've got to assume Philip was at least planning for this opportunity. So I'm sure he's got something in mind for this lead combination.
He's got to have something, otherwise I don't think, like you said, he would not have led that way. Cresselia, unless it's running HP Ground, like you said, I don't think it's going to be knocking out Substitute anytime soon. So that Heatran is kind of safe. We'll see, though. The Mega Salamence does go off again, as does the Mega Kangaskhan. So starting out things the same way in the last game, but let's see how they unfold for the rest of this turn. Well, Kangaskhan opt to go for the Fake Out again. We are going to see the Fake Out, and he's going to Fake Out the Salamence again. So right away, Yosuke's just going with what worked last time, and I think that's brilliant. Salamence is going to flinch. We're going to see the Heatran go for the Substitute, and I'm really curious to see what this Cresselia decides to do at this point. It's going to go for a Psychic. Let's see who he targets down. He's going to target down the Kangaskhan just to get some damage off on it, but Heatran, yet again, behind a Substitute.
Yeah, I mean, I could be wrong on the there must be a plan thing. I mean, it's not horrible. It gets some damage in the Kangaskhan, but, Cresselia, not exactly one of the game's most feared attackers, one of the game's strongest defensive Pokemon.
Yes.
So choosing not to use Trick Room like it probably has there with a camera up on the team, the Salamence-Cresselia combination just doesn't do a whole lot there. I wouldn't be surprised to see now maybe like a helping hand boosted attack into that Kangaskhan slot to start turning the momentum the other way. But once again, then you're still ignoring this Heatran behind a Substitute.
Yes.
There just aren't too many ways to deal with that on Philip's team when he's choosing to bring the Salamence instead of the camera up.
Absolutely. And we're going to see the Mega Kangaskhan get switched out right now for Yosuke as he goes out into the Aegislash. Salamence goes for the Earthquake. So that is a pretty good move. It's actually going to be able to pick up the knockout on that Substitute for sure, and it's going to do just under 50% to the Aegislash here. We can see the Substitute fade. So I think that Philip it feels pretty good, and I think the Heat Wave's going to connect. I was going to say, I think the reason why he has the Cresselia in, because it can take the Heat Waves a lot better. I was in the Bisharp, so that was probably his thought process on the lead. The Psychic, though, is going to come through and do just a little bit of chip damage to that Aegislash, and we're going to see the leftovers revealed on that Pokemon.
Hey, there was a plan.
There was a plan.
It wasn't even taking that Heat Wave better even, but also being able to be immune to the damage of that Earthquake.
Yes.
We don't see Earthquake too frequently in Mega Salamence. More frequently, even with the mixed Mega Salamence, we've kind of seen that Draco Meteor, Hyper Voice Double Edge moveset. This one's a little bit more physically inclined with the Double Edge and the Draco Meteor, but Earthquake instead is its spread attack. And that's definitely going to be great in this team matchup. We see both of the Steel-type Pokemon for Yosuke's side out now. So Salamence, even though it's against two Pokemon that normally do well against Dragon and Flying-type attacks, actually pinning both of these Steel-type Pokemon, and that's exactly why you use this move.
That's absolutely perfect. That's team building. That's prepping for the meta. It's a beautiful thing to see, especially after a Game 1 loss. He came back in Game 2 and kind of get himself into a good situation. We're going to see a helping hand go first from Cresselia. I'm assuming we're going to see a wide guard from the Aegislash, which is going to be there. Salamence actually going for the Double Edge, so Philip made that read and decided not to go for the Earthquake. Double Edge is going to pick up the knockout thanks to that helping hand, along with that prediction. That was absolutely beautiful. Salamence is going to take recoil, but I think Philip is happy enough without that. The recoil is not even on his mind. Substitute, though, coming from that Heatran again, but that was an awesome, awesome turn.
Yeah, those are two great plays in a row by Philip now. So we're kind of seeing why both these players are 2-0 in the World Championships, right? I thought for sure he was just going to whiff that Earthquake into the wide card, but nope. I mean, it makes a little more sense, right? I guess he didn't need to helping hand it if it was...
if it was an Earthquake,
he could have just Psychic that slot and gotten the knockout anyway.
Yes.
So that made a little bit more sense.
I think I saw Philip wink at the camera as he did it. I'm not sure.
Getting the style
I could
points.
be wrong. Getting the style points right there. Yosuke definitely taking his time trying to figure out who he wants to switch out into. The Earthquake, I feel like, is just catching him off guard 100%, which is so cool.
I love the bravado there, though. I mean, sometimes when players lose a game, especially on stream, you kind of see them get a little bit shaken up.
Yes.
It's fun to see that Philip's enjoying his moment in the stream, right? I think it's great. He's representing Australia well here, and he really is one of the top players in the world.
Absolutely. Like you said, it's really cool to see players kind of fight through any sort of negative vibes they might get from a loss on stage and come through. We didn't even realize, oh, Cresselia, why is he doing this? It doesn't make sense. I saw the chip damage with Psychic, but that wasn't really, it didn't seem like a solid plan. But then once that Earthquake came out, and then the read of the wide guard was so beautiful. Philip definitely earned his points here to be in the World Championships 2-0, like you said. I'm really excited. Now I just get captured by the game, and I'm just like, what are you going to do next? Impress me more. So we're going to see Salamence go for a Protect here, not wanting to take that fake out, which is pretty but Kangaskhan's actually going to decide to make the read and fake out the Cresselia instead. That's a critical hit, and Cresselia's just going to take an okay amount of damage from there. Heatwave is going to connect on the Cresselia. Of course, Salamence protected itself, so going to take a bit more damage, unfortunately, putting Cresselia definitely in range of that Kangaskhan knocking it out. It's kind of troublesome for Philip yet again.
Yeah, Yosuke, again, also pretty good. And
pretty good. Pretty good. Don't let it go to your head.
Yeah, it looks like you carried away here.
Yeah, come on.
And another really fantastic play. And that's sort of the nice advantage that Fake Out gives you, where you don't want to just take that free turn where you're stunned by the flinch and have to take a Heat Wave too. Very likely would have gotten the knockout there, or at least been very close.
Yes.
Especially because even if you avoid the knockout, then you're in range of Sucker Punch damage, and then again you're pinned. So it's tough not to protect Salamence there, but for the second game in a row, Yosuke makes one of those reads just perfectly. And he's just using this team very well, using the advantages of both Substitute Heatran and that fake out from Mega Kangaskhan to anticipate what his opponent's going to do and take advantage of it.
Absolutely, and he wants to preserve that fake out even longer, so he's going to switch his Mega Kangaskhan out, go out into the Thunderous. Cresselia is going to fire off a helping hand for the Salamence as the Heatran is going to reveal the Protect for the first time this match. So we have seen 3 of its 4, actually we've seen all 4 moves because we did see the Earth Power in game 1. Unfortunately though, Earthquake is going to be null and void thanks to that switch in and the Protect from Yosuke's side. So a perfect read yet again from these World Championships competitors.
Yeah, another great read. And it's kind of funny, in spite of that, Philip's still a pretty decent bit ahead in this game.
Yes.
I think it's starting to turn around now for sure. The board position isn't as good for him now. Could easily lose both of these Pokemon and actually, fall behind in the Pokemon count. But it just shows you how far ahead Philip was from the couple of great plays he made before. This is going to make things a little bit trickier, especially with the Thunderous actually having Protect. You don't want to whiff a Helping Hand Draco Meteor into that, but with the damage the last Draco Meteor did, that would probably get him a knockout. It'd be very close either way. And, at that point, even if you lose both these Pokemon to a Heat Wave, it's pretty close. But we see a Draco Meteor, no Protect.
Yeah, we see Draco Meteor, no Protect, and no Helping Hand. Didn't want to risk, like you said, whiffing both moves. We're going to see Draco Meteor is going to do about 60%. So with that Helping Hand, it would have picked up the knockout. Citrus Berry is going to activate here. So fully revealing the item on Thunderous. Heat Wave is going to come out, connecting on both of Philip's Pokemon. Is it going to pick up the knockout on the Cresselia? I don't think so. It is not going to bring both of those Pokemon into the red as Thunderous goes for the Thunderbolt, targeting down the Salamence, and because it's half flying, half dragon, it is still neutral, not resisted, and Mega Salamence is going to have to kiss the field goodbye. An Ice Beam from Cresselia, though, following up, going to be able to do a good amount of damage to the Thunderous, but going to miss the knockout just barely.
And making the right decision to Ice Beam and not Helping Hand, though. I think it was just healthy enough that a Thunderous would have been able to survive that Draco Meteor and heal up with Citrus Berry and end up at a higher total of health. And instead now, because the moves were used in the order they were, an Ice Beam hit after the activation of Citrus Berry rather than increasing the damage of that Draco Meteor, Aqua Jet can probably finish off this Thunderous. So pretty good little move there. It doesn't look like a big deal. In spite of that, Thunder is probably going to want to protect or at least Thunder Wave and get something out of that turn. So you're not going to get out scot-free even with the Aqua Jet, but
yes.
A nice little play. And there's a decent chance Thunderous protects here too, so an opportunity maybe to go after that substitute, but those reads have been really tough to make of this match. Yosuke's just playing out of his mind. So going to be an important play here for Philip to Aqua Jet the right target or belly drum if he thinks he can get away with it maybe.
Oh my goodness, that would be insane to go for that setup. I mean, not insane incorrect, but just insane because this is the World Championships and I kind of want to see it happen. But we're going to see Cresselia get withdrawn as Philip goes down into his last Pokemon, which once again is the Amoonguss. A very dangerous switch with the Heatran sitting right there. I think Philip was hoping to see a protect from it, but he targeted down with the Aqua Jet as well. So kind of an interesting play here. The substitute is going to fade, and he was going to come out. Philip kind of hitting himself in the head going, why did I switch in that Amoonguss to, oh my goodness, just watch it get critted and knocked out. That critical hit is going to take it out. And the Thunderous is going to go for a Thunderbolt on the Azumarill. Going to do a good amount of damage. It's just going to barely miss the knockout. We're going to see the Citrus Berry activate, but Philip put in a very, very bad position with that read and switch in.
I don't hate that play by Philip. Like I mentioned before, you've seen Protect and Thunderous already. It's a completely reasonable play for him to choose to Protect there and not allow itself to get knocked out. But Yosuke kind of almost baited him by having shown Protect before. It's like, you can't Aqua Jet me. I'm just going to block that. And then he doesn't. Picks up the damage with the Thunderbolt and probably puts this one away. Just one of the best couple of games played by one player I've ever seen here by Yosuke. And he's going to be a huge threat to win this tournament.
Yeah, Yosuke is 100%. If he's not on your mind, he's on my mind to watch out. We're going to see the Azumarill go for the Aqua Jet and finish up that Thunderous there. Pretty much at this point, you're not going to Protect. You fooled me once, you're not fooling me twice. But Heat Wave is going to come out from the Heatran, connecting on both Pokemon. Cresselia is going to faint to that, and Azumarill's left with just 29 HP. But Philip here, like you said, he's in a 1-2 situation, and it's not looking too good for him. Yosuke just showing incredible skill. It's mind-blowing to see just about every single turn being fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of just shows you the level of play in this tournament, right? It takes a lot to become a Pokemon World Champion. Sometimes it's easy to look at this game like, they're just throwing rock slides around or whatever. But no, to come out on top of a tournament like this, to put up a record like Yosuke is going to here with 3 wins already after he cleans this one up. You've got to be able to know this game really well, to understand your opponents, to understand how to get your opponent in positions to make plays. And Earth Power is going to pick up the knockout here and send Yosuke to 3-0, putting up a really impressive performance here representing Japan.
Definitely, you can hear the crowd giving him a hand for such an impressive, display of reads, of talent, of everything. This is what the Pokemon World Championships are about, and that's not to dismay or dishearten or lighten what Philip has done here, making it to World Championships, playing on the main stage, and he's still, like you said, he's still sitting comfortably. He has a chance to go all the way.
Yeah, I mean, he only lost 1 game prior to this round, right? He was 2-0 with a 2-0 win and a 2-1, so it's not like he'd been doing poorly.
No, not at all.
I mean, he didn't play a bad series either, Yoshu. I mean, I think that's really the horrible thing about it for him. I mean, I think if you look back at that series, sure, you'd like a few of those turns back, but it was kind of a tough team matchup, and Yosuke was just so perfect every turn where even though Philip was making pretty reasonable reads and would have expected him in a normal match to hit at least a few of those, but one of those matches where just nothing would go right for him. Still a really strong player and someone I think has a good chance of making it to the top cut and at least finishing in the top 16 and finishing with some scholarship money. But it's a tough pill to swallow, I guess, when you play pretty well there and still just get completely destroyed.
When you look back in the matches and you're just like, I was thinking clear, I was thinking straight. Why did this happen? Who did Yosuke study with that he's able to just make these next level reads? It was honestly, I just felt like it was an honor to watch that live, especially you guys that are here in Boston or watching from the stream. Being able to see plays like that is both encouraging and frightening to see someone that can think on that level. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's one thing too, but it kind of shows you that it takes more to do well in this tournament than just to use the most common Pokemon, right? We saw Kangaskhan, we saw Heatran, we saw Aegislash. It's a lot of Pokemon we see a lot of, but it took more than just doing that, right? He played it so perfectly, and that's what you have to do at this level. I was really impressive match, and I'm excited to see how he does.
Yeah, I'm excited to keep my eye on him for the rest of this weekend. It's going to be awesome. But before we come back with a winner interview, we're going to go ahead and cut to Justin, who's going to have an interview with someone who's getting an experience at Worlds, so you guys can just get a little bit more insight into what happens at events like this.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Of course, I am Justin Flynn, and joining me here is a fan that we grabbed at random from the stands here, and I think I'll let them go ahead and introduce yourself. And why don't you tell us also where you're from?
Hi, I'm Courtney. I'm also known as Clear Tech City from YouTube, and I'm from Texas.
Awesome, Courtney. Wow, traveled quite a bit there. Oh, it sounds like you got some fans back there. Maybe some people have heard of you before there. What brought you out to the World Championships, obviously, besides your love of Pokemon? Is it friends? What else?
Friends and also the Pokemon Symphony that's premiering tonight here in Boston.
Oh, awesome. Okay, so when's that going down? Where's that?
I'm not sure what the time, I forgot. I know what place though. It's at the Blue Banks Pavilion. Yeah.
Okay, cool, awesome. That's interesting, guys. So the Pokemon Symphony is going on tonight. I was actually just here for a tattoo convention. They gave me a microphone, and now I'm here. So perfect. It's all working out just fine. Well, that's really cool. Anything else going on at the event? Any side tournaments? You get a chance to go to the store?
Yeah, I went to the store, got some things, and I'm also here from Street Passes. I got puzzle pieces, so if you Street Pass me, I got them.
All right, feel you. Hype on that. All right, guys. Well, that's all from here at the floor. Thank you so much for joining me. Have fun at the Symphony. And we're going to go ahead and go to a quick break, and then we'll be joined, I believe, by Jonathan and the winner of that previous match.
Everyone that I've met through Pokemon shares a similar interest as me, so immediately we've been able to connect and I've been able to make amazing friends.
I love the community and how everyone's really nice with each other.
I love math, so it's a fun way to get your brain working and have fun with some of your friends.
My earliest memory of Pokemon was saving up to buy AA batteries to run the Game Boy.
Probably back when Red and Blue were first released, I was in 5th grade and I got them and played them on the bus to and from school every day the entire year.
I don't really have anything else that's sort of a competitive outlet for me, and it really helps me to better myself.
I've met some of my best friends, my roommates in college. I travel the country with these people, and I don't know, they're just the best people I've met.
The way the competition is, everyone here is so nice and so friendly.
It's so much fun, and I love trying to predict your opponent's moves.
I would have to say the strategy. The battles and meeting all the new people.
I like opening the pack.
When I was in like 1st grade, my friend got me a starter deck for my birthday, and then I loved it.
One of my brother's friends handed him a code pack one day, and then we started playing codes, and our dad looked up the video game, and then we started playing that.
I remember playing Pokemon Pinball, actually, right before I got Pokemon Silver.
Going into a league challenge and winning it with Rayquaza and Boar.
It's playing Clang from the Plasma Storm set, just shutting off all EXs from attacking.
I go to a bunch of different places, like I've been to different countries because of Pokemon.
It makes life a bit more busy, but it's fun.
It's taught me how I should always value everything and have fun no matter what.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans. I am joined at the caster's table with both the winner of that last match and our translator, Ben. I'm really excited because this is the first time I'm ever going to be speaking with an international player, and one that we just saw completely opened up a can of worms with some incredible high-level play. So, Yosuke, my first question for you would be, how long have you been playing competitive Pokemon?
はい、ポケモン何年ぐらいやってますかね?
5 years.
5 years? 5 years he's been playing competitive Pokemon, and it really shows. That's a lot of time to be in the circuit. Was this your first time playing on a main stage?
メインステージの試合はこれで初めてですかね?
初めてです。
Yes, that was his first time.
His first time on the main stage, and he put on a performance like that. That is absolutely incredible. Was there did you feel any added pressure from being on the stage?
メインステージにいるときにプレッシャーを感じましたか?
全然感じないです。
Not at all.
Not at all. Oh my gosh, you're a rock star. That's incredible. Something else I wanted to ask. You led with the same Pokemon in both battles. When you saw Earthquake, did that scare you at all?
1戦目も2戦目も同じポケモン一番最初に出しましたよね。で、地震を見たときに怖かったですか?
そうですね。3つ目の技はハイパーボイスだと思ってたので。
He thought the third attack would be hyper voice.
Okay. So he was expecting hyper voice, and the Earthquake definitely caught him off guard. But you got yourself out of that situation. We were very surprised because Philip surprised even us, and then seeing you just react to that and still pull out the win was very, very impressive.
でその状況からよく逃げられましたね。で、すごく陽介さんが勝った時にすごくエキサイティングだったという話ですね。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
Once you got yourself into a comfortable position after seeing Earthquake, did you feel like you won? Did you feel like were you confident at that point?
で、地震から逃げられた時にもう僕の勝ちだと思ってましたか?
ちょっとまずいなと思ったんですけど。
He still thought it was kind of a tough situation.
Awesome. I would ask about what you would have done had you lost that match. But that's information I don't want you to have to reveal because you're on stream and there's other players watching. But once again, Yosuke, I'm going to be polling for you, and I'm sure you've made a couple fans today just from that impressive play. I think it's going to be really awesome to see you. I'm just going to be keeping my eye on you because I think you're a very, very talented player. Very, very humbling to be able to commentate even a match over like that one. It was awesome. It was absolutely incredible.
で今のような対戦を解説することは光栄だと思ってますので、はい、これから陽介さんに注目してますって。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
No, of course. I think one of the coolest things about Pokemon is the fact that Pokemon crosses seas. Like being able to be up here with 3 people, neither of us understand each other. It's really, really awesome. Pokemon is such a special thing. Yosuke, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on your win, and good luck in the rest of the weekend.
お時間をありがとうございます。で、これからの試合でも頑張ってください。
ありがとうございます。
We'll be back with another VGC match in just a little bit. We're going to cut to break just for now. Welcome back, Pokemon fans. I'm Jonathan Indovino, joined now with Dewey Ha. Dewey, how are you feeling? I haven't gotten to see you in a little while. We've been running around doing some crazy stuff. Were you watching that last match?
I was, and it was such an exciting match between two players of high caliber play. I mean, Phil played an absolutely amazing set, but Yosuke just played a little bit better, and that was an insane set, but from both players.
Yeah, there wasn't any times where I was like, oh man, I don't understand why that play was made by Philip. He was making logical reads and one level deep reads, but Yosuke was just 2 levels deep, 3 levels deep, always a step or 2 ahead, and it was just really cool to see, especially getting to speak with him. He's been playing for 5 years. Definitely someone to keep an eye out on. But before we kind of dive into more VGC, I wanted to ask you something. I was talking to a friend this morning, Scott, and he was kind of telling me about this new game that was announced yesterday at Pokemon World. It's called Pokémon Tournament, where it's like a fighting game combined with Pokemon. Have you heard of it?
I've heard of it.
Okay, you've heard of it. Have you ever played the game?
I played it a little bit this morning.
You played it you played it a little bit this morning. When you say a little bit, how many games did you get to play?
I played 2 games.
Okay, 2 games. Like 2 out of 3s, or just 2 games?
Just 2 games.
2 games. So but aren't they normally 2 out of 3? Like if you win one, you would get to play 3 games.
Yeah, no, I did. It never went to that.
It never went to that. So you just lost 2 straight.
I just got wrecked.
By who?
By Scott.
What?
Yep.
Wait, so you're telling me that Scott would go around bragging about his accomplishments in Pokémon Tournament?
I don't know about that, but I mean, I'm just saying it right now that I'm not that great at that game.
All right, good. All right, cool. All right, so a humble man Dewey is for sure. Scott, though, wanting to sing the praises of himself in Pokémon Tournament. I don't know. I want to verse Scott at some point. I would like to get my hands on with the game and actually finish a match with him. But speaking of Pokémon Tournament, we have a short video. We had an invitational yesterday with some of the top fighting and Pokemon players here. If you missed that, I'm sure it'll be available to watch at some point on the interwebs. But for now, check out this video with some interviews with those players.
Pokémon Tournament so far to me is a really interesting game.
It's so exciting, it's really fun.
Really interesting to see how the different characters interact, what their supers are like, what their special moves are like.
I chose Blaziken because I could just remember the first time I saw Blaziken on the animated show, and I was just like, oh man, this Pokemon is so sick.
My favorite Pokemon moves for Pikachu are his Electric Wind, God Fist, and of course the supers. The supers look awesome. Pikachu comes with his punches, they're like, boom! So it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, the competition's pretty stiff right now. So me winning, probably, yeah, slim to none right now.
Pikachu seems to beat everybody. So that's his strength, and he has no weakness.
I really like Blaziken, so I feel like there's no other reason for me to switch over. I mean, I'll stick it out with my Pokemon. It's like Ash choosing his Pokemon and sticking with him. And you gotta stick with Pikachu, I'm gonna stick with Blaziken.
Dewey, did that video bring up any bad memories?
It did, and I thought I could repress them, but apparently not.
I'm sorry if I dug those back up for you. But the game looks absolutely incredible coming to Wii U spring 2016, which of course Justin and I joke about. Should have been today, but maybe spring will come tomorrow. You never know. It's just a couple seasons away. But our players are getting settled on the stage now. We'll be jumping into round 4 of Swiss very, very soon. And after that incredible match, I want to see how these 2 players follow up. Not that they add any extra pressure, but it's going to be really interesting to see the level of play just keep escalating and escalating as we get deeper and deeper into the rounds of Swiss.
Right, and as we get deeper and deeper into day 2, this is already the best of the best. Yesterday we had the best playing in the world. Today, we cut to the best of the best all the way until we go to the grand finals, where it's the 2 best players in the world. And as we go deeper into the rounds, the competition is going to be a bit more intense. We're going to be expecting a lot more high risk, high reward plays because that might be able to push you over the edge and get you in the top cut.
Absolutely. Being able to analyze and weigh the risk versus reward is something that's crucial in Pokemon, without a doubt. And as you say, as you get deeper and deeper, yesterday we had the best of the best. It's kind of like when you buy, your favorite loaf of bread. I don't know if anyone has a favorite loaf of bread, cinnamon raisin for me. But that first piece, it's good, but it doesn't, does anyone like the end pieces of bread? Do you like the end pieces of bread? Are you a fan?
I'm okay with them.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Wow, Dewey, we're gonna have to have it. We're gonna have to talk after this casting. I'm not sure, but when you get deeper and deeper, you know what I'm saying. The slices get a little bit better, unless you're making peanut butter and jelly and using Martin's potato bread. That's totally cool. Then you can use the end pieces because those are just so good. But that's the only time. We have both of our players on stage. You guys can see them getting set up. Both Miguel and Naito, I should say, both players that have obviously come very, very far in their Pokemon career. and it looks like we're going to be jumping into the game, right into team preview. It's going to be awesome. We do see, I have Miguel's team right in front of me. We have Miguel is going to be bringing Gastrodon, Ferrothorn, Arcanine, Salamence, Thundurus, and Tyranitar. So we're going to see a potential of two or three megas, I believe just 2 megas right there in Salamence and Tyranitar. And then Nahito is going to be bringing Kangaskhan, Entei, I'll say that one more time, Entei, Aegislash, Amoonguss, Landorus, and Cresselia. I say Entei twice because Entei is one of my favorite Pokemon for sure. I can hear a little bit of clapping. I think the audience is just getting a little bit of hype for the match already, which is awesome because I'm jittering. I tell you guys, I just like to jitter before the match. It's just so incredible. What threats do you see on these teams? I love the Gastrodon.
I absolutely love the Gastrodon. It's a very good counter to rain teams because, it just easily takes in those water type attacks. Of course, on Naohito's side, we do see the Entei, which we saw a little bit of yesterday. It's definitely picking up in popularity, I see, because, Sacred Fire, well, it has access to Sacred Fire in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, right? And the fact that it does have Sacred Fire, it's a very powerful physical attack that can have a very high chance of picking up burn, and that's going to be very
chance.
Right. It's going to be very important. Will-O-Wisp does have that 70% chance to hit, but Sacred Fire also does a little bit more damage too. So Entei does have its merit, and I think that's going to be an interesting Pokemon to see. Gastrodon, with the Storm Drain ability, it is actually a pretty specially bulky Pokemon too. And Gastrodon versus that Entei, that's going to be a pretty big matchup, I think. Of course, Arcanine we also see on Miguel Marty's side. And Arcanine, he kind of plays a pretty good role in Intimidate, Will-O-Wisp, and he also has access to Snarl.
Yes, oh my gosh. So as does Entei. Snarl is just a fantastic move. One that I feel like is just really started to gain popularity during this year's circuit since the Legendary Beast became available into this meta. Snarl is just an awesome move, lowering the special attack of every Pokemon that it hits. Really incredible. Of course, it's going to be interesting to see if either player takes advantage of that because Nahito has some very hefty physical threats in that Kangaskhan and that Entei. Aegislash, of course, not wanting to take a Snarl, just gets terrified when it sees a Snarl. Lowering it, depending on if it's specially offensive or physically offensive, can go either way, and that's just really cool. We're jumping right into this match now. Of course, we're going to be watching from Miguel's perspective, just so you guys understand. We're going to see Nahito send out his Pokemon first, and he opens up with the Cresselia and the Kangaskhan, and then we're going to see Miguel lead with the Arcanine and the Tyranitar, and I feel like they hit the field really hard.
Oh yeah, those are heavy Pokemon.
Those are heavy Pokemon, man. I heard that. I felt it over here.
We do see the Arcanine go for the Intimidate onto the Kangaskhan, and we see Tyranitar bring up the sand, and this is actually a pretty decent matchup right now for Miguel's side. Arcanine does have access to close combat. I mean, it depends on what this Arcanine is built for. Is it going to be more of an offensive, or is it going to be more of the defensive support Pokemon? Kangaskhan getting intimidated at one stage of decreased attack, that's going to be, a little bit hindering towards Kangaskhan's full potential, while obviously Tyranitar is going to be heavily threatening to that Cresselia. I mean, Cresselia doesn't really have that much that can touch Tyranitar because, the Sandstream boosts Tyranitar's special defense by gives it a 50% boost.
Yes, and of course, not being able to hit it with its same type attack bonus attack, Psychic type, because Tyranitar is immune to them thanks to his Dart typing. Definitely looking like it's in Miguel's favor here. Even if that Arcanine is a supportive Pokemon, it has access to Will-O-Wisp, like we mentioned, Will-O-Wisp, and that Kangaskhan does not want to get Will-O-Wisp, and for that reason, Kangaskhan is not even going to attempt to fake out. It's just going to switch out, and Nahito's going to bring in his Landers to intimidate and lower the physical attack of both of Miguel's Pokemon here, and we're going to see that the Cresselia is going to go for the Protect, not wanting to take a Dark type attack, and we're going to see Arcanine going into the Cresselia. Both Pokemon, I'm losing track of my words because both Pokemon just went into that Cresselia, and unfortunately nothing's going to go off. But the Sandstorm damage is going to reveal that Arcanine is just a bit faster than Cresselia.
Yeah, and that was actually a very good switch right there. Pretty much Naohito got a free switch in, and that's impressive. We do see the Cresselia have Protect. A lot of Cresselia opts not to have Protect, simply because Cresselia has this issue where it wants to have 4 other moves than Protect, right?
Yes.
Miguel, he's no stranger to the stage of Worlds. I mean, last year he top 8'd, and he's been to Worlds many times before. Naohito, he's playing like he's been here before with that amazing switch right there. Does get the Intimidate off onto Tyranitar and Arcanine. Of course, Tyranitar could be special as well, so it depends on how this Tyranitar is built.
Of course, but you getting that Intimidate off on both those Pokemon is still never a bad time. We see the Gastrodon is going to come in for the Arcanine, and Miguel is pulling a double switch here as Ferrothorn comes in for the Tyranitar, feeling like he wants to have his bulkier, more defensive Pokemon here, but we're going to see the Earthquake come out. Of course, Cresselia being immune to that, but both Ferrothorn and Gastrodon are going to take, wow, that was a critical hit on that Ferrothorn, I believe, and then we're going to see the Ice Beam connect into the Gastrodon for neutral damage, but it's not going to do too much because Gastrodon is one of the more bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, and we do see Gastrodon and Ferrothorn. Good switch right there. Didn't want to take that Earthquake from that Landorus Therian, so good call right there from Miguel to switch out Tyranitar and Arcanine. Arcanine and Tyranitar are going to come in handy a lot better later, plus it's going to reset their stat drops too. Ferrothorn right now, of course, can take another hit from both Cresselia and that Landorus, depending on what item that Landorus is carrying. If it's carrying a Choice Scarf, then it's going to be locked into Earthquake. Ferrothorn will definitely be able to take another Ice Beam and an Earthquake, and fire back with a powerful Gyro Ball, maybe a powerful Power Whip, or even try to set up a Leech Seed to try to stay on the field as long as possible.
Absolutely, but we're going to see that Landorus is just going to fire off another Earthquake, being the fastest thing on the field, not able to take out either Pokemon. However, Cresselia is going to fire a Psycho off into the Gastrodon and pick up the knockout right there, putting Miguel to be the first one losing a Pokemon, and we're going to see Ferrothorn is going to go for the Leech Seed, like we did mention, onto that Landorus, going to try to regain some of that HP back that it's been losing from those Earthquakes. Of course, Cresselia is the only one affected by the Sandstorm right now, and Ferrothorn is just going to get a little bit of recovery between leftovers and the Leech Seed that just connected with Landorus.
Right, I think right now the best switch for Miguel to come in is with that Arcanine, just to get another Intimidate off. But, it could go either way. Arcanine and Tyranitar, they both don't like the matchup with this Landorus Therian, especially since it's, content with just going with Earthquakes with that Cresselia partner on the side.
Absolutely. Landorus can see just how much damage it's dishing out to the Ferrothorn, and with both of Miguel's remaining Pokemon, other than that Ferrothorn being weak to Earthquake, he's kind of backed into a bit of a corner here. Landorus hasn't revealed any other move, hasn't had the need to reveal of his Choice Scarf, because nothing that Miguel has put onto the field has been faster than it to begin with, thanks to its base stat speed being pretty high.
One thing to note right there, the Tyranitar's hit point value is actually pretty low compared to more bulkily invested Tyranitar, so maybe this is going to be a fast Tyranitar, maybe it is carrying a Choice Scarf. Not exactly sure what it could be carrying just yet, so we'll just have to see what Miguel decided to do with that Tyranitar, but Landorus Therian right now is going to be perfectly fine with going for another Earthquake. Tyranitar is not going to enjoy taking it. It should be able to take it, but it's going to be taking a lot of damage in the process.
Absolutely, and definitely since you noted the lower HP stat, I don't think he's going to want to really want to take that Earthquake, but he's really back into the corner. Like I said before, he's going to have to go for something. The Kangaskhan is going to come in on Naito's side of the field, but revealing that he's not Choice, goes for a Superpower onto the Tyranitar, knocking it out, so we can confirm that Landorus is not Scarfed, it is not Choiced in any way, and Tyranitar is going to go down. Not only did Naito switch out the Cresselia, but just knocked out that Tyranitar. A Gyro Ball is going to connect into Landorus and miss the knockout. Just barely, but the Leech Seed is still there, which should be able to finish up that Landorus and bring Ferrothorn back into the green for HP, which is really nice for Miguel, but he is down 2 Pokemon now.
Coming in right now, Arcanine can switch in, intimidate that Kangaskhan, so Miguel not in too bad a position. Kangaskhan at one stage of reduced attack, like I said earlier, it's going to be hindered. Of course, Kangaskhan might have access to Power Up Punch, which could easily just negate those Intimidate drops right away, so it's going to be really up to what Miguel built this Arcanine for. Does it have Will-O-Wisp? Is it just going to go ahead and try to pick up Knockout with Close Combat, most likely? I think it has access to Close Combat. I think he might have Close Combat.
Yeah, that could definitely be a possibility on Miguel's moveset for that Arcanine. But either way, Nahito still has the very, very defensive and long-living Cresselia back there, and we have not even seen his final Pokemon. So I think Nahito here is trying to decide, do I want to reveal that final Pokemon? We know that Game 1 is all about information. Not all about, you want to get the win, but if you can't get the win, you want to get as much information as possible. And Nahito is actually going to go out into that Aegislash, so Arcanine feeling even more comfortable on the field right now, but Kangaskhan, of course, can apply Fake Out Pressure if it wants to.
Yeah, we do see the Intimidate come out, and Aegislash is a Pokemon that Miguel probably does not mind seeing. I mean, better than seeing that Entei, correct? With
yes.
Ferrothorn's 4x weakness. And right now, he still has a chance to be able to pick up his victory. The key right now is that Aegislash needs to be knocked out, because Kangaskhan versus Ferrothorn, Ferrothorn can kind of hang on and go for Leech Seeds, but, time is also going to be a factor, and Ferrothorn has to be able to somehow drain Naohito of Kangaskhan's hit points and Cressela's hit points with the Leech Seeds and those Gyro Balls. So I think the win condition right now for Miguel is definitely to hit that Aegislash as hard as possible.
Absolutely, and I think in the same regard for Naito, he's got to get rid of that Ferrothorn before it can start recovering all that HP and kind of planting its seeds all over the field. Because, like you said, if that happens, Miguel still has a chance to win without a doubt. It's just going to become a bit of a time game, and just seeing how many turns he can let pass by with Sandstorm Animation, of course, kind of coming into play. But we're going to see the fake out on the Arcanine from the Mega Kangaskhan, making Arcanine not be able to take out that Aegislash. Kind of just going to... Aegislash is free to go for a move. As it's going to go for an offensive move, we're going to see it here. Who it's going to target down is the question. He's going to go for a Shadow Ball, targeting down the Arcanine. Just going to get rid of that first, saying, forget it. You want to plant your seeds. You don't look like a farmer to me. I'm going to go ahead and let you do that. We do see the Life Orb recoil on the Aegislash, which is really, really cool. And it looks like the Leech Seed did not connect. And that was probably the worst thing that could have happened for Miguel there.
I just wanted to point out that was a very good notification from Naohito to realize what his win condition was.
Yes.
Arcanine was the bigger threat right now.
I was 100% wrong, ladies and gentlemen. I thought get rid of the Seed Planter, but he just wanted to go ahead and just target everything he had down to the Arcanine.
Right, absolutely. And Kangaskhan now going for that frustration. That might do more damage back to Kangaskhan with the Iron Barbs than how much it does to Ferrothorn.
Yeah, definitely. That's an interesting move choice for sure. We're going to see that second frustration doing very, very little, and Iron Barbs doing about 20% to that Kangaskhan. Well, bringing it down about 20-30% total. And the Shadow Ball is going to connect from the Aegislash into the Ferrothorn, and it's going to pick up the knockout. So Naito is going to walk away with the first game. Both players kind of give each other the good game, head nod, fist bump, handshake type of deal. But the match is not over. That was only game one. Information was given. Some really, really good points were the fact that the Aegislash is holding the Life Orb. I think that's very, very important because you never really know. Aegislash is one of the best Pokemon, if not the best Pokemon in this format right now, and it can be run a variety of ways.
Right, the Life Orb variant is popular, the Weakness Policy variant was also popular coming into the United States Nationals, and of course, Leftovers with the substitute is always popular too. More information that was revealed, that Landorus is not carrying a Choice Scarf,
yes.
And although that Tyranitar does have a low hit point investment with the base stat training, that means that Tyranitar is also not going to be carrying Choice Scarf too, so it's going to be interesting to see what that item on that Landorus is. Landorus is one of those Pokemon that came into Worlds as a big threat. Landorus with the Choice Scarf, it's so fast and can go for very fast rock slides, possibly creating opportunities for flinching or possibly creating opportunities for good Intimidates to just U-turn immediately out. So, that Landorus item is something that Miguel definitely wants to try to figure out. It's not Choice Band, which is the other popular variant. Most likely it's going to be the Assault Vest, I believe.
It could be Assault Vest. I was thinking, I guess I was thinking outside the box, kind of obscure, because I wasn't sure if we ever saw a physical move connect with that Landorus. Intimidate Rocky Helmet, kind of really out there, but it could be possible. I think Assault Vest makes a lot more sense after hearing you say that word, Assault Vest. It does make perfect sense. We did see confirmation that the Tyranitar was not holding any sort of berry to reduce fighting type damage, because it did just right away drop. And like you said, we confirmed that it's not that fast because it got outsped by a non-choiced Landorus, possibly both Pokemon trained in speed, allowing the Landorus to still be the faster one, and not having the choice item is going to kind of hurt. Not going to speed up that Tyranitar at all.
Right.
We're jumping right into game two. Both players kind of pretty prepared on picking their Pokemon. That's really impressive, especially after a game like that. I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if Naito leads the same because he won that game. But we're going to see Miguel lead with the Salamence and the Ferrothorn right there. So two green Pokemon on the field. And Naito's going to lead Landorus and Cresselia.
Interesting thing to note, last game, Miguel didn't bring Salamence. He didn't bring his possible Mega. And it's going to be a huge play in this matchup. One thing that I think Miguel definitely has to do coming into game two is, he has to go a bit more on the offensive.
Yes.
Because last game, he kind of just switched in Gastrodon, and he kind of just switched in the the Ferrothorn and took Earthquakes and Sidekicks left and right. So, Miguel definitely has to try to pick up the offense. I think Salamence might be the answer for him because now he knows that Landers is not going to be Choice Scarf. Salamence will be able to outspeed.
Yes. I think it was very crucial, though, that Naito kind of put Miguel in that position to force that double switch because he brought that Landers in against two Pokemon that did not want to take an Earthquake. So, although Miguel, it would have been awesome if he didn't have to make that switch, it was kind of put upon him, and that speaks testaments to Naito's playstyle, kind of forcing his opponent into a corner.
Right, and that was because that Landers, of course, switched in, and Arcanine and Tyranitar, they didn't like facing off against that at all. Right now, of course, this Cresselia does threaten that Salamence with a powerful Ice Beam, but we just go ahead and see Salamence switch out instead.
Yeah, I don't think Miguel wants to risk that Ice Beam whatsoever, so he's going to switch out and go into the Gastrodon. We're going to see the Landers also withdraw from combat, not wanting to deal with anything on the field, and the Aegislash is going to come in. Cresselia is going to go ahead and protect itself, not wanting to take any damage, as Ferrothorn tried to hit that Cresselia but was unable to thanks to the Protect.
I kind of want to say that was a possible Leech Seed into that slot.
Yes, I would think so.
Yeah, just to kind of set up Ferrothorn to start sitting on the field a lot longer. We do see the Aegislash switch in. Gastrodon, of course, comes in too. Gastrodon, I think, has a bit more of a favorable matchup. It does have access to that same type attack bonus, Earth Power, that can hit that Aegislash. A lot of players, they think that their Aegislashes are pretty safe. A lot of the ground type attacks these days are going to be the Earthquakes or the Heat Waves, but Gastrodon just has Earth Power, and Gastrodon is a very specially bulky Pokemon, right?
Yes.
It used to be very popular back in the day, but recently it hasn't been too popular at all. But Gastrodon is a especially bulky Pokemon, has access to a lot of different moves. Earth Power, Scald, Muddy Water, even. So I'm actually excited to see Gastrodon back on the field. I think he can do some work against this.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite Pokemon to see. The Aegislash, though, is not going to want to take that risk. Goes for, I believe that was the King Shield. We're going to see a Psychic, though, into the Gastrodon, as Gastrodon is going to go for a Scald, firing off into the Cresselia, doing a good amount of damage to a Pokemon that is normally very, very bulky. And the Leech Seeds this time is going to connect on the Cresselia, so that's going to be extra residual damage and extra recovery for the Ferrothorn. One big thing Leech Seed does is it kind of forces the person who is seeded to consider their position. Should I switch out?
Right, and you don't want to stay in too long when you're seated, right? Because you're just giving your opponent more health back, and that might create some offensive opportunities for Miguel if he feels like now Hito wants to get Cresselia out, which could open up a big hole for Miguel to take advantage of. And we do see the Scald do a pretty good amount of damage.
Yeah, that was a good amount of damage. And since one of the Pokemon we saw in the back for Naito was the Landers, it's not a safe switch in for Landers to come in that slot because we just saw a Scald Leech Seed into there. Of course, the Protect is very possible from the Cresselia, but how long Naito wants to leave that Cresselia in while it's Leech Seeded is kind of the question. And another thing to note is the Protect, the King Shield from the Aegislash last turn.
Right, and Cresselia switching out is also very dangerous because of possible burns that could happen too.
Absolutely. We're going to see the Psychic go into Gastrodon again, bring it down to just a bit above 50%, and we're going to see the Shadow Ball. Is he going to target down the Gastrodon? He's going to. Is he going to pick up the knockout? He's going to get a critical hit. It's a crit, taking out that Gastrodon. That is a bit unfortunate for Miguel. That Life Orb, though, kind of speaks testament. The crit might not have mattered, and unfortunately, another Leech Seed misses.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate to see. I mean, I feel like Miguel had something up his sleeve right there to kind of deal with this Aegislash and this Cresselia. We do see, Ferrothorn go for the Leech Seed. That's a smart play because, Aegislash can't really block that in any way at all.
Absolutely, and right here it's going to be a very critical turn because the Tyranitar does come in to set up the sand, and Cresselia doesn't want to be here for now. Two reasons: Leech Seeded and a Dark type on the field.
Yeah, and Aegislash itself doesn't want to be on the field either because it can easily take a Dark type attack from Tyranitar. Of course, Aegislash does threaten with the King Shield, that's going to possibly reduce Tyranitar's attack by 2 stages if it does stay in and go for the King Shield and go for the Aegislash. But I'd probably expect a switch right here from Naito unless he feels like his fourth Pokemon is something that he no longer needs, or his fourth Pokemon is the one that he needs to complete the puzzle to take the victory.
Definitely. Otherwise, because switching in the Landers, of course, is always an option that he does have because it has the Intimidate. It can reduce the physical pressure from that Tyranitar and the Ferrothorn if it is carrying Gyro Ball. We're going to see the Cresselia is going to withdraw. The question is, does Miguel predict that and play to that effect? We're going to see Landers come right back in, get that Intimidate off, like I just said, was most likely going to happen. I'm going to go ahead and put And to be even more comfortable on the field, that Aegislash is going to return to shield form using the King's Shield, making sure it's not going to take any damage. We're going to have to see what Miguel decided to do this turn. Miguel is going to go for the Rock Slide here. It's going to connect on the Landorus, but because of that Intimidate, it is not going to do too much. A Lead Seed, though, going to connect on the Aegislash, of course. Lead Seed is not blocked by King's Shield, so a very smart play by Miguel there to finally get some seeds on that Aegislash.
And that was actually a very good switch right there. It was pretty safe to get that Landorus Therian back in and go for the Intimidate on Ferrothorn and Tyranitar, you know, two very popular physical attacking Pokemon, and you know that's going to reduce how much that Gyro Ball is going to do to that from Ferrothorn to that Landorus. I mean, last game we saw it almost pick up the knockout, right? So that's going to be, you know, something to note, that, you know, Landorus Therian probably wants to keep recycling those Intimidates. And, you know, Aegislash does get seeded. Ferrothorn probably right now probably wants to go ahead and go for another lead seed onto that Landorus Therian slot too. And what now Hito is probably going to go for right now is try to pick up that knockout on that Tyranitar. But, you know, Miguel will not want to just sacrifice that Tyranitar like last game.
Yeah, especially being in that position already once before. It might not want to stay and go for and just take that superpower. It might want, maybe it's packing Protect and it wants to Protect, but we're going to see Tyranitar instead just completely withdraw and get out of there before taking a superpower. Going out into the Salamence, I think that was a very smart play. The question is, did Naito predict that? Because the Intimidate's going to come in and go ahead and reduce the physical attack of both Pokemon, of course, mattering a lot more on the Landorus here. And we're going to see Aegislash withdraws even after getting lead seeded. A very, very safe and smart play by Naito, bringing back to Cresselia, and we're going to see the Earthquake is actually going to be the move of choice, going to hit only the Ferrothorn here, thanks to Cresselia and Salamence being able to just float above the ground a little bit and avoid it completely. We're going to see the Lead Seed connect, though, on the Landorus, and this Lead Seed is becoming a bit of a problem for Naito. Just forcing switches or forcing residual damage, it can really work. The timer is ticking down.
Yeah, and that was a great switch right there from Miguel, as we see the Cresselia activated Citrus Berry and recover a lot of health back. You know, pretty much Landorus kind of went for an Earthquake, did a little bit of chip damage to that Ferrothorn. You know, we see that Intimidate pay off so well.
Absolutely.
For Miguel's side. Ferrothorn actually might heal back to full health here, depending on how much this Leech Seed did to that Landorus Therian.
And it just barely misses it by 3 points, but honestly, that's nothing to sneeze at regardless. Like, that's incredible recovery right there.
Yeah, and, you know, one thing to note that was unfortunate for Miguel's side was that, you know, Cresselia got put back into Citrus Berry range, because if Cresselia was just at, you know, a little bit above 50%, I feel like Salamence could have taken out that Cresselia in one hit. But, you know, now Cresselia might have a bit too much health for it to be able to pick up the knockout. So that's unfortunate right there for Miguel's side.
Absolutely. Miguel's own Sandstorm is kind of put him in a terrible position there, forcing that Citrus to pop. It looks like it's going to be tough because he can try to double into that Cresselia, but Ferrothorn, although it is generally, if it has an attacking move, it's physical, it doesn't hit that hard. It's more of one of those Pokemon that want to sit on the field, kind of annoy your opponent with residual damage, as Miguel's been doing with the Leech Seed. But we'll see what Miguel decides to do as Naito switches out his Landorus and goes back out into the Aegislash. Salamence just going for the Protect and not Mega Evolving yet. Very, very good, kind of wanting to preserve that Intimidate in case that Landorus switched out. Another Leech Seed is going to connect on that Cresselia. Are we going to see an Ice Beam from it? No, we are not going to see an Ice Beam. We're going to see the Trick Room come out. The Trick Room is coming out as the Aegislash comes in. That is an absolutely beautiful setup by Naito.
Yeah, now that Salamence is going to be moving last. Ferrothorn is also a pretty slow Pokemon, so Miguel probably doesn't mind that too much. Of course, you know, he wants Salamence to be able to go on the offensive right now, and unfortunately, it's going to be a bit dangerous with that Cresselia, you know, possibly threatening with an Ice Beam. We do see Ferrothorn again set up that Leech Seed, which is going to be so important for Miguel to keep that Ferrothorn out on the field. Aegislash right now is probably going to be the fastest thing on the field. And, you know, just go on the offensive. That's going to be doing a lot of damage to Ferrothorn or Salamence, depending on where Naito feels is the biggest threat.
Yeah, I think Naito just swung momentum right into his favor with that Trick Room. It was an absolutely beautiful play. You see Cresselia, you know that it can pack Trick Room. You were talking before about how Cresselia has 4 other moves it wants to run other than Protect, so sometimes you don't get to see it. There's just so many supportive moves that Cresselia can do. It has access to Helping Hand, Trick Room. There's just so much out there. Moonlight for recovery. There's just a plethora of moves you can run, but seeing the Trick Room come out is really, really cool, especially because Naito's going to be able to take full advantage of that Trick Room because he switched in his Aegislash very, very safely, completely scot-free. Fantastic. Salamence, though, is going to get withdrawn for Miguel as he goes back out into Tyranitar. This is extremely risky because if the Aegislash decides to go on the offensive and go for a Flash Cannon, it can do a decent amount even with the Sand Up. Although Ferrothorn is going to move first and get Lead Seeds onto that Aegislash. Aegislash is going to defensive. The question is, what move did he decide to go for? It looks like like he's going to be going for that flash cannon, targeting down the Tyranitar, and it's just barely going to miss the knockout. That was an incredible prediction right there. It was a pretty safe call to want to target that slot no matter what. And Ice Beam, though, is going to follow suit in case that Salmon stayed in, and it's going to pick up the knockout despite the special defense boost thanks to the Sandstorm. Naito just played absolutely perfectly there, and Trick Room, of course, counts down a little bit.
Yeah, and that's just unfortunate to see. Great call right there from Naito to realize that, either I'm going to hit this thing with a Flash Cannon and an Ice Beam, or I'm going to get Tyranitar on that switch. So great realization from Naito to go for the Flash Cannon instead of that Shadow Ball. As we see Salamence come back in, and he will get to protect another turn, but Naito might make a read and go ahead and double target that Ferrothorn instead. So Miguel right now has to pick up the offense. This is his final 2 Pokemon. Ferrothorn doesn't have that much offensive presence. Ferrothorn could possibly do a lot of damage with that, that Aegislash right now in Blade form. So I'm not sure if that's going to be able to pick up a knockout, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens this turn. Cresselia is getting weakened now more and more as the turns go by. Sand and the seeds are definitely adding up, and Ferrothorn does have a lot of staying power right now, but he can easily just switch out. Right now, Naito has a lot more momentum going into this turn because he has so many more options to switch out if he wants to, but Ice Beam from Cresselia is going to threaten that Salamence, and Aegislash is going to be a heavily used offensive weapon right now.
Absolutely. It's definitely tough for Miguel because you guys can see there's only 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this match, and I think Naito's doing the very smart thing. I feel as though he's playing the clock a little bit. Gonna switch out his Aegislash and go back out into one of his Pokemon from the back. It's going to be the Kangaskhan coming in, who has yet to see action, really hasn't Mega Evolved, hasn't done anything. The Salamence, though, is going to Mega Evolve. The question is he going to risk the Ice Beam, hoping that Naito goes ahead and makes the prediction for Protect? Looks like the Ferrothorn is going to go for a Power Whip onto the Cresselia, but it's not going to do quite anything, as Salamence is going to take an Ice Beam from the Cresselia and not going to be able to live it. That's a critical hit. It's a crit again. Not quite sure if that mattered because it is 4 times effective, but depending on how the Pokemon were trained, it just could have. Lisi, though, going to take more damage from the Cresselia, but at this point, that animation is actually going to run the clock even further down and work against Miguel.
Yeah, and it's currently 1-4. That's not a situation that Miguel wants to be in. Cresselia will fall to the Leech Seed next turn, but, now Naito can easily switch because Kangaskhan has access to Fake Out, could easily fake it out to get a switch in, but he could also just go on the offensive because right now Miguel has his back absolutely to the wall. Now Hito is in absolute control of this match. 4-1, and yeah.
And we're going to see a 4 from Miguel, kind of understanding that when you're in that 4-1 situation, you have Fake Out pressure on the field. There's just not too much you can do. But both players, you guys saw, did shake hands. Community camaraderie is here in the Pokemon community, and incredible competition. Naito played fantastically. I feel like Miguel's strategy of kind of going for the residual damage with Leech Seed just didn't work out in his favor when Naito was just bringing reads and bringing power and bringing just offensive pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of that offensive pressure actually came from a defensive move by switching a lot. A lot of those switches that Naito made actually put him in a lot better offensive position. Like in game 1, that Landorus switching in, got the Intimidate off, pretty much took no damage at all, and then threatened with an Earthquake. That was an amazing switch game 1, and I'm still talking about it after
another game. The series is over, but game 1, turn 1, with that Landorus switched in was absolutely beautiful. Or turn 1 or turn 2 at the beginning of the match, absolutely beautiful high-level play. And then the rest of the series too. It was played very well by both players. But Naito, once again, a step ahead of his opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. And that Landorus we see exactly how powerful it is. It came in, did a lot of work. Fired off a lot of Earthquakes, got the knockout with the superpower on that Tyranitar in game 1. That was huge to, even though it's not the Choice Scarf variant, it's Landorus Therian. It's just one of the best Pokemon in the game.
It's still Landorus Therian having access to one of the best abilities in Intimidate. And also not even revealing the fact that it wasn't scarfed. That didn't hold Naito back. Revealing that information in game 1, he was still able to. He got that win very, very good, very easily with that superpower coming out, thanks to not being choiced at all. And then usually when you gather information, you can kind of rebound and answer your opponent's threats that you saw in game 1. But that Landorus still put on so much pressure in the second game.
Right, absolutely. And I agree with you there, Jonathan. And well played to both Miguel and Naito. And even though Miguel lost that one, he still has a chance to top cut.
Absolutely. This is Worlds, and this was round 3, so I believe we're going to be going into round 4 very, very soon. You guys should definitely be sticking around to watch this level of play. It's incredible. I feel like you can learn so much. I was actually thinking while we were watching that match, while Miguel was backed into a corner during the last 2 turns of it, you can learn so much. There comes a point in a Pokemon battle where you have to not hope your opponent misplays, but you have to go for the fact, what's my only option to win?
Right.
As obscure as it might be, what's the only situation, especially when you're in like a 4-2 situation? You just have to go for it. And I think Miguel was trying to play to that, and Naito kind of saw through that and outpaced him.
Right. Even in game 1, now Hito realized, Arcanine was going to be the bigger threat, and, I got to target that down. So, yeah.
Awesome. So it looks like we're actually going to jump into another match on our secondary stage with 2 players that are underway with their battle, but of course we want to go ahead and show off some more of this high-level competition. We're kind of going to be jumping into here with Wolf, Glick, and Nikolai. This is game 1. You guys, I don't know if you guys can see this because you see the scores on the bottom of the screen. It's 0-0. So this is game 1. Wolf is known for one thing, and that's running the clock. Nikolai is going to be firing off an Ice Punch into his Zapdos. Zapdos is going to go ahead and munch on its Citrus Berry. This is insane because you guys can see the clock. 1 minute and 15 seconds left.
Yeah, and coming into this battle, we do see Nikolai down with Conkeldurr, as his last Pokemon, with Wolf still with 4 Pokemon on top. So this is an intense battle, it seems like, although it looks like, Wolf is playing exceptionally well. With Zapdos, we see the Roost and Milotic going for the Scald.
Yeah, I don't know what Wolf did during this battle, but I feel like he just did the Wolf Glick thing, ran the clock, played defensively. You can see Milotic taking that Drain Punch just fine. Conkeldurr, though, going to stick on the field. It is paralyzed, so we could see some full paralysis, but we could also see some guts boosted moves here.
Yeah, and Zapdos and Milotic, it's 4-1 right now. It's going to be about information right now. What can Nikolai pull from Wolf revealing? We've seen Zapdos with the Roost, Milotic with the Scald. We see exactly how much damage it does.
Okay, so we see the Zapdos target down that Conkeldurr with the Thunderbolt, and Milotic just going for the recover. Just a quick annotation, because we were thrown into this match. The graphics aren't up to date. Nikolai actually won game 1, so this is game 2, and Wolf is doing his best to come back, and it looks like he's doing a great job. Conkeldurr going to be able to break through paralysis one more time and get another Drain Punch off.
Right, it looks like it's going to go to game 3 right now. And if we go ahead and just move forward and look at the teams right now between Wolf, Glick, we do see some interesting choices from both players. We see the Conkeldurr, Milotic, and Zapdos, obviously. So
the rest of Wolf's team consists of Scrafty. It looks like Charizard. Well, I'm just going to go from the top, including the Pokemon you guys saw. This is a little bit of hieroglyphics I'm looking at. But we got Scrafty, Milotic, Charizard, Zapdos, Aegislash, and it looks like Landorus. So those are going to be Wolf Glick's 6 Pokemon. Definitely a Wolf team. We see the Scrafty, which if you guys watch Nationals at all, I talked to Wolf and I let him know, listen, man, that's the best Pokemon in the game. I want to see you bring it. And Nikolai is going to be bringing a Charizard as well, Conkeldurr that we did see at the very end of that match, Landorus, Heatran, Thundurus, and Cresselia. So both players have very interesting teams, a little bit in common in Charizard, Landorus, and I believe that's it. The rest of Wolf's team looks really, really cool with the Scrafty, the Milotic, and the Aegislash. I'm really excited to see a team without Aegislash, though, in Nikolai. So it's going to be cool to see how he utilizes the Pokemon that he has, with like Conkeldurr. We're going to see Cresselia yet again in this match. I wonder if it will be a Trick Room. Not entirely sure. He does look to have a pretty slow team. You guys don't see it on your screen right now because you see Wolfie's team, but he has a pretty slow team in Conkeldurr and Heatran, Cresselia, all being able to take advantage of that Trick Room. And depending on how he trained the rest of his Pokemon, who knows? Maybe they're all slow and want to live inside of a tricky room. We're going to jump right into this match, though, as we're going to see Wolfie is issuing the challenge to Nikolai. This is game 3. We're going to see the Landorus and the Charizard lead. Those beautiful ribbons show off, and then the Thundurus and the Landorus from Nikolai's side.
Yeah, and that's a lead that we see pretty commonly nowadays. Charizard and Landorus out on Wolfie's side. That's going to go ahead and trade Intimidates. We do see Thundurus and Landorus, of course, 2 of the most popular Pokemon in the format right now.
With good reason.
With good reason. They're amazing Pokemon. They do a lot of work. They're very supportive, and they're also heavily offensive, too. Landorus, of course, right now has a pretty good matchup against, Thundurus and Charizard. Of course, Landorus can threaten with Rock Slide here to hit those Charizards. Of course, Landorus can also hit back Thundurus with the Rock Slide too. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot of rocks sliding down from the field.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the lead matchup is in any one trainer's favor, although with the Prankster ability, Thundurus is going to kind of be a tricky Pokemon to deal with, and because of that, I think Wolf is going to go ahead and withdraw, going out into an Electric-type Pokemon, so I really do think Wolf was predicting a Thunder Wave into that slot. We'll find out if that was the case, though. Landers is just going to go for the U-turn on Wolfie's side of the field. There will be no Thunder Waving here. That's going to be a huge, huge decision that Wolfie has to make now because he gets switch initiative. U-turn goes ahead, hits your opponent's Pokemon, and you now have the ability to choose a new Pokemon to come onto the field, but it looks like he's going to go and make that huge decision rather quickly being here at Pokemon Worlds. He's earned his merit. Milotic is going to come in as Landers goes for a Rock Slide, which is going to be super effective on the Zapdos, but thankfully that Landers was intimidated prior. A Thunderbolt, though, going to go into the Milotic, and it's going to be super effective, doing a huge amount of damage, and the paralysis off of the Thunderbolt. We're going to see oh my goodness, we're going to see the Moringa Berry. That was something that Wolfie did use at Nationals in this past year, just a couple months ago. So really awesome to see that come back, but the paralysis is going to be an issue.
That was actually a very good read right there from Nikolai to realize that Wolfie probably wanted to switch that Landers out and, go for that electric type attack into that slot, Wolfie thought that he could easily get his Milotic in there for free, but possibly take an Ice-type hidden power, so that could boost up Milotic's Moringa Berry, but, Nikolai kind of saw right through that, and we see exactly why. He is the defending world champion in senior division, so he's here to take back another title as we see the Rock Slide connect with Zapdos and Milotic.
Oh my goodness. I got chills down my spine really quick, so we're going to talk about that in a second, but we have Thundurus going for the hidden power onto that Milotic, not going to pick up the knockout, so kind of predicting another switch there. Nikolai really trying to make reads, but I think Wolfie just decided, I'm going to leave this thing in, and it's going to pay off because he is going to get a recover off after taking that damage that turn. Absolutely beautifully played. So Nikolai, last year, you're saying, year, won the Seniors World Championship.
Yeah.
And this is his first year at Masters.
Yeah, and he's back at day 2.
And he's back at day 2 on stream against Wolf Glick, a renowned player as well.
Yeah.
So this is a match.
We've seen some great plays from both players right here. I mean, you saw Nikolai.
Losing my mind.
He was trying to go for the Ice-type hidden power into that Milotic slot, expecting that Lander switch. Didn't pay off there, but he still did what he wanted to do, right? It was a good call. Like I said, high risk, high reward.
Yeah, he went for a Thunderbolt into a Landorus, which would have taken nothing. But he made that read. Milotic came in perfectly as he planned or as he predicted, and it paid off huge. How often do you go for a Thunderbolt into a ground type? Dewey, how often?
I wouldn't do it.
You wouldn't. Well, that's why we're casting and not playing right now. We're going to see Wolfie withdraw the Zapdos going out into his Landers. Going to intimidate that Landers on the other side of the field one more time if it decides to stay in. That's going to be 2 stages that it's been dropped. One of the big things that I think Milotic, something to note is that Milotic in VGC normally likes to run competitive. It is going to go for a Protect. So it wants to kind of force that Landers out at some point. Landers is going to go for another Rock Slide. Milotic, of course, protecting itself, and Landers probably not going to take too much from that attack because of the double Intimidate drop.
Yeah, and we do see the Swagger target down that Milotic right there. One of the issues with Milotic right now, after that special defense boost, it's essentially carrying a very common item that was held on Milotic early on in the season, the Assault Vest. However, now with a Moringa Berry activating instead of an Assault Vest, you have access to recover, and that's going to allow Milotic to stay on the field a long, long time. We see the Swagger target the Milotic, and we see the Rock Slides coming out, pretty much Nikolai does not want this Milotic to be able to recover, and he just has to slowly chip away at it with Thunderbolts, Rock Slides, and hitting itself in confusion and not allowing it to recover at all.
Absolutely, and we're going to see Nikolai does have to switch that Landers out, as I had mentioned, going out into the Conkeldurr here. Wolfie's Landers is going to miss the Rock Slide on the Conkeldurr, but connect on the Thundurus. Is it going to be enough? It is not going to be enough. Thundurus, though, is going to flinch as Milotic goes for a Scald into the Conkeldurr slot. Is it going to get the burn, though? It doesn't, and I think Wolfie's a bit relieved about that. Normally you want that Scald burn, but not when it's Conkeldurr.
Yeah, and we see that Conkeldurr take that Scald like a champion, most likely carrying an Assault Vest set.
Like a champion.
Right, like a champion. Thundurus, of course, took a lot of damage, a bit more damage than Nikolai probably wanted to see. Still not exactly sure on what that item that Landers is carrying. And interesting thing to note that Thundurus, I don't believe, was carrying a Citrus Berry. I don't think we saw it activate.
No,
we saw leftovers.
We saw leftovers, absolutely.
Right, and right now that Thundurus probably wants to do a little bit more damage before it goes away. Might want to switch out here. Not exactly sure if he wants to stay in and lose that Thundurus. Thundurus is such a great supporting Pokemon.
Absolutely, but I think he's kind of back in the corner. He's going to fire off one less Swagger into the Milotic here before this Thundurus potentially faints. We're not sure if it's going to faint, but we're going to see that Swagger is going to come into play and confuse it. Thundurus is going to avoid the Rock Slide. That's exactly why I said potentially, because I just wasn't sure if the favors were going to be in Wolf's like luck. So Conkeldurr here going for an Ice Punch into the Landers, and that is going to pick up the knockout. Oh my goodness, that turn could not have been worse for Wolf. And we're going to see, is the Milotic going to hit itself to boot? It is not. It's going to go for a Scald breakthrough, and he targeted down the Conkeldurr, kind of expecting the Thunderous to go down. Unfortunately, that was a mistake at that point.
Yeah, and still no burn right there. That's what Wolf is really looking forward to. You know, you want to start weakening that Conkeldurr to not allow it to do too much damage. You know, Conkeldurr does have access to Drain Punch. That's going to be healing back a lot of health with that Milotic not being so physically bulky. As we see Charizard go ahead and switch back in, you know, Thunderous right now might want to try to either slow down that Charizard just to make it a little bit more manageable, a little bit more easy for Nikolai to deal with. And, you know, Nikolai right now with the advantage with that Ice Punch onto that Landers Therian, you know, that's a big loss for Wolfie. Wolfie, yes, like we said before, he likes to switch a lot. He likes to be able to go for Intimidates, you know, kind of wants to weaken Nikolai's team and allow him a good position to take over.
Absolutely. We're going to see the Charizard just go for a Protect. We're not going to see a Mega Evolution. Thunderous does go for the Thunder Wave, though. So I think what Wolfie wants to do here is he wants to try to pick up the knockout on that Thunderous. It looks like that Drain Punch is going to do a lot of damage, but leave Milotic at 10%, just under 10%. Milotic snaps out of confusion, uses Scald. Is he going to target down that Thunderous? He's going to target down that Thunderous, but it lives on 13 and no burn.
Yeah, and another burn that Wolfie would definitely want to see, just to have that Thunderous get knocked out. And now Thunderous is going to be able to provide more support for Nikolai's side. Again, you know, paralyzing that Charizard, that's going to be key for Nikolai to make this match a bit more manageable, because, you know, Charizard is a pretty speedy Pokemon, and, you know, Charizard can go for very powerful attacks. So, you know, Landers wants to be faster than that Charizard.
Absolutely. We're going to see Milotic just kind of withdraw from the battlefield, and we're going to see a Zapdos come in for Wolf Glick here. Like you said, Charizard is one of those Pokemon that just wants to preserve its speed. It's got base 100 speed. Thunderous, though, is going to go for the Thunder Wave, and it's going to connect on the Charizard. So that Charizard being paralyzed is going to be huge. Did not risk trying to go for Double Protect. Charizard, though, going for the Will-O-Wisp on the Conkeldurr, purposely trying to burn that Conkeldurr. So I'm assuming that during the course of the match, he was able to find out that Conkeldurr is running Iron Fist and not Guts, because otherwise, why would you burn it? The knocking off the Citrus Berry on the Zapdos is going to be pretty huge because it keeps it below 50%.
Yeah, and good switch right there. Interesting to note that Charizard decided not to Mega Evolve right there, and, you know, did go for a Will-O-Wisp, not a move we see too commonly on Charizard.
Not at all.
Yeah, so interesting moveset right here from Wolf. He is known to use some more different sets than standard, so maybe this is one of his techs.
One of his babies for World.
Right.
Kept it in his back pocket.
Thunderous is still out on the field. Thunderous can still provide a lot of support. You know, Thunderous can switch out. Thunderous can't do too much to that Zapdos right now, though. I
was going to say maybe he's going to try to Thunderbolt that Charizard, but it looks like it's going to be a Charizard X, something you don't see very often. Not going to be taking super effective damage from any electric type attacks if that was the plan. It looks like the Thunderous is going to target down the Zapdos, though, with a Thunderbolt. As Zapdos does go for a Roost here, going to recover all that damage up. But the question is, did Conkeldurr target down the Zapdos with an Ice Punch, or did he decide to just go for a Drain Punch on the Zapdos slot? So it's going to be resisted, but it still does a lot of damage.
Yeah, that did a lot of damage. I think Thunderous might be able to pick up knockout next turn.
Yeah, and it looks like the Charizard is going to go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thunderous, so that Thunderous is going to go ahead and not be able to pick up that knockout because it's going to be knocked out itself. Oh my goodness, but Wolf definitely is in a bit of a predicament here, having a slowed down Charizard and a very, very strong and bulky Conkeldurr on the field. He's kind of backed into a corner. This is game 3, only 5 minutes and 40 seconds left in this match, and Nikolai's going to go out into his own Charizard. Charizard right here. Oh man.
I think Nikolai might have gone for a bit more of a standard Charizard. You're right, Charizard X is not that common with Pokemon, but at the same time, one great thing about Charizard X is that it kind of can take whatever Charizard Y can dish at it, right?
Absolutely.
Barring the rare ground type hidden power coming from Charizard Y. So it's going to be interesting right now because Zapdos isn't in quite the best position. It's heavily damaged, right?
Yes.
Get knocked out by whatever Charizard Y can throw at it. So it's going to come down to how Wolfie trained his Zapdos in speed.
Yeah, it's gonna depend just on how fast that Zapdos is, if he can actually outspeed and knock out that Charizard before it takes the Zapdos out. Because if that is a Charizard Y and it goes for an overheat in the sun, it is a Charizard Y. We don't know what it's going for yet, but an overheat in the sun will most definitely knock out that Zapdos if it does connect with it. The Drought is going to activate, bringing the Sunshine to the field, although I feel like for Wolf, it feels like Rain Clouds. Nikolai's in the sun. Charizard's going to go for the Flamethrower here, connect on the Zapdos, and the Zapdos is not going to be able to live that. No crit necessary to knock that thing out, so it must not have been trained, especially defensively. A Drain Punch, though, connecting with the Charizard X. Thanks to that defense boost that Charizard X gets, he's able to take that very, very well. But unfortunately, Charizard gets fully paralyzed when something in the sun might have been fun for Wolf.
Well, we do see Charizard X get paralyzed, and right now Wolf has to choose to send out Milotic, and Milotic's been heavily damaged, right? So not the best position right now for Wolf. Charizard, of course, can easily pick up the knockout on Milotic. Charizard can slowly try to chip away at Charizard X. You know, these are Wolfie's 2 last Pokemon, and they're both paralyzed. That's not a good position at all for Wolf.
Not at all. We're going to see a Flamethrower coming from the Charizard to finish off that Milotic. Just very, very little HP remaining. There was no chance of that thing going to be being able to survive that turn unless it was going for a Protect. Drain Punch, though, going to connect again on the Charizard X. That looks like a crit. It is a critical hit indeed. Conkeldurr going to gain even a bit more HP back, and the Charizard X is going to be fully paralyzed again, unfortunately for Wolf. Kind of rubbing salt in the wound there, but I think that is going to kind of turn it over to Nikolai.
Right, and even if Wolf was able to move that turn, you know, go for powerful Flare Blitz in the sun, go for whatever move that Charizard X does carry, you know, Landorus is still in the back, ready to go, and that, you know, a couple turns ago, that Thunder Wave paid off so much.
Yes, as soon as that Charizard X was paralyzed, I think that was pretty much the end of the game. Unfortunately for Wolf, but both players, I believe this is Wolf's first loss, and Nikolai just earned his 3rd victory of the day. So both players still have a very, very good chance, especially Nikolai, to go ahead and proceed. We hear the crowd clapping because that was an incredibly well-played game. We jumped in. Wow, they really love these players because they're going in really, really happy. Being able to catch the end of that match, a 2-1 win for Nikolai, playing his Thundurus absolutely beautifully.
Right, how exciting was that we jumped straight into Game 3, right?
I honestly didn't mind that. I mean, sometimes it's like, oh man, I didn't get to see it, but when 2 caliber players, like I said, first time at Worlds, so even when you jump into a Game 3 and you catch up and realize what's going on, it's like, oh my goodness, we actually jumped into the end of Game 2, but Wolf had pretty much already won that one, but then seeing Game 3, it was really, really awesome. It's just, I wish I could watch every game at once, but it's just not humanly possible. All these players that are here deserve just a huge round of applause. Just they have my respect for sure, just getting here and being able to show off their talents and skills in Pokemon battling.
Right, and you know, that was an excellent series. Wolf played it excellently, as you can tell. I mean, winning Game 2 pretty much 4-0.
Yes, a 4-0 victory, essentially.
Right, and then, you know, Nikolai coming back after that, you know, that was a pretty devastating loss, but Nikolai was able to recover and, you know, come back and take that Game 3 in pretty strong fashion. You know, he knew exactly what to do in that situation. So, you know, Nikolai definitely showing that he's here to play. He's here, you know.
He's here to win.
Yeah, he's here. He's ready. Coming up from the seniors division, that's always a tough transition, in my opinion. But, you know, I say that, but then you see all these other seniors graduate up into the masters division and do perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. That's a cool story for Nikolai to just be coming up. First year Masters and kind of taking the stage by storm, 3-0 so far for today. We'll see how far he does go throughout the rest of this weekend. But for now, we're going to go ahead and jump back to the crowd with Justin. He's going to be interviewing someone to go over their time at Worlds, what they're thinking, how they're feeling, how they're doing. Justin, take it away.
Thank you again, Jonathan. We are live here from Boston, Massachusetts at the Pokemon World Championships, and we have found another fan that will talk to me. Finally, yes, someone will say hi to me. But yeah, I'm really excited to be joined here. Why don't you tell us your name and where you're from?
Hello, everybody. I'm Robert Safazan, and I am from Central Illinois.
All right, so not too far of a trip. Any hang-ups getting over here? A lot of people traveling from all over the country.
Well, you know, I did come out of here. I went into New York City where there was kind of a big storm. Kyogre was trying to make it so that I couldn't make it, but, you know, I jumped on my Rayquaza and I made it over here as fast as I could.
That is what I like to hear, man. To get that Cloud9, you got to get that Cloud9 out there, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, we just saw a tough match. A hometown favorite here, I think, just had an unfortunate loss there. Anybody that you're cheering for in the World Championships here?
You know what? I'm always cheering for one person. Team Cybertron, Aaron Zhang. I hope he wins Worlds. You know, I'm always rooting for Team Cybertron. Let's hear it for Cybertron.
Hey, I think some people might know who that is. Well, awesome, man. Anything else going on here? And as far as the Pokemon community is concerned, it was a huge gathering of Pokemon fans, right? So I'm sure you're doing some either stuff with friends or maybe some side events or just anything else. What's going on?
Well, you know, first off, Pokken Tournament is a great game. You know, I'm happy to see that. And also, Pokemon Symphonic Evolutions at Blue Hills Bank. That's tonight. We're all excited, hanging out with some YouTuber friends such as Marilyn and Chugga Conroy. We're going to check that out. It's going to be fantastic. So, yeah, I mean, it's just a great celebration to be here. And thank you all for watching as well. It's fantastic. I hope you're enjoying it as well at home.
Couldn't put it better myself, so we're going to go ahead and cut right over to the winner interview with Jonathan Indovino.
Thank you, Justin, for that. We are here joined by the winner of that last match, Nikolai from Utah. Nikolai, how are you feeling after an incredible set?
Dude, Shady, I'm feeling so great.
You look like you are a little bit nervous, but also just like, is that just energy? Is that just hype just boiling in you?
I was so nervous. Wolf is... honestly, he was probably my favorite to take the entire tournament.
Wow.
Along with Sagen Park, too, and Angel Miranda. They're all my favorite players, and they're really, really good. And I can't believe I beat him. He's such a great player. I studied up on him, though, so that's how I was able to do that.
How much time did you spend? I'm sure you studied a lot of those players that you did mention because you felt like they were the favorites. How much time did you spend into just studying other players?
I didn't spend a ton of time studying other players, but I watched some of Wolf's matches, and he's a really consistent player, so I knew he was going to play like that against me for most of the games, so I knew what to do, and I managed to do it somehow. Wow.
Awesome. Well, we, the crowd, the stream, myself, all of us jumped in at the end of Game 2. So would you mind giving a short recap of Game 1, what exactly happened? I know you won that one. So just let us know how that happened.
Let's see. I'll try to remember. Game 1, a lot of stuff happened. I don't know. I just won.
Was there any critical information that you gathered? Like, did he reveal his Charizard yet? What critical information did he reveal?
Well, the Charizard X was a big thing. That was really surprising to me. He also revealed Light Screen, Zapdos, and the other stuff was to be expected. Choice Scarf, Landorus. Didn't reveal a ton of stuff besides that big old Charizard X. So.
Okay, cool. So that's really awesome. Now, you're going in your 3-0 right now?
Yeah.
So you're 3-0, defending world champion. Well, I would say this is your first year in Masters.
Yeah, I'm 3-1 actually.
You're 3-1. Got it. Being 3-1, first year in Masters. Did you think that you'd be playing this well? Like you said, you're surprised you beat Wolf. So were you expecting to play at this level?
No, I'm really shocked that I beat Wolf. I thought for sure he was going to destroy me, and I'm surprised I'm doing this well. I thought I could easily not do so well because there are so many great players here. There are players who are better than me, more skilled, and players who work harder than me here too. So they really deserve to do well, but I'm trying my best, seriously.
Yeah, and I mean it shows. You were able to take down Wolf, like you said. It was really surprising, and it says a lot about a player that can jump from seniors into masters and then kind of prove their stride, especially when you're thrown onto the big screen. Did you know that you were going? I know you were set over to the side stream. Did they let you know, oh, by the way, it's going to be showcased now on the main stream?
No, they didn't let me know.
Oh, well, that's probably a good thing then, because you don't get extra nerves. You're just like, I'm just playing a game on the side. No one's watching. It's fine.
Yeah, I knew people were watching, though, because it was on one of the little screens.
Oh, okay. So you're able to see that, oh, now it looks like people are paying attention. Gotcha. Well, congratulations again for that win. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. It'll be awesome to see since this is your first year in Masters, just how far you go. And it's exciting to see such high caliber play and incredible moves, incredible sets, all coming through. So go ahead.
One thing real quick, I'd like to give a shout out to Luca, who's in the seniors division. We're using almost the same team, and he's doing really well in the seniors division with it. He helped me a lot building my team, and I'd like to give a shout out to Mackenzie Cruzos. I know she's watching at home, and she helped me a whole lot in training and making the team as well.
Awesome. You know, sometimes making a team can be such an overwhelming challenge, so having friends to do it with is really, really awesome.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Even last night I saw trainers still working together on their team, so really, really cool. And shout-outs well-deserved. Thank you so much for that interview. When we come back, we'll be jumping into another round of VGC with some new casters, so don't go anywhere.
everyone that I've met through Pokemon shares a similar interest as me. So immediately we've been able to connect, and I've been able to make amazing friends.
I love the community and how everyone's really nice with each other.
I love math, so it's a fun way to get your brain working and have fun with some of your friends.
My earliest memory of Pokemon was saving up to buy AA batteries to run the Game Boy.
Probably back when Red and Blue were first released, I was in 5th grade and I got them and played them on the bus to and from school every day the entire year.
I don't really have anything else that's sort of a competitive outlet for me, and it really helps me to better myself.
I've met some of my best friends, my roommates in college. I travel the country with these people, and I don't know, they're just the best people I've met.
Hey there, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to the Pokemon World Championships. We are live from Boston, Massachusetts. I am Justin Flynn, and joining me, of course, I think you just saw him a second ago, is none other than Dwee Ha. I had a fun time, man, down there on the floor. I was out on the floor watching the matches. It's crazy. The energy's there, and it's just insane top-level play.
Yeah, I mean, do you feel the excitement? Do you feel all like the the players, the crowd reaction, all that? Are you feeling the hype?
I am feeling the hype, man. I heard you got called out though a little bit earlier.
Again, I'm getting called out again.
I know. Do you want me to take matters into my own hands? Do you want me to handle things?
I think you might need to play
Jonathan.
them.
Was he mean to you?
Again.
Was Jonathan mean to you?
I think you should challenge Jonathan in Pokken.
I will challenge him to Pokken. Is that to a game of Pokken?
I think you should.
Is it a card game or
the fighting game?
Yes, I will challenge him right now. If you're out there, Jonathan, I'm watching you. Me and you, Pokken, in the back. If you're watching. Oh, no, he's coming up. I'm scared, actually. I don't want to mess around. But that was a crazy match, right? We just saw a lot of back and forth action there. We saw one match that was like very fast, a quick pace, like a strong Pokemon just trying to do damage. Then we saw kind of a really bulky team there. So really interesting seeing both sides.
Right, we got to see two matches from the previous round. That's always exciting to see as much action as we can from that round. And, Nikolai versus Wolf, that was a great set that went to 3 games.
Yeah,
and then we also got to showcase Miguel versus Naohito from Japan. And Naohito just showed exactly, why he's here in day 2 of the World Championships already. I mean, not to not to say anything bad about anybody, if you've made it to day 2, that means that you've played your best and you're here right now to compete with the best of the best. So
yeah, I mean everyone's playing their hearts out right now to try and grab a piece of that 500K that has been up for grabs, divvied out across the winners pool here.
Right, and that's such a massive prize pool. I don't think. I mean, that's a big step from last year's prize pool.
Huge, yeah. It definitely has increased here. Not to mention, what's awesome playing in the circuit, getting 300, I believe 300 people were flown out here, put in hotels and stuff, just for playing the game.
Absolutely, travel awards is one thing that Pokemon loves doing. Having all these people here, all these fans out here to be able to, play this game that everybody loves and enjoys so much.
Yeah, and speaking of playing the game, we're seeing some high-level play here at the event, obviously, with it being the World Championships. We have a special video for you guys. Maybe those of you that are looking to get into the competitive side of Pokemon, this will be a little how-to, maybe to get you up to speed.
Yeah.
Hello, trainers. If you enjoy playing the Pokemon games and are looking for a new challenge, why not consider entering the Pokemon Video Game Championships? The Video Game Championships use a special battle format. Bring a team of 6 Pokemon, choose 4 of those for the match, and attack using 2 Pokemon at a time. That's called a double battle. Team preview is very important. This means the battle against your opponent starts before the match even begins. You know what your opponent's 6 Pokemon are, but you don't know which 4 they'll be choosing to use in the upcoming match. Choose 4 of your Pokemon carefully based on what you would think your opponent might do. Get inside their head. And now the match begins. It's a 2-on-2 double battle. Half of your chosen team is immediately out in the fray. What do? Do you ask each of your 2 Pokemon to attack, to protect themselves, switch out, or to lend a helping hand to their partner? Will your opponent focus their attack on one of your Pokemon, or throw out a combo attack that targets both of your Pokemon? Whoa, didn't see that coming. In a double battle, your Pokemon's moves can target either opposing Pokemon. Some moves target both Pokemon at once. There are even attacks so powerful that they hit everyone, including your own Pokemon. However, the attacking Pokemon's partner can use its typing or abilities to avoid that damage. You can also use certain moves to help your ally. Remember this, and don't be afraid to get creative. That escalated quickly. Each turn, the fastest Pokemon of the 4 will move first. It's important to keep track of how fast each Pokemon might be. Moves that inflict status conditions such as burn, paralysis, or sleep are powerful. Make sure your team has a way to deal with them, or you'll get overwhelmed. Pokemon abilities can be extremely useful in a double battle as well. Compared to the single battles you might be used to, battles in the Video Game Championships are very fast-paced. A player could have all 4 of their Pokemon knocked out in just a few turns. Play strategically, but remember you only have 45 seconds to make a decision each turn and 15 minutes total for the entire battle. In the rare event of a match timing out, the player with the healthier team wins. Do you feel like fighting against Mewtwo? What about 6 Mewtwo? Well, you won't be doing either here. The Video Game Championships format excludes most legendary and mythical Pokemon. There are also rules ensuring no 2 Pokemon or held items in a team can be the same, so expect to see some variety. This short video is only covering the basics. Keep watching the World Championships and check out the players demonstrating the more advanced techniques, such as speed control, predicting your opponent's next move, defensive switching, ability combos. Planning a strategic Video Game Championships ready team can take a lot of work, but there are fantastic resources available to help. You can test out your teams right from home using the Pokemon Global Link. When you've got a battle-tested team at the ready, head to your nearest regional championships. Get more information about tournaments at Pokemon.com/playPokemon or about Pokemon strategy at Pokemon.com/strategy. Good luck.
Hope you guys enjoyed that little how to play tutorial there. A lot of interesting information coming from a voice that sounded eerily familiar.
I believe that was actually Professor Scott.
Professor Scott, who could that be? No, a lot of cool tips in that video, of course, teaching new players maybe about some spread damage stuff, maybe a couple tricks of the trade there with the team.
And that's definitely helpful to the players that are trying to get into the game. And even if you are new to the game and you want to come out to an event, I say, come out to the event because you you never know exactly how well you'll do until you try.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Please. It's a lot of fun. Definitely. It's not only that, but it just is a lot of fun regardless. Even win or lose, you get to play some Pokemon like that maybe is at a different level. Even it's like you get to see some crazy teams. You get to meet some new friends. So there's a lot of reasons to get out to events here.
Right. And we've definitely had a lot of first year success stories. I mean, last year's senior world champion that we just had on stage before, Nikolai, that was his first year last year, and he ended up as a world champion. So you never know.
No, there are a lot of people playing really, really well. I believe yesterday, Paul Chua, who we saw on stream, he ended up going 4-0, which was incredible.
Right, so definitely come out. I mean, you just watch that video, learn some cool tips. Definitely come out.
Yeah, guys, and it looks like we're actually about to be stepping into the next match here. We have two trainers. This is going to be a big global battle here. I believe we have a German player going up against a Japanese player. So it's going to be, I think it's Lejos. Is that how you say it?
Layo.
I apologize, Layo. Going up against Daiichi. And it's gonna be a big one, man. They got the two very, very strong teams here that I see in front of me. We can talk about them real quick while they jump into the match. Maybe let's talk about Lyo's team. It's gonna be Gardevoir, Landorus, Rotom. We got Heatran in there, Hydreigon, and Amoonguss. So some really strong Pokemon that we've seen.
Pretty standard team right there. You do see Gardevoir, and Gardevoir is a very popular Mega Pokemon nowadays. After its success at the United States Nationals, of course, one of the countries that loved Gardevoir before the United States Nationals was Japan. So definitely Daiichi is going to know how to deal with the Gardevoir a lot better than other countries might be able to.
Yeah, that was very, very popular, like you said in the format. It just really came back. It felt like Gardevoir was so strong in the beginning. We saw a lot of Hyper Voice. It was just a powerful Pokemon, and then kind of faded out and then came right back. I think we are jumping into the match here. Both players should be choosing their team here on Team Preview. And yes, we do have the players right here. It's going to be, I think you said Layo on the left there. It looks like we have a little different name there. And then we got Daiichi on the right there. So we got those two guys up there. But actually, we can see Daiichi's team, I think, on screen here. It's going to be Gardevoir, Landorus, Heatran, Thundurus, Tyranitar, and Amoonguss. So two kind of similar teams here. I'm seeing about 3 or 4 common Pokemon.
Yeah, we do see Mega Gardevoir there on Daiichi's team. Those are going to be... that's going to be a duel. That was actually the duel at United States Nationals between the two finalists. So it's going to be interesting to see how things go. Layo, of course, hailing from Germany. He's representing his country so proudly. And Daiichi, hailing from Japan, representing his country so proudly as well. Going to try to do as much as they can in this matchup. We do see Hydreigon out on Layo's side. Of course, Hydreigon is a Pokemon that we don't see too often anymore. I still think it's a pretty decent dragon to be using. However, fairy typing, that kind of hindered how well Hydreigon can do, because fairies pretty much hard counter those Hydreigons. We see Heatran. Those are common Pokemon. Amoonguss is also a shared Pokemon. Landorus, of course, a shared Pokemon right there between the two players as well. The only differences we see here is that, Wash Rotom and Thundurus are the electric types of each player's choice.
And it looks like we're about to jump into this battle here. I believe Daiichi will be challenging the opponent there, and we're going to lead with the Gardevoir Landorus here. And Layo on the bottom is with Gardevoir and Wash Rotom.
And a pretty decent matchup right now for Layo, I believe, because that Landorus is going to, go for Intimidate onto nothing, essentially, as we see Gardevoir going to go ahead and go for the Trace and pick up the Intimidate, actually. And I believe Gardevoir on Daiichi's side actually just picks up Levitate, which can be helpful, but I feel like, Layo just ended up winning that trade right there with the traces. Washroom, of course, going to be able to threaten that Landorus and do a lot of damage with the powerful Hydro Pump, as Mega Gardevoir probably going to make an appearance here on Layo and Daiichi's side.
Exactly, Dewey. So both trainers staring each other down here, taking up a little bit of time making these first crucial moves.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, Rotom, of course, Hydro Pump into the Landorus, and then Gardevoir going to be able to go for Hyper Voices possibly. All
right, we see the switch here for Layo there. Bringing in the Heatran here, should be able to take a decent attack here, hoping that there's no Earthquake early on, unless he's got that balloon on him. Mega Gardevoir now coming out for Layo as well. And let's see if we're going to get Mega Gengar, or Mega Gardevoir as well for Daiichi here setting up now. And that's we got a little bit of a mirror match going on right here. And a Protect now from Layo on the bottom screen. And it looks like it will be a Rock Slide, so a great prediction there. Shouldn't do too much damage to Heatran, who really is able to absorb that attack. And from Gardevoir, a Hyper Voice. Heatran also really resisting that. I believe 4 times resistant.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting to note that Layo decided to switch out his Wash Rotom into a Heatran. Of course, Heatran does not enjoy facing off against Landorus most of the time. Of course, Landorus are known to carry choice items. Of course, we've also seen that Assault Vests are also heavily popular nowadays. So maybe that Landorus might be locked into Rock Slide. So that might be a good position for Heatran because, as you said before, Heatran is going to be able to do a lot of work against Gardevoir because Heatran resists most of Gardevoir's same type attack bonus attacks.
Exactly, Dewey. Yeah, I mean, items are such a crucial part of the game here, so it's going to be really important for these 2 players to get some information here.
Yeah, and going into this turn, we see Gardevoir go ahead and go for the switch.
Yeah, it's a big one there for Daiichi. Hopefully not too risky of a switch on this one. We do see the Thundurus coming in here, and we're going to get a little berry action. Oh, on that Earthquake, I do think that the Heatran's going to be able to take this one. Gardevoir losing quite a bit of health as well. Down into the red is Heatran. Gardevoir holds on and hits back with a Hyper Voice of her own and does a ton of damage there to the Thundurus that is hanging on in the yellow, but does get the Citrus Berry there, and it's going to go ahead and get 1/4 of its health back.
And I believe we saw an Earth Power into one of those slots right there. Layo probably trying to make a move right there to kind of get an advantage. We do see the Hyper Voice not do 50% to that Landorus Therian. That's going to be huge because now Gardevoir has to go for possibly 3 Hyper Voices to knock out Landorus Therian. That's going to be a very bulky Landorus Therian. I would not be surprised to see if that was Assault Vest. We did see it switch from Rock Slide to Earthquake, so most likely that is going to be Assault Vest.
No, it's a great catch there, Dewey. Landorus became relatively predictable eventually because so many people were running choice items on it that no one ever got worried anymore. It's like, okay, well, it's Rock Slide. I guess it'll be Rock Slide the whole time. But we do see a lot more players having more choices available to them by using Assault Vest or other items. And the switch out to of Gardevoir for Layo on the bottom there, bringing in the Wash Rotom again. And a Protect now, maybe thinking there might be another Earthquake going down on the field here, and it's going to be a Swagger, I think, onto that Rotom here. Going to raise its attack, but also confuse it at the same time. So that's a good play onto those special attackers. And it does appear that that was an Earthquake there with a Protect, of course, on the Heatran, and Rotom's got Levitate, so no worries there.
Essentially a free switch right there from Layo to get in, although at the cost of getting swaggered. So now Wash Rotom's going to have to play a game where is it going to be able to move through this confusion, but we just see Rotom switch, does not want to deal with any of those confusion checks at all. Yeah,
gets it right out of there, and switching into a Landorus of his own on the bottom screen there. We'll get off some Intimidates. It's going to be pretty nice to get Intimidate onto Daiichi's Landorus there. Will reduce its attack by 1 stage. And this Rock Slide's going to not hit too hard. Heatran might be able to take it. Yes, Heatran hanging on with 13 hit points. And then the Thunderbolt finishing them off, but does get that almost free switch into Landorus.
Yeah, the huge thing right there was definitely that Intimidate to go for that Landorus again. Now Landorus on Daiichi's side is going to be at 2 stages of reduced special attack. Gardevoir does come in right now and will be able to take some attacks right there. Gardevoir, of course, has immense special bulk. Of course, Landorus Therian on Daiichi's side has been intimidated twice, as I've mentioned before, which means that Gardevoir might be able to take another attack and go for a Hyper Voice right here, which could be very helpful towards Layo's side in board position.
Yeah, again, great call on the Intimidate. Should give this Gardevoir just enough health to make it here. We do see the Thunder Wave onto that Gardevoir slot now, so looking to maybe get some paralysis here. Could be big. Let's see what we get from both of our trainers. A nice Rock Slide outspeeding the Landorus of Daiichi there. And might be picking up the feint on Thundurus. Yes, it's going to feint and go back to its trainer there. And we should see a move here from that. And it looks like it's a knockoff going into that slot of Layo's. Oh, and the paralysis. Oh my gosh. That is absolutely rough on that Gardevoir, who might have been able to pick up the feint here.
Yeah, and we do see the knockoff on from Daiichi's Landers onto Layo's Landers, and it does reveal the choice band, which definitely explains that damage output onto that Thunderous that picked up the knockout there as we see Gardevoir switch back in. So good information right there from Daiichi to pick up for future games and also to weaken Landers' damage output. So right now, Landers without its item, it's not going to be able to do that much damage, but at the same time, now Landers can freely switch its moves. So it's kind of a trade-off.
Yeah, that is interesting. Sometimes when you get that knocked off, you're like, thank you so much. But yeah, so we did see it outspeed last time, so maybe it will. Again, I'm not sure, but that could be just enough to manage to get the feint here and maybe look for a little flinch onto this Gardevoir. So let's see how much damage it's going to do now. Will it be enough to get rid of it? Yes, he does pick up the feint on Daiichi's Landers there. It's going to go back to its trainer here, and will Gardevoir be able to hit through it is the question. Yes, it does. No flinch there. Hyper Voice into both of these Pokemon who barely hang on in the red. Oh no! The look on Layo's face as he sees the paralysis of his Gardevoir.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate again, but Landers is still on the field, so it's not too bad of a situation for Layo as we see Heatran come back in. Unfortunately, right now, Landers isn't in the best position because it's going to get knocked out regardless, right?
Yes.
And it has to go for an Earthquake if it wants to try to hit this Heatran, but Daiichi's probably seeing that already and probably wants to try to protect this Heatran a bit more, and it's going to come down to mind games. What is this Heatran going to do here? Is it going to protect? Is it going to go offensive? What is it going to decide to do?
This could essentially be the turn of the game here. It's going to come down to a big prediction. If maybe even a potential flinch, because like you said, it really most likely will be a protect here from Daiichi, simply because of that Earthquake threat there. So here we go, a protect on Gardevoir, and will it be a double is the question. All right, a protect for Gardevoir there from Layo, and we're going to go ahead and get some moves. Oh, it looks like there it is. The Earthquake does come out here, and we see the Berry going to go ahead and resist this big time and make the Heatran stay in there in the yellow. Oh my gosh, but who does Heatran target? Oh my gosh.
The Heat Wave miss.
Yeah,
the Heat Wave miss.
That was huge.
So Daiichi right there made the right play. He knew that he had to get rid of that Landers to keep Heatran out on the field. Gardevoir does stay on the field for both sides, on Layo and Daiichi's side. Good recognition right there from Daiichi to preserve that Gardevoir to allow to combat with that Washroom that's about to come in right now.
And we do see, yes, the switch out. Great call there, Dwee. And the protect now onto the Heatran here. And it looks like Gardevoir's going to, of course, outspeed that paralyzed Gardevoir. Does a ton of damage to Rotom, though. Wow, Rotom, usually a very, very bulky Pokemon, almost down 50%.
I don't mind the position that Daiichi's in right now. Landers is heavily damaged, Rotom is heavily damaged, but the issue is Gardevoir on Daiichi's side is the key to victory right now because it's so powerful. It's going to be able to outspeed that Landers, of course, depending on how both those Pokemon are trained. So it's going to come down to the wire right here. How much damage can this Landers do to Gardevoir if it can even move before that Gardevoir?
We're not sure. We saw the Gardevoir protect last time, so we didn't get any reveals as far as their speed training is concerned. This could be big. It definitely going to be another huge turn for this matchup with both trainers only having 2 Pokemon left.
Yeah, and Wash Rotom is going to get knocked out, possibly from a Hyper Voice, so it's still close. We do see the Earthquake here. Yep. That's going to do a lot of damage.
That is going to be big. It's going to pick up the feint on Heatran here and take Gardevoir down into the yellow. But let's see what Gardevoir decides to do. Is it going to be a Hyper Voice for a lot of damage there? It does pick up the feint. Rotom hangs on with 2 hit points. Oh my gosh. There goes the Citrus Berry for Rotom now and picks up that feint on the Landorus there. Let's see what we get from Rotom.
Electro Web. Gonna lower Gardevoir's speed right there. That's a huge play right there from Layo.
Daiichi not liking that at all.
No, and right now I think this Washroom might be able to outspeed this Gardevoir and be able to pick up the knockout. That's gonna be big right there, and a big move right there from Layo.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge. I think surprising a lot of people here seeing that move there, but a lot of information given. Oh my gosh, the avoid of the attack here, and Gardevoir's going to hit back with a Hyper Voice that should definitely pick up the feint here. Oh my gosh, after the incredible play there, unbelievable.
Yeah, and that was such a huge miss right there, although I believe it was the Hydro Pump that came out of Layo's Wash Rotom right there, just to make sure it had enough damage to be able to pick up that knockout on Gardevoir. Like I said, Gardevoir is a very specially bulky Pokemon. You know, that Electro Web, that second Electro Web might not have been able to pick up the knockout, so Layo wanted to make sure that he was able to pick up the knockout, but we see that Hydro Pump missed, and that is unfortunate. You know, that's sometimes why you kind of want to run as accurate moves as you can, but you know, definitely not a bad position for Layo. Layo knows that he now does have the pieces to be able to take Daiichi to such a close match.
Definitely. It's all there. It's all there, obviously, for both players. It's going to come down to decisions. Very interesting seeing the two teams very, very similar, yet they kind of brought their different Pokemon in that one. They didn't mirror match at all.
Yeah, and you know, we see Rotom have some sort of speed control. Usually, Rotoms do enjoy using Thunder Wave as their main form of speed control, but Electro Web does do some damage too. So, you know, interesting thing to note that is probably going to be Layo's Wash Rotom's, you know, his same type attack bonus, electric type attack of choice.
Yeah, that was really, really interesting there that he had that move, and it looked like it was the right call. You just Hydro Pump is these matches are high risk, high reward, right? A Hydro Pump I would consider actually a high risk move. Anything that's not 100%, I feel like is a high risk move, and sometimes it pays off, and sometimes it doesn't. I do feel like Layo has the right moveset, can pull this one off. He's just gonna have to have Lady Luck on his side.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of information right there was revealed. You know, the Shuka Berry on that Heatran is going to be big for Layo to know that Earthquake will not be able to pick up the one-hit knockout on that Heatran on Daiichi's side. At the same time, you know, I believe the Berry was also revealed on... Did we see Heatran on Layo's side?
Yes, I do believe they both actually were holding on to potentially Shucka Berries, I think is what we saw there. So no air balloons, earthquakes all around for everybody, but they should be able to take that, of course, reducing the attack damage of that super effective move.
Yeah, and Landorus, of course, is going to want to hold on to that choice band on Layo's side, so going to be interested to see how this second game plays out.
And it looks like we get a Landorus Gardevoir lead here for Layo, and Daiichi leading with the same Pokemon as well. Intimidate's going to be fired off from both players here. Now, it will be interesting to see what traces we might get.
Probably Intimidate somewhere.
That is probably what's going to happen. There it is, huh? Another Intimidate going on. So Landorus essentially pretty much out of the game after one turn there.
That's right. Both Landoruses right now have 2 stages of decreased attack.
Yes.
And that's going to be unfortunate. Although, again, the Assault Vest on Daiichi's is going to make sure that, you know, Daiichi's is not going to be doing as much damage as the choice band that Layo is carrying. So Layo out there still kind of takes a bit of an advantage because, you know, he does have that item that gives himself an extra boost when he attacks.
Yes. I agree with you there. Do we? It looks like they're taking a lot of time on this particular turn. Obviously, the last match was full of question marks, and this time it seems like even more. Now that you know what your opponent has, it's like, well, now I know what they can do, so I got to second guess myself. It's really tough there. It looks like Daiichi decides to switch out that Landorus there, realizing that really at that point he's not going to be able to do too much damage. Goes into a pretty safe switch of Amoonguss, potentially, depending on what this Gardevoir has chosen. We do see the Mega now for Layo. On the bottom screen there, and will we see the Mega now? Yes, of course, for Daiichi. Both trainers bringing out their Megas early. And it looks like it's going to be a U-turn right there. Wow, managing to really tank that attack. Amoonguss says no thank you, and oh, that's right. Of course, we got the double Intimidate there, and Layo is going to go ahead and get a little advantage here. You get to see who your opponent switched in, so you get to kind of choose maybe a counter Pokemon. It is going to be Amoonguss of his own. So full-on mirror match at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. Oh, and the Trick Room comes up, but Daiichi's, I think, is going for another Trick Room too.
No way. Is this what's about to... Wait a second here. Oh my gosh, interesting play from both of our trainers.
I don't think anything changed at all. I mean, I think the damage so far has been pretty similar on both sides. You know, Amoonguss got chipped a little bit from that U-turn, but of course Amoonguss chipped back that Landorus with that Rocky Helmet. So both players kind of playing similarly right now. You know, I think they might have probably talked about the teams or something like that beforehand if they're doing these moves exactly the same.
Yeah, that is really, really interesting there. Both of them decide Landorus is gone and Amoonguss is coming in. in. Oh man. Now who's the faster Amoongus? It all comes down. Who's the faster Amoongus here? Because I believe Amoongus can be relatively bulky, might be able to take a Psychic here, but maybe with Mega Gardevoir, depending on the training, could get hit pretty hard. We do see the switch out for Daiichi there on the top, and we're going to get the switch in of Landorus here. Will be, of course, another 2 Intimidates as we wait for their reduced attack. And then we're going to get some moves here. It looks like it is going to be a Psychic into that slot, doing a ton of damage to most likely that I think Assault Vested Landorus there. But whoa, a Psychic doing huge damage to Amoongus, being able to take it like a boss and getting that Spore down onto the Gardevoir, which might be the bigger threat to the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Gardevoir was the Pokemon that gave Laio a lot of problems in the last game. So we do see that Psychic do a lot of damage to that Landorus, and I think it might now actually be in range to get knocked out by a Hyper Voice from Laio's Gardevoir. Good move right there for Amoongus to stay in and go for the Spore onto that Gardevoir, which, as I said earlier, Laio was having a lot of difficulty dealing with in Game 1. Now it's going to be a bit more manageable for Laio because now he can easily just go for the Hyper Voice, possibly pick up the knockout on this Landorus right here because, Gardevoir hasn't taken any damage at all. Possibly switch out this Amoongus, go into Landorus of his own on Laio's side to, go for another Intimidate just to make sure that that Gardevoir does get to stay around a bit longer and, start damaging that Gardevoir on Daiichi's side. It has been Spored, put to sleep, which means that it's going to be sleeping for at least this turn for sure, since Amoongus went after it.
It's essentially a free turn of damage into that slot, really. If something switches in, it's taking damage. If Gardevoir stays in, it's taking damage. We do see the switch here back into Landorus for Laio there on the bottom screen. Great call. Going to go ahead and reduce this Landorus' attack by 1 stage here, so already putting him in a pretty decent position there. We're going to go ahead and see the knockoff, now knocking off that choice item there on the bottom screen. And here it is, the Hyper Voice picking up the feint on Landorus and doing almost 50% damage to Gardevoir.
Yeah, and that was a good turn right there from Laio's side. He does lose the choice band on that Landorus, and that's going to be unfortunate, but the position right now for Laio, in my opinion, is a lot better. A Hyper Voice and a Rock Slide should be able to do enough damage to pick up the knockout on Daiichi's Gardevoir, but, Daiichi, of course, probably not going to want to sacrifice that Gardevoir so early in this game.
And we do see the switch into Amoongus here now, kind of at risk, especially with Gardevoir still on the field here. But there might be an interesting choice here. Do you just go for the all-out assault on the Amoongus here, or do you continue with the Hyper Voice getting that spread damage?
I think the better option right here might actually be to go for an Earthquake and protect that Gardevoir on Laio's side.
Good
go
call.
for the Earthquake. I think that Earthquake should be enough to take out that Gardevoir. But of course, Daiichi, again, he probably doesn't want to sacrifice that Gardevoir just yet.
Yeah, no, we could definitely see a switch here, or do you risk it and just go with the Protect and hope that it's a turn 2 wake up?
Maybe. I mean, we have seen the Landorus move before Gardevoir before in Game 1. Again, information from Game 1 being absolutely vital to, how you play in Game 2. And I think Laio made some pretty good adjustments this game, and I think he has the upper hand right now.
And it is a Protect from Gardevoir. She wakes up. Wow, turn 2. Look out. Here we go. And it's going to be another Rock Slide here into that Amoongus. Because Gardevoir, of course, protected, won't be taking any damage here. And there is the Psychic, so a nice, essentially a double up into that slot, and does manage to pick up the feint here on the Amoongus. That was an absolutely huge move by Laio, who we're here getting some applause from the crowd there.
Yeah, and Amoongus going down is going to be so big. I think Daiichi was pretty sure that Gardevoir would be content with going for a Hyper Voice right there, but Laio knows that Amoongus is a very dangerous Pokemon, does not want to sleep in Gardevoir, does not want to sleep in Landorus, so good call right there from Laio to target down that Amoongus.
And now with the choice item knocked off, Earthquakes can be pretty brutal in this situation with Tyranitar coming on the field.
I'm from California, so I like seeing I don't like seeing the Earthquakes, but an Earthquake's coming, I can feel it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I can feel it.
Somebody get this man a job. Geologist Dwee.
So, Gardevoir can stay in, go for Hyper Voices. Tyranitar will not enjoy taking those either, so we do see Gardevoir protect.
No, it's an interesting call here from Laio on the bottom screen there. And there it is. Actually, we do get that Earthquake. It should do damage to both of these Pokemon here. And wow, both of them able to take it here. We could see a big hit back here for Daiichi. It's going to be a Hyper Voice, and will it be enough just to drop it alone? No. Down with 5 hit points. Who did Tyranitar try and attack? It's going to be a Rock Slide. It does connect, and we will see the Landorus fall here. But it still looks to be a good position for Laio.
Yeah, and we see the Life Orb right there on that Tyranitar. and sand damage is going to happen, and I think Gardevoir on Daiichi's side might get knocked out. It does get knocked out.
Oh no, just enough to get rid of that Gardevoir here, and Tyranitar is not going to like facing off against Gardevoir.
Yeah, and Gardevoir is in good position to just finish it off. And we do see Amoonguss come in, but I just want to say, well played from Layo this game in comparison to Game 1.
Oh, definitely made some really, really great calls. He made a lot of great calls in Game 1 as well. Just some things didn't work out in his favor. We get the Hyper Voice here, and it looks like Yayo's going to go ahead and even the game. That is absolutely huge. I mean, we're in the World Championships right now. He's taking it to a Game 3. Both trainers fighting for their tournament lives at this point. I believe they're both at 3-1. I'm not positive on that one, but I would definitely say that every win is crucial.
Right, and they are 3-1. Whoever loses this match can still make it to the top cut, but instead of having your fate in your own hand and how you play, you're going to be relying on your opponent's win percentage instead, and that's something that you don't want to sit on. You want to know that I made top cut on my own accord, and I've lost because well, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You never want to leave it up to the judges, as they say sometimes in boxing. Don't let the judges decide, right? So don't let the resistance decide in this tournament. It's the World Championships. You really got to win it out early. It's big time.
As many wins as you can get. When you want to secure your trip to the top cut and take a part of that prize money, that precious prize money that we have.
Of course, there's prize money on the line here. There's bragging rights. You're fighting for your country out here. Everything. There's a lot on the line for these players.
I think one thing that Daiichi's going to want to try to do coming up into Game 3 is definitely have some speed control or a better way to deal with that Gardevoir on Layo's side. It appears that what's happening in these matches is that Gardevoir is the problem Pokemon in each game. Layo's Gardevoir was the problem in Game 2. Daiichi's Gardevoir was the problem in Game 1.
Yeah, it's really all coming down to the Mega Pokemon's so strong.
Right.
I was going to say in this format, but really in any format. they get those stat boosts and they become serious threats. So it's going to be time to figure out how to get rid of it.
Yeah, and Layo's Gardevoir was able to pick up the knockout on Amoonguss with a very powerful Psychic. I'm not sure if that's because of difference in training or because of the little bit of chip damage that Landorus was able to do to that Amoonguss beforehand.
I want to say Layo's Gardevoir ended up doing more damage to that Amoonguss, to the Amoonguss of Daiichi, as opposed to Daiichi's Gardevoir versus the Amoonguss of Layo.
Right, again, it all comes down to how those players have trained their Pokemon up.
Exactly. So let's see what the leads are here. Actually, switching it up a little bit is Daiichi, who brought the Landorus again, but this time a Heatran out on the field there, who will put this Gardevoir essentially in check here. Layo, of course, taking some Intimidates, now leading with the Landorus and Gardevoir. And let's see what we get from both trainers here. Gardevoir going to go ahead and get that Intimidate trace. So pretty good. Not the best position there with a Heatran on the field. I mean, we could see an early Earthquake. So actually a lot of checks and balances from both sides of the field.
Yeah, that Intimidate, again, we saw it paid off huge for Daiichi because of the Shuka Bear on Heatran. That's going to prevent Heatran from getting knocked out from this Choice Band and Landorus. Otherwise, they would do a lot of damage and might even be able to pick up the knockout. Maybe Layo felt that Shuka Bear Heatran was a big threat coming into Worlds and decided to train his Landorus to be able to pick up knockouts through Shuka Bears with the Choice Band. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here, how this plays out, because both players right now are trying to, tournament life is almost at stake here.
Definitely. I mean, will that Intimidate play a factor with 9 seconds left to lock in these moves here? Both trainers taking it down to the wire, absolutely, and you never want to take the risk of a possible critical hit.
Oh, no, absolutely.
That could be it. So maybe protect the Landorus here. I'm not exactly sure. Protect the Heatran here. I'm not exactly sure what these players are going to choose. It actually is a Rock Slide here, maybe looking for a flinch. We do see it hit both slots. It's going to be a Rock Slide right back from Daiichi, and both trainers staring at their screens, waiting for the next move to happen. It's going to be a Hyper Voice doing a decent amount of damage here to Landorus, but Heatran really able to take it, and the Heatran manages to get off a Hidden Power, doing a ton of damage here to the Landorus of Layo, and it does pick up the feint, and it will go back to its trainer.
That is a good move right there from Daiichi. Hidden Power, not a common move that we see on Heatran, and definitely probably took Layo by surprise. I mean, being able to pick up that one-hit knockout on Pokemon that usually is a counter to Heatran, so that's huge.
Yeah, that was really, really big there. Heatran now in really good position. Layo's got to be worried without having Earthquake available to him anymore. This Heatran could get very, very scary.
He could possibly have Rotoman back. That could help deal with that Heatran a lot easier. Of course, right now, Gardevoir is going to be threatening this Landorus Therian out on the field. Of course, Amoonguss can play a bit of a support role right now, could easily go for a Spore. One thing to note for Layo is that Heatran has, well, we haven't really seen it move, right? But we've seen Ice-type hidden power. Usually Heatrans tend to carry a Fire-type attack, either a Steel or a Ground-type attack, and then Protect. So maybe it doesn't have Substitute.
Yeah, very, very true here. We do see the switch out, maybe trying to bait something there for Layo, and into the Heatran. So now we see the fourth and final Pokemon of Layo on the bottom screen there. It looks like it's going to be a Protect from Heatran. And a Rock Tomb onto that Gardevoir, going to go ahead and slow it down.
Again, just trying to mitigate the situation, try to slow down this Gardevoir, and we do see Gardevoir go for the Hyper Voice. Going to be able to pick up a knockout on that Landorus Therian, so definitely. Huge knockout.
Yeah, doing some really nice damage there to those Pokemon. Gardevoir so strong, especially in Mega Form, and Layo getting that free switch into Landorus. I mean, into Heatran.
Right, and I see what Layo tried to do there. I mean, have that Amoonguss come in after his Landorus got knocked out, bait the Heat Wave, and switch in that Heatran to try to get a free Flash Fire boost right there. So good call right there from Layo. Unfortunately, Daiichi did not fall for it.
Yeah, you're exactly right there, Dwee. So we do see the Gardevoir come in for Daiichi, who is not Mega yet. So could that play something in this game? Oh, and the switch out now for Layo on the bottom. Looks like it's going to be the Amoonguss coming back out here. An interesting team up here. Do you use the Heat Wave and give the boost?
That's definitely a tough decision for Daiichi. I mean, Amoonguss is a problem Pokemon, but Gardevoir can also help deal with it.
Oh, it looks like we get a little berry action there with the Earth Power. Will it be enough to pick up the Feint through the berry? No! Heatran hanging on in the red. And Gardevoir now hitting with a Hyper Voice. Amoonguss able to resist that one pretty well there. Amoonguss, typically trained very, very bulky. And we do see the berry now as well for the Heatran, who also falls almost all the way to the red there.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that was a speed tie right there between these two Heatrans, but that's going to be a thing to note, I guess, because you don't want your Heatran to lose a speed tie and get knocked
Definitely
out.
not.
Layo might want to play it a bit safe here. Good switch right there to get that Amoonguss in to take that Hyper Voice like a champion instead of allowing his Gardevoir to take a lot more damage, and also resets Gardevoir's speed stat drop from that Rock Tomb.
Yeah, exactly. Dwee, good call there on that switch. So now Amoonguss in here, looking like that Heatran is one hit away from fainting. So Layo seems to be in a pretty good position, actually turning around maybe a kind of an early loss into what might be a nice even set.
Yeah, and one thing to note, I don't think we've seen Daiichi's fourth Pokemon just
No,
yet,
we have
right?
not. No, that could be big.
And we do see Heatran switch out. We're going to see this fourth Pokemon right now.
I believe so. What is it going to be for Daiichi? And it is Thundurus here. Oh, and the switch as well from Layo back into Gardevoir. Interesting play from both of our trainers here. And there it is, a Psychic. Gardevoir really able to absorb that attack there for the Amoonguss. So great switch from Layo.
And also a great switch right there from Daiichi to avoid that Earth Power, to preserve his Heatran a bit longer. And now, Pokemon on Layo's side are both heavily damaged, and Thundurus is going to be able to play a very good support role right here. It can easily swagger either of Layo's Pokemon, Heatran or Gardevoir, to try to prevent one Pokemon from moving this turn. Could also go for a Thunder Wave to try to slow down Layo's Pokemon and put himself in a better position to take a victory.
No, that was absolutely huge. We didn't know what that fourth Pokemon was going to be, and that's what's so nice about being able to hold on to your Pokemon really until the end of a set. You can end up really surprising your opponent.
Yeah, and I think Heatran, in hindsight, probably wanted to go for a Heat Wave right there, but, you can't really predict that. You don't want to give the Heatran on Daiichi's side a free Flash Fire boost either.
Definitely not. We see the speed here of Layo's Gardevoir doing a ton of damage with a Hyper Voice. Getting the Citrus Berry is Thundurus there for Daiichi, and Gardevoir hanging on just at about 50% here. And looks like, I think we see an attack there into the protecting Heatran, but we do get a Hyper Voice and picks up the feint on Layo's Gardevoir, and we will see the Amoonguss come back out onto the field here.
Yeah, and it's going to be a tough decision right now. Amoonguss can be taunted by this Thunderous, so Daiichi in a very good position right now to kind of finish it off. Unfortunately, I believe this Gardevoir is going to be outspeeding this Heatran, and that's going to be unfortunate because it's just a tough position for Layo to be in because Heatran's heavily damaged. Amoonguss can probably take a Psychic, but of course it can also be taunted. And, it already protected last turn, so unless Layo can go for Double Protect, I think that is currently his best option, but Layo's outs are looking a bit slim right here.
Yeah, we do see the Protect here on the Amoonguss, and unless that Heatran has 2 items on it and is carrying Bright Powder, I think he's going to pick up the Feint there, and yes, we will see the Heatran drop and go back to Layo, who played really well in these matches here. Sometimes things just don't go your way, and it's the World Championships. Everyone's playing at the next level. You're going to see players that you think should win the World Championships just end up taking losses.
Right, and that was a great redirect there from Daiichi to just go ahead and put pressure on that Heatran. Of course, Layo now knowing that his option back then was just go for that Double Protect onto that Heatran to try to preserve Heatran and allow Amoonguss to be able to go for a Spore. Hindsight is 2020, but of course, both players played an amazing set, and congratulations both players for making it this far in the first place.
Absolutely huge. The day not over for either. For either trainer there, Daiichi breathing a sigh of relief after that one. It was a very close call. And that was a really awesome match. I had a lot of fun there. Definitely now the resistance for Layo is going to be a little bit more difficult, but if he can win out the day, he's definitely putting himself in a really good chance to make it to the top cut.
Yeah, and Layo's one player that I've always been wanting to see a lot of. I've heard a lot about him, his play style. He's built some really amazing teams, and he's just an absolute fantastic player. But it's just unfortunate that Daiichi played a little bit better right there, took it out in a very close series, and, both players definitely deserve to be in the top cut, but I could say that about a lot of players out in the field right now. I mean, it's a really difficult field out there.
It really is, and it was kind of interesting, the match that we just saw, of course. It was a pretty mirror matchy there, but we saw how the different training really affected each one. We saw the Hyper Voices from Layo doing a little bit more damage than the Hyper Voices from Daiichi there. We saw the berries on the Pokemon, but we saw how diverse Landers can be, right, with the Assault Vest versus the choice item.
Yeah, and, it all comes down to, both teams had pretty similar... they had similar builds, right? They had the same core, Gardevoir, Amoonguss, Landorus, Heatran, and then, there were a couple differences here and there. You see the Hydreigon versus the Tyranitar, and, the Wash Rotom versus the Thunderous, and, I think that just goes to show, both these players, they had a similar mindset. So going into this battle, they kind of already had a game plan as to what they knew they want to do, which is why, this set came out to be so close. Two high-level players using 2 very well-built teams, just going head-to-head, and that's just a great thing to watch.
Yeah, I'm sad I didn't get to see the Hydreigon. I don't know if it really had a place in the match, unfortunately, with Mega Gardevoir out there on the field. But Hydreigon's such a strong Pokemon. Like you said, we don't see it that much anymore in the format. It came out really big early on because it was so powerful, especially after, I think, last year's national championships when it became a very popular Pokemon after Alex Ogloza using it to do like crazy choice specs damage.
Yeah, and definitely didn't want to bring that right there. It's like,
no.
What would Hydreigon do there? You have Heatran, you can Draco Meteor into it, you can go for a Dragon Attack into it, you could have Gardevoir just stay out there and, just Hyper Voice right into it and pick up one-hit KOs. But you just see, you look at the teams and you just see all the similarities. You see all the thought process that went into these. Speed control is a huge thing that they had. And, it's just different. Wash Rotom went for the Electro Web, which was clutch, and it could have easily won him the game had luck been a bit more in Layo's favor because of that Hydro Pump miss right afterwards.
Oh, brutal. Loved the entire match. Had a fun series there, but I think we're going to go to the sidelines with Jonathan Induvino, who has found a fan who might want to tell you a little bit about themselves. Let's check it out.
Thank you, Justin Flynn, for that throw. We are here joined with someone who's been experiencing Worlds themselves. Go ahead really quick to everyone in the stream. Introduce yourself, your name, where you're from.
Hey there, everyone. My name's Devin. You may also know me as Maryland in the community, and I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice from all the cheering. Weren't these excellent games?
Dude, these games are so incredible. Top level hype. You said you're known as Maryland in the community, so you're very heavily involved in the Pokemon community?
Oh, absolutely. It's been wonderful because people know me online. I do Pokemon videos, and I talk to people, and this is actually World Championship number 6 that I've been to. And it's like a giant convention to meet friends, to meet people that I've met out and about. Some people have their first time saying hi to me, and I always love that. It's so much fun because everyone has so much spirit and passion here, which is just great.
My jaw didn't pick up because you said you've been to 6 world championships. I have the utmost of jealousy because this is my first one, but that doesn't diminish. This has just been an incredible event. Like you said, the passion and the electric energy in here is not only given off by that Pikachu floating, I don't know if it's in frame, but it's from all the players in the community. It's just such a welcoming, awesome community. Like you said, so much passion. What was the number one thing? I mean, you've been to 6 worlds, so you're a vet, VET, when it comes to Pokemon Worlds. What were you coming here just for? Your past experience have been really good. Is there something, what's your most favorite thing about Worlds?
I mean, absolutely the community. Just to clarify, even though I've been to these worlds, it's mostly to spectate because it's just such an amazing convention of Pokemon fans. It's great, and the fights are awesome, the battles are intense. So that alone is just awesome. But I think the friendship, like the last 2 worlds, this one and last year's, just seeing all my friends here is just the highlight of my year.
Definitely, I can agree. Even as a caster, there are certain people that I don't get to see too often, and I'm meeting a lot of people for the first time. This is obviously the first time I'm meeting you, and I've known you. I've just known your presence in the community, and it's really, really cool to finally get to meet you and make new friends and see old friends come back together. It's so incredible, without a doubt. One question I did want to ask, so the 2 big events that happen at Worlds, TCG, VGC, do you have a preference of one, and why?
Oh boy, here we go. So I do play both. I don't play both like super competitively. I used to really get into the TCG more competitively, but now, I'm sorry guys, I'm Team VGC, and I'm rooting for Dylan in the senior division. He is my man, world champion. Yeah, there we go.
Oh my gosh, the crowd just behind us, they love Dylan too. That is awesome. So Dylan in seniors, is this his last year in seniors, or how long has he been in seniors?
He has 1 more year after this, and he's been a sleeper hit. I've been reading about him because I actually flew in with him. I was doing a little bit of help with his team. Awesome dude, but everyone is underestimating him. They don't really know what he's doing, but he is consistent. That's the thing. He might not have won nationals or done this, but he's always placing extremely high in regionals. He made it to day 2 despite not winning like any single event because he goes to so many different ones, and he always mixes up his style.
So he racked up a lot of championship points and made his way to Worlds and is working his way through the senior division. He's a junior senior.
Senior.
Well, it's his second to last year, so he's a junior senior. He'll be a senior next year. But keep your eye out for him, Marilyn. Thank you so much for this interview. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to the casters with a winner interview right now.
Hey there, Pokemon fans, and thank you so much, Jonathan, for that interview there. I am joined by the winner of that previous match, Daichi from Japan. Am I saying the last name right? It's Kumabe?
Yeah.
Is it? Okay, Daichi Kumabe from Japan, an incredible run there. That was a tough match. Daichi, first of all, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Well then. Oh my gosh, you're not letting her do any work here. You can just sit there. You're looking good.
Sorry.
No, that's good. That's perfect. So Daichi, that was a tough match. You had a lot of the same Pokemon. What did you decide to do differently?
今のすごい大変な試合で、特にミラーマッチになっていたと思うんですけど、相手と違うことをどうしようと思っていましたか
？1戦目でサーナイトの素早さ負けてたので、2戦目でトリックルームを張って優位に進めようと思ったんですけども、相手もトリックルームを持っているというのはちょっと予想外でして、で最終的に3戦目はボルトロスを中心として上から殴るっていう電磁波で素早さを上から優位に取るという形で勝負を進めていきました。
So in the first match, I realized that my guardable speed is lower than opponent's guardable.
Yeah.
So decided to go for trick room on the second match.
Oh my
but
gosh,
then,
yes.
Then realized the opponent also has trick room as well, so it also didn't work out. So on the third round, just decided to get rid of the unguardable sort of way and decided to just use Landros and use Thunder Wave to paralyze opponent to stop the speed.
Yeah, that was a really, really funny turn when both Pokemon used Trick Room. It was really, really funny. So maybe since obviously there's a big American audience here, maybe you can tell them how long you've been playing Pokemon.
すごいアメリカの観客の方が多いと思うんですけど、そういう方々にどのぐらいポケモンをプレイ年数を教えていただけますか？
今5年ですね。
5 years.
Okay, that's a long time. And how long have you been in the Masters division?
マスターに参加されて何年になりますか
？2013年から VGC としてやってるんですけども、2013年は日本の国内の予選落ちで、去年は日本で3位に入りまして代表として去年も参加しています。
So from 2013 he's doing the VGC, but in the first year, so 2013 he didn't get round to win the Japanese round, but last year he managed came third and came to the world last year as well, and so this is his second time at world.
Wow, that is really impressive. So starting in 2013 has been to Worlds twice now playing VGC. That is really, really impressive. When you're back home, do you have any friends that you get to train with?
日本で一緒に対戦をする仲間っていらっしゃる？ Yes, he has.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's a big thing out here. Are there any friends from the community that you maybe would want to say hi to now that you're on this big stage?
常にいつも一緒に対戦している仲間にせっかく今カメラの前にいるので何か言いたいことありますか？
そうですね。今日本で集まって応援してくれてるって聞いたのですごい嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。あとも勝ち上がります。
So I heard that all my friends are actually watching this in Japan, and
oh my
I'm very
gosh.
pleased with it, and I would just like to say thank you very much for.
Oh my gosh, that's great. That's what Pokemon is all about, guys. You see Daiichi, shout outs to his community at home. I'm so glad that you have tons of fans, I'm sure, watching there. It looks like Japan overall is doing really, really great in the competition. Are you excited to see so many players doing this well?
今すごい日本の選手がたくさん勝ち上がってきてると思うんですけど、やっぱり同じ国の人がたくさん勝って仲間としているっていうのは心強いですか？
そうですね、すごい心強いですね。今年は本当に今すごく日本人が調子いいので、その中に自分も一緒に入っていって頑張れるよう、頑張ります。
It's so nice to see people from my country playing so well, and I will just be part of them and keep on playing.
Oh, great. Those are so great, such great words to hear, Daiichi. It has been an absolute pleasure being able to interview you. Best of luck in the rest, or I should say, ganbatte kudasai. Best of luck in the rest of the competition, guys. I'm Justin Flynn again. Like I said, joining me on stage was Daiichi Kumabe, who just took that victory in a really tough mirror match there, is representing Japan, and will go on into the rest of the tournament here, looking to make the top cut. I think we're going to go to a quick break, and we will be right back with another match shortly.
I'm from Green Bay, Wisconsin.
I'm from Norway.
We're from Italy.
The UK, England, Boston, Massachusetts.
I am from Toronto, Canada.
I played Pokemon competitively for the last year.
4 years.
I've played for 7 years.
3 to 4 years.
15 years.
9, 10 years.
I play mostly every day.
Once a week.
Just started right here.
I play a lot, especially online.
Playing for
hours a day?
Every day.
Very, very, very often.
My favorite is Kecleon, that and Mawile.
Definitely Machamp.
Mudkip and Pikachu. Mega Rayquaza.
Kangaskhan, and Snorlax.
Georam, the Steel Bug.
That's all I know how to say. I'm sorry.
¿Dónde está el baño? Hey there, Pokemon fans. Hope you enjoyed that interview with Daiichi after that big win there. I am Justin Flynn, and joining me, of course, is none other than Scott Glazzo. We switched out Dwee Ha, and we got Scott here joining us now. Scott, I'm actually really interested to hear your take on that previous match, because it was a tough one. Daiichi said he kind of took his information and then was just like, hey, my Gardevoir's slower. I got to figure this out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a tough matchup for him. You know, that first game, even though he got the win, it was very close. You know, could easily have gone the other way. And I think, you know, trying to figure the series out from that point is pretty tricky. It's always really awkward when you've got teams that are so similar like that.
Yeah.
You know, it's really important to figure out which one's faster. And unfortunately, he was kind of on the wrong end of most of the speed trades, which makes
really
that a really, really tough puzzle. It's just I think those are the worst matches to try to play through, because every once in a while, like even in stream, we'll kind of get a match where like the players actually work together, and that's why their teams are so similar. But like this was just like a bizarre coincidence.
There's probably no way that they were training together.
Yeah, exactly. I feel pretty comfortable with that one. So just like, how does this happen? You know, like this deep in the World Championships, like what a bizarre situation. But you know, he came up on top of, like, I think, a fairly disadvantageous situation there, and I was pretty impressed with the third game.
Yeah, no, it was a nice one. A pretty more decisive victory on that one. Just managed to make some of the right calls there. It was as if a little bit too. He maybe favored a little bit more training into defense as opposed to attack there.
Yeah, and and speed as well, as we mentioned before. And I think that's usually what you see in that sort of archetype, right? Where it's like you've got the trick room options, so typically you're a little bit more defensive and slower. Laios is kind of messing with people a little bit, I think, by being so quick.
Yeah,
that was one of the things that probably made it difficult, especially in game ones, to deal with this team. But unfortunately, it just didn't quite play out there. I was super excited to see Electroweb, though.
Oh my gosh!
I was out in the crowd for that, and like I could pretty much literally hear the people around me like, what is that? Is that a real move? Like, did he just like invent this move? And like, this, like he's like in the back with a screwdriver. Like, I just gotta change my game out here.
Doing some artwork. Okay, I think it'll look like a web. It'll kind of look like one that's like kind of got electric stuff going through it.
Yeah, so they're totally gonna fall for this. It's gonna work. Yeah, no, real move. I think it's cool though. I think it's it's tough to find speed control options on a lot of Pokemon other than like the obvious few like Thundurus, and it's tough on Rotom. We've seen people use moves like Thunder Wave on it when they try to make room, but the trade-off is that Will-O-Wisp and your attacking moves are all really important.
Yes.
And I actually thought Electroweb was a really cool way to kind of get most of what you normally have without giving anything up. You can keep Hydro Pump, you can keep Will-O-Wisp, and then use Electroweb so that you can still slow down the opponent while still having something that does damage with the electric type.
It's nice. It's like it's not really Nuzzle, obviously, but it's I would say more of an electric Rock Tomb, right? With nice same type attack bonus attached to it.
Yeah, it's not like having one of those like Icy Wind, except with the electric type. So it's pretty cool. It's I don't know if it's a move I think should be seen more, but I'm glad that an innovative use of it was found. It's one of those moves that I feel like when I've been team building over the years, I've looked at quite a few times, like, no, this is too crazy. But I'm glad it's not. Like, it's the sort of thing I love seeing pop up at the World Championships.
Well, it looks like both of our players are actually on screen here. We got an interesting one. This is actually big. I was just about to mention how interested I was in seeing this. I think that is. I think we got on the left here. Maybe is that Flejo over there on the left side?
I can.
We're not sure. I think it's either maybe Tobias over there, but it's going to be a really, really good one. This is a big match for both of these players, I think. Now, Scott, do you actually know the record of them coming into this one? Because this has got to be getting close to the end.
Yeah, I believe there are 4-1s. I would assume so based on that record, because you'd have to be very creative to find a way to get 2 losses on your record with only 3 game losses. So most likely looking at 4-1s here. So they're actually in really good shape. If they win this round, they have a very good chance of making it to the top cut, even if they lose the final round, because the resistance will be very high. So this will be a big round here. And also the first time we've ever had a Mexican player on stream, so I'm kind of excited for that.
Oh, no, that's great. I love the diversity, obviously, of people left in day 2. That's absolutely huge. And it looks like a lot of countries have a representative doing very, very well at this point. We saw German players going to the end. We've seen Japanese players going to the end. We have a player from Mexico, and I know there's got to be some good old U.S. players out there.
Yeah, you might be surprised there, Justin.
Oh, no. Please, don't tell me that, Scott. Jeez Louise, man.
Yeah, a little bit of an off year for the United States, but cool to get Mexico. We've kind of added that region this year with South America and Mexico. So pretty nice. You're getting the variety going.
And it does look like we actually have Tobias there on the left, and I hope I'm saying this right. Gennaro, is that it? Or Gennaro, I think, on the right here. Now, we got to talk about teams. Obviously, that's a big part of this. Tobias, actually, who you cannot see on screen right now, has a Tyranitar, Milotic, Salamence, Amoonguss, Heath Rotom, and an Aegislash here. Now, a couple similar Pokemon, again, over on the team of Gennaro there. It's going to be a Salamence, Aegislash, Terrakion, Thundurus, Venusaur, but a Volcarona, which we haven't seen, I don't think, too much here.
Yeah, I can't say I know much about the esteemed Mexican metagame, but there's a bunch of really cool Pokemon on this team. Even Mega Venusaur and normal Venusaur, for that matter, like things we really haven't seen much of lately. And Volcarona, we've only really seen this season paired with Kangaskhan. Typically, you'll see Kangaskhan use Fake Out so that Volcarona can Quiver Dance. I'm most likely using a different sort of strategy on this team, but I really like both of those Pokemon, so I'm kind of hoping to see them. I feel like I've been bad luck rooting for obscure Fire-type Pokemon so far this weekend, so I apologize if I've just cursed this Volcarona, but
Scott's favorite team, 7 Arcanines.
I didn't say you couldn't do that in the video. So.
That's true. I didn't say you couldn't.
You didn't see even a single Arcanine on the ban list. Boom.
Oh, there it is. That's what I like to hear. All right, we get the leads here from both of our trainers. It looks like for our trainer on the top screen there, it is going to be a Volcarona Terrakion here, and for Tobias on the bottom, it is going to be the Salamence as well as Tyranitar, who will most likely be setting up that Sandstorm.
Yeah, well, I mean, ignoring the Volcarona, which I'm not rooting for, but excited to see. I mean, I think this is a kind of a tricky situation for both sides. There's a lot of different items these Pokemon could be holding. Terrakion, if it has a Focus Sash, it complicates things. Volcarona, also a Pokemon something that holds Focus Sash, though it's not going to be especially effective with the Sandstorm blowing here. Tyranitar often holds Choice Scarf. It wouldn't be unheard of for one of these Pokemon to have Choice Scarf as well, since there's a really clear user of that item on Gennaro's team, so tricky turn.
It looks like we see the switch out here for Tobias into that Milotic and a Protect from Tyranitar here, maybe leaving Gennaro open for some serious damage, maybe into that slot, but Milotic really able to take that, maybe knowing about that Hidden Power Ice there. Maybe that's what Volcarona's set, got that Hidden Power Ice. We do see the Berry going to go ahead and, I believe, raise the special defense there, I think, of the Milotic.
Yeah, I love it. The Moringa Berry, an item we see too much of, but it started to pick up popularity toward the end of the year since it's naturally a very strong Pokemon on the special defensive side. Pretty cool to see that activate. Another thing that was cool to see that turn is that's a very fast bug with Volcarona moving before Terrakion. Unless this is a particularly slow Terrakion, which I don't think I've ever seen before. Very likely that there's a Choice Scarf on that Volcarona. So I'm kind of seeing, if you're not using Quiver Dance, what are you doing with Volcarona?
Yeah.
Against many opponents, probably that was a surprise knockout on Landorus, but not so lucky this battle with nothing free for Volcarona to take.
And it does appear that there maybe was an attack into the Tyranitar slot there, not taking any damage here. We see the switch out onto Volcarona now for Gennaro there on the top screen, and into a Thundurus. Definitely checks that Milotic here, and a switch for Tobias as well into Rotom now, and it is, of course, the Heat Rotom here. And a Rock Slide will do some decent damage to the Heat Rotom. Of course, being super effective there. Will Milotic attack there? No, I think we see the flinch of the Milotic. How unfortunate for Tobias there on the bottom screen.
Yeah, the flinch is unfortunate, but I do love Terrakion switching to Rock Slide there. It realizes his opponent's not just going to give him Tyranitar for free. He close combated to the Protect the previous turn. This time, instead of just taking close combat, which I guess also would have done pretty good damage, he gets that Rock Slide off, gets great damage to Rotom on the switch, weakens Milotic and prevents it from attacking. So Rock Slide really doing everything it can do there. Also important to weaken that Milotic. Normally it might be in range from a Thunderbolt from Thundurus here, but it's very unlikely it is in this battle because of that Berry activation. Yes. However, a combination of Rock Slide, Thunderbolt probably going to get the job done if Rock Slide doesn't miss. So important damage there, even though it was probably more for the flinch than anything else.
And we do see another Rock Slide here. We'll do a lot of damage to this Rotom, who manages to hang on in the yellow there. Rotom going to go ahead and get its Citrus Berry. Should be back up to very, very close to 50% here, almost to the green there. And there it is. Oh, a Thunderbolt into that Milotic slot. Will it be enough? No, Milotic hanging on with 3 hit points left. Absolutely incredible. The Will-O-Wisp now going into the slot of the Thundurus. They're going to do some chip damage here. And what will we get from Milotic? Finally making it through that with a nice Scald into the Terrakion. Can it attach a burn is the question. Unfortunately, no. And Terrakion seeing the benefits of that Sandstorm.
Yeah, it makes it quite a bit stronger against special attacks, and not even taken to half by that Scald as poor Milotic goes down to the sand. I really do see the power of the Berry there, though. I was kind of expecting it to go down to that Thunderbolt. And
I was really impressed.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we see Assault Vest in Milotic to give it that special defense boost, but it's pretty cool to see it come from the Berry instead, because that enables it to still use non-attacking moves, especially Recover, so you can use that special defense boost, stay in the battle, or get knocked out by Rock Slide, like what's happened here.
We do see the switch back into Salamence here, who's fired off another Intimidate. I think that Terrakion now might be down 2 stages, because I think we did see the lead of Salamence early on in the matchup here. Thunder is not really going to be affected by that, but does actually reduce its attack by 1 stage as well.
Yeah, even though there's 2 Pokemon weak to Rock type attacks, it's going to be tough for Terrakion to get too much done, but what really wants to happen for Gennaro's side here is to try to switch out and get a paralysis on that Salamence and then bring Terrakion back in later. So you're having to switch Terrakion out here probably suits him just fine. However, we know one of the remaining Pokemon is Volcarona, who really doesn't want to switch into anything from Salamence here. So still a turn where Gennaro's going to need to be careful, but he's got a great lead.
Yeah, you're exactly right there, Scott. We do see the Mega coming out here now for Tobias there on the bottom screen. And let's see what attacks we get from both of our trainers here. Protecting now, I believe, that Salamence, who's definitely threatened here. Double Protect even from Tobias, maybe trying to just get a scout onto these Pokemon here from Gennaro.
Yeah, he finds out what moves Gennaro's using, and, I guess he could have knocked out Terrakion's Protect, kind of expected to see one there, but we didn't. Unfortunately, he also loses his own Protects. Now he loses the way to stop Salamence from just getting paralyzed for free here. Definitely makes this next turn much more complicated because he could switch Salamence, but doing so would be pretty dangerous and also get his remaining Pokemon paralyzed. It kind of makes things easier for Gennaro. I don't know if I understand the double protect there, but he did get information. Yeah,
that can be always crucial in this in these type of matchups, just knowing what your opponent might do. It'll be interesting to see the speed of the Salamence here with that Thunderous definitely threatening a potential hidden power ice.
Yeah, definitely.
And actually going for the Thunder Wave here, trying to slow down the Salamence there of Tobias. Oh my gosh, I think we see the full paralysis there. Unfortunately, cannot move here in the Rock Slide. Gonna go ahead and hit. I think Rotom will be able to hang on with that double Intimidate and doing an okay amount of damage, almost taking Salamence down to about 50% there, and doesn't look like anything from Rotom. Maybe we saw a flinch on that one.
Yeah, Rotom's, I guess that team in general, having a hard time attacking against this Terrakion, but a little bit surprised the Salamence willing to allow itself to be paralyzed all the same, like I mentioned. Impressive to survive the Rock Slide, but even if a Rotom had gotten a burn off in this Terrakion or something, it just seems like the turns remaining in the battle are limited. Also, we do see the Thunder Wave, like you mentioned, not the hidden power. I think that's a better play either way, but one bit of information that I'd want to get on Tobias' side here is whether or not hidden power is on this Thundurus.
Yeah, we might find out right here as the Rotom ends up fainting, but Salamence still in play. However, very, very slow at this point. We will see the Thundurus move first, and it is actually a Thunderbolt, so no reveal there, and has enough power to actually take out the Salamence at almost 50%, and a little bit of burn damage going on to that Thundurus from that Rotom burn earlier.
It's a big knockout there, but it'll almost seal game one for Gennaro, and also has the advantage of, since Thunderbolt got that knockout, it doesn't look like you're hiding anything there, because, well, I get the knockout with Thunderbolt anyway. It's not like one of those situations where, they're at about 100% and you Thunderbolt them to a third of their, like 2/3 of their health. Sometimes it's like, no, I might have hidden power, I just decided not to use it for some reason.
I'll never reveal my fourth move, never! So we get the switch back into Tyranitar here, who is the final remaining Pokemon for Tobias, and who decides to run away at this point, not revealing any more information from his own team, but also not gaining any more information. I don't know if there was much more to give from Gennaro at that point.
Probably not. I mean, I think usually when you're Tyranitar against Terrakion, running away is one of your better choices. Unfortunately, that does add a loss to the record for Tobias there, but I think he's probably going to go back to game two, and kind of much like we saw in the last series, regardless of that first game, just going to refocus, figure out what you need to do in the next game, and I think this next game will probably look very different. I think one thing that's kind of difficult about this series is that since we haven't had like a long history of players from Mexico, you're not quite sure what to expect, right? The regional metagame of every country and every region is a little bit different.
Yes,
and,
of course.
There's really not there's nothing to compare to, right? There's not like, oh, well, remember last year. There is no last year, right? So probably the feeling out process here is just a little bit more awkward than usual.
Yeah, definitely, Sky. I agree with you there. It's now this next match is going to be an interesting one there. I do feel like Tobias is going to have to pick the threats and really find a way to deal with them. Most likely that Terrakion that we saw kind of running wild there. It seems like even 2 Intimidates was just not enough to do the job.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it. I'm kind of surprised, too. You think of Terrakion typically as a Pokemon that gets brought to help deal with Kangaskhan teams. No Kangaskhan here, but Terrakion still just totally ran over the battle. Definitely something he's going to want to control a little bit better. He actually has really good tools to deal with it. He has both Amoonguss and Aegislash and a Pokemon with Intimidate, so it just kind of picked exactly the lineup that would give him problems with Terrakion. We'll probably see some changes here.
Yeah, and unfortunately that Scald not doing nearly as much damage maybe as expected, unfortunately, with that Sandstorm up there, giving a little bit of a boost, I think, to the special defense of that Terrakion. But of course, the flinch game comes into play at all times. It's a one move difference, and if I had just hit through that flinch, would the game be different? Of course, but we'll find out right now what Tobias can do to maybe mitigate that. We see the Amoonguss, like you said, Scott, there, and the Salamence lead there, firing off Intimidates, and on the top, we got Thundurus and Terrakion for Gennaro.
Yeah, all right, so we see, I think, a good adjustment on Tobias' side. It gets that Intimidate off again. Amoonguss, a Pokemon he didn't bring in the first game, is definitely going to be helpful in this matchup if he sees similar Pokemon. So I think he's kind of evened things out a little bit. One thing that didn't happen in the first game was Tobias figuring out what Mega Pokemon Gennaro brought, so he doesn't have anything to go off of. He never saw that fourth Pokemon. I can almost guarantee it was Salamence or Venusaur, but it's kind of a big deal which is which, because now you have no idea what he was thinking the first time to try to plan off of. I guess both of those Pokemon are pretty good against Amoonguss, which is probably why it wasn't brought the first game. But a good adjustment either way. Just something he's going to have to deal with to try and control Terrakion a little bit better.
Both players taking to the final seconds here to make their... Will they lock in a move is the question. You never want to let it choose a random one. That could be tough. We get the switch out here on that Terrakion, not looking to take any damage here. And a nice Intimidate going off into these two Pokemon. Didn't get to see a lot from Salamence last time here, so maybe we will actually get a move off for Tobias here, who decides to go Mega, and that Thunderous out here. Will it get a chance to Thunder Wave, or is it going to have to go ahead and get that Rage Powder going? Let's see what we get. It's actually a taunt and a nice call. Going to shut down that Amoonguss potentially here. And the Hyper Voice, so a special Salamence there, doing a ton of damage to the Salamence of Gennaro on the top screen here, and a Giga Drain, so a great prediction there for Tobias, doubling up into that slot, but not quite doing enough damage to get rid of any Pokemon.
Yeah, Amoonguss not really doing anything with the Giga Drain there, but better than doing literally nothing by getting taunted. So the right play, probably, unless he had a safe switch there, but they didn't really do anything. The big deal, of course, is Salamence Mega evolving first and getting that Hyper Voice off onto the enemy Salamence. He still has to worry about getting paralyzed by Thunder Wave like in the last game, but Mega evolving first increases the base speed when you Mega evolve. So even if that other Salamence had been trained in more speed, it's almost definitely slower now until the turn after it Mega evolves, which makes things a little bit safer for Tobias here. There's a lot of temptation for Gennaro to protect now, which would allow him to do the same thing and dodge the Thunder Wave for a turn.
Yeah, is potentially going to want to, as we see the switch into Tyranitar now, who's going to set up that Sandstorm, and hopefully will aid him a little bit more in this battle than it did last time here. Fainting his own Milotic, I think, at the end there. We do see the Mega Salamence now coming out for Gennaro on the top screen. And we're going to get some moves from these trainers here. Of course, the Protect, like predicted, Scott. They're not looking to get Thunder Waved here. And we see the potential safe switch into Tyranitar. No, he's going to take a little bit, and by a little bit, I mean almost 50% damage here, but suffering some recoil there is Salamence, who goes down into the red and takes a little damage from that Sandstorm. It's getting really close to fainting here, and everyone's going to take a little bit of damage except for Tyranitar there.
Yeah, Tyranitar doing more damage with Sandstorm than anything else so far. But a little bit surprised to see that double edge. I think that's kind of one thing I'm picking up from Gennaro. It's not like his Pokemon aren't able to protect, but he just doesn't seem to favor protecting or switching too much.
No. Why do that when you can hit stuff hard?
Yeah, I mean, you got to knock all the Pokemon out to win the game, right? Just got to attack right now, every turn.
Exactly. This one going a little bit faster, actually. Last time we were getting actually pretty close to the wire there with that one, but you see each trainer really doing some damage here, and we're probably going to see a couple feints coming up on this next turn.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It's a big, important turn for Gennaro here. Good to see him taking a little more time to think. He's going to be careful. Salamence only has 2 turns at best left. Then I want you to get the most out of him with your Mega Pokemon.
And it looks like we do see the switch out here. No free Thunder Waves, like you said there, Scott. Into an Aegislash who won't necessarily mind a Thunder Wave, but actually the switch from Gennaro as well on the top screen there. Again, like we said, representing, I believe, Germany and Mexico. Respectively there. And we get the big old Draco Meteor into that Aegislash slot, who's able to really eat it up, and the special attack will fall from that Salamence, lowering it by 2 stages here, and here comes the Rock Slide. Salamence will not like that, but Terrakion should be able to take it like a boss there, hanging on in the green.
Yeah, nice job there. Gets the Salamence off the field. And I'm glad to see Aegislash as well. I think that was a really good adjustment. As one of the Pokemon I was kind of hoping to see Tobias bring this game. Definitely help him with Terrakion, as well as some of the other Pokemon he's been having trouble with, really. Does a pretty good job against Salamence, so he's not going to have to worry about that this game. Also important to see now that we have Salamence still remaining on one side but not the other. It's going to make things a little bit tricky since it's the fastest Pokemon, barring the Choice Scarf we've already seen in Volcarona. And since both these Pokemon can protect, and there's only 3 Pokemon left on the side of Gennaro, it's going to be pretty tough to get too much done with that Choice Scarf. I think Volcarona is not a Pokemon that's like a great move to lock into. I guess if you've got a variety of opponents remaining, because of the, it doesn't have a lot of moves that aren't resisted by many types, I guess. So it could be tricky here. You kind of want to use the Bug move on Tyranitar. You want to use the Fire move for Aegislash. Yeah. Salamence, use Hidden Power. So a really great core of Pokemon left to deal with this poor Bug.
And Aegislash in shield form here, I don't think will mind an attack and can really threaten that Terrakion on this one. So it's going to be a really interesting turn for Gennaro there, who seems to be a little bit behind right now in the match. We get the Protect from Tyranitar now. Not looking to take any damage here, especially from something like a close combat. And it's actually a double Protect, essentially, with that King Shield down there on the bottom for Tobias, getting a little bit of move information.
a simple turn, I think, on the side of Tobias there. You pretty much have to double protect in the choice item, see what it's locked into, and work from there. I think the only thing you can really do to do anything about it Gennaro's side is just kind of be cheeky and show Volcarona and switch immediately and burn the protects. But even doing that, you end up in a situation where, well, now I have to close combat this Tyranitar slot while leaving my Portarakion open to just getting glomped by Aegislash the next turn, while Salamence probably comes in and takes the close combat. Just a really tough spot for Gennaro. Volcarona is probably really cool early in battles, but at this point, it's kind of a liability, and Aegislash protecting Tyranitar here is going to be a great thing for Tobias to stay in good position. That was an excellent choice between games there, realizing you should bring Aegislash to this matchup.
Yeah, it does look like Tobias definitely has a safe, not necessarily safe, nothing's ever really safe in Pokemon, right? But does have the safer move choice right here as we see the switch into that Salamence that you predicted there earlier. And if it does take a close combat, it won't be the end here. We'll do some okay damage, but we'll be resisted by that flying typing. And we do get Amoonguss here on the right now. Looks like a pretty decent amount of damage here from the Volcarona. Oh, a risky switch. Interesting move there, trading in a Pokemon that's also weak to fire there. Lets the Amoonguss go ahead and faint here, but does get the Salamence in, who's taking a close combat, but really does manage to eat that one up.
I kind of realized he had to give up something there, and Amoonguss not too important against any of the remaining Pokemon, so a pretty good sacrifice. Also kind of cool to see Volcarona's attack there. That'd be Fiery Dance, a move that you don't see too frequently. I'm actually getting Worlds 2012 PTSD from that, because that was where one of my Swiss losses came.
Scott,
still don't think it's a good move.
Scott, it's okay, Scott. It's okay. We were going to go ahead and see another Pokemon come back in here for Tobias. Tyranitar, of course, making its way back onto the field here. And Salamence now being in a pretty decent position, knowing Volcarona is maybe locked into that Fiery Dance.
Yeah, I mean, it can deal with Volcarona pretty well. Terrakion out as that close combat drop is much safer for Salamence to try to deal with. And we haven't seen most of Salamence's moves as well, so it could be a variety of moves he has here, depending on kind of what his bonus move is.
Definitely. The switch now for Gennaro. There goes the Hyper Voice, doing a decent amount of damage here on that Terrakion, who had his defense lowered here in Thundurus. Going to go ahead and get a little bit of health back from that Citrus Berry now, taking a lot of damage as well on that one. And I think we do see an avoid there from one of the Pokemon there for Tobias, whose Tyranitar doesn't take any damage on that Rock Slide, but wow, Salamence hanging in there in a Rock Slide right back. Oh my gosh, the power of Tyranitar with the same type attack boosted. Rock Slide does a ton of damage to Thundurus and actually manages to pick up the feint there, and we did see Salamence outspeed, so this Terrakion's time might be limited.
Could be, but Volcarona's got to come back in now, and if the Choice Scarf Volcarona is quicker, even a fire type attack will be able to knock out the Salamence. You've got close combat going into the Tyranitar slot, so unless Aegislash can come in and take a fire type attack, it's possible to pull this one off, though I guess a protected and Aegislash switch now would be very bad for Gennaro unless he predicts it, which would require him to make a very risky play, to say the least. But a really well-played game so far by Tobias. I really like how he adjusted that first game. And cool to see Hyper Voice as well. We see a double-edged Draco Meteor and Protect in almost every Salamence, but that last move, Hyper Voice, Earthquake, sometimes a Fire-type move, it varies a lot. So kind of see the difference in strategies that some trainers are using.
Yeah, we definitely do it. Like we said before, it's all going to depend on the way that the Pokemon can be so diverse. You can run one Pokemon 10 different ways. It can be trained different ways or have different movesets as both of our players actually lock in here. It's going to be, I think, Fiery Dance again there for Volcarona there. Oh, and manages to pick up the feint here, locking itself in, but getting a little bit of a boost there. And we see this Salamence feint. No, why Salamence? And oh, there it is, deciding not to protect, actually taking a huge close combat. Wow, and that is going to be what a huge play for Gennaro there, and Tobias left with one final Pokemon that I think was not the Amoonguss. It's going to be that Aegislash.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, I realized we miscalled it before. So Overheat the first time, Fiery Dance this time. That may be why Tobias allowed that to happen, probably thinking, Overheat's going to lower Volcarona's special attack, and then it'll be easy to take the attack with Aegislash. Instead now, boosted special attack, though. Maybe he can still survive. We're going to have to see.
And there goes the Fiery Dance again into the Aegislash shot. Oh my gosh, and Volcarona showing his power. Not even a critical hit. Are you kidding me? Gennaro manages to take the 2 out of 3 set there and gives a big thumbs up to the crowd, and he is excited, playing very, very well here both trainers not in the worst position, I believe, going 4-1 in that match, and now 5-1 for Gennaro, 4-2, I think, for Tobias.
Yeah, that was a pretty impressive performance. Volcarona dancing all the way to victory there, and it's especially considering Tobias only lost 3 games that series, and getting 0-2 like that, pretty shocking. Especially we get unknown player here, so Gennaro certainly making a name for himself, and really fantastic game. A lot of fun to watch. He had some cool Pokemon there. That Volcarona, that's something we see very frequently.
No, not at all.
It looked like for most of the series, like, this Volcarona's not going to really do anything. And then all of a sudden at the end, just popped 2 quick knockouts, and actually 3 quick knockouts, and closed the game up for him. So pretty impressive.
Yeah, and actually interesting sometimes when you see those 2 moves on there, right? We saw the fiery dance, and so having 2 fire attacks there was kind of interesting. Sometimes you want to have more coverage, but it looked like it paid off for Gennaro there.
Yeah, especially because neither of which were Heat Wave. You think you've got 2 fire moves, you're going to pick the spread attack Heat Wave as one of the 2. I kind of like that he didn't, just because it gave him an interesting option as far overheat if you need to attack like one target quickly, or you've got Fiery Dance where you can kind of if you have to stay on the field longer, you avoid weakening yourself.
And it looks like we're actually jumping into another game here, Scott. We got Daiki Moriyama going against Shoma Itonami. So it looks like potentially 2 Japanese players here going head-to-head with Daiki in the lead by 1 game right now. So this is an interesting set with 10 minutes left. We see quite a few Pokemon on the field here, 2 Kangaskhan's, and looks like maybe the Kangaskhan of Daiki maybe going Mega there. I didn't get a chance to see which side it was on, but it does look like it's Daiki's Kangaskhan. Bringing a Cresselia and then a Heatran there for Shoma. Fake out now for Shoma into the Cresselia slot here, doing just a little bit of damage there, but a confused Kangaskhan looking to potentially hit through it. What do we get? Daiki, yes, manages to get off an attack here. Oh my gosh, doing huge damage to Shoma from, I think, what was potentially a critical hit return there. Wow, and Shoma not liking that.
Yeah, I mean, unless it was a reduced attack, with Parental Bond, the critical hit is the same thing as hitting twice, so maybe not too big of a deal there, but definitely makes it just a little bit more satisfying. It's like, boom, you get the big single hit, like Kangaskhan getting it done.
Yeah, and we get the switch into Landorus now. We'll fire off and Intimidate here onto the Kangaskhan, as well as the Cresselia, reducing their attack by 1 stage.
Yeah, that's a big deal, especially with Kangaskhan, I guess it's weakened now, but I guess what's really a big deal here is there's only 2 Pokemon remaining on one side, and it's going to be tricky to try to get those knockouts. Landor's often a choice item holder. We don't know if it is here yet or not. I guess either way, just Intimidate now. If there's any left on Daiki's side, going to be easy to keep that applied to these physical Pokemon. Yeah, I mean, I guess the one big advantage is you get the healthier Kangaskhan, but really going to have to do something with that quickly to come out on top of this.
And it looks like both of our players locking in moves here at the last second. Did get that Intimidate off, but Kangaskhan does seem to be really, really low on HP here. Manages to switch it out, preserving that Mega Pokemon, which can be so, so valuable, into the Amoonguss that should be able to take an attack from either of these Pokemon really, really well. Knock off onto the Cresselia slot from the Landorus there of Shoma, and a double up, picking up the feint there. Great choice to double up into that slot, either predicting the switch or just realizing that that Pokemon was going to be tough to get rid of at any other point in this battle. And Shoma making some moves here with maybe potentially their World Championships run on the line.
Maybe, and I think it's a big deal too to get that Amoonguss out in the field relatively safely there. I'd still be a little bit concerned if I'm Shoma. You've got to worry about this Pokemon, one of the best counters to Kangaskhan. Even though you punish the other slot, like, oh no, now I've got to deal with this Amoonguss that is going to redirect my attacks. And have to worry about Spore on both of these Pokemon. You really don't want to lose any turns at this point in the battle where you only have 2 Pokemon remaining. It's not like you can protect stall and just hope they don't knock out the sleeping Pokemon at this point. Nothing to switch it out for. I like seeing all the time for this Pokemon being replaced. I don't know, it seems a little weird sometimes when you're watching at home. It's like, well, why is it taking 40 seconds to figure out what Pokemon you want to bring back in? But making the wrong choice there is often a game loser, especially at a game like this. It seems to be close. We've got 3 Pokemon left on one side, previously 4, but since the 2 were weakened, it's closer than it looked. And you make the wrong Pokemon what you bring in, or choice of what you bring in, pretty easy to lose the game. And kind of seeing why here, I think you got to worry now. This Kangaskhan looks like he's in range. Earthquake, Rock Slide, either of them could potentially pick this up. And turn this game around in a hurry.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake here. So taking as long as you can on each turn, I think is critical. You never want to make that wrong decision when there's not only a huge prize pool on the line, but you're playing in front of either your friends and your fans and just for your country in general. It looks like both players have decided on the move here, and it's going to be Kangaskhan with a fake out onto Shoma's Kangaskhan from Daiki there. Probably the best call that he could possibly make, and this Rock Slide should be able to pick up the feint of the Kangaskhan. Oh my gosh, what? Kangaskhan hanging in there by a thread and manages to get off a little bit of a spore onto Shoma's Kangaskhan, who will be sleeping, I believe, for one turn no matter what.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see the spore on that at target, though. I figured that the play on Shoma's side, you've got to go for that Rock Slide. I hope for a knockout in Kangaskhan and or a flinch. I didn't get either, but if you do survive on Kangaskhan, you know that the spore is probably going to come to Landorus because Amoonguss can't redirect those attacks. But it chooses to spore the Kangaskhan now. So again, you can Rock Slide or Earthquake to try to pick that Kangaskhan knockout up, where Rage Powder doesn't really do anything. I'm pretty surprised.
And Kangaskhan actually going for a Sucker Punch into the Kangaskhan slot there of Shoma. So doing some decent damage, finally getting that Kangaskhan down just a little bit there. And looks like we don't see any moves connect from Shoma there, who might have seen a double miss there and a spore from Amoonguss.
Yeah, missing is too bad there. A little bit surprised to allow himself to be hit by the attack there, though.
Yeah,
strange.
Surprising. Yeah, not exactly sure what the moveset here is on the Kangaskhan for Shoma there, but yeah, it does take quite a bit of damage there. Both Pokemon hanging on in the yellow. Does look to be in Daiki's favor. Kangaskhan could potentially wake up here, but with Amoonguss out there on the field, being able to maybe redirect an attack, it looks like Daiki has it all but wrapped up.
Yeah, I think so. Hard to do much with two sleeping Pokemon. Even if Kangaskhan wakes up here, it's going to be tough. Amoonguss can deal with it, and wisely, we see the Rage Powder going up.
Yep, there it is. The Rage Powder is going to go ahead and redirect any attacks here. Kangaskhan still asleep for Shoma there on the bottom screen. Landorus still asleep for Shoma there as well. Of course, had to sleep for at least one turn. And Kangaskhan, going for that power-up punch now for Daiki, a move that I feel like we don't see as much anymore in favor of low kick. That just seems to get more done on the turn that it needs to get stuff done. But now locked and loaded with a Sucker Punch that should do a lot of damage here.
I've actually seen a lot of power-up punch so far at the World Championships, but I agree with you. The trend was definitely toward low kick previously. Seen a lot of Amoonguss Kangaskhan teams. I think even one Clefairy Kangaskhan team in the World Championships. And typically with the redirection, we've been seeing the power punch come back again. So maybe time to make something old new again.
And the Sucker Punch from Kangaskhan actually might not pick it up. Yes, it does, just barely. It looked like that second hit maybe wasn't going to do it. In Daiki Moriyama going to go ahead and take, I think, this set against Shoma Itonami there, and a big win for these players. Both probably just really, really tired after a long day of competing, and still have the top 8 and top 4 potentially ahead of them.
I mean, it's a pretty grueling tournament. You play 7 rounds of Swiss best-of-3 play in a row. So, you think about it. If it goes to 3 games, you can get pretty close to an hour a match. Plus, top 8 and top 4 tonight. Yeah. So stay tuned. Coming soon. So, I mean, that's, potentially 9 best-of-3s. You could play up to 27 games of Pokemon. It is tiring, and it's nice, too, when you can get a 2-0 victory like this. You get a little bit longer breather between rounds. It's something I used to do when I played the big tournaments. Is if I did get a quick round, just kind of go outside, get some fresh air, try to find some water or something. So
definitely
nice when you can close it out a little bit quicker.
Yeah, surprisingly, there's a lot more than just the game going on for these players. Being drained mentally can mean a huge impact on the way you play. Anyway, guys, it does look like we're going to go ahead and go to a sideline interview with Jonathan Indovino. I wonder who he's talking to now.
Thank you so much for that, Justin. We are here with another member of the Pokemon community. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, where you're from, and how long you've been playing Pokemon or involved in some way?
My name is Emil. I'm known in the community as Chugga Conroy.
The crowd knows him, okay.
Yes, I'm visiting from Georgia, and I've been playing Pokemon since Red and Blue.
Since Red and Blue, so the original Gen 1. Really quick, I know it's not about the world, but who did you pick as your starter the very first time you played Red or Blue?
Squirtle all the way.
So we have a Team Squirtle in the house. Anyone? Team Squirtle? I don't know. Hold on, really quick. Team Charmander? All right. Team Bulbasaur? All right, if you're surprised like I am, even though, guys, I'm Team Bulbasaur too, don't get me wrong. Team Bulbasaur all the way. That's right. But hashtag play Pokemon. Let us know what you used in the very first game you played, whether it was Red and Blue or what it was. But back to Mr. Emil Chug of Conroy. How has your experience been at Worlds so far?
Oh, it's been amazing. Getting to play a Pokken tournament and everything. Pikachu in that game is so fun. I love his special, how he just like does like the fist at the end of it, just blasting through everyone. It's so cool.
I feel like it's so out of place, but it's so right. It's so right and out of place. It's so beautiful. So you had hands-on with Pokken. How long did you play Pokken tournament for?
I didn't get to play a ton. I won a mirror match, Gengar versus Gengar. Okay. He's really fun to play. I like all of like his Shadow Sneak and all that.
Nice. So physically offensive Gengar in Pokken tournament. Watch out for that. You had said that you didn't get too much time with it. Did you expect Pokken tournament to even be here though when you came?
I can't say I did, honestly. It was a surprise announcement for me. Like when I came in here and they showed that trailer, that was so amazing to see.
Yeah, I know. It definitely caught me off guard in a positive way because I haven't gotten much hands-on time with it, as I've said multiple times while casting, but hopefully that message comes clear while I'll get some time with it. Besides Pokken Tournament, what else has been your favorite thing about an event like this?
Oh, it's just so cool getting to see everyone from all these different countries come out and play. A bit of a side thing I've been doing is street passing a lot on my 3DS. You get so many at these events.
Yeah, definitely. When you have people from all over the world, Street Pass on 3DS is a lot of fun. I think that's one of my favorite things, too, because we have people from all different walks of life, all different languages, all different cultures, but the one thing that's holding us together is Pokemon, and that's really, really inspiring for this community. This has been, have you ever been to any of the Worlds before?
Yeah, this is my second Worlds visiting, fourth watching. I watched online before that.
Okay, yeah, the stream is always nice to have when you can't make it out, but this is my first Worlds, and I caught most of it last year, but it's so different being in person. It really is. It's incredible, and I'm jealous this is your second, but maybe you'll miss one and I can catch up with you at some point. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to throw it back to the casters. Thank you so much, Chugga, for the interview, and we can let them take it away at the table.
Daiichi. Hey there, Pokemon fans. I hope you enjoyed that Sidelines interview there with Jonathan Indovino. I am joined by the winner of that previous match that we jumped into the final game of. It is Daiki Moriyama. Daiki, congratulations on that victory there.
Thank you very much.
Daiki, it looked like, we jumped into game 2. We didn't get to see a lot here. Were you playing a fellow countryman there?
途中から見ていましたけれども、対戦相手も日本人でしたよね。
そうですね。
Yes, it was another Japanese.
Ooh, wow. Was it tough going up against a fellow Japanese opponent?
これ対戦相手が日本人ですと、どういう感じですか？難しくなるんですか？
ですね。ビエラさんっていうんですけども、普段から対戦させていただいているので、ある程度のことは分かっていました。
So, he's actually plays that player regularly, so
okay.
To some extent, he kind of knew what to do.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, it's interesting. Unfortunately, sometimes you have to go up against maybe your friends in battle. Was that tough going up against maybe a friend of yours or someone that you train with?
やっぱり対戦相手が知り合いか友達ですとちょっと辛いですかね。
そうですね。
Yes. Yeah. All right, caught that one. Yes. So this yeah, it's unfortunate, but it has to happen when you're playing so well. Now, what is your record in the World Championships?
これからのこの大会での勝率は何勝何敗ですかね。
今のとこ5勝1敗ですね。
He's 5-1 right now.
Wow, that is really good. It is looking like you're probably going to take the top cut at this point. Are you nervous to be in the top 8? Or are you just really excited?
どういう気持ちですか？緊張してますか？それともワクワクしてますか？
そうですね。まだ多分上がれるかどうか確定してないですよね。おそらく。なのであと1勝頑張りたいと思います。
So it's not decided yet that he can make it to the top cut. So he really just wants to do his best in his next match.
No, that's great. You're never in the top 8 until you're in the top 8. Of course, he's obviously put himself in a really, really good position here. Now, we didn't get to see the first match there. We actually jumped into the second match. Maybe you can tell us just a little bit about what happened in the first one.
残念なことに1戦目は見えなかったんですけれども、ちょっと1戦目の簡単な説明を
そうですね。お願いします。お互い似てるポケモンを使ったんですけども、
They were both using similar Pokemon.
まあ非常に運が良かったという感じですね、本当に。
It was actually just that really his luck was extremely good.
Oh, that's good. That's good. We unfortunately missed it. I'm sure it was a great match to see there. You won 2-0, so it was really, really fast. That was really impressive there in that one. Were there any strategies that went into? You said your team was similar. I guess I should phrase it like this. You said your team was similar. Was there anything that went into the team building process? Maybe being from Japan.
2人とも似たようなチームですよね。
はい。
そのチーム作りの作戦というか、ありましたか？
そうですね。今日本の環境で流行ってるポケモンを主に使ったんですけども。まあ、そうですね、その強いポケモンたちで固めるということがとても僕は強いと思ったので、そのポケモンたちで組みました。
So they're both using Pokemon that are quite popular right now in the Japanese meta.
Okay.
So he was just trying to use, strong Pokemon and win with that.
Okay, that makes perfect sense there. Of course, it's really interesting to see those of you out there that maybe aren't super familiar with competitive play. Each region kind of has its own individual meta game, and so what he's saying there is a lot of the Pokemon from the region. He was using a lot of maybe more common Pokemon from the region that seem to be doing really, really well there. And that's actually interesting. You just decided to go with, hey, people are using these Pokemon. They're probably really good. And so I'm going to try it. And it seems to be doing really well for him here today. Are there any friends that you want to say hi to back home that might be watching?
そして最後に、日本で見てる友達とかに、一言お願いします。
残り1戦頑張るから応援してください。
He's going to do his best for this one more match, so please root him on.
Oh my gosh, good luck out there. 頑張ってください.
Thank you
and
very
I hope
much.
you have a really fun tournament here. Good luck on making the top 8, and we will hopefully see you back on stage again soon.
またステージで見れると嬉しいです。Thank you very much.
Guys, again, I'm Justin Flynn. Joining me on stage was Daiki Moriyama, representing Japan, going 5-1 right now, looking to be in the top cut of the Pokemon World Championships. Congratulations again, and we will see you guys just after a short break.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans. My name is Jonathan Indovino, and I am joined by Scott Glaza. And we are here getting ready to jump into VGC Swiss, the final round. There's been some incredible play on the field today. It's been absolutely just mind-blowing, some of the strategies and some of the mind games that were happening on the big screen, and I'm sure throughout the entirety of the event. It's coupling with those mind games really quick. We're going to cut to a short video on an introductory for any of those that are just joining us around the world or in Boston. Just get your feet wet in a little bit of VGC-style battles.
Hello, trainers. If you enjoy playing the Pokemon games and are looking for a new challenge, why not consider entering the Pokemon Video Game Championships? The Video Game Championships use a special battle format. Bring a team of 6 Pokemon, choose 4 of those for the match, and attack using 2 Pokemon at a time. That's called a double battle. Team preview is very important. This means the battle against your opponent starts before the match even begins. You know what your opponent's 6 Pokemon are, but you don't know which 4 they'll be choosing to use in the upcoming match. Choose 4 of your Pokemon carefully based on what you would think your opponent might do. Get inside their head. And now the match begins. It's a 2-on-2 double battle. Half of your chosen team is immediately out in the fray. What do? Do you ask each of your 2 Pokemon to attack, to protect themselves, switch out, or to lend a helping hand to their partner? Will your opponent focus their attack on one of your Pokemon, or throw out a combo attack that targets both of your Pokemon? Whoa, didn't see that coming. In a double battle, your Pokemon's moves can target either opposing Pokemon. Some moves target both Pokemon at once. There are even attacks so powerful that they hit everyone, including your own Pokemon. However, the attacking Pokemon's partner can use its typing or abilities to avoid that damage. You can also use certain moves to help your ally. Remember this, and don't be afraid to get creative. That escalated quickly. Each turn, the fastest Pokemon to the fore will move first. It's important to keep track of how fast each Pokemon might be. Moves that inflict status conditions such as burn, paralysis, or sleep are powerful. Make sure your team has a way to deal with them, or you'll get overwhelmed. Pokemon abilities can be extremely useful in a double battle as well. Compared to the single battles you might be used to, battles in the Video Game Championships are very fast-paced. A player could have all 4 of their Pokemon knocked out in just a few turns. Play strategically, but remember you only have 45 seconds to make a decision each turn and 15 minutes total for the entire battle. In the rare event of a match timing out, the player with the healthier team wins. Do you feel like fighting against Mewtwo? What about 6 Mewtwo? Well, you won't be doing either here. The Video Game Championships format excludes most legendary and mythical Pokemon. There are also rules ensuring no 2 Pokemon or held items in a team can be the same, so expect to see some variety. This short video is only covering the basics. Keep watching the World Championships and check out the players demonstrating the more advanced techniques, such as speed control, predicting your opponent's next move, defensive switching, ability combos. Planning a strategic Video Game Championships ready team can take a lot of work, but there are fantastic resources available to help. You can test out your teams right from home using the Pokemon Global link. When you've got a battle-tested team at the ready, head to your nearest regional championships. Get more information about tournaments at Pokemon.com/playPokemon or about Pokemon strategy at Pokemon.com/strategy. Good luck.
Welcome back, trainers. That was a very, very well put together video on just the very beginning basics of how to get involved in video game championship style. Once again, beautifully commentated, beautiful voice on that track. Wouldn't you say so, Scott?
I mean, I just want to make sure everyone understands. It's double battles.
Double battles. Some moves hit both Pokemon, and you have to outwit your opponent with defensive switching and predicting their moves.
And especially Explosion Glalie.
Explosion Glalie.
Yeah, I think Therian Tornadus was in there, which I forgot was a Pokemon, but it is a Pokemon. You can use that.
I think that so I heard some trainers after they saw that video for the first time, they feel inspired to bring Explosion Glalie next year. You're going to see it in the circuit. I'm almost certain.
Yeah, I think if we get Explosion Glalie on stream, it was all worth it.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Everything was worth it.
It being anything, like life in general was worth it as soon as that happens.
The whole breathing process?
Yeah,
Explosion Glalie makes it worth it. Well, what we want to do really quick is we're going to go ahead and jump over to the PGL, because in that last match, we got to see a Pokemon that you don't see very often, and it's on the screen now. Volcarona is a very, very interesting Pokemon, of course. Bug Fire, not the best defensive type because of its 4x weakness to Rock, and we all know, or we are learning, that Rock Slide is one of the best moves in the game, if not the best move in VGC-style battling.
Yeah, it does tons of damage to pretty much any Pokemon, gets the flinches out. Volcarona both doesn't like fainting or not being able to attack. But, you know, it does have some interesting benefits. Quiver Dance is a big one. We didn't see it in that last battle where we saw the Choice Scarf Volcarona instead. But, you know, very few Pokemon get Quiver Dance. Most of the Pokemon that do are the a little bit weaker bug Pokemon you get early in your adventures. Volcarona, on the other hand, one of the higher stat Pokemon available to use in the format. So able to do a lot more with Quiver Dance than anything else we have available. Also, you know, with that bug type Bug Buzz, something you don't see very often. It's not quite as big as it was a couple years ago when Cresselia was on every team.
Yes.
But still pretty big. And, you know, fire type Pokemon in general just have gotten a lot more important with that resistance to Fairy, and with Steel probably being by far the best type in the format.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see. You mentioned Bug Buzz not being as popular. We've seen, even on stream today, Substitute Heatran, but one of the cool things about Bug Buzz, because it's sound-based, it'll hit behind a Substitute, but it's doing nothing to a Heatran when it sets up a Substitute. It's like you're trying to flick the shoulder of a giant, so that's not going to do much. One really cool move that is very, very limited in the Pokemon that can use it is Rage Powder. You guys can see that almost 50% of Volcaronas run Rage Powder.
Yeah, I think that's one of the great things about Volcarona is that you've kind of got three different directions you can go, where you can use like a choice item, use Quiver Dance, or you can use that Rage Powder. You know, you can use it. It's a little bit different Pokemon than using something like a Mungus or Clefairy in that role would be, where you're a little bit frailer, but you do have the option of using that Flame Body ability, and it's a pretty funny way to mess with Mega Kangaskhan sometimes, where it attacks you. Sometimes you have that Rocky Helmet too, so you chuck it for a bunch of damage, and there's a pretty good chance of burning itself. So Volcarona at least has its cheeky tricks.
Yeah, it has its cheeky tricks, has utility. It can be offensive, supportive, all that stuff. Really, really awesome Pokemon that I enjoyed seeing. But it looks like our trainers are getting ready to jump into the final round of Swiss on the main stage. We have two players that kind of have it all on the line at this point. Not only are they on the main stage, but they are both X2, which means that one of them has no chance of making it to top cut.
Yeah, I mean, if you make it to 5-2, it all comes down to your resistance, which your opponent's win percentage. So I'll have to count on their opponents from earlier in the day, but hopefully they weren't, too morally defeated by losing the battle, or, to pull through for them. But it's, if nothing else, going 5-2 almost definitely guarantees you, I believe, to finish in the top 16, which means they do get some scholarship money.
Yes.
And, getting, I think it's $1,500 in scholarships versus getting zero, which is almost definitely what will happen to either of these players if they lose this game, is a pretty big difference, right? So this is a big matchup for both these players. The winner has a good chance of making it to the top cut.
Yes.
The loser gets nothing.
Yeah, so it's the difference between empty-handed and potentially having the chance to become the Pokemon World Champion.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, it wasn't that long ago that $1,500 that meant you finished pretty close to the end of the tournament. So definitely no amount of money to shake a stick at, especially because you don't have too many opportunities to win the scholarships like this at most of the tournaments throughout the circuit. So you got to make these chances count when you get them.
Absolutely, you want to make the most of every opportunity after working so hard throughout the entire circuit. Being able to just walk away with something, finishing top 16 in the world sounds so incredible. If you're finishing top 16, that's awesome. I think, though, we are ready to jump into this. We have our two players.
So Blake Hopper and Alberto Gini. Blake Hopper, actually, I believe he finished 11th at Worlds last year. So if you were to win here and then maybe not have the greatest opponent's win percentage, you could actually end up basically exactly where he was last year, which is both heartbreaking and I guess, at least at that point,
you're consistent. You're consistent.
When consistency goes wrong. But, when you're doing that well 2 years in a row, you're still feeling pretty good about how you're doing. I have Blake on the top screen and Alberto here on the bottom. You can see Blake's team of Landorus, Kangaskhan, Charizard, Wash Rotom, Heatran, and Cresselia. And the team you can't see is Alberto with Thundurus, Landorus, Therian Form, Heatran, Kangaskhan, Kinkeldor, and Bisharp. Pretty similar teams. And, the last time we saw Blake play, he was using a Kinkeldor himself, so certainly a Pokemon he should be familiar with. And he's also using that Charizard. He showed up on the stream at U.S. Nationals. He had a really memorable series with Wolf Glick, and now a little over a month later, he's playing to try to make it to the top cut, potentially, of the World Championships.
Absolutely, and you mentioned that Conkeldurr, which is such an incredible Pokemon to be using, that Alberto is using, but we can see that Blake is doing fine. He's got a Cresselia, he's got a Charizard, which potentially could be Charizard Y, so it's going to be able to resist any fighting type moves that Conkeldurr wants to throw its way. Of course, a lot of Conkeldurr like to pack knockoff, which Cresselia won't appreciate whatsoever. In fact, very few things appreciate a knockoff because of its incredible buff, and just the benefit of getting rid of an item cannot be underestimated. It's incredible.
And definitely not, other than Mega Pokemon, pretty much, who can't be knocked off, pretty much every Pokemon very reliant on their item. It's like you're fighting with half a Pokemon once you lose it.
Absolutely, you build this Pokemon, including its item, it's supposed to work a certain way, and sometimes if you lose that Choice Scarf or what have you, it really throws your game off. But we're going to see Alberto leads with the Kangaskhan and the Landorus, and Blake decides to lead with the Cresselia and the Kangaskhan.
Yeah, some pretty standard leads here. Cresselia will be doing decently against this Landorus, but not able to do enough damage, most likely, to really threaten that Kangaskhan. And Landorus getting that Intimidate off. So some pluses and minuses for both sides in this turn. And that's kind of what you expect to see at this point. Nothing too risky. Nobody's using anything too crazy. So it's tough to really dig yourself a hole at the beginning. But always a bummer to see your Mega Pokemon intimidated right at the beginning, often leading to an early switch being required.
Without a doubt, I think that it's really cool because, like you said, they don't want to take any, especially in Game 1 when you're playing for information. Getting a win is always awesome, but you're playing for information. You don't want to make any unnecessary risks, especially in your lead. You don't want to, if Landorus' lead works for you, you see a Mega Kangaskhan on your opponent's side of the field, you definitely want to go ahead and lead with that. And not to mention, Alberto did have that Bisharp, which kind of gave Alberto the idea that he's not going to lead with his own intimidating Landorus. But we're going to see the Kangaskhan switch out right now, and he's actually going to go out into that intimidating Landorus. Did not want to risk coming in on a Bisharp and intimidating, so he's going to take advantage, get that Intimidate now, and lower the offensive pressure that Alberto can put out there. We're going to see the Mega Kangaskhan going straight for a Mega Evolution. It is not going to switch out, perhaps going to take advantage of the fake out pressure it can bring right in the first turn despite being intimidated. Landorus, though, is going to go ahead and go for a U-turn, targeting down the Cresselia, which is going to do about 20% to it. Cresselia just being one of the most bulky Pokemon, even though it's getting hit by a super effective attack, it's just not going to dent the wall that Cresselia can be. It's a little bit of a chip, I guess I'd say. If I had a castle and I saw that much go away, I'd be a little concerned, but I'd be like, I got the rest of this castle here. It's fantastic. But Conkeldurr is going to come in for Alberto here as Kangaskhan goes ahead and goes for the
low kick
onto that Landorus slot, so trying to catch that Kangaskhan, but that Landorus switching was very nice. And the Thunder Wave going to go ahead and slow down Alberto's Kangaskhan. That could be pretty big.
Yeah, I really like that Thunder Wave. Both the fact it has it at all, it's been kind of strange. We saw a lot of it in 2013, but this year Cresselia trainers have apparently forgotten that Cresselia is compatible with that TM. And also just not going for that Ice Beam there. It would have done pretty trivial damage to the Conkeldurr, rather than just trying to throw a wild attack in that slot, either hoping Landorus stays in or you predict the switch correctly. Get a bit paralyzed in that Kangaskhan. Even if it switches out now, it's going to be a lot less of a threat for the rest of this battle. Also cool to see low kick. We've been seeing that trend toward Power Punch, but without any Pokemon with a redirective ability, and Alberto's team makes sense to see low kick instead.
Definitely, and Landorus is going to go ahead and come back in for Alberto, getting the Intimidate off, making sure that the opposing Landorus can't really hit too hard. And we're going to go ahead and see another U-turn come out, targeting down the Conkeldurr. Not going to do much because it's resisted, and of course that Intimidate went ahead and lowered the physical attack of the Landorus. So Blake kind of in a pretty good position. He's still got that Kangaskhan in the back, but he's going to decide to go out into his Rotom Wash here, which is an incredible Pokemon, one that I personally haven't seen too much in the matches. Surprisingly, Cresselia is going to fire off a huge Psychic. Oh my goodness, that did a tremendous damage, and an Ice Punch into the Rotom slot. Not going to do too much, so a very nice switch by Blake.
Yeah, great play by him, and that Cresselia did huge damage. That's definitely huge. That's the damage range of suspicious if you're Alberto. Like, that's not what Cresselia is supposed to do.
Yeah.
You've seen Thunder Wave already, which is also a little irregular. So that's when you get me thinking, okay, this is not the Cresselia build I'm used to seeing.
This is not the one we know.
It's like, what is this guy doing? How do I deal with this? Also, always a little concerning when that happens too, because when you're this low with Conkeldurr, not basically anything's going to knock it out, and it's slow. So even though it's still technically not been knocked out, it just kind of like, it's almost worse than if it had been.
Yeah, it's kind of just going to give Blake any sort of initiative he wants to, but Blake is going to go ahead and fire off a Helping Hand for the Rotom so that its next attack will be boosted. Conkeldur's just going to get a last-ditch hit off with a Mach Punch as, oh my gosh, Lander's going to double into the Rotom. It's going to be able to pick up the knockout, so a useless helping hand right there. Oh my goodness, that superpower coming in clutch for Alberto there. That was an incredible turn.
Yeah, that was a great play, and I guess Conkeldur's not so useless when you let that happen.
Yeah.
I mean, Cresselia could have easily used Ice Beam and fired it off in that Landers there, or knocked out the Conkeldur instead, but gets a little overconfident with Rotom there and pays the price.
I feel like Alberto, he can't hear us, but I feel like he heard. He's like, oh, I want to prove this guy wrong. You think my Conkeldur's useless? Mach Punch. Fantastic.
Yeah, well, Conkeldur pulling its weight there for sure, and Blake takes an early deficit there, but he really didn't need to take. Even if you just traded 1-for-1 there, especially if it was a knockout on the Landers, it would have been a great trade. But probably expecting Landers would U-turn again like it did previously, and when you expect your opponent to make the same play too many times in a row and react appropriately, a lot of times in this game you get caught.
Definitely. It's being able to what are called switch-ups, like switching up your plays, super important because you don't want to be predictable. So sometimes, but then of course you get deeper into the thought process, you can counter that, all that stuff. It's just incredible the level of play we get to see. Kangaskhan is going to come back in and have to take a Rock Slide from this Landers. Conkeldur's is going to be able to take that quite nicely because it does resist and there was an Intimidate at some point. A Ice Beam is going to get fired off into the Conkeldur slot and it's going to pick up the knockout. Kangaskhan getting in for relatively free, but it's paralyzed, so it's not the best situation for Alberto.
Yeah, it was a pretty free switch, and Kangaskhan helping out the team by taking that attack there. But Kangaskhan's just—it's going to be a paralyzed Kangaskhan for the rest of this game.
It is. There's nothing doing.
Yeah, there's really nothing you can do about it. So it's just going to have to, do what it can, try to get some attacks off here. Maybe try and help out with fake out support. I mean, which I guess is really the main thing you can get from paralyzed Kangaskhan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's tough because when you rely on the fake out support, one of the worst things that can happen is if you get the full paralysis on that turn.
I'm concerned you've jinxed it now, so.
I know, I'm sorry. If that happens, listen, commentator's curse, it is a thing. I apologize, but hopefully the full paralysis for Alberto doesn't happen, and for Blake, I hope it does. I am impartial, but I just want to watch an incredible match. Bisharp, I feel like the Bisharp needed to come in a bit early and try to take advantage of the Defiant ability at some point.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the big things with using these Kangaskhan teams. Typically, if you're going to do that, either it's because you have Amoonguss or Clefairy or something, and you have a bunch of Pokemon that can take advantage of it, or Bisharp or Milotic to protect Kangaskhan. It's only the Bisharp in this team, and it hasn't really been able to do much.
Not at all. We're going to see the Kangaskhan come in for Blake now, and then Alberto's Kangaskhan is going to go ahead and get the fake out off, break through that potential paralysis, and Landers is going to flinch right here, not going to be able to get any damage off. Bisharp is going to go ahead and go for the knockoff. Will it pick up the knockout? It does pick up the knockout. So that fake out damage, I feel like, was huge, especially being able to make sure that Bisharp did not take any damage. We saw no Life Orb recoil, so potential Focus Sash is there.
Definitely a probable Focus Sash, but yeah, a good fake out there. Blake a little scared, doesn't want Cresselia just to get blown up for free with knockoff, and instead it's Landers instead. He had the non-Mega Evolved Kangaskhan in back, so he had the ability to switch into that knockoff and not take the boosted damage because Kangaskhan Knight can't be knocked off, but I made the wrong guess on that play. And those little mind games, it's what most of these games are going to be decided on at this level when neither player is going to do anything too crazy. And Blake get a couple turns like that now with that and the Rotom thing, but put him behind 2 knockouts.
Without a doubt. Kangaskhan is going to go ahead and return on Alberto's side, and we're going to see the Landers come in. Getting that Intimidate off at this point, Blake only has 2 Pokemon, so we know that for the rest of this game, barring a Power-Up Punch, Kangaskhan is going to be at -1 attack. It's going to get the Mega Evolution off, which is really, really nice. Parental Bond. It's not paralyzed like the last Kangaskhan was, but I think that Alberto made a really smart play by withdrawing it and preserving that potential fake-out pressure. Bisharp is going to go ahead and go for the Protect, not wanting to take a Power-Up Punch possibly, and it looks like the Kangaskhan decided to target down the Landers with that Power-Up Punch. So kind of possibly predicting the Protect and just wanted to make sure he got these boosts, not really looking for damage, but that -1 is gone. Kangaskhan is now at +1, and the Cresselia is going to go for the Ice Beam into the Landers slot. Is that going to pick up the knockout? It is going to pick up the Fate. Blake making a fantastic, fantastic play, getting the boost from Power Punch and picking up the knockout. Oh my Lanza.
Yeah, just like that, Blake gets himself back in the game. It's a huge play, but I still have to worry about the fake out from this Kangaskhan going on to his own Kangaskhan. A combination of that and an attack from Bisharp could take him down pretty low. He does need his Kangaskhan to at least help him pick up one more knockout, the one on that Bisharp, to give him a chance at winning this game, because Cresselia's not going to be able to win that duel. But if he can use his Kangaskhan to take Bisharp out, maybe Cresselia can close it for him. It's going to be a close game here, and fake out, it's going to be a big deal. If we see a fully paralyzed on that fake out, like you mentioned before,
my goodness,
it could end the game.
Don't blame it on me if it happens. It only counted for one. He got through that one. Not my fault anymore. If whatever happens, it's the game. It's called the game. 25% chance to be fully paralyzed when your Pokemon is paralyzed. So.
Yeah. That's the trick of doing it this many times, though. The more times you keep rolling those dice, sooner or later it's going to happen, but not this time.
And it's not this time because Kangaskhan is going to get a fake out off on that Cresselia, so not deciding to fake out the Kangaskhan, instead targets down the Cresselia. We're going to see another power punch into the Bisharp, and that is going to go ahead and take out that Bisharp. Even if it had a focus edge, does not matter. This is now a +3 Mega Kangaskhan on the field against a paralyzed Kangaskhan. Blake really turned this one around.
Yeah, I mean, we saw two big plays there. That one didn't look quite as flashy, but still, he does the right thing. He anticipates Bisharp not protecting and takes the easy knockout. A little strange to see the fake out on Cresselia. Perhaps Alberto thinking that Blake's Kangaskhan had protect and would use it there and didn't want to take free damage, but pretty aggressive play in a game one, and we see the forfeit. So Blake taking game one.
Blake takes game one against I wouldn't say all odds, but against a lot of odds. There were a lot of odds. That's kind of difficult to say. A lot of odds against Blake, but he managed to come through with some really, really impressive plays. Like you said, that fake out not targeting the other Kangaskhan was interesting. I wonder if maybe Alberto was just fearing another Thunder Wave, slowing down that Bisharp, and then you'd have to play the double paralysis game, and he was already playing with Fire or Thunder in this case for quite some time, so he doesn't want to go ahead and do that with even more Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of do whenever you can. When you think you have a free turn, you've got to take advantage of it, but unfortunately ended up a little shocked in that one. Didn't quite work out for him the way maybe he was hoping it would. It seemed like he had a pretty big lead that game. But I mean, I guess one thing is, if you build a big lead like that, you're capable of getting it more than once. Maybe this time he'll be able to change things up. I'm sure he was surprised with that Thunder Wave in particular, where this time he'll know it's coming.
Absolutely. Blake did reveal both Thunder Wave and Helping Hand on Cresselia, and Psychic as well. So I believe we saw just about, did we see
all four was Ice Beam?
We saw Ice Beam, of course. So we know that there's no Protect on that Cresselia, and maybe Alberto can go ahead and take advantage of that, because as Dwee and I were talking about earlier, Cresselia does have so many moves that it wants to run. The Cresselia we saw did have Protect, but this one does not. So it just comes down to, once again, building your team the way you want to and playing it, revealing as little information as you can in game one, but Cresselia is kind of just an open hand right now.
Yeah, well, speaking of revealing information, I think one thing that was interesting is we saw Cresselia and Rotom both get hit low enough that we probably would have, or I guess, in Cresselia's case, do enough damage, and Rotom's case be damaged enough that we didn't see a Citrus Berry in either Pokemon. So one of the few teams that probably isn't using one, since certainly wouldn't expect Charizard to hold it, and Heatran also not a common user.
Dude, it could be Belly Drum Charizard with Citrus Berry. You don't sleep on that. You don't even need the Charizard X at that point. We do see the leads are Kangaskhan and Thundurus for Alberto and Kangaskhan Cresselia for Blake again.
As a similar Pokemon as the first game, Thundurus joining the battle for the first time here. And, again, we don't see Blake's Charizard. I'm not too surprised here with both Heatran on the other team. He hasn't seen Kinkeldurr. I guess he knows it probably doesn't have an Assault Vest based on the damage Psychic did. So not too many huge problems for it, I guess, but choosing to go with a Kangaskhan mirror once again. A lot of players will try to avoid those mirrors, but he get the better of it the first time, so I guess he has 2 more shots at it if he wants it.
Yeah, I always think that that's a pretty safe bet when you win the first game. I've said it time and time again. When you win the first game, if you go with the same lead and you feel comfortable with it, you can adjust in the third game if you're up a game. We're going to go ahead and see Alberto switch into that Landorus. Once again, pretty nice switch in just to intimidate that Kangaskhan. And I really like that Alberto brought the Thundurus, especially now that he's seen Thunder Wave. He has 2 Pokemon on the field that cannot be paralyzed by Thunder Wave, and that was a pretty smart adjustment after getting that information in game 1. Kangaskhan here is going to Mega Evolve. Following suit, the Thundurus is going to Protect, and Kangaskhan is going to go for the Power. Looks like, nope, that's the Fake Out. It's the Fake Out on the Landorus, switching, so a pretty clean turn, just a little bit of damage on Alberto's side, and that's it.
Yeah, the Thunder Wave on Landorus not doing the greatest
doing
there.
anything.
Yeah, so a good switch. A little bit scary there with bringing Landorus in on this Cresselia. Always the danger of Ice Beam just taking out in a single hit thanks to the massive amount of damage it's doing for Cresselia, but ends up being a safe switch. Kangaskhan gets intimidated. Thundurus survives the turn safely, and now threatening paralysis. Kangaskhan's got to get out.
Yeah, Kangaskhan does not want to get paralyzed. Blake knows how much he did that in the last game, and he doesn't want to be in the receiving end this time around. So the Landorus is going to come and intimidate both of Alberto's Pokemon. Of course, really only affecting the Landers because that is the physical threat. But we're going to see the Thunder Wave onto the Cresselia slot. A very smart play as the Kangaskhan switch, like you said, was a bit more obvious because you want to keep that thing fast and not risk full paralysis. A U-turn, though, going into the Cresselia, taking just a couple bricks off of that castle that I had mentioned, but doing what it has to do. Now that the Cresselia is paralyzed, though, I think that Alberto's going to be crossing his fingers that maybe he not only avoided all the full paralysis, but maybe they'll work in his favor this time around. Alberto's going to go ahead and go out into Kangaskhan, and we're going to see the full paralysis. Commentator's curse.
Yeah. Why would you say something like that?
I'm sorry. It's commentating. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah, so we didn't see any of the paralysis the first game. It does happen here. Somewhat likely that, I guess, I expect probably an Ice Beam in the Thunderous slot there because you've got to anticipate the U-turn. But we're far enough into the series that there's a great deal of kind of, well, I know my opponent is expecting me to do something, so I'm going to do something else. So who really knows?
Yeah, you can't, once you get this deep, especially because these players, this is their 7th round of Swiss. This could possibly be the 20th game that each of these players has played, I think. So that's a lot of Pokemon. That is a lot of Pokemon, especially when the level of play is so high. Your brain constantly trying to run at full is very difficult. We're going to go ahead and see, the Kangaskhan Mega Evolve, and it goes for the Fake Out on the Landorus. Going to do a good amount of damage there, just because of the same type attack bonus. And then we're going to see a taunt on the Cresselia, which is a very nice played taunt. Judging by the way Blake was shaking his head, yes, Cresselia is going to go for the Ice Beam, so he actually predicted that. It looked like a nod of good job, but it was a nod of good job, Blake. I like that. Pat yourself on the back.
Somebody's got to, right?
Somebody's got to.
A pretty nice Ice Beam there. Looks like even with the Citrus Berry, it'll be really close with 3 hits. I'm probably not going to quite get it. The Landorus is here to add some extra damage, potentially. So pretty good play. I like the taunt there, realizing that Kangaskhan getting paralyzed the first game was pretty much a game ender, but Blake doing what he can, and that's something that you have to do. You can't always get the optimal solution to a play. You just have to take the best you can get.
And it looks like Blake really values being able to paralyze and use Helping Hand, so he's going to switch that Cresselia out to kind of shake that taunt off, and then Rotom Wash is going to come in its place. We're going to see a super power from the Landers onto the Kangaskhan, but it's just barely going to miss the knockout. 31 hit points left on that Mega Kangaskhan. We're going to see the Kangaskhan go ahead and decide to fire an attack off into the Rotom Wash Double Edge. Going to be able to pick up the knockout right there. So no safe switch-ins for Blake, but of course Kangaskhan's going to take a huge amount of recoil, and it's going to knock itself out because of that recoil. I believe we still have one more Pokemon to move on the field. We're going to see the Thunderous not going to be able to do anything to that Landorus.
Yeah, pretty strange turn there. Thunder is probably not getting quite what it expected there, and Kangaskhan taking huge damage from the superpower, but it's been trained defensively enough to survive, and at least trades a knockout with that non-Citrus Berry Rotom.
Yeah, I think that Alberto obviously was just double targeting down that Cresselia slot, which ended up being Rotom, so he just wanted to make sure that such a big Pokemon would get taken down by doubling into it. And Alberto's going to go ahead and bring in the Landers, getting another Intimidate off, and Cresselia is going to come back in for Blake.
Yeah, unfortunately that Cresselia wasn't taken down, and you can kind of see why he wanted to get rid of it now. 2 Pokemon who very much do not want to be hit with Ice Beams that are doing that much damage out in the field. Thunderous could take a couple, stronger on the special side than the physical one, but Landorus definitely going to want to avoid even a single one. So unless it U-turns here, in a pretty tough spot. But again, you kind of see in these turns where you can expect something to U-turn, maybe it won't. Kind of right about that point of the battle where I'm expecting one of the players to do something unexpected here, or maybe either see U-turn not happen or Ice Beam not punish the slot there.
Yeah, I have a feeling, I don't want to say it because I don't want to go ahead and mess anything up for either of these players, but Cresselia is going to go ahead and get withdrawn. Definitely not what we expected to see. The Kangaskhan is going to come back in. I'm kind of expecting a Rock Slide from that Landorus, but the Thunderous is actually going to go for the Thunder Wave on the Landorus slot, predicting a switch, and then we're going to see a U-turn from that Landorus into the Kangaskhan slot. So it looked like Alberto just predicted the switch wrong, thought he'd switch out the Landorus, but turns out he switched out the Cresselia instead. Which is just one of those gutsy calls. And Kelder's going to come in for Alberto as the Landers on the opposite side of the field also goes for the U-turn. So this is just one big U-turning fest, trying to take advantage of the Intimidates as best as each of these players can.
Yeah, Landorus at its silliest there. Both of them just not really doing anything and switching out. But now they both have their Pokemon with Intimidate in the back, able to bring that out to intimidate the physical attackers on either side if they wish to. And again, we see reasons why Alberto wanted Cresselia to faint, as Conkeldurr really doesn't want to take another one of those Psychics. I think even a Sucker Punch would be able to damage it enough that Psychic would knock it out from here.
Especially because it's already missing 11 hit points. And when you're taking Psychics so terribly, those 11 hit points actually matter. It's really impressive to see Cresselia on the field and doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that Thunder Wave, and even when it can't get that off, it's looking at something done. Getting rid of this Thunderous is probably the first priority for Blake, because then Kincalidor and Landorus are kind of open season. But even without doing that, Cresselia is putting an incredible amount of pressure up for a defensive Pokemon.
Without a doubt. And we're going to see Blake withdraw the Kangaskhan, most likely just wanting to get that Intimidate off that you mentioned. I'm kind of expecting Alberto to do the same thing, but we'll find out in a minute if he does switch that Conkeldurr out. But we're going to see the Thunderous actually go for another Thunder Wave. Blake is predicting these perfectly, switching to Landerson, but Alberto did not take any risks. Even if that prediction happened, he's going to pick up the knockout, be the first one to remove the intimidating Pokemon from his opponent's side of the field. A Psychic, though, going into the Conkeldurr is going to do a lot of damage again, leaving it at 47 HP. Calm down, Castle. Cresselia, that is intense. The Kangaskhan is going to come back in, though. No longer intimidated, but Blake cannot switch out once that Landers comes in and gets another Intimidate off.
Yeah, Cresselia's in a pretty good spot, though. I mean, that was a nice play by Alberto. You know, you use both the Thunder Wave and the Ice Punch on that slot, so you get something you like if Kangaskhan stays in, which is some damage at the paralysis. It switches out, it's a free knockout. But taking all that damage to Conkeldurr was something that was going to happen no matter what happened in that play, as long as there wasn't a fully paralyzed. And the trouble with that is now that Cresselia is very close to getting carried away at this game. If he can find a way to knock out Thundurus, Cresselia only needs one turn each to knock out Landorus and Conkeldurr, so I feel like Alberto might be needing some fully paralyzed in his future.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I didn't want to say it. I'm not getting blamed this time. So Conkeldurr is actually going to get knocked out from that fake out, a fake out knockout there. It looked like just barely it might have been the right. That 11 hit points really did matter, I think, right there. But a Thunder Wave is going to fire off into the Kangaskhan, slow it down. More full paralysis that Scott had just mentioned. We're going to see the full paralysis that Scott had just mentioned.
I mean, that's what he needs at this point.
It is.
I don't think there's a way to get through this match unless he's going to need more.
He's going to need more of those.
Yeah, he does get the Intimidate now in Kangaskhan, but now there's only 2 Pokemon left on Alberto's side as well, so he doesn't want to just lock into Superpower here and start tickling Cresselia for the rest of the game, so it's going to be tricky. We're most likely going to see everyone's favorite combination where the 2 Pokemon paralyzed. Landorus can't use Earthquake, it can't use Superpower. Time for Rock Slide.
You guys can't see it, but Scott's rubbing his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, if we see Rock Slide, it's gonna be a doozy, because Rock Slide, of course, has a chance to flinch with the paralysis there at a 25% chance as well to be fully paralyzed. It's gonna be interesting how this plays out. That Rock Slide is coming out. Blake is smiling, waiting to see what happens. But it looks like Thundurus is gonna go ahead and get a Thunderbolt off on that Cresselia. Very smart, recognizing that threat. And we're gonna see Kangaskhan go for the frustration here. It's gonna do a lot to Thundurus, but that Citrus Berry is gonna go ahead and make sure that it's gonna be staying alive. What Alberto really needs to hope for here is either a full paralysis on that Cresselia, or it looks like he breaks through and he's going to go ahead and fire off an Ice Beam into the Landorus. That is going to go ahead and pick up the knockout. The crowd is going crazy because I don't think the crowd is a huge fan of Rock Slide paralysis.
I don't think anyone is a huge fan. You see Kangaskhan using that frustration there. I think that's what all of us feel when we see the combination of Thunder Wave and Rock Slide.
Definitely, but it looks like this is going to be pretty much the end of this game. Sucker Punch onto that Thundurus is going to finish it up, and Blake is going to go ahead and take it 2-0, making sure that he does not get knocked out. Unfortunately, Alberto's time here does come to an end, and Blake just has to wait it out and see how the Resistance treats him.
Yeah, I hate that feeling. I've been there before. Blake has also been there before, so I guess at this point he should be able to give himself some fantastic advice. But yeah, so a great series there. Whether or not that ends up sending Blake to the top cut or not, you always feel better at that 5-2 record compared to that 4-3. I think he could feel like he put up a pretty good performance here. We'll most likely get him some scholarship money, which you start out the season hoping you're going to end up in that group. Also, nice, too, when you finish so well the previous year not to regress. So 2 really solid years in a row here for Blake, regardless of what happens. And really well-played match there. It's fun to see, again, a team that kind of had some standard Pokemon, but some moves and items that weren't what we were expecting. And that can really mess with players when you're kind of used to dealing with problems a certain way.
It definitely can. That Cresselia was still such an awesome thing to see in action. And I guess it just didn't work out for Alberto, considering his Conkeldurr wasn't assault vested, so it couldn't take those psychics very well at all. Not to mention that the Cresselia was already so different and unique for this meta. It just definitely won Blake. I feel like the Cresselia played a huge part. Even honestly, when that Landorus went down on Blake's side, I was like, oh man, looks like Alberto's going to take this to a game 3. But Blake came through with some really good plays, and he fought against the 25% chance, which is always encouraging to see.
Yeah, especially with the rock slide too. I mean,
yes!
a lot more than 25.
It's a lot more than 25 at that point.
Yeah, it was cool to see the damage Cresselia was dishing out. That had a really good matchup with that team. Thunderous, Landorus, Conkeldurr all do really poorly against it. We never actually saw the Heatran, which would have dealt pretty well with it. Resisting both Psychic and Ice Beam. And it's kind of what happens. Both sides, you're not revealing some Pokemon. We never saw Blake's other Mega Pokemon with Charizard, never needed it, or his Heatran actually. So Heatran just an incredibly unpopular Pokemon in this match.
Yeah, which is interesting because you've mentioned before how Steel is one of the best types, if not the best type in this format, in this meta. And you said how important Fire type was when we were talking about Volcarona. So that Pokemon holding both those types, I guess when you see a Landorus on the other side of the field, you just don't want to bring your Heatran. You're not instantly clicking to bring it.
Yeah, definitely. And clearly neither set needed it, right? I mean, Alberto really only needed to bring it if Blake brought his Charizard, which he didn't. But it was just kind of a funny thing because, I mean, Landorus being in every team isn't exactly news, right? But still, you value Steel and Fire Pokemon that much. Didn't need it this time. I think both sides probably had some pretty irritating counters to Heatran that it's tough to bring it to. Both have fighting type attacks on Kangaskhan. There's Conkeldurr on one side. There's a Rotom Wash on the other side. Even the Heatran Mirror is super annoying to play where you don't want to have to play Guess Who's Faster with Earth Power.
Yeah, or Guess Who doesn't have Earth Power in case you're running.
Yeah, or Guess Who doesn't have Shucka Berry with that having really picked up in popularity over the last few months of the season. So actually, which both players have. So
there we go. Something interesting that I was actually just going to ask you, because I know throughout the circuit when I've been just trying to follow up on a lot of the different events, I feel like Icy Wind was picking up in usage, so I figured it was a very popular move. So it was kind of cool to see the Cresselia not only dishing out damage, but it opted for speed control in a different way with the Thunder Wave and forfeited the Icy Wind, well, more like traded the Icy Wind, got the Ice Beam, and had speed control axe, which I thought was really cool.
Yeah, I really like that decision. It kind of reminds me of the thing with the Wash Rotom with Electro Web before, where you need too many things, so you have to give something up. And I don't love Icy Wind Cresselia. I think even if you're using an item to boost the damage, it just doesn't really do anything.
Yes.
And if I have Cresselia out there, it's not as bulky as it was in 2013, where you can just kind of like sit it out in the field for 9 million years. It's like, well, I'm not doing any damage, but you can't hurt me anyway, so I'll get you eventually. It's not that easy anymore, right? You've kind of got to take advantage of the turns when you have it. We saw it only really attacking a few times that game, but just absolutely chunking Landorus and Conkeldurr.
Yeah.
I think using Ice Beam instead is a big deal, and Thunder Wave in general is just a great move. More Pokemon other than Thundurus can use it, guys, I swear.
Yeah, a lot more Pokemon. Even though you don't get that Prankster, it's not priority, it's still worth it. We saw it work really, really well there, so congrats again to Blake. We'll be back with him in just a minute, but for now we're going to go ahead and throw it to a sideline interview, and we're going to hear from someone who's actually been living the experience of Pokemon World Championships.
Thank you so much again, Jonathan. I am Justin Flynn, and joining me may be two players here that you guys know, but I'll let them tell you guys a little bit about themselves here. Maybe start with your names and where you're from.
I'm Colin Heyer, previously third in the world, and I'm from Wisconsin.
I'm Toller Webb, U.S. National Champion this year, and I'm from North Carolina.
Whoa, wait a second, U.S. National Champion. So you guys were both participating then in the tournament today. How did it go for you guys?
I finished 4-3, so I went positive, and that's all I can take from this, I guess.
No, that's good. That's huge. I mean, we're talking the World Championships here. You're going up against the best players in the entire world, so definitely 4-3, or even attending the World Championships is pretty impressive there. Being invited is huge. Toller, U.S. National Champion. I saw you over there making some faces. Tell us about your day.
I had a really rough day. I lost a lot of matches today, so I just dropped out of the tournament. But I am really happy to see Blake doing well, as we just saw on stream, because we worked together a lot to create the team he's using right now, and he's doing really well with it. I didn't, but I'm really happy about it.
So you built the team for him, it sounds like. Interesting. Maybe you might have to give you a little hat nod a little bit later for that 5-2. Blake, of course, will be waiting to hear his resistance, I think, to see if he goes through. So what's left for you guys at the National Championships? It sounds like, or at the World Championships, I should say. It sounds like, obviously, your run may have come to an end here, but I'm sure you guys got a lot of friends. What else is going to go on for the weekend here?
I'm just gonna hang out, enjoy an awesome slice of pizza.
Whoa, pizza. That's what's up. So, yes? I like where you're going with this. Tell me more about this pizza.
I just love enjoying dank slices of pizza with my friends, so.
I actually just got word that I think our winner of that previous match is ready for his interview. So we're going to send it back over to Jonathan Inovino. Thank you guys for joining me, and good luck on next year's run.
Thank you so much for that, Justin. Not only was my stomach growling before, but now I'm craving a dank slice of pizza. Today, we are here joined with the winner of that last match. You just, how do you feel? Because that was, how much pressure was that?
So much pressure. I knew that if I wanted to even have a chance to top cut and make top 8 this year, I had to win that match. So there's a lot riding on that match. So I'm just really glad I managed to pull out a win from there.
You really did, and you got the 2-0 victory. Were there any points in the match where you really felt like were you terrified? Were you like, you know what I mean? Like, were you like, oh, this battle's slipping, this battle's slipping?
Oh, like pretty much
the entire thing, just like, I'm not gonna win, I'm not gonna win.
Yeah, on the last turn, or one of the last turns of the first game, pretty much I thought he was just gonna fake out my Kangaskhan, and I was possibly going to get KO'd from a double up with Bisharp, but he ended up faking out my Crest, so it allowed me to KO the Bisharp. And then game 2, whenever he ice punched my Landorus switch in, I was terrified.
Yeah, that was terrifying.
Yeah,
for
it was a great play.
That was a fantastic play. That we definitely up here noted about the lack of faking out the Cresselia instead of the Kangaskhan. It was definitely an interesting choice, but that played out for you perfectly, getting that game under your belt. Was there any information that you felt was really, really useful that you got from that first game that helped you adjust? Not that you lost, but like, were there anything that you were just like, oh, well, you know what, I wasn't expecting that, or is everything kind of standard?
I believe I found out from the first game that his Landorus was Choice Scarf. So typically with Choice Scarf Landorus, if they use a move, they can't use anything else. So typically you can send something out that doesn't really mind taking the hit that they lock into, so you can kind of abuse it, I guess.
Yeah, you can kind of switch momentum into your favor because you know what they have to go for.
Exactly.
The worst case scenario is if they double out and predict your switch in, but I don't think that happened at all during that set. Pressure is really high at that point. You have, like you said, you have a chance to go ahead and get into top 8. It all depends on resistance. So Scott and I were talking. You had been in this position before last year, right? What place did you finish last year at Worlds?
I got 11th at Worlds last year.
Okay, so this is your second Worlds.
Yes.
Waiting on resistance. As much pressure as you felt up there, what kind of feeling is this?
Anxious. I'm very anxious right now. Very glad to have a chance, but it's not confirmed, it's not guaranteed, so just kind of have to wait.
You just gotta wait. I feel like the waiting is the worst.
It is.
Because at least when you're battling, you're making the choices and you have control, but then the waiting is just a lot.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do.
Just have to sit back.
Grab a slice of pizza or something and then hope that it works out. But you played fantastically. I watched you in Nationals as well. You're definitely one of the best players here. There's a reason why you're possibly getting into top 8.
Right.
So
thank you.
You're awesome. I think that my favorite thing was your Cresselia. I guess I won't ask you too much about it because you still have competition to do. But from what I saw, can I just ask you how long it took you to decide on that set?
Well, I was actually speaking with my friend Toller Webb, who I believe was just being interviewed.
Okay.
And he mainly built this team pretty much by himself, but I helped a lot with it. And we kind of wanted a Cresselia that could, hit pretty hard. So we invested some special attack into it, and that would actually get some KOs. So it was kind of like we just kind of tested it for a while and just kind of felt what was best, and then eventually came to that.
I'm sure, judging by the damage it did during that battle, you tested it against Assault Vest Conkeldurr because it looks like it might be a 2-hit KO, but it depends on the investment of the Conkeldurr, I think.
Right. Yeah.
But that's definitely an awesome set. I love the Thunderwave. I love the Thunderwave choice as opposed to ever going for Icy Wind. You have the Ice Beam because it'll do serious damage to the genies that are so popular.
Exactly.
So, awesome. You and your friends did a great job with that Pokemon, and you yourself. Congratulations again. I'll be pulling for you for a little bit. We're gonna go ahead and cut to a quick break before we get back. That is the last round of Swiss. We are going to be jumping into top 8 after this.
I'm from Green Bay, Wisconsin.
I'm from Norway.
We're from Italy.
The UK, England, Boston, Massachusetts.
I am from Toronto, Canada.
I played Pokemon competitively for the last year.
4 years.
I have played for 7 years.
3 to 4 years.
15 years.
9, 10 years.
I play mostly every day.
Once a week.
Just started right here.
I play a lot, especially online.
3-4 hours a day.
Every day.
Very, very, very often.
My favorite is Kecleon. That and Mawile.
Definitely Machamp.
Mudkip and Pikachu. Mega Rayquaza.
Kangaskhan. And Snorlax.
Georam, the steel bug.
For the longest time, it was just a Pokemon people just saw as a defensive Pokemon. I was a defensive pivot of a lot of top teams. 2012, it was in both the finalist teams. One team it was using Trick Room, one team was using Skill Swap. And last year was banned, obviously, because it's not part of the Kalos Pokedex.
It was not part of the Kalos Pokedex.
In 2013, it was a big part of the format then as well, using Trick Room mainly for Eruption Heatran teams, which is actually still gone because that was a Pokemon Ranger promotional move.
Wow.
Which you should all be grateful about.
Nip those in the bud just like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, just imagine if Mega Camera up to just a normal Pokemon, and that was pretty much what it was. Anyway, but yeah, so I mean, Cresselia typically thought of it, just the defensive pivot. It's cool to get to see it attack a little bit more. I think that it's a Pokemon that, even though it doesn't have a great offensive move pool, it was decent. Seijin Park, actually, the world champion for another 24 hours, since unfortunately he picked up a third loss. Was actually famous for using an offensive Cresselia in 2013 as well. He had an expert belt moveset. Aaron Zhang actually picked it up before Aaron Zhang was as famous as he is now. And it's something a lot of people had a lot of fun with. I think I used it in a Wi-Fi tournament that year, and it was a great moveset, right? So Cresselia can do a little bit more, I think, than people realize sometimes. It's cool to see people finding ways to keep it effective, even when just being a wall isn't going to work.
Yeah, definitely. That's really, really cool. So Expert Belt offensive Cresselia has been around, which I didn't know, obviously, and that's really awesome to hear because I had always experienced it as a wall, like you said, but sometimes you don't need a wall on your team if you're running like an Amoonguss or some other stuff that's already bulky, so it can fit a different role with its still amazing ability of having Levitate. Of course, you had said that it was extremely popular in 5th gen, that it wasn't around for the last format, and now it is again. But in 6th gen, of course, knockoff is a huge, huge move, and Cresselia doesn't like, nothing likes to take a knockoff, but Cresselia especially doesn't like to take a knockoff, whether it's offensive or defensive.
Yeah, I think that knockoff's increase in power is actually one of the I think Cresselia is one of the reasons why I really like that change when we got it in Pokemon X and Y. As much as I love Cresselia, maybe my favorite Pokemon to use just because it's the glue of a lot of my favorite teams. It was definitely a little bit oppressive for a while, and I think Knockoff did a really good job of kind of balancing it out. Cresselia without an item, kind of no matter what the item is, it tends to be a big deal. It used to always be Citrus Berry. Now there's sometimes other Pokemon, Rotom in particular, which sometimes is a better user of Citrus Berry. So we see Cresselia use other items. Expert Belt sometimes, it's a rarer one.
Rare,
but,
yes.
I sure like it. Safety Goggles has been pretty popular because it helps it deal with Amoonguss much more effectively. You can switch into Spore and ignore Rage Powder and Ice Beam Salamence and be a jerk that way. I'll see a little bit of a Mental Herb, which is something that has kind of always been an underutilized item in the sense that we're 4 of the last 5 years into Thundurus being one of the most dominant Pokemon in the game, often carries Taunt. Maybe your Taunt weak Pokemon should consider the item that stops Taunt. And even though it only works one time, it's definitely something worth using. So there's different ways, again, to kind of reinvent it.
In a battle format where you have 4-on-4, getting to break through that taunt with the Mental Herb, for those of you guys who don't know, Mental Herb basically stops your Pokemon from being taunted. I believe, does it stop Fake Out as well? It can't.
Not Fake Out, but it does stop some other weird things.
So yeah, there's a couple
Disable.
other weird things. Yes, that's what it is. Disable. There's a couple, basically anything that would affect the mind of a Pokemon. It makes sure that its Mental Herb keeps it focused. So essentially what the item does, really, really cool. In fact, what we can do is we can hop over to the Pokemon GL really quick to take a look at Cresselia. You were talking about how all those different items, all those different movesets, and if you guys don't know, maybe you're not into competitive Pokemon or you're not really into playing VGC just yet, but Pokemon GL is a really awesome resource where you can see what people are using on Battle Spot, which basically is the way you can practice on a ladder that Game Freak / Pokemon has for you right there. So really, really cool. We can see Cresselia here. It looks like 76% of all Cresselia run Psychic as one of its offensive moves. And then Ice Beam, of course, with how popular, when I was talking to Blake, just how popular the Genies are and with how offensive his is, it's just really, really nice to be able to have that Ice Beam and be able to potentially pick up one-hit KOs. Of course, Landers times for a week. I don't think there's any way he's taking that. So it's really, really nice.
I think one thing that's cool about it too is that like the bulkier Landers can, and that's part of why Expert Belt is cool. And very few Salamence actually will survive the will be knocked out rather by the uninvested Cresselia Ice Beam, even though that's another 4 times weakness. In the old days, that was kind of what you would do with Cresselia, is you'd use enough special attacks so that you would knock out Salamence with only the minimum investment in hit points in special defense and just kind of go from there. But Lander's kind of running bulkier sets now. Mega Salamence bulkier than normal Salamence, kind of just messes with things.
Yeah.
And Cresselia also tends to need its defensive stats more than before. It used to be that you could just kind of like put its stats kind of wherever, and it was Cresselia, so you'd be fine. But
it's taking everything. We don't even know how we're training this Pokemon, but we know it's taking.
Yeah, just kind of like hit some buttons and throw Cresselia out there. You're probably fine. But it's not quite like that anymore. Especially the Mega Pokemon. Many of them can do lots of damage to it. Aegis/existing is one thing we didn't mention.
Just
before,
its existence.
It strikes fear into the hearts of Cresselia everywhere. So that's another big problem for it. I think one thing really cool about Cresselia too is one of the only Pokemon that you're ever going to find in the Pokemon Global Link here where they have no move over 80% used. Usually just like you use this Pokemon for blank, but you don't need Psychic and Cresselia. It's nice with Amoonguss and Conkeldurr in particular, which we've seen a lot of today, but you don't always need that. It's very frequent actually that Psychic wasn't ran last generation. We usually see Ice Beam as the main attack.
Wow.
But Ice Beam you can use, but also you can use Icy Wind instead, which is why Ice Beam is not higher than Psychic. Trick Room, very popular, but Blake, for instance, didn't have it. There's lots of different support Cresselia even that can use or can choose not to use it. Actually, even on the offensive version, I used to like it as the 4th move on Expert Belt Cresselia, just because you never know when you might need to flip someone else's Trick Room. Or just oh no, I've let them get up a Dragon Dance. How foolish was I? Click. It's good. So Moonlight also, I guess, is another really cool trick that kind of came out of XY, even though Cresselia largely did not enjoy that game release and would prefer to go back to black and white. Moonlight mixed with Drought actually existing in the standard format thanks to Mega Charizard Y is really cool. It's kind of given birth to that Moonlight Calm Mind moveset, which again is a lot of fun and lets Cresselia actually hurt things.
We saw Cresselia actually hurt things without needing the setup of Calm Mind.
Right, yeah, I mean, Blake was also using that Expert Belt, so I'm sure a little different than the one Sajin used in the old days, which I think was like max speed, max special attack, max awesome. But still a nice thing. And Helping Hand is another cool move too, because it's a similar way to like Trick Room. You can just kind of throw it on as the last move in your moveset, and it kind of works with whatever you're doing. I think Helping Hand got a little bit worse once we lost the different gems that boosted a single attack's damage as a consumable, just because you can use that Helping Hand and stack it with that plus 50 times and a half damage from the gem and just kind of annihilate a single target.
Yeah.
You have a couple Pokemon holding gems, suddenly half of your opponent team's missing, and it doesn't really matter what else you have.
And Cresselia is just there clapping. I don't know, are those the hands right there? On the side?
They're hand-like appendages.
Yeah, I don't know. She can clap some way, or the Pokemon can clap some way.
I mean, she's psychic, so she can kind of
with her mind.
Yeah, right.
Mental applause. Mental herb. Back to mental herb. Hold on,
That's
really
what you
quick.
need it, right? Because otherwise, how can you Helping Hand without hands?
I really wanted to, because we just thought of mental herb. I wanted to jump down to the items really quick. We'll jump back to moves, but you can see, as you were saying before, Citrus Berry, extremely popular. An item you didn't mention that was Rocky Helmet. That was one that was on my mind.
Oh yeah.
That I really like, because you want to switch into since Power Punch Kangaskhan is very, very common. You can go ahead and switch into that. Let the Kangaskhan take so much damage. Of course, you don't really want Kangaskhan getting any sort of buffs, but sometimes it just has to happen. The mental herb is right down there, 3rd place for item usage, 11%. which is really, really cool. I just wanted to jump to that.
No, I mean, I think that's a good point. Let's say at the items for a second, because I think there's a couple other really interesting options. First, I mean, Rocky Helmet's great. It's another thing that I think 2 years ago, if you told me that Rocky Helmet would be a pretty good item, I would have told you were crazy. But when you can hit Kangaskhan twice in the same turn, also does more damage than it used to. It's a pretty good item.
Definitely.
Leftovers we see often in that Calm Mind Cresselia set. So if you're looking at, maybe you really like Mega Charizard Y, you're looking for some good teammates for it. Some people like Venusaur, Landorus in its Therian form, a great partner for it, as it is with most things. And that Calm Mind Cresselia, if you want to build off of that Drought, is pretty cool. You usually use Leftovers then, be a big jerk. If you have trouble with Amoonguss, that Safety Goggles is an item we've seen from a lot of people. There's one player who kind of was pushing it earlier in the year, and I think it's slowly kind of been adopted by more players. But Safety Goggles is another item I just think is really good. Like, these World Championships, again, have proven that Amoonguss is a very common and very powerful Pokemon. And Safety Goggles pretty much just makes one Pokemon on your team immune to Amoonguss.
Yes.
It's not great against a lot of other things, but there's a lot of teams that just kind of like rely on sticking their Mega out there and like a Pokemon with Follow Me or Rage Powder. And if they pick the Rage Powder option, which is much more common, it doesn't work anymore.
Exactly.
Which is a big kink to throw in their plans.
So Safety Goggles essentially makes the move Spore, Rage Powder, and is there anything else that it's used for to keep the Pokemon focused?
I mean, it
also doesn't get hurt by weather, correct?
Yeah, the weather, so Sandstorm and Hail no longer do damage. There's the other like powder attacks. I mean, I haven't seen Poison Powder used too recently in competitive play, but if I did, Safety Goggles have you covered.
Keep you safe.
And I
from
think
that.
when you see Poison Powder, the first thing you think is that I really need an item to help protect me from this. This is way too strong.
That base, 15 power, 20 power? That is
it's like base 0. It's like not even 100% accurate.
There it is. You're going to be poisoned. Oh, my goodness.
You could use Toxic, but instead,
Poison
you
Powder.
want to be a little bit worse.
Yeah, why not? I mean, it makes I'm running it. It makes perfect sense.
I think everyone is.
No, but seriously, you can see the other items fall pretty low. And not to mention, you look right here. Expert Belt, 0.8%. Less than 1% of the Cresselia are holding Expert Belt. And as you had just said, Blake's that we just saw, Expert Belt based on the damage, which is absolutely huge. A 1%. That is 1 out of 100 Cresselia, and I like that. It makes it feel a little more just personal. Like, this is my Cresselia.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think that the crowd is wrong on this one, where it is a very situational Cresselia. But I actually had a team earlier this year where I was using in a fan tournament where I was playing with it too. Like, I think it's pretty good. Like, the Citrus Berry is a lot to give up because I don't think Cresselia is really a Pokemon you bring every game anymore, the way something like Rotom is. And usually, you end up with the crisis where, especially on a team defensive enough to be using Cresselia, where it's like, I need like 7 Citrus Berries.
Yeah.
You've got to give it up somewhere, and Cresselia is a pretty good Pokemon to do that. And speaking of it and Rotom, Levitate is probably something to think about here too.
Yes.
I just think that, with Landorus being on so many teams, lots of Cresselia use its only ability. With Landorus,
there's so many Cresselia that use its only ability, it's surprising,
Yeah, I can't believe it. But yeah, I mean, they choose not to worry seed themselves. But Landorus being, basically by far, I'd say the most common Pokemon, even towering over things like Kangaskhan in competitive play, where Kangaskhan actually is more powerful on Battle Spot, which is very strange to me, actually.
Yes.
But anyway, the point being, with Landorus being so common, you want lots of different ways to not be blown up by either your opponents or your own Earthquakes. Unless you're that one guy from yesterday.
That just wants to use Earthquake for it. Yep.
Alejandro.
Yeah, Alejandro, yes.
Cared not for his teammates. But anyway, so you want to find those Levitates from different sources, because otherwise you just end up with a bunch of Flying-type Pokemon, and you're very weak to Rock and Ice-type.
Yep.
Which is a problem, because lots of the best Pokemon are Flying-type. Charizard and Salamence both come to mind, and as well as Thundurus and Landorus. So if you want to keep stacking weaknesses, you need other ways to get around Earthquake. Cresselia, a great one. That's part of why it was so popular in the old days. Rotom, also another great one. So that's also why I guess, to get back to the points, why we see what we do with the items, because frequently, like Blake did, you want to pair the two of them. And usually when you want one of the two of them to have Citrus Berry, though he chose neither. So what a rebel.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to keep repainting the same wall, but I just want to go back to the moves, because something we were talking about before we even went on the GL, we were talking about when we saw the Cresselia in general, and I think it was actually Dwee and I from a previous match. It's just one of those Pokemon that have so many moves. I love that you pointed out that Psychic's not even above, it's like 76%, it's not even 80%. There's no move that this thing is constantly using. All of these moves have their niche, especially you see Thunder Wave down here only on 10% of Cresselia. We saw how well it worked in that match. Toxic, not another not a move that's terrible, but I feel like it dropped in usage since Aegislash is one of the best Pokemon in the format. Steel typing, like you said, is absolutely incredible. So Toxic is going to slowly drop, and Thunder Wave's going to pick up in its place.
I mean, Toxic, I think, is a cool one. Probably most of our Japanese players here could probably explain it a little bit better, because I think it was a cool metagame counter we saw mostly in Japan, where Calm Mind Cresselia, I think, was always bigger there than it was in most of the rest of the world. And when you wonder what a Cresselia mirror against that, Calm Minding against it being a Calm Mind behind, you're probably going to lose. But what does win that Calm Mind mirror is Toxicing it and then healing up, and that's what we kind of saw that used for. I think that's a pretty cool adjustment. Thunder Wave Cresselia is also something that kind of has history in Japan too, where it was part of the 2012 national champion team there. The whole team was based on Thunder Wave and Swagger, but not just hitting the opponent like we're used to seeing now, but there's with a Lum and a Person Berry on the team that the player was using. So you power up your Metagross and power up your Conkeldurr and just kind of blow people up with the boosted Swagger on your teammates, and you could always just annoy your opponents the same way. It's one thing that kind of died off a little bit in Pokemon X and Y when it just, I think, because items became stronger, basically. It's tougher to give up an item slot on Person Berry now when instead you have Mega Stones, you have Assault Vest, you have Safety Goggles, you get all these cool new toys to play with.
Without a doubt. I think it's really cool. That's a refreshing way to see Swagger used for sure, when you can just, of course, something else that I've seen in the past, back when X and Y first came out, was Safeguard. When people use Meowstic for like those 2 days, Safeguard, Meowstic, and then Swagger, and you can go ahead and completely avoid the status and just get those free boosts. It really, really was hectic, at least when I saw it with Mega Kangaskhan. Of course, Meowstic, once again, knockoff being so strong, it fell out of play really fast, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has a problem too, where it doesn't do enough damage and isn't bulky enough. It's hard to use over Thundurus. I guess we should say one thing too while we're talking about Cresselia. If you're wondering at home why we're spending so much time talking about Cresselia, we are between the Swiss rounds and the top cut here. It's going to take a little bit of time to get the players ready, to figure out matchups, figure out exactly who's in the top cut and have them get ready. So in the meantime, some great Pokemon strategy.
We're just going over some Pokemon strategy. Tournaments don't just happen instantly. Of course, trainers need to try to eat a cereal bar or two, maybe a slice of pizza, as we mentioned before, maybe even use the bathroom. So a little bit of time, let's everything get together. We can find out who made the top cut soon after this. But for now, we're exploring the Pokemon GL in case you're just joining us, and it's a really good resource for new and seasoned players. I feel like you can even see, you'll see the most used Pokemon, and what a surprise, Kangaskhan and Landorus taking the first 2 slots. But before we jump into one more Pokemon that I know Scott really wanted to talk about a bit, we're going to go ahead and show a quick video on kind of getting your feet wet in VGC. We've shown it a couple times, but we're getting really close to top 8, which I think means that more and more people might even be tuning in, and maybe you'll be interested in getting involved in Pokemon. So check out this video.
Hello trainers! If you enjoy playing the Pokemon games and are looking for a new challenge, why not consider entering the Pokemon Video Game Championships? The Video Game Championships use a special battle format. Bring a team of 6 Pokemon, choose 4 of those for the match, and attack using 2 Pokemon at a time. That's called a double battle. Team preview is very important. This means the battle against your opponent starts before the match even begins. You know what your opponent's 6 Pokemon are, but you don't know which 4 they'll be choosing to use in the upcoming match. Choose 4 of your Pokemon carefully based on what you think your opponent might do. Get inside their head. And now the match begins. It's a 2-on-2 double battle. Half of your chosen team is immediately out in the fray. What do? Do you ask each of your 2 Pokemon to attack, to protect themselves, switch out, or to lend a helping hand to their partner? Will your opponent focus their attack on one of your Pokemon, or throw out a combo attack that targets both of your Pokemon? Whoa, didn't see that coming. In a double battle, your Pokemon's moves can target either opposing Pokemon. Some moves target both Pokemon at once. There are even attacks so powerful that they hit everyone, including your own Pokemon. However, the attacking Pokemon's partner can use its typing or abilities to avoid that damage. You can also use certain moves to help your ally. Remember this, and don't be afraid to get creative. That escalated quickly. Each turn, the fastest Pokemon of the 4 will move first. It's important to keep track of how fast each Pokemon might be. Moves that inflict status conditions such as burn, paralysis, or sleep are powerful. Make sure your team has a way to deal with them, or you'll get overwhelmed. Pokemon abilities can be extremely useful in a double battle as well. Compared to the single battles you might be used to, battles in the video game championships are very fast-paced. A player could have all 4 of their Pokemon knocked out in just a few turns. Play strategically, but remember you only have 45 seconds to make a decision each turn and 15 minutes total for the entire battle. In the rare event of a match timing out, the player with the healthier team wins. Do you feel like fighting against Mewtwo? What about 6 Mewtwo? Well, you won't be doing either here. The Video Game Championships format excludes most legendary and mythical Pokemon. There are also rules ensuring no 2 Pokemon or held items in a team can be the same, so expect to see some variety. This short video is only covering the basics. Keep watching the World Championships and check out the players demonstrating the more advanced techniques, such as speed control, predicting your opponent's next move, defensive switching, ability combos. Planning a strategic Video Game Championships ready team can take a lot of work, but there are fantastic resources available to help. You can test out your teams right from home using the Pokemon Global link. When you've got a battle-tested team at the ready, head to your nearest regional championships. Get more information about tournaments at Pokemon.com/playPokemon or about Pokemon strategy at Pokemon.com/strategy. Good luck!
Welcome back, Pokemon fans. Like I had said, that video is just a nice introductory to get your feet wet, potentially get involved in the scene of the Pokemon circuit. I know our volunteers are all working very hard right now, volunteers and judges, trying to get the top 8 cleared out and figured out so we can know what players will be advancing and what players won't be. That'll happen soon enough. But we were on the Pokemon GL website right before we had showed that video, kind of going over the Cresselia and kind of how different and how many different sets it can run. And there was one more Pokemon we did want to take a look at, and as long as I can find it, we're going to do so on the GL. We can switch over to that right now. But it's a really awesome website. You can choose any Pokemon you want to see. They'll show you the top most used Pokemon on the very beginning of it when you select double battles. And we can go to choose Pokemon right here, go to see, because the Pokemon we want to look at is not Camerupt, although I kind of do want to look at Camerupt. I really do. Camerupt is one of my favorite Pokemon design-wise, and I think the fact that it got a Mega is absolutely awesome. I'm having a little trouble, however, is finding...
You missed it.
Oh, there it is.
Found
Awesome. You know what? Because he's so big that he's so small, but you found it. Awesome. So Conkeldurr was the other Pokemon that we wanted to discuss. I know Scott really wanted to mention something about it, but it's a fighting Pokemon. Fighting is a huge, huge type. We mentioned how prominent Steel type is and how it's probably the best. I don't like saying the best, but it's one of the best, if not the best, typings in this format. And of course, Conkeldurr can hit all of them unless it's Aegislash, which is probably the best Pokemon in the format.
Yeah, oops, yeah. So, certain restrictions apply, I guess. But it does, have a trick for Aegislash where knockoff is a bit of a problem.
Yep.
And it also has Wide Guard to trouble Landorus a little bit, the other main candidate for best Pokemon in the format. So,
yeah.
Not to mention Ice Punch. So, Conkeldurr does have its share of tricks. I think that, I guess it's worth pointing out that it's very different than Cresselia in the sense that it's pretty much Drain Punch and Mach Punch, the Pokemon.
Yeah, you're not going with anything before those two. Yeah. Those are your top 2 choices right away, it looks like.
And with how valuable, Ice type attacks are too. I mean, Ice Punch is pretty much always there too. So, it is punch moves the Pokemon.
It's cool because you can see, like you mentioned, knockoff Ice Punch right underneath it. Wide Guard is something I feel like you don't see a lot because of the fact that you want to be punch the Pokemon. Surprisingly enough, I think for me, Mach Punch priority is so good, but ice coverage is super important, and you don't want to get walled by an Aegislash. So I would probably want to give it Mach Punch. If you guys want to go ahead and get involved with the stream, go ahead and tweet #PlayPokemon. Let us know which one of these moves between Drain Punch, Mach Punch, Ice Punch. I'm going to say knockoff is pretty much going to... Well, okay, and knockoff, the top 4. If you were going to add Wide Guard to your Conkeldurr, which move would you remove for that? Because for me, I feel like it would end up being Mach Punch. But then I'd have to cover priority somewhere else in the team.
See, I think one of the great things about Conkeldurr is it actually does have a decent priority move, and that's really hard to find.
Yeah.
Usually for me, if I have to cut one of the 3 attacks, it'll be knockoff, just because I think that dealing with Aegislash with another Pokemon makes a little bit more sense.
That makes a lot more sense.
Because the trouble with it too is if you knock off into King Shield, you're still kind of hosed. So it's a risky play either way, but carrying knockoff has its own rewards. It's always one of those things you wish you could fit in every Pokemon on your team just because it's such a nuisance. So there's advantages and disadvantages either way. One move that I think is worth pointing out there, I think is a lot of fun, and maybe a few players are kind of looking at the stream, kind of hoping to get some tips to jump into being a little bit more advanced. I think Rock Tomb is actually a really good move for Conkeldurr.
Yes.
It's another move that's just tough to fit because as Jonathan just went over, there's so many moves to pick from as it is, but finding like weird ways to get control of the speed on your team is something that's really helpful to beating other high-level players, where you're planning on solving your weakness to a Pokemon because you have maybe a Pokemon or two but a little bit faster than it, and then when they're suddenly not, the wheels kind of fall off the bus for your plans. Rock Tomb's really good at that. Does some solid damage. Helps bring down Pokemon like Salamence and Charizard, while also slowing down whatever switches in. And what switches in is the key there, where you kind of use it when the damage is enough. And if they do switch into something that resists the attack, like Heatran or whatever, is neutral to the attack, like Heatran or whatever, for instance, you slow them down and then you can punch them and get back to doing what Kinkeldurr does best.
Yes, you can take advantage of the fact that they're now slow and you can go ahead and punch them. I don't know why that just sounded so off to me. It's really interesting to see, though. I agree with you 100%. Rock Tomb is one of my favorite moves, especially this is a Pokemon that's not seen often, but Breloom is one of my favorite Pokemon. Maybe not in this format, just in general for growing up and playing Pokemon since it came out. And I love Rock Tomb on Breloom because the Technician ability lets it double, or at least gives it an extra boost for the Rock Tomb. Really, really awesome. And even in that video, you had mentioned that speed control is another layer, like a little bit more of a complex strategy when you're getting a little bit deeper into playing VGC. And I think it's so cool how many different ways you can take advantage and shift momentum with speed. Rock Tomb, Thunder Wave, Trick Room, Tailwind. There's just so many options, so you can really build a team around you, around your play style, which is always, always awesome. Something we definitely should take a look at is the held item for Kinkeldurr, because that was a big thing in that last match we saw.
Yeah. I think the combination of the held item and the ability is what's really interesting about Kinkeldurr, and kind of the way it was been used, both here and at US Nationals. We see a lot of that Assault Vest. The fun thing with Assault Vest and the Life Orb also is that it uses both of Kinkeldurr's abilities really well, which creates some difficult decisions for the trainer. We kind of mentioned that Kinkeldurr is basically the punching Pokemon, and it has an ability that makes punching moves better, which is great, right? Like, why wouldn't I want this? It makes my punches do more punching. But the trade-off is that you give up Guts, an ability that helps you deal with burns by doing more damage when you are burned instead of less. Would you see Guts being the more common Pokemon on the Pokemon battle spot here, which is kind of all your friendly ranked battles?
Yes.
But in the realm of tournament play at US Nationals, and it seems like again here at the World Championships, without getting a chance to see all the teams, we see a lot more of Iron Fist, where players like, I'm just going to try not to get burned and take the extra damage all the time instead. I think that trade-off is really cool. I know I've talked to quite a few people who are trying to get into the game a little bit more about the Kinkeldurr they saw at the stream at US Nationals, and they were very confused about why it didn't have Guts. Like, what was this player thinking? I do think it's a completely reasonable choice to go with the Iron Fist option instead. Most games it will do more, but the games where you don't have Guts and need it, it will absolutely destroy you. So I think that trade-off is pretty fun. I think if you're trying to use Kinkeldurr like every game, you probably want Guts because the situations will definitely come up where it loses you games, but it works in both directions too. We used to see Iron Fist when it first came out. It kind of made Kinkeldurr jump from sort of irrelevant in 2013 to maybe the best Pokemon in the format with that Life Orb Hammer Arm, where it just kind of obliterated everything. We don't see that sort of Kinkeldurr going quite as crazy anymore, but even still, Iron Fist adds a lot of damage all the time, and consistency is something players at this level usually go for.
Yeah, there are ways. I don't think they're used too often in VGC, like Heal Bell and Aromatherapy. I'm not sure how popular those moves are, but if you decide to go the Iron Fist route, even if your Pokemon gets burned, you can go ahead and remove statuses. However, that Iron Fist boost is not something you can just add on unless you're going to go ahead and go for a really big boost and get Helping Hand, get a Pokemon with Helping Hand to kind of help that Kinkeldurr punch things, because Kinkeldurr punches things best when it's got an Iron Fist and a Cresselia with clapping for it.
That it does.
Applause does great things for people. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and one thing we see with Iron Fist too is more people moving away from that 4-attack Assault Vest set, instead using Lumberry more often. It also gives them the option of using Wide Guard. Part of why we don't normally see it is that Assault Vest is so popular. And if you're watching this and wondering why Assault Vest is so popular, Kinkeldurr is very strong on the physical defense, which you can kind of imagine is holding giant rocks. But on the special side, not quite as great. But once you get that special defense increased by the Assault Vest, you can really start being a nuisance. You heal up when you hit people with Drain Punch. Again, going back to punching people. And it really helps you stay on the field for a long time. Your Kinkeldurr just becomes a very solid, bulky Pokemon that's tough to remove unless you have something that's very effective against it, like a Psychic or Flying type Pokemon.
So we see, I just need to note this because you see that this is a punching Pokemon. It's holding two big pillars. It's got that big red nose. And you see how dark Conkeldur's eyes are. I feel like this is some sort of shady clown. Just waiting to punch things, go to parties, and just wanting to use its Iron Fist ability. Shadiest clown I've ever seen. I just want to run back really quick. Hold on, Sheer Force. Something I did want to say, actually, with jokes aside. Assault Vest is an item. The reason why you can't use Wide Guard with it is because it doesn't allow you to use non-attacking moves. So it increases your special defense by 1.5 in case you're watching and you're not sure, but it doesn't allow you to use moves like Protect, Wide Guard, Bulk Up, etc. Otherwise, I feel like I wish I could use, not in this format, but Bulk Up is one of my favorite moves. I actually love Bulk Up Girder when I'm playing with Pokemon that are just for fun, kind of fun times, but definitely not for this tournament. I think if you're bringing a Girder, you're not bringing it to Worlds, I'll tell you that much. You're bringing it to locals or Premier Challenge.
Yeah, I mean, there's been rumors of a strange Eviolite Pokemon in this tournament, but I've heard it's false.
Yeah,
so,
I don't think that happened.
Yeah, much like I don't think Girder happens. But,
yeah, I was really, I don't know if this is a shot at me, but I was really hoping to see Clefairy this weekend.
That we did see. We did see a Clefairy.
Wait, we did?
Yeah,
I didn't get to see that.
Clefairy dropped, but it existed. It was there.
Oh my gosh! You know what? At least it was there. But I was really hoping that it would make some sort.
Yeah, I was too. Yeah, I was talking it up because we had it in the. I mean, I don't know, I guess I think it was actually the very first video game strategy article on Pokemon.com/strategy, but we were previewing the last set of regionals, and Clefairy is one of the Pokemon we touched on. So I was watching that whole stream, just like, come on, Clefairy, where are you at? And it made it. It got to the finals of that tournament. So Clefairy and I, we have a special bond now.
Yeah, I mean, I have a special bond with Clefairy. I mean, I love, it's pure fairy. It's from Gen 1. It's got a bow on its back. It's got all the qualities. Yeah, it's got a bow. I saw that look. It's got a bow on his back. If you didn't know, whenever, when I use a helping hand, it does a little dance, and I see the bow, and I'm like, shoot, that's a pretty bow. I like that. But I'm very much into the aesthetics of Pokemon. That's why I would say that Camerupt is one of my favorite megas of all time.
Camerupt is a fantastic mega.
I really wish we would have seen it in play today.
Yeah, I mean, I was so excited that we saw it on Team Preview, and that was as far as we got. And Camerupt lost anyway. Like, if you're going to lose, give me Camerupt.
Yeah, come on. I just want to see it on the screen. Show me the Mega Evolution.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Camerupt is a little, like, off-themed with, like, the Team Magma logo thing hanging out in its head.
Yeah.
I don't think that our Pikachu friend here, clearly supporting Team Aqua, would be a fan, but...
I didn't want to bring this up, but I have not seen a Team Magma Pikachu, and I'm not saying there has to be one, but I want to see one. I want to see one. We had with the Pokken tournament game announced this weekend. They introduced the Libre. Is it Libre? Libre Pikachu?
Yes.
Basically, the Luchador Pikachu who's wrestling, and literally in the game he jumps off of the post and does some crazy, gets the crowd riled and goes for it. It's really, really cool. Speaking of Pokken, really quick, we're going to show a quick video in case you did miss that reveal. Here's a little, not sneak peek, but a bit of a trailer to check out this incredible game coming in spring 2016.
Pokken Tournament so far to me is a really interesting game.
It's so exciting, it's really fun.
It's really interesting to see how the different characters interact, what their supers are like, what their special moves are like.
I chose Blaziken because I could just remember the first time I saw Blaziken on the animated show, and I was just like, oh man, this Pokemon is so sick.
My favorite Pokemon moves for Pikachu are his Electric Wind, God Fist, and of course the supers. The supers look awesome. Pikachu comes with his punches, like boom! So it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, the competition is pretty stiff right now. So me winning, probably, yeah, slim to none right now.
Pikachu seems to beat everybody. So that's his strength, and he has no weakness.
I really like Blaziken, so I feel like there's no other reason for me to switch over. I mean, I'll stick it out with my Pokemon. It's like Ash choosing his Pokemon and sticking with him. And you gotta stick with Pikachu, I'm gonna stick with Blaziken.
Thank you so much for showing that video, guys. I'm Jonathan Indovino. We are joined with Scott Glaza, and we actually have the top 8 bracket now in hand, and we can kind of go over the players that did make the cut and the players, consequently, that did not. So in our first bracket, we see Yosuke Asagi, Yosuke I'm going to go ahead and not butcher names, versing Lajos W for the first round of top 8. This is incredible. Something to note really quick before we try to go over all these names. We have 7 players from Japan in the top cut. That is incredible. That is, I really, that's awesome. It's cool to see, hear the crowd reacting a little bit. We see our next bracket matchup is Daichi K versus Hideyuki T. The next one is going to be Daiki M versus Shoma H. And then our last bracket is Hayato T, and I believe that is, it's cut off a little bit. Looks like Nohaito M. So this is our top 8. If you guys can, if you're in-house or you're at home, give it up for the top 8 that have made it this far that are going to be competing for the World Championship. Use the hashtag PlayPokemon to cheer on one of your players. Stick one, choose one, and stick by them for the rest of this weekend. What do you think, Scott? Does this surprise you at all? I know we were talking a bit before about who you thought was going to make top cut.
Yeah, I mean, I've been telling anyone who listened all weekend after I saw the roster for Day 1 of Worlds, I figured at least 4 or 5 of the players in the top cut were probably going to be from Japan. Certainly at 7 is, I would have taken the under on that, but it's still pretty it's both impressive and cool. You know, there was a time I remember, you know, only 5 or 6 years ago, we kind of just expected the Japanese players would win Worlds every year forever. Yeah, you know, that was right before Ray Rizzo won his 3 in a row. Which is kind of one of the facts of life. You know, we go to Worlds, we'd have fun. The Japanese players would crush everyone else, and we kind of went away from that for the last few years. Japan unfortunately hasn't been able to send as many players to Worlds as they used to, and you know, even then, you know, we saw some really impressive finishes by Japanese players. You know, Ryosuke Kosuge had 2 really awesome years. I got 2nd place and then 8th the last 2 years. But this year we've got a whole contingent of powerful players coming in here. And I'm pretty excited. You know, I mean, we always hope for a little bit more diversity of the top cut than this, but I think it sends a really powerful statement. You know, ignoring the weirdness that, you know, the World Championships, aka the other Japanese nationals, right?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an incredible top 8 because these are the players that made the cream of the crop. Regardless of what country they're hailing from, every player here today has been incredible. These are one of these trainers is going to be our Pokemon World Champion, which I think is so cool because literally everything is on the line now. Of course, all of these players have earned a piece of the prize pie, as I like to call it now, the prize pie. We had over $500,000 this weekend in scholarships going out to players, whether they're competing in TCG or the video game. And it's just awesome to see that these guys know that they're sitting there comfortably with some sort of prize. Not to mention the pride of being one of the top 8 in the world for the 2015 World Champion. It's going to be really exciting. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take a short break now that we have this bracket, and when we come back, I believe we'll be jumping into our first match. Get ready, whether you're at home or here in Boston, it's going down for real.
I always pile shuffle the same way.
I always play test with my friends.
I usually walk around, be nervous.
Get a good shuffle in.
Before every game, I sort out my coins to see which ones are where.
And I get a good night's sleep.
Usually I carry around this green Rayquaza coin that I like.
Last year I had one, but I didn't do so well at Worlds, so I changed it up this year.
Well, as of right now, I got the Ash hat.
I bring my lucky Ember.
I spend a lot of time online looking at other decks and looking at all the cards, trying to figure out something out of the box that I could play for a big tournament.
I try to get all the funny Pokemon into my team because, you know, if the other competitor loses, at least he can have a good laugh.
Test and test and test and build decks and build decks and build more decks.
Everyone that I've met through Pokemon shares a similar interest as me, so immediately we've been able to connect and I've been able to make amazing friends.
I love the community and how everyone's really nice with each other.
I love math, so it's a fun way to get your brain working and have fun with some of your friends.
My earliest memory of Pokemon was saving up to buy AA batteries to run the Game Boy.
Probably back when Red and Blue were first released. I was in 5th grade and I got them and played them on the bus to and from school every day the entire year.
I don't really have anything else that's sort of a competitive outlet for me, and it really helps me to better myself.
I've met some of my best friends, my roommates in college. I travel the country with these people, and I don't know, they're just the best people I've met.
Just the way the competition is, everyone here is so nice and so friendly.
It's so much fun, and I love trying to predict your opponent's move.
I would have to say the strategy, the battles, and meeting all the new people.
I like opening the pack.
When I was in first grade, my friend got me a starter deck for my birthday, and then I loved it.
One of my brother's friends handed him a code pack one day, and then we started playing codes, and our dad looked up the video game, and then we started playing that.
I remember playing Pokemon Pinball, actually, right before I got Pokemon Silver.
Going into a league challenge and winning it with Rayquaza Emboar.
It's playing Cling Clang from the Plasma Storm set, just shutting off all the X's from attacking.
I go to a bunch of different places, I've been to different countries because of Pokemon. It makes life a bit more busy, but it's fun.
It's taught me how I should always value everything and have fun no matter what.
I'm from Green Bay, Wisconsin.
I'm from Norway.
We're from Italy.
The UK, England,
Boston, Massachusetts.
I am from Toronto, Canada.
I played Pokemon competitively for the last year.
4 years.
I have played for 7 years.
3 to 4 years.
15 years.
9, 10 years.
I play mostly every day.
Once a week.
Just started right here.
I play a lot, especially online.
3-4 hours a day.
Every day.
Very, very, very often.
My favorite is Kecleon, that and Mawile.
Definitely Machamp.
Mudkip and Pikachu. Mega Rayquaza.
Kangaskhan, and Snorlax.
Geodude, the steel bug.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans. We are getting into our top 8 right now. I am Jonathan Indovino, joined by Dwee Ha. We can hear the crowd chanting because they love Pokemon. They are getting fired up. Dwee, why don't you tell them who our first two trainers in top 8 are going to be, and let's go over their teams just a little bit.
The first two trainers that we're going to have playing today in the top 8 are going to be Yosuke Isagi and Layo Woltersdorf. Layo, of course, hailing from Germany, and Yosuke, part of the Japanese domination that we've seen so far in the top cut. Of course, Yosuke, we've already seen both these players on stream before, and Yosuke does have the Landorus, Kangaskhan, Aegislash, Heatran, Sylveon, and Thundurus, while Layo going to be running Gardevoir, Wash Rotom, Amoonguss, Hydreigon, Heatran, and Landorus. So pretty good teams from both players right now, if you look at it.
Definitely. I guess I must not have been around during Layo's match because I did not see the Hydreigon yet. I don't think I've actually seen a battle on stream with, I missed that one. So besides that one that you said was on stream, I haven't seen Hydreigon very often, which is kind of interesting because it was one of those Pokemon that I felt like could have a really strong showing. It's got to be that 4x Fairy weakness with Gardevoir and Sylveon running around that's really putting people off from using it.
Right. I mean, Fairy types are so popular these days. You know, Pixelate is such a great ability, and Hyper Voice, you know, that's just going to power through that Hydreigon, and you know, Sylveon and Gardevoir can take whatever Hydreigon really can dish out. So unfortunately, to see that Hydreigon usage has dropped, but it's really happy to see that Layo has piloted Hydreigon all the way here to the top 8. You know, as the sole non-Japanese player out in the field.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really cool to see, and I don't want to waste anyone's time anymore, so we're going to go ahead and jump right into this match. I want you guys in the crowd and at home, use the hashtag PlayPokemon. Choose a player, stick by them for the rest of this top 8. We're going to be playing through the top 4. You can hear the crowd getting hyped up as we're getting ready to jump into this match. Hydreigon, I'm looking forward to see what it can do in Laio's hand in the top 8. This is going to be intense. Yosuke, we had seen play an incredible game early on today, and it's going to be interesting to see if the toll of constantly playing throughout this entire day, going through all those rounds of Swiss, if it's going to affect his decision making. But we're going to see the team preview right here. Of course, we're watching from Laio's side. So Yasuke's team is on the screen with the Thundurus, Landorus, Kangaskhan, Sylveon, Heatran, and Aegislash. And then, of course, Laios is using that Gardevoir, Landorus T, Rotom Wash, Heatran, Amoonguss, and Hydreigon. So this is going to be intense. I honestly cannot wait. I get the jitters when we're this close, especially it's top 8. The world champ is only a few matches away. Dwee, how do you feel?
I feel great about this match right now. I mean, it's going to be exciting to see. You know, Laio is piloting Gardevoir as his Mega, and of course, Gardevoir was very popular in the Japanese metagame coming into the actual season, you know, all the way in the beginning. So I'm pretty sure Yosuke has a lot of experience dealing with Gardevoir teams since that's so popular in his, you know, the format that he sees so often. Yosuke, of course, is going to be piloting a bit more of a standard team with Kangaskhan as his Mega, which is, you know, Kangaskhan is arguably one of the best Megas in the game right now. Up among there with Gardevoir, of course, we do see Landorus and Thundurus on Yosuke's side. I don't think we see the Thundurus on Laio's side. So that's a bit of a difference right there. But you do see, you know, you have that electric type there on Laio's side with the Wash Rotom, which does provide a little bit of bulk, a little bit of offense, and, you know, possibly speed control with Thunder Wave or whatever Laio may be carrying. So it's going to be an interesting matchup, and I think the keys right here is going to be how Laio protects Gardevoir, because Gardevoir is going to be such a good matchup. But of course, Aegislash is there, and, you know, Aegislash is also one of the more popular Pokemon coming into the World Championships, as we've seen.
Without a doubt. Something to note that Laio's Rotom Wash, we did see it on stream earlier. I'm remembering now, the Electro Web was a move that was seen, so there is definite speed control in that factor. We're going to see Yosuke lead with the Sylveon and the Kangaskhan, really wanted to take advantage of that Hydreigon if it wants to come, and Landorus and Amoonguss on Laio's side, getting that Intimidate off right away to kind of cripple that Kangaskhan's attack.
And Sylveon's a Pokemon that I thought would be very popular coming into the World Championships because, you know, Pixelate Hyper Voice, again, one of the best moves in the game, one of the most powerful moves in the game. And I think Yosuke is probably one of the first Sylveons that we've actually seen on stream. So I'm going to be interested to see what it can do here. But unfortunately, you know, Laio does go with Amoonguss, which is a pretty decent Sylveon counter because it resists that Hyper Voice.
Of course, Sylveon does have access to super effective moves, whether it be a Hidden Power or even Sylveon does get Psychic, so the Amoonguss wouldn't appreciate that whatsoever. But I think with the possibility of Spore coming through, luckily Yosuke does have Fake Out pressure on the field, so it's going to be one giant mind game here. Sylveon's not really threatened by that Landorus too much, of course. Nothing wants to take a heavy hit from a Landorus, but I don't think it'll be the end of the world. Kangaskhan is going to Mega Evolve here, showing its stuff, baby. Hops out of the pouch, getting ready for top 8. We're going to see the Kangaskhan does opt to go for the Fake Out on that Landorus. It connects, meaning that Landorus won't be doing anything this turn because it is going to flinch thanks to Fake Out. We're going to go ahead and see the Sylveon does go for that Hyper Voice just to get huge damage off on that Landorus, and it looks like the Amoonguss is going to go for the Spore, putting that Sylveon to sleep. Just as you were saying, Hyper Voice coupled with Pixelate, one of the best moves in the game, and when you use Sylveon, you don't even have to sacrifice your Mega Slot.
Yeah, absolutely, and, you know, that's kind of the trade-off. Yeah. Laio does have his own Pixelate Hyper Voice in the back, possibly with Gardevoir. We see the Spore come off onto the Sylveon. You know, Sylveon moved before the Amoonguss, so guaranteed one turn of sleep here. That's going to be huge for Laio to try to find an opening here that opens up the possibility for him to break through Kangaskhan and Sylveon. Of course, Landorus right now, it's going to be threatened by that Kangaskhan. It took a lot of damage that I'm pretty sure Laio did not want to see. And, you know, if Landorus stays in, it's most likely going to get knocked out. Kangaskhan does have access to Sucker Punch, or this Kangaskhan might even be faster than this Landorus. So it's all up to what the trainers decide to do here.
Absolutely, and we're going to see that Laios does decide to withdraw that Landorus. Now, Spore is still live at this point because unless that Amoonguss goes away, there's a potential of the Kangaskhan, unless it protects, getting put to sleep. But we're going to go ahead and see. It looks like the Sylveon is going to remain asleep, unfortunately. Well, it's first turn, so it's got to stay asleep. And another Spore does come out. So Laio's taking a huge lead right now. You can see that Yosuke did opt to go for a Sucker Punch, but it did fail because the Landorus did switch out.
Yeah, and that was a great switch right there from Laio.
That was beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. And Heat Rain comes in right now. If Sylveon does wake up and decides to go for a Hyper Voice, I mean, Sylveons usually carry Choice Specs. Not exactly sure what Yosuke is carrying on his Sylveon, but if it is locked into Choice Specs, it's not going to want to be firing it off into Heat Rain and Amoonguss, who both, resist it and are super bulky. And we saw how much damage that Hyper Voice did to that Amoonguss back then, right?
Did we see how much? I don't think I saw the HP bar move at all, considering how little it did. But seriously, you're absolutely right. That switch into Heat Rain was huge because it's going to put so much pressure on Sylveon wanting to switch out, but it looks like Yosuke doesn't want to play right into that trap, so he's going to opt to switch out his Kangaskhan into the Heatran. We're going to see if that ends up being the smart move. We're going to see the Amoonguss also switch out, back out into the Landers here, so that's a bit scary, but luckily the Intimidate's not going to affect Yosuke too much because he switched out that physically offensive Kangaskhan, so there's really only two things that can happen here. Heatran is going to go for, it looks like, a potential Heat Wave here, not going to be able to affect that Heatran and boost Heatran's Fire-type moves. Yosuke, I'm sure, likes that, and Sylveon is going to remain asleep.
A bit risky right there that he switched in that Landers. If Sylveon woke up and went for a Hyper Voice, that would have been a knocked out Landers. So luckily for Layo, he is able to get Landers in as the Heatran switches in on Yosuke's side, so that puts him in a bit better position. Landers right now with a powerful Earthquake threatening both Sylveon and Heatran. Sylveon is a very bulky Pokemon, right? But it's more bulky on the special side instead of the physical side, so Sylveon probably will not enjoy taking Earthquake either. So right now, Layo in decent position to go for a powerful Earthquake right here.
Yeah, without a doubt. We're not sure exactly what that item is yet on that Landers. I don't think it's been revealed, but it looks like, I kind of see, like you said, using an Earthquake. He's switching out his own Heatran, going into a Pokemon with Levitate, so it looks like a perfect Earthquake setup. The question is he going to go for it? It looks like the Sylveon is going to opt to switch out, considering it's already slept 2 turns. I don't think he wants to Yosuke doesn't want to let the Sylveon get hit by an Earthquake, and an Intimidate is going to come in. A very, very smart play, because if that Earthquake comes out, it's going to do a little bit less damage. The Heatran is going to go for a Protect, so the question is, did Laios go for that Earthquake? It looks like he did, in fact, go. So Yosuke plays that turn perfectly, switching in a Levitating Pokemon, getting an Intimidate off, and protecting with the Heatran.
This is an amazing turn. I mean,
that's beautiful.
Layo thought he had the advantage right there. He switched in before the turn before and thinking that, okay, this is my turn to get an Earthquake off on this Heatran and do some damage to Sylveon, but instead, Yosuke counters that with an Intimidate of his own from that Landers Therian while protecting that Heatran. So essentially, that Earthquake did nothing, and now I don't think this Landers' Earthquake will be able to pick up a knockout on this Heatran at all. We do see Wash Rotom come in, and Wash Rotom does enjoy facing off against Heatran. Heatran doesn't really have much that can touch Wash Rotom. Heat Wave or some sort of fire type attack, Flash Cannon, those are both resisted by Wash Rotom, and Earth Power is usually Heatran's other move, right?
Yes.
It's a possible second move.
But of course, it's not going to be able to hit a Wash Rotom because of the Levitate ability. So Yosuke's actually going to withdraw that Heatran. Still probably afraid of the Earthquake, I guess, but we're going to see what he decides to do he goes for the Rock Slide with the Landers. Is that going to be enough to take out the opposing Landers? It's going to pick up the knockout, meaning that Sylveon might be getting in for free, but it might have to take a Hydro Pump in the process. We are going to finally see the Life Orb revealed on Yosuke's side, and the Hydro Pump is going to connect on the Sylveon slot. That's perfect because Sylveon is specially bulky. It has a lot of natural special bulk. That is beautiful. Oh my gosh, that was fantastic. The Landers got to fire that all for free.
Yeah, that was a huge knockout right there to knock out that Landers Therian out on Layo's side, and Layo probably wanted to save that Landers for that Heatran matchup later on.
Yeah.
But Wash Rotom right now still can do some work to the rest of the team. What Layo really needs to do right now is find a way to knock out the Sylveon before it wakes up. You've put it to sleep, you've taken a Hyper Voice with Amoonguss, and you've healed back, so you want to find a way to knock out the Sylveon right now. Of course, Amoonguss right now in pretty prime position to put another Pokemon to sleep. We've seen the Life Orb from Landers, so most likely it's going to be put to sleep in this situation.
Definitely, it's not Scarfed, and it can switch up its move, but we're going to go ahead and see Laios decide to bring in the Heatran, kind of banking on the fact that Yosuke is not going to go for an Earthquake. The Landers is actually going to go for a Protect, which is a really smart play, because if he wanted to Spore into that slide, he's only going to be able to, but it looks like Sylveon is going to get a full set of sleep. That is 3 turns that Sylveon wanted to take a nap.
Players probably, and I'm pretty sure the Pokemon are pretty tired too, Jonathan.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. Sometimes you just gotta rest up. I'm gonna enjoy a nap later tonight. Actually, I gotta stay up. This is way too hype. I gotta wait all the way until we finish.
We do see Heatran switch in, right? And that's not a good position right now for Layo, because Heatran is probably gonna take an Earthquake in this situation. Last turn, Layo was definitely expecting to be able to Spore that Landers and be able to put it to sleep instead of having it Protect. So Heatran not in the best position right now. I'm going to have to play a little bit of protecting game, try to get that Landorus to sleep so that Heatran can begin freely attacking.
Absolutely. We're going to go ahead and see the helping hand from the Sylveon. He woke up, and we're going to most likely see Heatran ulti going for the protect. So the helping hand isn't going to come to fruition on the Heatran, but we'll see if the Earthquake, just how much it does with the helping hand onto the Amoonguss. It is same type attack bonus, and it's going to pick up the knockout. There's no more sleeping Pokemon. Of course, the Sylveon had to go down, but I have to say, I think that was a fantastic trade-off, letting the Sylveon go down at that point, just getting that helping hand up after sleeping for 3 turns, finding the will to clap right after a nap. That is beautiful.
That was massive damage right there to that Amoonguss, and that was definitely what Yosuke needed to be able to pick up this victory here, I think. Yosuke in commanding position. You know, Sylveon wasn't going to do much to this Heatran again, right? And Wash Rotom's the only thing left in the back for Layo, I believe.
Yeah, being able to recognize that when a Pokemon's usefulness in a certain matchup is kind of done, and I don't think that Sylveon's usefulness was done prior to that turn because the helping hand was absolutely huge. There's no way that Earthquake would have picked up the knockout on that Amoonguss without the helping hand.
Yeah,
it was a huge move there.
Amoonguss normally a very bulky Pokemon, but we see the helping hand, the Life Orb, the same type attack bonus on an unintimidated Landorus. You know, that's huge damage coming in.
Without a doubt, and something to note, you did mention that perhaps the Sylveon, most of them are choice. That is very common item choice specs, but apparently this one wasn't because it did fire off. Well, it did switch out at some point, so perhaps, but choice specs helping hand, if that's the case, ladies and gentlemen, there's a reason why Yosuke's here in top 8. There's a reason why both these players are. We're going to see Heatran and Rotom Wash both hit the field.
Yeah, and of course, Wash Rotom is a Pokemon that might be able to take care of this. I mean, sleeping Kangaskhan in the back, right? That's the last Pokemon on Yosuke's side. Landorus, of course, is going to have to start targeting down this Wash Rotom with either Rock Slides, which is always a great move in my opinion, possible Superpower, possible U-turn, possible knockoff, depending on what Yosuke decided that his team needed on his Landorus. Heatran, of course, like I said before, not going to be able to touch too much to deal too much damage to Wash Rotom, and we'll just have to see what happens here.
It looks like he decided to go for a double protect, but it does fail, and a Superpower going to come in and pick up the knockout on the Heatran. Even if Laios decides to go for the Hydro Pump into the Landorus slot, I'm pretty sure Yosuke is fine with that outcome. We're going to see more Life Orb recoil there, and it's going to be up to Laios. It looks like it goes for an Earth, something that doesn't affect it. Goes for the Hydro Pump, going to hit onto the Landorus here. Is it going to pick up the knockout? It is going to pick up the knockout there. So it is going to be a washing machine up against sleeping Kangaskhan and a Heatran, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I think after Yosuke revealed the Superpower right there, Layo probably wanted to target down that Heatran and said, you know, at one stage of decreased attack, you know, Landorus isn't going to be doing that much damage anymore.
Yep, and definitely a smart play, just being able to go ahead and get rid of that Heatran, because it would be a tough matchup, especially with your Mega Kangaskhan sleeping in the back.
Yeah, and you know, you see Yosuke opt for the Superpower instead of the Earthquake, and then the Earth Power from Heatran into that slot, I believe. I mean, there's no point in targeting down the Rotom with the Earth Power, right? So he just wanted to make sure that Heatran was knocked out this turn, and that was a good call right there, because now, you know, Kangaskhan, as long as it can wake up, it can deal a lot of damage to this Rotom. Heatran can start slowly chipping away at Rotom too, so this Kangaskhan does need to wake up, though.
Yeah, it does need to wake up. We do see that Yosuke did have a bit of bad luck with sleep turns, but was able to fight through it with that helping hand after sleeping for 3 turns. So it just depends exactly how tired is this Kangaskhan after a long day at Worlds. Is he tired enough where he's going to sleep for 3 turns? Does he want to wake up and kind of secure this game for Yosuke? It looks like we're going to see a substitute from that Heatran, and that could end up being huge. Revealing that in Game 1 in top 8, Kangaskhan is going to remain asleep. So the question is, what does Rotom do? Rotom goes for the Hydro Pump into the substitute, but since Heatran's outspeeding, he's going to be able to play that game and kind of potentially even stall out the amount of Hydro Pumps that Laios has to his name.
Yeah, and Substitute Heatran's a very scary Pokemon. I mean, Layo definitely does not want Heatran hiding behind a Substitute, and I think right now Layo needs to try to figure out where his best option is to target down that Kangaskhan and knock it out before he knocks out Rotom.
Absolutely, and it looks like he's still enjoying that fiesta, taking a nap. Oh my goodness, we're going to see another Hydro Pump, though. Is it going to go, this time deciding to target down the Kangaskhan, which I do agree, I think that is the right move, because honestly, Heatran is not going to be hitting that Rotom too hard.
Right, and we do see that do a pretty good amount of damage to that Kangaskhan. Probably about 2 more will be able to pick up the knockout. Definitely has to try to target down that Kangaskhan right now and pick up the knockout. I mean, Heatran's losing health continuously by continuing to set up these substitutes, so that might end up costing Yosuke if the match does end up in Layo's favor instead of Yosuke's.
Yeah, it could be, especially with time being so close. There's only 3 minutes left in this battle, and of course, if it is a tie, if the Kangaskhan does go down, the Pokemon with the most remaining HP, that trainer will win, whoever commands that Pokemon. So it's going to be interesting to see. Kangaskhan has slept for a pretty long time, most likely going to have the opportunity to wake up. We're going to see Heat Wave from that Heatran connect on the Rotom, of course. Not going to do too much, bringing it down to the yellow, and because of that, it is going to munch away on that Citrus Berry and gain a lot of HP back. However, the Kangaskhan is going to open its eyes and go for an offensive move. It's going to go ahead and go for a Power Punch, actually, looks like. No, it's not Power Punch, I'm sorry, it's Return. Taking down the Rotom, Yosuke is going to go ahead and take game 1 and our first bracket of top 8. This is incredible to see. Yosuke knowing how to use those substitutes fantastically just to keep the lead and kind of buy some time for Kangaskhan. Not going for Hydro Pump on that first turn into the Kangaskhan definitely cost Laios a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. And one interesting thing to note, that Kangaskhan moved after the Heatran.
Yes. That is definitely interesting to note. It is a slow Kangaskhan, slow, sleepy Kangaskhan.
That is a slow, bulky Kangaskhan, while that is a very fast Heatran. You know, Heatrans do like to opt for speed nowadays simply because it wants to be able to set up that substitute before anything bad can happen to it. And that's going to be huge for Layo to take note of. Other things to take note of, you know, Life Orb Landorus. That's something to note.
Yes.
You know, it's going to be dealing a lot more damage than a lot of normal Landoruses do. So Layo's going to have to be a bit more careful about this Landorus and how he deals with it. One thing that I really want to see from, well, we didn't even see Gardevoir from Layo. He opted not to bring a Mega, and that's an interesting decision. I think what's really scaring away that Gardevoir is the Aegislash, and you know, I don't think Layo knows exactly how Yosuke plays his Aegislash and is worried about bringing that Gardevoir only for it to be hit by Aegislash with, you know, Wide Guard, Shadow Ball, or Flash Cannon, but
of course, not to mention that Yosuke has both the Aegislash and the Heatran.
Right.
So it's kind of not in Gardevoir's favor to come, and I think that's the biggest thing that stopped him from bringing and having access to both those Pokemon Yosuke does. He did not bring the Aegislash that match, or at least we did not see, but I don't believe he brought it at all.
I definitely think that Wash Run was a play for Layo because it does so much work against Landorus there and Heatran itself. And I think it also has possibility to, you know, stay in there, and it's a pretty bulky Pokemon. You know, it's his electric type of choice, and that's going to be huge for him. Other things that he might want to do, I mean, Amoonguss definitely helped pay off a lot.
Oh, definitely. Being able to put things to sleep was huge. It's awesome to see Yosuke fight through those naps and still pull out the win.
Yeah, and one thing that Layo is going to be a bit more careful about is, you know, helping hand Earthquakes. You know, he now knows that Yosuke is willing to go ahead and knock out his own Pokemon with a very powerful Earthquake as long as, you know, it picks up big knockouts for Yosuke, and it did in that situation with the Amoonguss. So, I mean, both players are going to have to adjust pretty well. Layo is going to have to adjust slightly better.
Yeah, I don't think just because Yosuke had that first game, it means that he can kind of slack off and not recognize the threats that Layo does have, like you said, in the Amoonguss. Just being able to put things to sleep is incredible. You can see that he doesn't have any immunities on his team to that, so he's got to make sure that he does what he did in the first game, bide his time, trying to wait out all those turns, and he didn't have any early wake-ups. He did not have any early wake-ups, so he had an uphill battle. We're going to see Layo lead with the Landorus and the Rotom Wasp this time, and Yosuke is going to lead with a Landorus and a Sylveon. So they're going to trade Intimidates here and take it from there.
Yeah, and you know, Sylveon, again, that's going to be a problematic Pokemon because right now, I don't think anything on the field can really knock out that Sylveon. You know, it'd take both an Earthquake and maybe 2 Hydro Pumps in order to knock out that Sylveon. So Sylveon right now looks like it's in pretty good position to go ahead and go for a Hyper Voice, which is going to do massive damage to Landorus. I mean, one of the issues with Landorus last game was that Landorus took a lot of damage turn 1 because of that Hyper Voice, and we see him switch it out.
Yeah, he doesn't want to repeat that mistake, and we're going to see the Heatran come in to potentially take that Hyper Voice incoming a lot better, being able to resist it 4 times. It's going to resist it 4 times. We're going to see the Landorus on Yosuke's side of the field just go for a Protect, as the Rotom does go for a Protect as well. So it's all up to this Sylveon. These ribbons here on the field, what are they going to decide to do? It looks like he's going to be going for that Hyper Voice, so Layo's playing a very, very safe and well-played turn.
Yeah, and you know, taking a little bit of damage from that Hyper Voice, that's not too bad. Of course, the real problem here is that Landorus is still out on the field and Heatran's in, so Layo might want to try to decide to go for a switch right here on this Heatran. You know, you don't want to lose Heatran either because that's the thing that's going to be coming in to take all these Hyper Voices. So Layo might have to play a bit more defensively to get himself in a better board position.
Yeah, because even though he was able to take that Hyper Voice so well, like you said, Landers is right there. We saw the superpower. We know he's got Earthquake, although Earthquake with Rotom Wash on the field, probably not the best decision to go for, but superpower is still there. So Layo does have to play extremely carefully, don't let any of his Pokemon just go to waste like the Landers did in the first game, and that's exactly why he did switch it out. So I think he's on to the right start. We're going to see Landers on Yosuke's side of the field go ahead and switch out for the Kangaskhan, and then Laios is also going to make a double switch right there, going out into the Amoonguss. That is a pretty awesome play. I don't think I've seen many double switches today. Rotom Wash is going to go for the Hydro Pump Connect on a non-Mega Evolved Kangaskhan, still doing a lot of damage, which is interesting to note because we know that it's slow, so it's bulky, but Rotom Wash is still hitting like a truck.
Yeah, and we do see Kangaskhan will still move before Rotom, so that's unfortunate. We do see Rotom go ahead and move before Sylveon, so Amoonguss right now in good position to put something to sleep. Of course, Kangaskhan always threatening with that fake out pressure, right? Or just hitting things like a truck. I mean, right now, I think Rotom might actually be in range to get knocked out by Kangaskhan.
I definitely think so, especially with Sylveon on the field. The helping hand option is there. The question is, will Yosuke think that Laios is going to predict that, or does he just want to get rid of this Amoonguss as soon as possible? Because it looks like the Rotom Wash is actually going to withdraw, and the Landers is going to come in, of course, just firing off another Intimidate, because Kangaskhan, once it's on the field, is a threat like no other, reducing its attack as soon as you can. If you can't put it to sleep right away, reduce its attack to make it not as much of a threat. And of course, it looks like Yosuke is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve. We're going to see right now if he's going to opt to go on the offensive, or is he just going to go with fake out pressure. I don't know what's going to happen. Oh my gosh, no one does. It looks like he's going to opt to go for just offensive pressure right there, but the Rocky Helmet on the Amoonguss is going to damage back that Kangaskhan. Oh my goodness, that is insane damage just for sitting on the field and taking a hit. Hyper Voice is going to fire out, so Landers, once again, is going to take a lot from that Hyper Voice. It was a crit. And the Amoonguss, though, is going to be able to put something to sleep, this time targeting down the Sylveon. But I think Yosuke is actually okay with that target down.
Yeah, and Amoonguss can provide a little bit of support. Of course, Kangaskhan does have Sucker Punch that could easily pick off Landers, but Amoonguss can have a little bit more of a say in that. Unfortunate right there that he took so much damage from Yosuke's side before being able to put Sylveon to sleep. Of course, now Sylveon is asleep. It's going to be sleeping for sure this turn, and Layo still not in the best board position, in my opinion, right? Like I said, Kangaskhan's going to be threatening Landers and Amoonguss. I mean, Layo needs to do some more switching in order to get himself in that better board position.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, especially with both these Pokemon at such low HP already. I think the Regenerator ability on Amoonguss is really going to tempt Laios to switch out as soon as possible, but then you forfeit the option to go for the Rage Powder if that's something he is carrying. He's got to kind of weigh his options and see what he values more. Does he value Amoonguss or does he value Landers? But instead, Yosuke is just going to switch out of his Kangaskhan, just remove it from the field completely and switch into his own Landers. That seems to be the trend. If one player switches in their Landers, the other one has to do the same, so they can just mimic that Intimidate because of just how good it is. Sylveon is also going to switch out, so that is a double switch from Yosuke, the first time in the set that we've seen that happen. Heatran is going to come out to kind of do whatever it has to do. Rock Slide is going to come from the Laios, which is going to do neutral damage, but it was intimidated, so it's not going to be too bad in that regard. Another Pokemon is going to get the put to sleep, and that is going to be the Landers on Yosuke's side of the field, which kind of had to happen when you double switch.
Yeah, that's actually a huge spore right there, because now Landers was going to be kind of an issue for Layo, but now that Landers is going to be sleeping for this turn for sure, Layo does have his Landers out there to be able to possibly Earthquake that Heron, but Yosuke's been playing so amazingly well that he's not just going to give up that Heron just like that, right? He's probably going to do some switching or some protecting of that Heron slot to try to get himself in a bit better board position. Right now, I don't mind Layo's position too much because Landers sleeping, Heatran threatened. Something's going to be switching, something's going to be protecting. This is your chance to take advantage of it, right? You don't want to just stay in there. You want to take advantage of this position.
Yeah, he just created that position for himself, and like you said, he needs to find a way to take advantage of that. We're going to see the Heatran come in, potentially predicting a Heat Wave and wanted to take advantage of the Flash Fire ability. Amoonguss is going to switch out. Using Regenerator the way that it should be used, regaining 1/3 of his HP as Rotom Wash. It looks like Laios is making the hard read of the Heat Wave. Landers is going to stay asleep, and we're going to find out right now, did Yosuke go for that Heat Wave? He went for the substitute. We've seen him do it before, ladies and gentlemen, before top 8 early on in Swiss, and he's doing it again. That was fantastic.
And yeah, Layo definitely thought that the Heat Wave was incoming, but Yosuke 2 turns ahead, I think, maybe 3 turns.
Possibly an entire game ahead. It's insane. That substitute was so clutch.
Yeah, and he pretty much got that for free, and now Heat Rain behind a sub. That's going to be problematic. Layo's going to have to double target it to be able to break that sub and, you know, pick up the knockout. What could have been a knockout if Landers just decided to stay in and gone for an Earthquake, that option's not there anymore. And man, Yosuke, what a clutch substitute.
That was such a clutch substitute. We're going to see the Heat Train now going for the protect to even further protect that substitute, expected to be targeted down possibly by that Rotom. It looks like the Landers, unfortunately for Yosuke, is going to stay asleep for a second turn. But it looks like an Earthquake was an option, but nothing's happening on that turn. Completely moot turn. That protect from Heatran stopped any attempt to double into it.
Yeah, and I believe Rotom went for an Electro Web onto the Lander slot, possibly protecting a switch right there. Would have been a very good call if Yosuke did decide to switch, but Yosuke deciding to stay in and kind of burning some sleep turns right there. So still very good board position. You know, Heat Rain behind that substitute. Layo might have to make too many investments right here to break the sub and finally pick up the knockout on Heat Rain. Yeah, and
something we got to remember, both of Laios' Pokemon, although the Amoonguss did regain some HP for switching out thanks to the Regenerator ability, but they're still pretty low in range, and the match is running pretty long. We're at 7 minutes and 30 seconds, so it might end up going to time. Heatran's going to go for the Protect, and it looks like the Electro Web was probably... Oh, the Rock Slide is the option, but I think it missed one of the Pokemon. Oh, no, Heatran protected, so Rotom is going to go ahead and take that, be the only one to take damage. The Life Orb Recoil does trigger, and the Citrus Berry does get popped by the Rotom Wash, going to regain all the way back, just shy of being in the green. And it looks like the Hydro Pump's going to come out from the Rotom Wash, connecting into the Landers. Is it going to pick up the knockout? It is going to pick up the knockout. Laios doing what he has to do to get in a better board position without a doubt, not even giving a chance for that Landers to wake up.
Big knockout right there for Laios' side to pick up that knockout on Landers. And now, you know, one of the biggest threats really to Laios' team, you know, Heatran would not enjoy taking Rock Slide damage and then Earth Power from Heatran. So good call right there from Laio to target down the Landers. And of course now that's going to open up his options to be able to invest resources, you know, Earth Powers, Hydro Pumps into that Heatran to break that substitute and finally be able to pick up the knockout on that problematic Heatran, you know. Yosuke, first off, he's had an amazing amount of time to set up substitutes, and you know we see that substitute Heatran is still a very popular Pokemon, very powerful Pokemon.
Definitely, and I don't think, although Laios is in a better score position right now, I don't think this match is anything to slow down on because, like we said, both those Pokemon in the back for Laios are at low HP. Omega Kangaskhan did just hit the field, and that Heatran, because we've seen both Protect and Substitute, assuming that he's running, we've most likely seen during this day Heat Wave, the fourth move, Flash Cannon or Earth Power is in the air, and if it's Flash Cannon, he gets walled by the opposing Heatran. Yeah. So that Heatran needs to be taken care of as soon as possible.
I believe it is Earth Power, since I believe he was trying to target down that Heatran a bit earlier once Laio's Heatran protected. Of course, Kangaskhan hitting the field, that's problematic because Rotom is not going to be able to take any more attacks from that Kangaskhan as we go ahead and see the Heatran decide to switch out instead.
The Heatran's going to switch out, and we're going to see Laio switch right into the Amoonguss, wanting to take anything, perhaps predicting the Kangaskhan to target at that slot. And get some Rocky Helmet damage, as we have seen that item many times before in this match. But it looks like the Kangaskhan decided to target down the Rotom, and the Heatran's just going for the Earth Power on that Amoonguss slot, being neutral damage and no same type attack bonus. It is not going to do too much, so a very safe turn for Laios.
Yeah, and we do see Amoonguss come in. That's going to be able to provide a lot of support for Laio's side. Can easily take a hit from Kangaskhan with Rage Powder, give a little bit of damage back to that Kangaskhan with that Rocky Helmet, and allow Rotom to either pick up the knockout here on Kangaskhan or target down the Heatran. I believe right now Laio's biggest concern is going to be able to pick up the knockout on this Kangaskhan actually, because Heatran behind that sub, it's only going to be able to slowly chip away at Rotom. You know, it's only going to be able to go for Heat Wave, and of course, Laio still has Landers in back. Landers in back will be able to come in, break that substitute from Heatran, and go for a Hydro Pump with that Wash Rotom. So right now, I think the biggest priority is knocking out that Kangaskhan, and Yosuke realizes that.
Yeah, Yosuke 100% realizes that, and instead decides to switch in the Sylveon, going for a Protect with Heatran, going for a pretty safe turn here, maybe expecting a Spore into that slot, but it looks like no, the Rage Powder was there, so Dweek called it 100% correct. Laios needed to try to get a Hydro Pump off on that Kangaskhan slot, but instead, the Sylveon's going to take it, and as we saw in the last match, Ribbons takes that so well.
And I believe Sylveon hasn't had one turn of sleep yet, right?
I don't believe so. I think it switched out as soon as she was put to sleep.
Yeah, so you know, Yosuke realizing that Kangaskhan's going to be important for that Landorus matchup later on, you know, just to be able to chip away at it with a Sucker Punch. So good realization right there from Yosuke to retreat that Kangaskhan. You know, Sylveon not going to, I mean, if it wakes up and goes for Hyper Voice, that's great. You know, that's just extra damage that Yosuke probably wasn't expecting since the Sylveon is sleeping. So has to find a way now to kind of start targeting down the Sylveon, weaken it, and also have something to deal with that Kangaskhan in the back. We do have Heatran still out on Layo's side in the back. Layo might want to try to get it in, but he has to be careful since, you know, Heatran on Yosuke's side can't easily just target down with a Earth Power of some sort.
Definitely, and we're going to see Laios withdraw that Rotom, go back out into his Heatran here. Not really, basically, in case that Sylveon wakes up, like you said, not wanting anything to have to take a Hyper Voice, although it looks like the Amoonguss also is going to protect, so it just doesn't want to take any damage at all. And it looks like that's going to be, that Protect is going to pay off for sure. Sylveon's going to stay asleep, and that's going to be a pretty safe turn, perhaps, for Laios to compose himself and think of his next move.
Right, we did see an Earth Power right there into the Amoonguss slot, the Amoonguss Protect. You know, that was a very smart play right there from Yosuke, because, you know, if Amoonguss doesn't protect, that might pick up the knockout on Amoonguss. If Amoonguss wants to switch out and go back into to gain back some health from Regenerator, you know, possibly pick up the hit on that Heatran. So good call right there from Yosuke. I definitely see what he's trying to do here, but, you know, Layo does get Heatran in safely, and that's going to be pretty good position right now for Layo. Layo does have the pieces to take this game too.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really, really close, especially looking at that clock right now. We have 2 minutes and 24 seconds left on it. At this point, with Laios being ahead by 1, I think he has to play the clock very carefully if he really wants to have a secure win. I could definitely see Amoonguss switching out, and that's exactly what does happen. Really wanted to get more HP on that Amoonguss. Switching the Rotom Wash back in here. The question is, what's going to happen next? Heatran is going to go for the Protect. He's definitely trying to play this clock as best he can, which is honestly the smartest play. There's a reason why these players are here in top 8. Nothing doing right there. The Hyper Voice is going to come out, but the Heatran is not going to get hit thanks to Protect, and Rotom Wash is going to live on 16. That is incredible.
Super bulky Rotom.
That's what happens when you don't know. I'm pretty sure not running that choice specs, but if he is, that Rotom, that washing machine is straight from Sears. That is ridiculous.
I mean, Sylveon's just trying to scream at this washing machine, and you know, it's just not working.
You don't just scream at washing machines. I mean, I would think that Sylveon would like washing machines, washing the ribbons after a tough battle, but I think it did. That's why I didn't want to knock it out just yet.
I mean, sometimes washing machines malfunction, sometimes washing machines are frustrating, but yeah, I mean, Rotom surviving, I'm not sure if Layo planned on it surviving.
If he was counting on that, that's just another reason why he's here in top 8, being to know that he would survive. And I personally think Rotom Wash can be switching out.
Yeah, and time is going to be a factor here because Layo now just playing for the clock, wants to preserve all 4 Pokemon, pretty much cannot get knocked out, and that's what he's playing for.
Absolutely. We're going to see the Rotom does go for a Protect, and Heatran going for the Earth Power, but the opposing Heatran munching on that berry to reduce the damage, making sure that it can take the hit. And we already know how little damage the Hyper Voice will do after this overheat, targeting down the Sylveon. Actually, he might not even have to take that Hyper Voice, but he's going to have to because Sylveon's ribbons are just so special, so specially defensive that he's not going to go down to that overheat. Hyper Voice, though, coming out. Rotom protected. Heatran living on 37. And because the clock is at 30, it looks like Laios is going to take this game.
Yeah, there's no point in pressing a button here. You know, you don't want to press a button and accidentally begin the turn because you just want to kind of wait out the clock right now. Assure yourself 4 Pokemon to stay out on the field and not get knocked out. So Layo right there, you know, kind of turning around. He didn't have the best board position coming into game 2 here, but he was able to adjust a lot better. And, you know, he knew what he needed to do to win. He knew all the pieces he needed to keep around, which in this case, you know, was all 4 Pokemon. But, you know, I think that even if this match was extended a little bit, I think Layo probably still had the right pieces to be able to take it in, you know, knockout instead of time.
Definitely, but I think it speaks testaments of a player when they can recognize maybe when they don't have the best pieces to beat their opponent. You can hear the crowd cheering because, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a Game 3 for the very first bracket in top 8. And the crowd is going wild for these players. This is everything on the line for them. World Champion is only a couple games away for one of these players if they manage to take the win. like I said, being able to play at the time, recognizing what your win condition is, that is a win condition. Killing the clock is definitely a win condition, and Laios just did it perfectly there, preserving his Rotom, making sure he could take a hit from Sylveon. That's absolutely beautiful, and then instead of switching out, going for the Protect, which was a much, much better play. I thought he would switch out possibly into the Mungus, knowing that he can take for Hyper Voice, but had the Heatran decided to target down that slot with a Fire-type move, that would have been the wrong play. So there's a reason why he's on the stage, and I'm back behind this camera.
And, you know, if Rotom did get knocked out, you know, Laio probably would have played a little bit differently, you know, try to pick up another knockout, or, like I said, I think if the match was extended a little bit, or the game was extended a little bit, I think Laio had the right pieces. And one of the key Pokemon right there for Yosuke to keep around a bit longer is definitely going to be that Landorus on his side, which I thought gave Laio's team a lot of issues. You know, that Helping Hand Earthquake was able to pick up knockouts on Amoonguss. It's going to be able to pick up knockouts on Heatran. It's going to pretty much be able to wreak havoc out on Laio's team. So definitely good recognition right there from Laio to be able to, you know, target down that Landorus and pick up that knockout as soon as he possibly could, because that opened up so many different opportunities that pretty much gave away, that pretty much took away Yosuke's Earthquake immunity. That pretty much took away Yosuke's ability to, you know, kind of hamper how Laio's own Landorus Therian was able to function, because, you know, that Intimidate's just going to pay off so well for Yosuke in the end.
Without a doubt. I think it's very, very crucial when we're discussing what one player needs to do. The other player needs to do the exact opposite. When we're saying recognize your win condition, your opponent needs to do the same thing. Recognize your opponent's win condition, and what's my answer to that Pokemon? How am I going to get rid of that? And I think in that game, Yosuke just kind of let his win condition go down a little bit too early.
Yeah, and you know, Yosuke, I can definitely see him continuing to bring Landorus Therian, definitely continue to bring Kangaskhan, definitely continue to bring Heatran, in my opinion. Those are three very solid options. I mean, those are probably three of the most popular Pokemon, but, you know, that Sylveon does have that Helping Hand, which provides a lot of opportunities, but, you know, if Sylveon switches out, that's perfectly fine. You know, he has Thundurus, he has Aegislash too, which can help deal with Laio's team.
Without a doubt, and the energy in here is ridiculous as the leads do hit the field. Kangaskhan and Heatran are going to lead for Yosuke. Laio's shaking his head. Was he predicting that, or is he upset? We're going to see the Heatran and the Landorus on his side of the field, so an Intimidate is going to get fired off, and the only reason I would say Laio's possibly in a better position because he's going to Intimidate that Kangaskhan, but Earthquake, all Pokemon on the field are afraid of Earthquake right now.
I definitely expect Landorus Therian to come in on Yosuke's side right now just to go for an Intimidate on Landorus Therian on Laio's side. You know, we've seen it before. Every time that Landorus Therian has hit the field on Laio's side, Yosuke instantly switched in that Landorus to possibly take an Earthquake. So let's see if Laio does any sort of prediction here. I'm not sure what Laio has up his sleeve. I'm not sure what Yosuke has up his sleeve. It's gonna be a tough turn one for both players to decide here.
Without a doubt, at this point, especially when you're in Game 3 after playing Pokemon all day, and now you know each other's teams so well after playing those two games, the mind games that come into play, that factor is ridiculous because we know that Heatran can possibly go for Protect, predicting Earthquake. Kangaskhan can switch out into Landorus, get Intimidate off, and take that Earthquake for free. But instead, it looks like Laios is going to switch his Landorus out, switching out into his Amoonguss here, probably predicting that Landorus to come in on Yosuke's side. But he did not switch his Kangaskhan out. That's exactly what oh my goodness. That is like a sixth. I don't even know how many reads you have to make to be able to do that. We're going to see the Heatran going for the Protect. The question is this a free substitute for Yosuke right now? Is this a free substitute? I don't know. We're going to see the fake out into the Amoonguss slot. So the Rocky Helmet is going to be a bit of a problem. So Laios, I'm sure, happy with that. Kangaskhan taking more damage than the Amoonguss actually is, and of course Amoonguss can go ahead and recover it up just by switching out. And there's that free substitute on turn one. Woo!
Wow, Yosuke with the substitute again, and now this Heatran not even got a substitute. That's going to be problematic for Laio. And, you know, that was a good fake out right there to prevent Landorus from possibly having a say in whether or not the Heatran was going to be setting up substitute. And pretty much Heatran on Laio's side protected for nothing. You know, it didn't protect itself from the fake out. It didn't protect itself from the Earth Power. So, oh man, that's just a wasted protect right there from Laio's side. And, you know, that position for Yosuke right now behind that substitute. I mean, Kangaskhan has taken quite a bit of damage though from the Rocky Helmet, so Laio does have that going for him.
Absolutely, but I don't think there's really a solid position here that's good, because we're going to see that Heatran fire off a Heat Wave, of course not hitting the Heatran for anything, but it's going to knock out the Amoonguss in one hit. That is a one-hit KO. Oh my goodness, the crit comes through. Ladies and gentlemen, that is huge. No spores happening today, and then we're going to go ahead and see the Heatran go ahead and take another crit just for Salt in the Moon from that Kangaskhan, as Heatran does decide to fire off an Earth Power into the Heatran slot, wanting to break that substitute as soon as possible. So recognizing that was really, really strong, but at the cost of the Amoonguss, that is brutal.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it took a critical hit to knock out that Amoonguss, so we just know exactly how bulky that is. Layo probably didn't expect that. As we see Landers coming, going to go for another Intimidate here. Now, that's not too bad. Kangaskhan at 2 stages reduced reduced attack now. That's going to be huge, and that's going to give Layo a bit more of an opportunity to function. And we do know that Heatran is not carrying a Shuka Berry. It's going to be taking Earthquake most likely here, or Landers from Layo's side could easily go for a Superpower onto that Kangaskhan if it does have Superpower.
Yeah, that is it's not a favorable position. Layo's already down a Pokemon, but like you said, having the Landers there, it is good, but there's just too much going on to say exactly what is. The level of prediction, the level of reads is out of control. That substitute on turn 1 was huge. Being able to knock out, of course, it was that critical hit that picked up the knockout on Amoonguss, but that alone, not having access to Spore or Rage Powder, can be detrimental to Laios. We're going to go ahead and see the Landers switch in, which makes perfect sense. Like we said, one Landers hits the field, its cousin from the opposite side jumps on as well, which makes perfect sense. The Kangaskhan switching out, because it's at -2 attack, not really going to be doing too much unless it regains its stats, and in order to do that, it's going to have to switch out. We're going to see a U-turn, though, into that slot. So although Sylveon's not physically defensive, it can go ahead and take that hit very well because it does resist, thanks to the Fairy's hyping. And all that's left to see is exactly what that Heatran wants to go for as Layo switches in his Rotom Wash. This is going to be interesting to see just how well Yosuke's Pokemon take this Heat Wave. It's going to connect on both Pokemon. It's going to do a ton of damage to the Landorus and also bring Sylveon under half.
Yeah, and that
was huge.
That Flash Fire boost from before.
Yes, that Flash Fire boost from before. Oh my Lanta.
Yeah, I mean, 50% of that Sylveon, that's good position right there. As long as right now, you know, Layo finds a way to knock out this Landers before Landers can take out that Heatran. So, oh man, that was a good Heat Wave. Good call right there to go for the Heat Wave instead of the Earth Power. Yosuke probably thought he got the better end of that switch right there. You know, be able to switch in that Landers, probably take an Earthquake, probably take an Earth Power, and have Sylveon come in, probably take a Superpower. But Layo kind of trying to build up this momentum here. Let's see if he can keep this momentum going into this next turn.
Without a doubt, this next turn is going to be so crucial. We're going to see the Rotom actually switch out. So that's another double switch from Layo. He's going to switch into the Landorus, get an Intimidate off on the opponent's Landorus, just like that. When one hits the field, even though he just switched out, comes right back in just because Intimidate is way too good not to take advantage of. We're going to see a Protect, though, from that Landorus. So Heatran here, once again for free. Is he going to be able to fire off another Heat Wave? It looks like he's going to connect on the Sylveon, pick up that knockout. Landorus, fine. Oh, is he going to pick it up? No, he does not.
Burn with the burn.
Does get the burn. Oh my goodness, but the Hyper Voice is going to do a ton of damage for the 3rd time to this Landorus here. It's going to take that a lot better, and Sylveon's going to fall to the burn. Oh my goodness. Talk about your balance and secondary effects.
Yeah, and, you know,
getting critical hitted on that Amoonguss and now being able to pick up a burn and knock out that Sylveon.
Layo is probably hoping for the Heat Wave to be able to pick up and knock out clean without having that burn, you know, just to prevent Landorus from taking that damage from that Hyper Voice. But, you know, I'll take that if you're Layo.
I would take
that.
I would take that without a doubt. That burn definitely came through clutch, being able to secure that knockout. Of course, Yosuke deciding who he wants to switch it out into right now. I think the Kangaskhan is still in the back, and a Pokemon that possibly has not hit the field yet. Heatran, that's correct. Does Heatran really want to come out? We know Protect, Substitute, Earth Power, and Heat Wave. But Landers, having just switched in on Layo's side, it's kind of scary, but we're going to see the Kangaskhan fake out pressure is a thing.
Right, and this fake out support is going to be huge right here. Does Layo think that Kangaskhan's going to go for a fake out? Does Layo think that Kangaskhan's going to go on the offensive, you know, go for a fighting type attack on Heatran, or just straight up try to pick up the knockout on this Landorus Therian here? So tough mind games for Layo right now to try to figure out what he needs to do. Like I said, that Landorus Therian on Yosuke's side is heavily damaged, and I think the key to victory right now is to definitely take out that Landorus Therian before it can do more damage.
So Laios wants to go ahead and take out that Landorus Therian, correct?
I think so. I think that's the play.
So that means that Yosuke needs to go ahead and preserve that Landorus Therian, correct?
I think that's his play.
All right, so we've got two plays two players need to make their plays, and I don't know how they look so calm. I'm sweating up here, and they just look like they're playing Pokemon. This feels like so much more. Oh my gosh, we're going to see the Rotom Wash come in for Laios. Really wanted to preserve that Intimidate even more. And Landers is going to go for the Superpower on the Keytrend. It's going to finish it up for sure. So that is a beautiful turn for Yosuke. The question is, does he just go for a powerful attack and hit that Rotom Wash hard, or did he opt to do something else? But I think we're going to go ahead and see a lot of damage put out. Lander is still being able to hang on after the Life Orb recoil is absolutely fantastic. And there we go, Rotom Wash taking a huge amount of damage, but thanks to that Citrus Berry, it's going to live the hit and survive one more turn. But that turn was impeccable for Yosuke, and Laios not so much.
Yeah, and we do see Landers Therian come back out. That's going to be intimidating Kangaskhan and Landers Therian. Landers Therian now at, I believe it's 3 stages of decreased attack.
Thanks to that Superpower.
Thanks to the Intimidate, the Superpower, and this incoming Intimidate right here. So Kangaskhan now at 1 stage of reduced attack. Oh boy, this is going to be close. This is really close. Wash Rotom right now most likely not going to be able to do too much, while the Landers on Laios side is going to have to try to figure out what his best course of action is. I mean, has to find a way to knock out Landers, has to find a way to knock out this Kangaskhan, and have something left in the back to be able to take on that Hiran. And I just don't think that Laio has it.
At this point, I think you're right. The Landers really put in so much work, and I wouldn't be surprised if Yosuke does just leave it in and switch out. I was going to say, and switch out the Kangaskhan instead, because at this point, Landers is at -3. It's not going to be doing too much with such a low HP. It can't get safely in without sacrificing another Pokemon. It's going to opt to go for the Protect and just stick around a little while longer, hopefully banking on the fact that Laios targets it down. But instead, Laios goes for the Superpower into that slot. It's going to knock out the Heatran. That was the safest play you could make, because it was super effective on the Kangaskhan, super effective on the Heatran. It is going to pick up the knockout right there. But now, of course, he is at -1 attack and defense. The Protect is going to pay off and keep that Landers around for one more turn.
And we do see Toxic revealed on this Wash Rotom right here.
Oh my gosh, Toxic! That was the first time in this set, correct?
Yeah, and Toxic, if it hit that Landers, it poison it with Life Orb, it'd probably be able to pick up a knockout at the end of the turn. We do see Kangaskhan come back in, and now this is it. This is the turn.
This is the turn. Because we have fake out pressure on the field.
Right, and Kangaskhan is, probably might be able to outspeed this Landers. I mean, we have seen this Kangaskhan be slow.
Yes.
So, this is so close. This is so close.
I feel like he has to go for fake out because of the fact that we know that this Kangaskhan is slow.
Right. Fake out onto the Landers. I believe Yosuke has figured out that this Landers is going to be choice locked into something, and if you're choice locked, you can't go for Protect.
Absolutely. It's funny because he's choice locked into Superpower at this point. That was the last move that he just used. So attack and defense are going to slowly drop. He is at -1 defense, so it would be interesting to see if maybe he just wants to clean up that Landers, get rid of it. He's going to opt to go for the fake out on the Landers, and it looks like the fake out is going to pick up. Is it going to pick up the knockout? It does. It picks up the knockout thanks to that Superpower, lowering its defense by 1 stage. We're going to see what Laios decides to do with this. Oh, Rotom avoids the Rock Slide. Oh my goodness, as Rotom goes for a Hydro Pump, knocking out the Landorus. But that Kangaskhan is here. Ladies and gentlemen, that crit does not matter because I think Yosuke just played his way to victory.
Yeah, and now Kangaskhan, all it has to do is just go for an attack here, and Rotom, it's just standing there.
It's just a washing machine waiting to get broken. That's all that it is. The players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing. We've seen him. This is the 2nd time on stream, playing incredibly, incredibly well. Well fought by both players, all the way to Game 3. That was such a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, and Yosuke definitely deserves his victory here. But, let's talk a little bit about Laio. He took that series back, and that was such a close series. First game, not going his way. Second game, he adjusted a lot better. And then this third game, it came down to the wire. It came down to that last turn.
I'm literally just waterfalls all over my hands. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and Yosuke played magnificently. You saw all the opportunities where Yosuke was able to set up that substitute on the Hiran.
Took advantage of that substitute opportunity.
Got in so many Pokemon for free. Played the switches amazingly, right?
Was able to play around Regenerator and Moongus despite being able to regain health. You can still hear the crowd clapping. Oh my goodness. It's just fantastic to watch two players of that caliber have a Pokemon battle, have a match. It was so incredible. It was something else, and we're not done yet. We still get to see top 4 played on stream next, but before that, we have a sideline interview out there. Maybe players, maybe a viewer reacting to what they just saw. Let's take it away to the sidelines.
Thanks again, Jonathan. I am Justin Flynn, and joining me is another Pokemon fan that's here live in attendance at the World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. Why don't you let some people know what your name is and where you're from?
My name is Dan, and I'm from Connecticut.
All right, Dan, so a little bit of a travel there. Did you end up flying, driving? Tell us about your travels to the World Championships.
Well, I was planning on taking the bus here, but I kind of woke up too late so I missed the bus, so I drove in here this morning.
And about how long does that take to get from Connecticut?
It took about 2 hours.
Oh, that's not too bad. Not too bad. 2 hours. I've heard some. I think 10 was the longest trip I heard. Now, what have you been up to at the World Championships besides watching some awesome competitive Pokemon?
Mostly just hanging out, but earlier today I was in the Boston Open.
Oh, nice. So I think that's going on downstairs. How'd that go for you?
Not so well. I went 2 and 4 and I dropped.
Oh, brutal. Yeah, the Boston Open, there's a lot of top-level competitors there. I think I got a glimpse at your team a little bit earlier. It's looking pretty strong, but you never know. Pokemon matches can go either way, as we've seen all day today. I think you guys were getting like some free packs, though, right, if you were in the Open?
Yeah, every competitor got a free 4 packs of cards.
4 packs? All right, I gotta go. That's awesome. No, I really enjoy opening packs. You never know what you're going to get. Did you get anything cool in there?
I got a couple of good cards. Nothing too great. Full art Volcarona.
Nothing too great? That looks like a Sceptile EX. What are you talking about? Nothing too great.
Sceptile EX. And here's your favorite, the Shiny Goomy.
Oh, boy, a Shiny Goomy. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I think they want to see it there. You can hold them up. Nice. Looking good. So it looks like a reverse holo there and Sceptile EX. That's pretty cool, man. Awesome. So you came up to the World Championships. Obviously, you like Pokemon as well as everyone here in attendance. What got you into Pokemon? Was it like the anime, or you just picked up the game? Tell us about it.
Well, I actually started playing back in the Blue and Red days. Okay. Back on the original Game Boy.
OG.
But I only started playing competitive in the X and Y region.
Oh, nice. Okay, so what brought you to competitive Pokemon? You just saw it somewhere, and then you just decided to start playing?
I just wanted the extra challenge.
Oh. Okay, cool, man. No, that's awesome. I really think that's kind of why I got into it myself. So awesome hearing from you. Thank you so much, Dan, for joining us, and good luck maybe in next year's circuit if you decide to continue. But I think we're going to throw it back over to Jonathan with, I believe, an interview with the previous winner there, potentially, or to a break, guys. But stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, this.
We are back with Yosuke, the winner of that last match, making it now into top 4 of Pokemon Worlds. Yosuke, how do you feel right now?
今上位4位に入りましたけど、どんな気持ちですか？
もっと上を目指したいです。
I want to go higher.
He wants to go higher. Oh my goodness, that is awesome. Oh my gosh. You're definitely going to be generating some fans over the course of this weekend. I feel like you've kind of made one of me, but I'll see how you do in top 4 and then the rest of the weekend. But something I wanted to ask was, have you ever been to Pokemon Worlds before?
これが初めての世界大会ですか？
去年も1回出ましたね。去年日本チャンピオンだったんで。
He was a Japanese champion last year, so it's his second time.
So this is what I'm learning. He was Japanese champion for the second time. So now you're here at Worlds, taking the stage by storm. Your level of play was incredible. It was impressive yet again for the second time.
すごいもうプレイレベルが高すぎて本当に毎回びっくりしています。すごい。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
Do you get tired of compliments?
いろんな人に褒められすぎてちょっともういいやってなったりしませんか？
いや、そんなに褒められないですよ。
I don't get compliments that often.
What? You don't get compliments that often? Are you kidding me? Well, you deserve them. You are one of the top 4 players in the world for a game that thousands of people are here for. You are one of the top 4.
今ここにいる何千人の人が見に来ている世界大会の上位4名に入っていてすごいことじゃないですか。もっと褒められていいんじゃないですか。
褒めてくださいじゃあ。
Please compliment me.
Please compliment me more. The one thing I do want to ask though, is there anyone that couldn't make it today that you want to give a shout out to?
今回この大会に残念ながら現地に来られなかったけど、こうメッセージを送りたい方っていらっしゃいますか？
日本の皆さんにずっと日本チャンプ出てなかったんで、 頑張るぞって送りたいです。
I would like to say all the people in Japan who are watching this to say, because we haven't had Japanese champion in so long, we would like to go for that one this year.
Wow, that is so awesome. So he is fighting, he's battling, you can hear the crowd clapping, he's battling for his country today, which is absolutely fantastic. At this point, I believe the remaining top 8, or now it'll be top 4, are all from Japan. So at this point, you can rest easy knowing that I'm pretty sure we're going to have a Japanese world champion after this weekend.
今もうほとんどの上位の方が日本人なので、おそらく日本チャンピオンが生まれると信じていますけど、それでもうちょっと心はほっとしているけど、まだ上を目指したい感じです。
上ですね、もっと。
I know that there will be Japanese champion, I'm sure, but I want to be that one.
He wants to be that one. That's what I expected. The fire of a true trainer, if I had ever seen it. Well, thank you so much for this interview again. Good luck in your next match.
インタビューありがとうございました。次の試合も頑張ってください。
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break before we come back with the top 4 of the Pokemon Worlds. You can hear the crowd. The crowd loves you. Pokemon is fantastic. Hope you'll stick around to see the top 4 on this stream.
Some of my favorite aspects about Pokemon is the fact that it doesn't require much technical skill like a lot of other, popular video games that you need to have to do well in. And the community is also fantastic, and that's what really keeps me going back to all the tournaments. But I also really like the amount of prediction level that you have in Pokemon. I think there's a lot of mind games and a lot of thinking, and so it rewards creativity and intelligence, and I really think that pays off. Something interesting about competitive Pokemon is the metagame, as we call it, develops as the year goes along. So we see new Pokemon and new strategies being introduced. I think we're going to see a lot of Mega Evolutions like Mega Gardevoir, Mega Charizard, and Mega Salamence to counter the popular Mega Kangaskhan. And we're going to see a lot of anti-metagame Pokemon to counter those common ones like Aegislash, Landorus, and Thundurus. The advice I would give to someone wanting to be a Pokemon champion is to don't give up and just keep on trying. The skill cap for Pokemon, it's pretty easy to get into Pokemon, and unlike other games where, other players might have years of experience, a player with 1 year can, definitely defeat top players in Pokemon. Definitely, just believe in yourself.
I'm from Green Bay, Wisconsin.
I'm from Norway.
We're from Italy.
The UK, England, Boston, Massachusetts.
I am from Toronto, Canada.
I played Pokemon competitively for the last year.
4 years.
I've played for 7 years.
3 to 4 years.
15 years.
9, 10 years.
I play mostly every day.
Once a week.
Just started right here.
I play a lot, especially online.
3-4 hours a day.
Every day.
Very, very, very often.
My favorite is Kecleon. That and Mawile.
Definitely Machamp.
Mudkip and Pikachu. Mega Rayquaza.
Kangaskhan. And Snorlax.
Geodude, the steel bug.
Hey there, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to the Pokemon World Championships. Again, we are live from Boston, Massachusetts here. I am Justin Flint, and joining me, of course, is Scott Glaza. We did a full team switch out here. You guys just had Dweeha and Jonathan Indovino, but now we're taking over for this big-time top 4, which we'll, of course, get to in a moment here. Don't forget, guys, you can join the conversation at #PlayPokemon. You might even see your tweets appear on screen. Now, we got an interesting top 4 here. Some people really showed up. Some people really showed up. In fact, an entire country really showed up, I'd like to say.
Yeah, I mean, after 7 of the 8 players in the top 8 being Japanese, we saw Laios full on stream there. So
Yes.
we are only down 2 Japanese competitors remaining. If you're watching this at home from anywhere else in the country, your people need you. So I'd start training now. You've got a year until next year's Worlds. Let's get to it.
That's right, guys. We definitely got an uphill battle now. Japan has shown that they are a force, an absolute force.
I think it's really cool. You know, we already know this will be the first time we've had a Japanese world champion in the top age division since 2009.
Wow.
So
okay.
Which is strange because, you know, they've kind of always been one of the dominant countries, I think, in everyone's mind, but they just haven't had the amount of players at Worlds some years, or, you know, things just didn't go quite right in the finals twice. In both 2010 and 2013, they at least get to the Masters final or Seniors finals in 2010 because there was no Masters division. But yeah, I mean, so it's cool. I mean, I'll be excited to see who it is because we've seen some really impressive play so far, and I think you can see why these players have got as deep as they did, and maybe some of the other players didn't. I think that the players who are eliminated so far, maybe it's a good time to exercise a little humility and look at the team and try to figure out what you did wrong to improve next year, because the right players got to the end.
Yeah, it's definitely got to be something going on with the metagame over there. There's maybe a different take on the way to play Pokemon. We've actually got a couple interesting Pokemon here in front of us on the team sheets, which we'll go over in just a minute. Don't want to give anything away too early, of course, but I think Kota Yamamoto, I think, hopefully I got that name right. I apologize if I messed that one up there. But Kota, actually a junior from Japan, taking the World Championships last year. So that was kind of cool. Have some representation in, like you said, the younger bracket.
Right, yeah, he won. He's the first world champion from Japan since his brother won previously. So apparently it's small packets of people carrying the country for a while. It's like the Yamamotos, and then Ryosuke Kosuge, even though he didn't win, he had 2 really awesome performances for Japan. One of the most fun players to watch. So hopefully we'll get to see him again next year. But for this year, a bunch of new Japanese players have really shown that they're the strongest country in the world in this game right now.
You know, and what was interesting is a lot of the players in this top cut we also saw earlier on stream. So they've been playing their hearts out all day, and both in front of the audience and just through the rigorous Swiss rounds there. Now it looks like we are actually jumping into the match here, so I think we can go ahead and start talking about these teams here. Now, some of the teams have been similar here from the Japanese players, and actually these 2 are quite the same, but we do have a couple switch ups here. Let's go over. I think it's Naohito Mizobuchi is bringing a Kangaskhan, Cresselia, Entei, Landorus, Aegislash, and Amoonguss. Now the team from Shoma, I think it's Honami, is bringing Kangaskhan, Heatran, Thundurus, Landorus, Cresselia, and Amoonguss. So there's a little swap up there. We got the Thundurus and the Entei on the teams that are the 2, I think, different Pokemon there.
Yeah, and Amoonguss and Aegislash as well. I'm really excited to see how these teams are different, because I think when they're so similar, the things that are different really get drawn out. I'm sure we'll have plenty of those awkward turns where you're playing that in the mirror matches with the same Pokemon on both sides, but there's always those little item differences, those little move differences, and also those Pokemon that are different that really make a big difference. Entei, of course, not going to enjoy facing down with rival Fire-type Pokemon. Heatran too much. Heatran with that Flash Fire ability, and Earth Power are good in the duel, but Entei probably better against most of the other Pokemon in this team. Sacred Fire could definitely do a bunch of work if it gets the chance to fire a couple off. So it'll be cool to see what it can do. And then, Aegislash as well, and Thundurus, the other 2 Pokemon that are different. Usually, when you're in a match like this, you got to try to use the pieces that are different to take an advantage. So I would be surprised if we don't see all 4 of those Pokemon, unless the trainers feel like they have just horrible matchups.
Yes, exactly there, Scott. And I'm actually really excited to see the way these Pokemon have been trained here. I am a huge fan of Entei. Saw one recently just go crazy. Of course, Sacred Fire hitting 100% of the time, 50% of the 100% of the time.
Yeah, it seems like it hits every time except for when you need it to burn.
Yeah. yes, of course. Yes, I'm talking about the burn there attached to Sacred Fire. If, of course, that is a move that our trainer has decided to bring. I know that's a popular choice there on Entei.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reason to use it, and I think it's kind of very cool in the sense that Entei Forever was unused. Now, Sacred Fire being such a good move, even though being a physical attack is sort of a pain because there's so much Intimidate, Entei is a Fire-type Pokemon, can't be burned, can burn other things very effectively while also dealing good damage. One of the things that made Entei weird for a long time is a Pokemon that had a much higher attack than special attack, and since Fire for the longest time was a special attacking type, it just didn't fit very well. But now it has this big physical Fire-type attack that basically nothing else gets.
Yeah.
There's nothing else available. It's Entei's got something going for it. There's a reason to try it out.
Both players, actually, I heard him selecting, just tapping at the very final second there, making those really, really possible clutch decisions here. The leads are going to be obviously very, very important. So let's take a look at what we get from both of our trainers here in the top 4. Do not forget that everyone that's on stage right now is at top 4 or better in the world. Pretty crazy, guys. Definitely take that in. We see the Kangaskhan and Heatran lead there for Shoma on the top screen, and then now Hito on the bottom using Cresselia, and that Landorus getting an Intimidate off onto those 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, Lander is certainly pretty excited to be out in the field right now. He gets to intimidate that Kangaskhan, both of the Pokemon on the other side, weak to one of Landorus' common attacks in Earthquake and Superpower. So I definitely feel like the first turn was won by Naohito here. It's going to be a difficult position now for Shoma to try to recover.
Yeah, definitely there's a lot of threats on the field. I'm not exactly sure what the set is on Shoma's Kangaskhan, so maybe something there to keep it going could be a little bit of fake out, but realistically, there's just maybe too much of a threat on that side.
I mean, fake out will help, but I mean, it'll help, I guess, if he wants to get like a substitute on Heatran, if it has substitute, that's definitely available. But I think pretty much anything else here is going to be tough to gain any forward momentum. Although we saw substitute Heatran doing a lot of work before.
Yeah, no, it was really impressive. It pretty much going MVP there with that. We see the Kangaskhan going Mega now for Shoma on the top screen, and it will be a Protect from Landorus for Naohito there on the bottom. And we're going to get a couple moves now. It looks like the Heat Wave from Heatran there, doing a little bit of damage, but not picking up the burn here. And Cresselia hitting right back with a Psychic into the Kangaskhan, taking off a third of its HP down.
Yeah, that Protect, not a move we see very often on Landorus. Very similar to Thundurus, those times when Protect does show up, it catches a lot of opponents off guard. Landorus eating some attacks there into the Protect and avoiding a turn of Fake Out here. So now, Kangaskhan takes a bunch of damage for free, potentially now has to worry about like a Helping Hand boosted Earthquake or an Earthquake and Psychic being able to take it down. Heatran certainly doesn't want to get hit by an Earthquake here, so this turn has become again dangerous. Shoma tried to make some plays there to get himself in a better position, but unfortunately the pin from the first turn has continued.
Yeah, it's going to really depend on the choice of Naohito here, or what Shoma can maybe do, since most likely that Landorus is going to outspeed that Heatran there. And here we go. The moves are locked in. A switch out of Kangaskhan for Shoma, deciding to bring in none other than Thundurus, maybe predicting the attack there. Nice choice. That flying typing really able to eat up that superpower there, as we see the stat drops of the Landorus, and a Heat Wave here. Going to connect on both Pokemon, getting the Citrus Berry there for Cresselia, I believe, and then also taking down the Landorus to about 50% hit points. And one final hit of Ice Beam. Oh no, maybe looking for a switch or something into that slot.
Yeah, unfortunately I had that backwards, I think. Superpowered Kangaskhan, expecting it to stay in. Ice Beam the Heatran slot, expecting it to switch out to something that was immune to Earthquake. Unfortunately, it looks a little bit silly when you get it backwards like that. A good read, but kind of not quite right there.
Yeah, Shoma making some actually very, very risky decisions, because that could have gone 100% the other way.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, though, I guess, at this level, is you got to make those plays, and the side who makes more of them is going to come out on top. When you're in a losing position, you really have no choice but to try to switch around, and Shoma hitting it just right that time, so now he has the advantage.
Very, very true, Scott. Like, when you're battling from behind, you have to make those next level reads in order to turn the match into your favor, and it does look pretty good now there. We see Shoma deciding to switch out here, and maybe we will see the 4th Pokemon revealed. No, Kangaskhan again onto the field. Not with the most amount of hit points, and could be taking a big hit here. Protect from Heatran, as we get a move from Naohito here. And it is going to be an Earthquake. So switching up moves there, getting an Earthquake off onto that Kangaskhan, taking it down into the yellow and doubling up into that slot. So Kangaskhan should be able to take an Ice Beam as well, but no freeze on that one.
And no freeze, and it's just low enough now, but Psychic's going to be cutting it really close, even if Kangaskhan were to fake out this Landorus. Of course, attacking Landorus that with fake out last time didn't work quite as well, so maybe we'll see a protect from Landorus this time again. Maybe this time it'll choose to attack, thinking that Kangaskhan's going to think wiser of it. Close to the point where Landorus has to start worrying about Sucker Punch also, so there's some threat going in both directions, but all this switching around has really just led to the most important Pokemon on Shoma's team getting weakened here. It's kind of back in the same situation he started in now. Landorus still out staring down that Heatran, but at least now Landorus' stats are reduced a little bit because of Superpower.
Exactly, Scott. That could play a factor in this one. Kangaskhan, we saw try to attack into that slot last time, but the Protect stopped it. So we see the fake out actually on Cresselia, maybe thinking there was going to be a Protect here. Now this could be an absolutely huge turn for now Hito there. Is it going to be another Earthquake is the question. Let's see what we get from our trainer. Yes, I do believe it is, seeing that possible Shuka Berry there. I think he's going to pick up the feint on this Kangaskhan. It should do enough. Kangaskhan barely losing some life there. There it is. Kangaskhan does feint, and Shoma did not want to see that. Heatran down into the yellow there, losing quite a bit of hit points even with that berry, and we do get the big heat wave. Manages to pick up the feint on Landorus, and Cresselia is still in there, but losing the Mega early on here, that could be rough, because I do believe now Hito still has their Mega right there.
That's true, and that's going to probably make a big difference for the rest of this battle, but it's actually really going to need to. In spite of that bad starting position, they did just trade one Pokemon for one. Heatran's a little bit healthier than Cresselia now, and I think probably altogether a stronger Pokemon for the remainder of this game. So the Pokemon remaining on the Shoma's opponent's side are really going to have to be big here, because otherwise I think he's actually managed to take a bad situation and turn it into a slightly favorable one.
No, it's definitely done very, very well. That early prediction was absolutely huge, and I think that's definitely what changed the match around. I do believe that based on the team sheets, we may see a Kangaskhan in here for now Hito joining the field. And like you said, that Cresselia is getting relatively low, and most likely being outsped by any other Pokemon that comes in here. Could be on its last legs there. And we get the Landorus, a great switch by Shoma, who's going to get an Intimidate off onto that physical attacking Kangaskhan there, reducing its attack by 1 stage.
Yeah, and that's big. We kind of saw the opposite sides of this getting traded by the two trainers, and usually you'd think the side with the Mega Evolution has the advantage, but not necessarily. Kangaskhan has to take that Intimidate here. Now it has to worry about a Superpower coming the other direction, just like we saw before. Meanwhile, Heatran has a big advantage over Cresselia, and if Cresselia gets knocked out, even while Kangaskhan perhaps switches away to avoid Landorus, Landorus can switch in and out and get that Intimidate back in Kangaskhan again. So bringing the Intimidate Pokemon later in the game with fewer Pokemon remaining tends to make it a lot more effective and more difficult to get away from.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough decision here for now Hito on the bottom screen there. Does it have fake out? Will he try and fake out Shoma's Landorus there? What Protect is going to happen? There's so many options for both players at this point, who are both battling with 3 Pokemon left in the top 4 right now of the Pokemon World Championship. So we could see a world champion on stage right now. And the Mega Kangaskhan does come out for now Hito on the bottom. And let's see what we get. It is going to be a knockoff into the Cresselia slot. Did Cresselia hang on with 1 HP? No, it does end up fainting there. I figured it being super effective, but didn't want to say it didn't at that point. And we do get the Heat Wave here from Heatran. I don't think we are going to see the burn. Does quite a bit of damage. And Kangaskhan going with the low kick, managing to pick up the feint there on that Heatran.
Yeah, big knockup by Kangaskhan to stay even, but now it's trapped out with that Intimidate. So a little bit unfortunate there. We also see Kangaskhan moving after Heatran. Perhaps that wasn't what the players expected to have happened there. Kangaskhan gains some speed the turn it Mega Evolves, but it doesn't actually do anything until the next turn, because speed's decided before the turn starts, and then you Mega Evolve after the beginning of the turn. So unfortunately, Kangaskhan a little bit slow there. A bit embarrassing to get outrun by a Heatran, but does get that knockout and keeps the game close.
In both trainers, I think, selecting their final Pokemon to jump onto the, or maybe their last moves here. That was some big knockouts there, but it doesn't look good, too good for Kangaskhan in this particular situation.
And they're thinking a little bit hard for what shouldn't be a decision here. But, I mean, at any time of the World Championships, you want to use any of that extra time to think as much as you can. Maybe they're not thinking about putting their last Pokemon in, because that's a relatively simple decision, I would think, that involves hitting the A button twice. But instead thinking a little bit more about what do I want to do this next turn. Effectively, they get a minute and a half to think about it instead of just the 45 seconds you normally get.
Exactly. No, that's the exact right call there, Scott. They obviously knew what was going to be on the field there for themselves. I don't think we had seen the Aegislash yet, so that's a big reveal there for Naohito on the bottom. And just taking that extra time, like you said, to already think about that move.
It's essentially a big advantage too. It's always great when you're the Pokemon who reveals, or the player who reveals your last Pokemon last, because you can plan for the end game and your opponent has to guess. Sometimes it's obvious, sometimes it's not. I think in this case it could have been a variety of Pokemon. Aegislash potentially having that wide guard is a big worry here, because normally you want Earthquake to deal with that Aegislash. If Kangaskhan can deal with Thunderous, potentially Aegislash gets in a situation where Landorus can't hit it anymore.
It looks like Aegislash has actually decided to go with that King Shield there. Shouldn't be taking any damage, but will get swaggered. Status moves do still hit through a King Shield there, and it's going to take a swagger after, so I don't think it'll be hitting itself this turn, but potentially could next turn, depending on its confusion. And a superpower from Landorus is going to be enough to pick up the feint on Kangaskhan. Yes! Shoma, I think, now finally taking a big lead in this matchup with that Aegislash there confused and Kangaskhan off the field.
Yeah, that's a lead Shoma's unlikely to relinquish. Most likely a game away from the World Championship Finals now.
Yeah, this could be it for Shoma again. So it's a best 2 out of 3, of course. That doesn't mean that Naohito is down and out. He can battle back. He still probably took a lot of information in from this match, which clearly isn't over yet, but he's definitely taken a second here to maybe think some things through, and then one of these players will be going on to being the top trainer in the world, potentially. We do get that knockoff onto the Aegislash, maybe revealing an item here, and then a Thunderbolt doing decent damage there as well. Aegislash turning around, going into Blade form, and will get a little move off here, potentially, if it is not confused. Let's see if Aegislash can hit through it. And yes, it does. It's going to be a Shadow Ball, doing about 50% into the Landorus.
That's definitely not going to get it done, but at least you survive Swagger, you get a moral victory for this game. It's important information there too. Landorus, unlike many of the Landorus we've seen there, switching moves, able to use knockoff to knock out Cresselia, and then that superpower to finish off Kangaskhan, and also still quicker than the Kangaskhan. That's definitely something that I wouldn't have been expecting. Probably less surprising when you're the one with the slow Kangaskhan, probably used to it. But something to keep in mind that, in the future, Kangaskhan has to be wary of Landorus all the time, which is going to make it very difficult, I think, for that Kangaskhan to get much done. There's maybe just a few too many Pokemon on Shoma's team for Kangaskhan to have a great series here. So it might be down to the non-Mega Pokemon to carry game 2 and 3. If Naohito is going to be able to pull this one off. That
definitely happens a lot. We will see trainers at the next level, or at any level really, just not bringing a Mega Pokemon if it's not the right Pokemon for the job. We see another King Shield here for Naohito on the bottom, and the Shoma did attack into that, so will receive an attack drop, and of course Thunderous unable to hit through that.
Yeah, I mean, we're just kind of waiting for the inevitable here. Perhaps, another chance for the players to think about Game 2. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's pretty clear what's going to happen in this one, but, when you're playing for not only a chance to play in the World Finals here, but at this point, the players, by making the top 4, have earned $5,000 in scholarship money, but by making the finals, even if they lose, they get up to $7,500. So that's a pretty serious jump in rewards, and you want to take this carefully. You want to make sure you make the right decisions, and even that, I'm probably thinking right now about what Pokemon do I want to bring in Game 2? What is going to get me that scholarship money?
Exactly. We see the knockoff here from that Landorus that had its attack reduced big time, but the Thunderbolt should be enough to finish off the Aegislash there, and Shoma will walk away with 2 Pokemon as the crowd cheers on the victor there.
Yeah, really fantastic series again. Great played game, and now we're at a pretty moment of high tension here. We're a game away from player being eliminated. It's always horrible to get this far and just get that close to the finals, and even ignoring the scholarship prize end of this, getting the chance to play in the World Finals is something that everyone dreams of. On Sunday, you get that Championship Sunday where the only video game matches remaining are the World Finals. Now everyone wants to be on that stage, and these guys are both that close.
Yeah, it's a lot on the line, obviously. Besides any prizing, of course, it's always really huge just to know that all this training and preparation, and I'm sure years and hours of work have finally gone to you being the number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think that almost matters. Well, I'm not going to say it matters more than the prizing, but the pride's a big deal, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the players aren't just playing here because they're trying to get rich or something, right? But I mean, it's going into game 2. Both players really going to have to think hard about how to play through that one. I thought Shoma had a pretty big disadvantage with the lead matchup, but a pretty big advantage with the 4 Pokemon he brought. So even though the beginning of the game was super awkward, he got to the point where he had better Pokemon remaining and won because of it. I think both trainers probably should learn from that first game that Landorus is a lot more important to preserve for this matchup than Kangaskhan is. Usually you're used to a Mega Pokemon being one of the most dominant forces in the battle. I think this time, Kangaskhan's more of a support Pokemon. Like, Fake Out makes it good enough that's probably worth bringing, but shouldn't be the focus of either of these players' offenses. I think at this point in the tournament, most players are prepared to deal with Kangaskhan, and these guys are no exception. So it can win, but it's going to have to be a side dish here, not the main course.
Very true. And speaking of Kangaskhan, actually making its appearance here in the finals this year, as last year, I don't even know if it made the top 8.
It did not. Yeah, I mean, the best Kangaskhan I think finished like 13th or something. So a pretty big jump here to see 2 Kangaskhan in the semifinals, guaranteed to get one in the finals now.
Yeah, even with more Pokemon at their disposal, Kangaskhan just still such a threat even in the 2015 season. So it looks like both of our players are locked in and throwing out their Pokemon here. We do get the Landorus Cresselia lead for now. Hito on the bottom and Shoma on the top, going with that Heatran and Kangaskhan. So this looks awfully familiar. In fact, I would venture to say that these are the same leads as last time.
You'd be right, Justin. I mean, I felt like in the previous game that Shoma had a little disadvantage here, but the way the match was played ended up making it very advantageous to him. I really like that we see the same lead matchup in that sense, because I don't usually like it when players keep the same lead matchup because your opponent should be expecting it. But to me, this creates a really fun dynamic where we have the player who won and the player who maybe should have won. So let's see if this time the adjustments are made to flip the results of this script and make us end up in a game 3 here.
Yeah, I would love to see a game 3. I'm sure Shoma wouldn't. I'm sure he's ready to go on to be potentially in that grand finals here. But both players looking to lock in some moves here now. We saw last time Kangaskhan did go for that Fake Out early on. Is it time to make the switch prediction here? Or do you go for the same thing and hope now Hito's switched it up? Let's take a look. There goes the Mega. It looks like Kangaskhan will be staying in here with the threat of a super power going into either of these slots potentially. And let's see what we get from both of our trainers. There's the Protect again. So a very similar turn 1 so far. We get the Protect here on Landorus there for now Hito. And a Substitute now set up for Shoma, which I don't think we saw last time. And let's see what the move is. Cresselia Psychic again onto that Kangaskhan slot there. So, wow, shapes up to be almost the exact same turn 1, except this time Heatran going behind a Substitute.
I think that's a big improvement. I was very surprised not to see the Substitute in the previous game. We'd seen a similar lead matchup in one of the Swiss rounds, and the Heatran getting the Substitute pretty much dominated the game. Unfortunately, this is the wrong side making a positive adjustment, right? They're thinking that Shoma would maybe get outplayed this time, but he's actually in an even better situation than he was the first time.
No, it's looking good with that Heatran behind there, really able to take this Earthquake. It doesn't affect Cresselia here, but does a ton of damage to Kangaskhan, actually taking it down to the yellow. I believe we will see that Substitute fade away there, and Heatran does return to the field. Kangaskhan now hitting really hard with that return, but actually doesn't manage to pick up the feint here. Now it will depend on the connection of this Heatran's Heat Wave, and I think based on Shoma's reaction there, I think we are going to see it fall, and Cresselia does stay in.
Yeah, some big damage there.
Definitely, and Cresselia finishing off the turn with an Ice Beam, no freeze, and Kangaskhan in the red.
Yeah, that's okay. So I assume that he was kind of expecting the opposite of what he got last time, where he went for that superpower and it looked pretty silly. This time, Earthquakes and Ice Beams expecting a similar play. Last game, that would have been Thunderous coming in. This game, it's still Kangaskhan.
Yes.
Where Psychic might have gotten the knockout. This does not. Landorus goes down easily. And you didn't have to make the trade this time. We came in the last game, trading Kangaskhan for Landorus was pretty advantageous for the side that lost Kangaskhan. But Kangaskhan is decisively still right there. It's on the right.
Right, if you just look like at the top right of the screen, it's definitely still out there. So definitely some defensive training on this Kangaskhan here. Maybe even in hit points, really throwing a couple extra couple extra hours in training on that one.
That's actually a really good point. Looks like both of these players are using slower, bulkier Kangaskhan. So, anyone watching at home kind of wondering, well, how do I make Kangaskhan work at the high level? I don't think it's those like max speed, super quick, super frail Kangaskhan that are going to get it done anymore.
4 double edge moves, just all 4 double edge.
Yeah, double edge, like single edge, like triple edge, and frustration because you got to get the style points.
Exactly. Obviously, always needed there. So yes, you're exactly right, Scott. It does appear like definitely investing in defense is, as they say, what defense wins championships, right?
Yeah, that's always what you expect to do with this tournament. Typically, teams get bulkier and play a little bit better defensively. There's been a whole lot of switching, I guess, other than on Shoma's side, which is good because he has the 1 next to his name.
And it does look like we get a protect here from Heatran, from Shoma there. Kangaskhan protecting as well, so I don't believe we actually saw that last time. Kangaskhan revealing another move there for Naohito on the bottom. And Cresselia getting the Trick Room up. This could be really interesting after those 2 Pokemon, I believe, moved before Naohito's Kangaskhan last time.
That's true. We were mentioning it was quite strange that Kangaskhan was so slow. But now the pieces are starting to fit together. Like, oh, okay, I see why that happened.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, potentially Trick Room could be a big advantage here. Even though the species of the Pokemon on both teams are similar, they can be trained very differently and they perform very differently in battle. Trick Room is one of the things that really takes advantage of that, and that could be a game changer here. It looked like Naohito is about to be on the ropes again, but if anything's going to turn it around, it's going to be this Trick Room.
It could be absolutely huge. We could see a double feint pickup here. It's just going to really depend on the play of Shoma. He does have some switching options available to him right now, but either way, he's going to be taking some damage.
Yeah, I think if he can survive this Trick Room without losing too much, he'll win the game, but it'd be very easy. 1 or 2 wrong predictions, it's going to be all over and leading game 3.
Yeah, this might be a good switch in here into that Amoonguss. This could be huge depending on what that Amoonguss has. I don't know if we saw it last game. Maybe a little Rocky Helmet. Depends on what Kangaskhan decides to do here. We do see the Mega for Naohito show itself, and there we go. Kangaskhan with a Sucker Punch into the Cresselia. Going to do super effective damage, but Cresselia being very, very defensive naturally manages to take it and gets the Citrus Berry here. So Cresselia probably not even going to be below 50% after that move, and I think Shoma's going to go ahead and lose the Mega on this turn depending on what Naohito has decided to do. Ice Beam into that slot no matter what is going to pick it up there, so didn't need to risk it with a Psychic on that one. And Kangaskhan will, of course, I think attack into that here. Oh no, choosing the low kick, going to take some serious Rocky Helmet damage and actually doing more damage to itself than it actually did to that Amoonguss here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that game was actually critical like the game said it was. Yeah, that low kick. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that was kind of what I meant earlier. You kind of have to make those reads to come out ahead here. That was the big one, was, if you're going to whiff the low kick into the Heatran slot or hit a double edge, going to be a tough spot now. I do want to highlight something great that Naohito did there, though, which I think was very subtle and players are going to miss, but notice he didn't Mega Evolve the turn he set Trick Room. When Kangaskhan Mega Evolves, like I mentioned before, it gains speed, so he intentionally didn't gain that speed, so he'd be slower in the first turn of Trick Room. I thought that was really clever. I didn't make a difference this play, but it's like those smart little things that separate the really great players from some of the other competitive players, and definitely something to learn from.
No, that was interesting. Of course, we saw it protect actually that turn, stall out going into Mega, and then Cresselia setting up that Trick Room here. Although it is important to mention that Amoonguss most likely the slowest Pokemon on the field now.
Yeah, the Trick Room may backfire. Cresselia may want to consider resetting it now and protecting Kangaskhan from an inevitable Spore. On the flip side, Amoonguss probably wants to think about sporing and Cresselia and preventing that from happening. We do sometimes see Cresselia with items that protect it from Spore, but since we saw Citrus Berry, there's nothing Cresselia can do if Amoonguss chooses to go for it here, and I think that's definitely the best play. And also the danger, I guess, of using Trick Room when you have such similar teams.
Yeah, this could be scary. It's always nice and a really smart play to have that one Pokemon that you say, this is my Trick Room counter.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny, too, because Amoonguss is not one of the Pokemon that is unique to the trainers. They both could have brought it, but it looks like probably only one trainer has Amoonguss here, and it's going to make a big difference in this second battle.
And it looks like we have decided to see that protect there on Heatran. There is the Spore. It goes off faster into that Cresselia slot. Kangaskhan really going to have to pick up some serious damage here. Who does Naohito target is the question. And it looks like we'll find out in a second here after Cresselia sleeps this turn. Of course, one turn of sleep. And it does look like he has attacked into the Heatran. So Kangaskhan doing no damage here. Amoonguss still on the field and managed to put this Pokemon to sleep, which means Kangaskhan might be a turn away from sleep as well.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised to see a protect from Kangaskhan here, but at this point he's just kind of stalling his own Trick Room out, not really making any progress, and certainly before Trick Room expires, Amuga's going to have a shot at another Spore in that slot. A really tough position now. Shoma's got a really commanding lead. He's played this series really fabulously, and it's going to be tough to take this one away from him. Has the right Pokemon out at the right time here, and the combination of Heatran and Amoonguss could close this series for him.
Yeah, that is kind of looking how it's shaping up here. That Protect on Heatran was a great call. It was most likely it was really the safest play. Shoma just took a look at what his options were and made the absolute safest play, which isn't always the best play.
It's true.
And we get the Protect here from Kangaskhan, like you had said earlier, not wanting to get spored there, which I think just happened there. Cresselia does wake up. Wait a second, manages to get an Ice Beam off into the Amoonguss. No freeze on that one, does a decent amount of damage here, and it does look like Heatran's going to go ahead and hit back. Kangaskhan shouldn't be taking any damage here, but Cresselia will be going down to 71 hit points.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised to see that Ice Beam rather than reversing Trick Room, even though it wouldn't really improve the situation that much, where Kangaskhan still has to knock out Amoonguss before it can low kick Heatran. At least Kangaskhan gets a chance to move. The way it was played out, Kangaskhan almost definitely going to get spored here. There's still remaining Pokemon, so maybe it's all a ploy and Amoonguss is in the back or something, but otherwise, I'm not seeing how this is going to get in a position where now Hito can actually take the game.
And we do see both trainers taking a little while here to lock in those moves. This being a very critical turn, a lot on the line. The winner, of course, of this series will go on into the grand finals of the World Championships tomorrow here. So that'll be happening. Don't forget about that, guys. It's going to be a lot of fun. We do see the Spore get fired off into the Kangaskhan slot. Unfortunately, unable to avoid that one. It can be a pretty brutal move here. We do see the Psychic, though, from Cresselia. Probably going to pick up the feint here, and does manage to get rid of that Amoonguss, but at what cost with this Heatran still on the field? And Kangaskhan, of course, does sleep this turn and should hopefully maybe wake up the next one, but I don't know if it's going to be around here. Does a lot of damage to that Kangaskhan, but Cresselia avoiding the Heat Wave.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Now, it's possible that both of them will be able to survive another Heat Wave. It's going to be pretty close in Kangaskhan's case, but it's right on the edge. And Landorus coming out here. A Pokemon's very dominant in the first game, but not something that wants to stare down Cresselia and Trick Room. So finally an advantage to having that Trick Room up, perhaps.
Yeah, and it looks like this might be the last turn of that. So hopefully does something here. I think Heatran, though, does have access to Protect. So unfortunately, Kangaskhan won't be able to do anything to it, most likely, unless Shoma decides to play really risky and hope for another turn of sleep.
Yeah, I mean, Heatran will be all right, but Landorus probably not as much. I think you're losing that Landorus here, even if you could pick up a knockout with Heat Wave of one of these Pokemon, you're still in a 2-on-1 position where maybe they can turn it around, but Kangaskhan waking up is a big deal here. It doesn't look like we have a hyper-offensive Cresselia like we saw earlier in the day, so a single Ice Beam on this Landorus probably not going to get the job done.
No, and it's going to be an interesting move to see here as both trainers wait to lock in the very last second. And let's see what we get. It's going to be a Protect from Cresselia, actually, instead of going for that potential Ice Beam into Landorus there. And a Rock Slide comes out. Will be enough to pick up the feint on Kangaskhan. No, and really showing its physical bulk there, hanging on with 30 hit points. And the Heat Wave, I think, does connect. Kangaskhan will fall. For now, Hito there on the bottom screen, and I believe Cresselia is going to be out there just hanging on.
Yeah, there's not too much it can do. It can't do anything to Heatran, really. Ice Beam, it need more than one to knock out Landorus. Certainly not likely to get the opportunity to do that against these two Pokemon. So it's going to require now Hito having a very particular final Pokemon, I guess, to basically defeat three Pokemon on the opposing side.
Yeah, that could be absolutely brutal here, and both players locking in their final moves on this one here. Cresselia shouldn't be able to last too much longer, considering there was a Protect there on that last turn.
Yeah, time's ticking down as well. It's something that doesn't typically exist for the Japanese players, so I'm always a little bit interested in how they play around the time, but might actually help Naohito here. I guess I can't imagine how he's going to pull himself out of this one, but certainly more likely to win on time probably than by actually knocking all the opposing Pokemon.
That's true. With Aegislash having access to that King Shield, we see another protect there for Cresselia. Does get the double protect here. Now Hito really excited about that one. Maybe it's going to be a big play depending on where the targets go for Shoma. We do see the Heat Wave here, and oh my gosh, doing a ton of damage to that Aegislash. It's going to switch into Blade form here and hopefully get off some serious damage into one of these Pokemon. It's going to be a Shadow Ball onto that Heatran slot, but leaves it in the red there. Maybe just hoping for that critical hit.
Yeah, maybe. It gets it really close, though. You know, it's like we're kind of a couple attack misses now, maybe away from something happening. I'm not sure if Cresselia can get just knocked up by U-turn here, which kind of ruins all of the excitement if it can. But if not, you know, an Ice Beam, an attack missing perhaps the other way, maybe something can happen here.
Yeah, we did see that Landorus switch move, so we know it's not locked into anything here, so it definitely does have that option. Cresselia, you know, in the yellow, I don't know if it has the bulk to take a super effective attack like that right now here. Aegislash also very, very low, and we saw how much damage that Heat Wave did, even in shield form, so even if it can make it one more turn through a King Shield, it might not make it one more Heat Wave. But like you said, Scott, misses do happen, and it could be a game changer. Wait a second, Shadow Sneak! Are you kidding me? Picks up the Fate on Shoma's Heatran. This match just got absolutely turned around depending on what this Landorus decides to do. This could be a big move here. Knockoff onto Cresselia. Does pick up the Feint with just enough damage. Shoma turning to the audience, throwing a fist in the air here. Very, very excited as that Landorus hangs on with about full hit points there. I don't think it has a scratch on it, and I think there we go with the Earthquake in Blade form. Shoma standing up, excited to potentially be your next world champion here. Incredible match there. Oh my God, he's done.
We get a medic on the field.
Oh my gosh, he's out like a lantern.
Yeah, that shows you how exhausting this journey's probably been, though. You know, now 9 rounds into the day, he made through just enough to make it to the finals of the World Championships. You know, definitely a distant dream for players, and probably for him, you know, just a couple days ago. Now he's actually going to do it tomorrow. He will play in the finals of the World Championships.
Yeah.
He's already earned $7,500 in scholarship money. He could play for the top prize of $10,000 in scholarships.
Yeah.
You know, he's really accomplished something today.
That's
and, you know,
huge.
it's good to see him excited, and also I could empathize with him being a little worn out. He's had to put a lot of work in.
Yeah, I mean, I said it a little bit earlier. I believe that it's surprising. I mean, when you're watching at home, or maybe even watching here, you're seeing the matches, right? But at the same time, you don't realize the players. Maybe you went and got some lunch. Maybe you took a nap and came back. You know, maybe you went out and went to the store and came back. These guys have been here since about I want to say I saw some people in the elevator like 7 a.m. and we're nearing the 12-hour mark.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it. You know, the players had to be here at 9, I think, at the latest. They got started shortly afterward. These guys have been going at it for a long time, and you know, it gets tiring. You know, harder to keep making those good decisions.
It really is.
Which I think makes it that much more impressive when you see some of the matches we have where the players have just been so perfect. You know, seems like we've had a few series today where every turn was perfect. Like, they always made it very difficult to get any damage inflicted on their teams because they continually switched to have advantage so that you couldn't really attack against them.
Yeah.
You know, it's easy to do actually, it's hard to do even, you know, the first few games of the day, let alone at the end of the day against the best competition in the world when you really just want to probably get some food and take a nap.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I want to do pretty much all the time. So I can't imagine playing games on top of that. I would love to talk more about the match, but I think I'm actually going to hear more about that from Shoma. But before we do that, let's head over to, I believe, Jonathan Indovino, who's looking to have a sideline interview with maybe a Poke fan out there.
Thank you so much for that, Justin. We're here back on the floor in Boston, Massachusetts at Pokemon Worlds, and I'm joined by another Pokemon fan. Go ahead, let us know your name, where you're from, and what brought you to Worlds.
My name is Steven from Connecticut, and I know you commentate this. I don't know if you're on YouTube for Pokemon at all, but this guy, Shady Penguin, I'm a big fan of his, and I just came here to see him and hope I can meet him, so hopefully I get to do that today.
Yeah, I've heard of him. But besides that, are you more of a video game guy or the TCG guy? Because those are the two big avenues that we're going to be here at Worlds.
Definitely the video games. I've been playing these for over a decade, so that's why I'm definitely here.
Over a decade? That's definitely vet status right there for sure. Did you come here with anyone? group of friends, by yourself, what have you?
I came with a group. I came with this kid Chase, this kid John, Tom, Nick, Dan. So I came with a good group of guys.
Awesome. You know, one of the best things for me about Worlds is definitely hanging out with your friends. Everyone here, we love Pokemon. We're here for that reason. So it's really, really cool just to kind of have something in common. Did you check out anything like the store, side events, anything like that while you were at Worlds?
Yeah, I spent way too much money at that store. So, yeah, you're welcome, Nintendo, for all that money you got from me.
Goodness, yeah, that store is definitely it's a little trap. Every time I go in there, just a little bit more. They suck it up. But what was your favorite item that you picked up from the store?
Oh, the shiny Rayquaza plush, all day.
I think I have to go pick that up next. I was resisting for so long, but I might have to go back and pick up that shiny Rayquaza Plus. There's a ton of stuff here to enjoy, whether it's the shop, the community, the friends, Pokemon. It's awesome. Speaking of which, when we come back, we're going to have some TCG action. Thank you so much, Steve, for joining me here on this interview. But we're going to take a short break and be back with TCG.
Hey there, Pokemon fans, and thank you for sticking around for this long day of Pokemon action. Of course, we have some TCG coming up shortly here. I am Justin Flynn, and joining me on stage before we get to that is Shoma Honami, who you just saw take on his fellow countrymen and actually managed to go to the grand finals here. So this could be your future world champion. It was actually really an interesting match there. I believe Shoma actually won 2-0 in that one, making some incredible decisions. So I guess we'll get right into that. Shoma, you won 2-0. How did you play so well?
2-0 でストレート勝ちしましたけど、どうやってそんなにうまくプレーできたんですか？
そうですね。
Like you made some really good predictions.
具体的に言いますと、相手のパーティーはヒードランの攻撃を通せば勝てると思ったんで、ヒードランをどう活躍させるかを、中心に考えてやっていったのでうまくいったと思います。
To be precise, and what I think is because the opponent's party is based on Heatran, so I also wanted this Heatran to beat Heatran.
Oh, okay. Yeah, good. So I noticed you guys said, yeah, you did have a very similar team, and I know you're really tired right now. How do you keep your energy throughout the whole day?
すごい長い一日だったと思うんですけど、このエナジーをどうやって一日なんとか保つことができた？
そうですね。僕はポケモン対戦が好きなんで、いや対戦し続けてられるんですよ。
I love
集中力が
Pokemon
保つ
so much that I can keep playing Pokemon forever. And my
Whoa.
concentration goes on forever as well. I
That-
love it so much.
That is awesome. Yeah, no, it really does. A passion will drive you very, very far in this game. So that's we saw you laying down after you won there. I'm sure you want to take a big rest, of course. So I won't take up too much more of your time, but I will go back to the match for just a second there. You led with the same Pokemon each time, which I thought was really, really interesting. Why did you decide to bring the same two Pokemon?
いつも同じポケモンで始めたと思うんですけど、それはどうしてでしょうか？
そうですね、やっぱりヒードランを中心に攻めていくにあたって、ガルーラの猫魂を使えばうまく、自分が有利にやっていけると思ったんで。
Because I wanted to sort of make Heatran play well.
Yes.
So in order to do that, Kangaskhan needed to play fake out at first. That's why I needed Kangaskhan to be there.
Spoken like a true champion. Of course, Kangaskhan's such a huge threat in this format. Now, interesting. How long have you been playing Pokemon? I mean, you might be the world champion. How long did it take you to get here?
何年ぐらいポケモンプレイされているんですか？
そうですね、競技的にポケモンを始めたのは高校の時なんで5、6年ですけど、ピカチュウ版から、考えると小学校から十何年ずっとやってますかね。
So I've been playing Pokemon since Pikachu version, so it's been more than 10 years. But competitively, I've been playing since high school, so it's been 5-6 years.
And how long have you been playing in the Masters Division? And is this the farthest you've ever gone?
マスター部門でプレイされて何年になりますか？また今回が一番やっぱ世界大会で活躍されたってことでよろしい？
そうですね、今までで一番いい結果ですね。はい。
マスターでは何年？
マスターでそうですね、始めた時からマスターなんで5、6年ですかね。
So when he started, he was already at Masters, so it's been 5-6 years.
Oh, okay.
This is the farthest he came of.
Oh, cool. So this is the farthest you've ever gone. Before we get out of here, I know you probably want to rest or just definitely relax or maybe even practice all night. That's probably a good question. Are you gonna rest now or are you just gonna keep playing?
今もう準決勝が終わりましたけど、これからゆっくりされますか？それとももうちょっとポケモンプレイされますか？
そうですね。宴しますかね。
I want a party.
Okay, already throwing the party, dude. I feel you. That's going to be absolutely awesome. Before you go out tonight and have a good time, anybody you want to say hi to, maybe watching the stream?
これを見ている人で誰かメッセージを伝えたい方いらっしゃいますか？
そうですね。
Maybe someone you train with or a friend.
これまでずっと一緒に対戦してきた方とか、仲間の方とかに。
僕の調整に付き合ってくれた友人たちに見てるかって言いたいですね。
I'd just like to say, ask my friend if they are watching, who I always played with.
Oh, very
say hi
nice.
to his friends.
Awesome. So saying hi to all his friends that he enjoys playing with. Of course, you don't get all these opportunities to shout out all your best friends, but of course, Shoma definitely earning his place here today through some grueling battles and sending some love out to his fellow friends out there. Shoma, thank you so much for giving me the chance to interview you. I appreciate that. Best of luck in the grand finals here. And guys, don't go anywhere. We have tons of trading card game coming up here, so stick around and thank you so much for watching.
Just the way the competition is, everyone here is so nice and so friendly.
It's so much fun, and I love trying to predict your opponent's moves.
I would have to say the strategy, the battles, and meeting all the new people.
I like opening the pack.
When I was in first grade, my friend got me a starter deck for my birthday, and then I loved it.
One of my brother's friends handed him a card pack one day, and then we started playing cards, and our dad looked up the video game, and then we started playing that.
I remember playing Pokemon Pinball, actually, right before I got Pokemon Silver.
Going into a league challenge and winning it with Rayquaza and Boar.
Playing Kling Klang from the Plasma Storm set, just shutting off all the X's from attacking.
I go to a bunch of different places, like I've been to different countries because of Pokemon. It makes life a bit more busy, but it's fun.
It's taught me how I should always value everything and have fun no matter what.
I always pile shuffle the same way.
I always play test with my friends,
I usually walk around, be nervous.
get a good shuffle in,
Before every game, I sort out my coins to see which ones are where.
and I get a good night's sleep.
Usually I carry around this green Rayquaza coin that I like.
Last year I had one, but I didn't do so well at Worlds, so I changed it up this year.
Well, as of right now, I got the Ash hat.
I bring my lucky Emboar.
I spend a lot of time online looking at other decks and looking at all the cards, trying to figure out something out of the box that I could play for a big tournament.
I try to get all the funny Pokemon into my team because, you know, if the other competitor loses, at least he can have a good laugh.
Test and test and test and build decks and build decks and build more decks.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Pokemon World Championships. I am Josue Crims-Rojano here with Kyle Puka Sukovic, and we are finally going to start the top 8 of the Pokemon TCG Masters Division.
That's right, Josue. We've had 2 long days of Worlds so far. These players have played through a bunch of games, and now we have whittled away hundreds of competitors, and we're down to just 8 at this point, and we have some pretty elite competitors at this point.
That's putting it mildly. We have people who have been here before, so to speak, multiple times even in some cases.
Yeah, we have a former world champion in the mix, so we could see a multiple-time world champion. We have a former world finalist, and those are actually the 2 players who are going to feature in this match. It's going to be Igor Costa versus Simon Narode. Igor, of course, won the World Championships just a few years ago and then took 2nd place last year. And Simon Narode took 2nd place at the World Championships just a few years ago as well. So 2 players who know success here at the biggest tournament for the Pokemon TCG, and they're going to face off right away in the top 8.
Way to spoil it right away. Yeah, that's coming really soon. But just so you guys know, we also have some incredible players that also qualified for the top 8. Players like Sean Foisey, Merlin Quitek, Martin Janus, I believe that's how you pronounce his last name, Jacob Van Wagner, Mies Brenninkmeyer, Tito Santoso.
Yeah, we have a nice mix of players here, really an international flair at this year's World Championships, players from a bunch of different countries. So a ton of different decks as well. We've seen, I think we have like 5 different decks being featured here in top 8, something like that, 4 or 5. We see a couple Seismitoad decks, a couple Night March decks, but the rest are pretty unique.
You know what's really interesting is the amount of European players that made this top 8. It's really impressive to see how well they've been performing. And also interesting, I guess, is the fact that no Japanese players made this top 8.
Yeah, usually we see a few Japanese players in top 8. None of them qualified for the top 8 this year. Interesting to note, though, Martin is the #1 player in championship points in the world, and he did manage to make top 8. So would be quite a season for him if he finishes #1 in the rankings and then goes on to win the world championships as well.
Yeah, but in order to do that, he's got to go through Jacob Van Wagner, who dominated the competition recently.
Yeah, he showed up with the crazy Blastoise Keldeo deck, Archie's ace in the hole, crazy strategy, and it's paying off for him. A lot of these players came up with something new, brought it to this tournament, and I mean, it's a big risk to show up with something that's a little untested or something that's very matchup dependent, but in the right environment, I mean, it pays off.
Yeah. Anyways, guess what, guys? It is time to go to the match. Players are ready. We're all ready. Let's get this top 8 started.
All right, let's make some noise for these 2 competitors. They are familiar to this stage. There we see Simon Narode, 2nd place finisher just a few years ago. His opponent, Igor Costa, last year's runner-up, and of course, a previous world champion. He's already making history. I mean, he's made the top 8, 3 times in just the past 4 years or so.
Yeah, in these last 2 years, he has cemented himself as one of the absolute elite players in this game. He's, joined the ranks of Jason Klasinski, Sammy Seikoum, Yamato. These players are all, joined in company by Igor Costa now.
Yeah, absolutely. And a win here, I mean, if he could advance to top 4 or the finals again, man, that would be just an incredible run.
Yeah, it would cement him as the 2nd winningest player in world's history, which is something crazy to say, considering he'd have 2 world championships and he'd still be only 2nd.
Yeah. And, of course, Simon, he did take 2nd place to Jason Klasinski just a few years ago. He actually got his revenge on Jason in the final round of Swiss, knocking out the 3-time world champion to earn his spot in the top 8. So he is here to play. I mean, he wants that win this year.
No doubt about it. Now, actually, let's get to the decks. We haven't even talked about the decks they're playing. We see Simon Narode playing the actual Donphan deck that we saw earlier today, I believe. Yeah. And then Igor Costa is actually playing, the old stalwart itself, Seismitoad.
Yeah, Seismitoad EX has really been the face of the Pokemon TCG this season ever since it came out at the beginning of the year. I mean, it has just dominated tournaments. It's won regional championships, won the national championships in the U.S., and Igor has used Seismitoad EX quite a bit this season, so no surprise to see him using it here at Worlds as well.
Yeah, and there's no surprise seeing it in the top 8. It's a deck that I definitely expected to see a lot of, and I'm actually kind of surprised it didn't get as many decks representing it as it did.
Yeah, I mean, we still got 2 or 3 decks focusing around Seismitoad EX in the top 8. Not too much of a surprise, but what is more of a surprise is Simon's Donphan deck. It is a deck that kind of fell out of favor with a lot of players. It was kind of seen as too weak for competitive play as newer and better cards came out. But Simon brought it back and said, you know what, this is the perfect opportunity for this old strategy to come back.
Now, Simon did start with a Karina start and finding a Phanpy, I believe, or maybe did he find a Donphan?
Yeah, it looked like he grabbed a Donphan.
Yeah, he found a Donphan, and he had a Phanpy in his hand, but now he's actually searching for another Phanpy in order to get to him play.
Yeah, this is a big first turn for Simon. We see that double colorless energy on Igor's Seismitoad on the bench. He couldn't attack because it was his first turn. He went first. So Simon knows next turn he's getting hit by that Quaking Punch. That means he won't be able to play item cards anymore. So he has to play as many item cards as he can right now, get a bunch of Pokemon down, start attaching energy, and go from there.
Exactly. We would like to see maybe some Robo substitutes come into play. That's something that we haven't seen out of Simon this turn. And that's something that I'm sure he's missing.
Yeah, so Simon will retreat into that Howlucha, getting rid of that poison. Just sends up a fresh one, making it more difficult for Igor to get a knockout on this turn. But, man, he's got a couple Zubat down already. There's the Shaman EX for the setup. He's definitely going to be using Quaking Punch. And, oh, there is that Golbat, that sneaky bite, putting 2 damage counters on Howlucha. That will set up for the Quaking Punch knockout.
A Super Scoop Up does miss, actually, so he does not get to reuse the Crobat. Oh, Golbat.
Yeah, so that looks like that one is heads, so you can go ahead and scoop up that Golbat. He'll put down a second one, put 2 more damage counters on the field. Looks like he's going to target down Phanpy with that one. Igor, he loves his Super Scoop Up. When he won his World Championships I think about 3 years ago, he used Super Scoop Up to great success, picking up Pokemon exactly when he needed to, so he is definitely a big fan of that card.
You have an amazing memory, Kyle. All right, so now Igor actually got a great start, an incredible start, and that Shaman for 3 helped him out a lot.
Yeah, Shaman EX setup is just one of the best abilities in the game. Being able to just draw so many cards in a single turn is so important. Just being able to cycle through your deck, find the resources you need. We saw this turn has been pretty explosive for him, already putting 2 Golbat into play.
Exactly. Now, Igor at this point really just wants to start establishing his dominance, right? He wants to start Quaking Punching from this turn forward. At this point also, though, Simon's going to want to interrupt it. He wants to maybe swarm Howluchas, start dealing too much damage to the Seismitoad to the point where it actually has to retreat and, hide behind the wall of Crobats and Golbats.
Yeah, I mean, Igor's strategy is pretty simple. It's just Quaking Punch over and over and over until you win. Of course, you have the Golbat and the Crobat to add some extra damage, put a little more punch behind Quaking Punch. And we actually see he did attach an energy to his Golbat, maybe signifying in the future he may even attack with Crobat since it is resistant to fighting.
Yeah, that's not a bad strategy. At that point, if he understands that he's probably going to have to break that lock, then it's nice to be prepared and be able to start attacking with your Crobat instead of just passing.
Right, so we do see a Chorus from Simon this turn. He did attach that fighting energy to Howlucha and put the fighting stadium out there, so he will be able to flying press at some point this turn, which will hit for 80 damage. It's a decent amount of damage. He's going to try to set up a 2-hit knockout, but it's going to be difficult.
Yep, that wrestling Pokemon is going to be able to flying press, dealing quite a bit of damage to the Seismitoad EX. At this point, well, actually, we spoke too soon.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go with Donphan's spinning turn instead. It will actually do 20 extra damage. It's a base of 40, but then Strong Energy adds 20. Muscle Band adds 20 more. Fighting Stadium adds another 20. And all of a sudden, your 40 damage attack is hitting for 100 damage.
How crazy is that? We see an Ultra Ball discarding a double colorless energy and a Versus Seeker. That's a little unusual. The double colorless energies tend to be a high priority card for the Seismitoad decks.
Yeah, I mean, that's your main way to power up Seismitoad EX, right? You just put a double colorless down, use Quaking Punch. But feels like Igor is comfortable doing this. He's just going to play out his hand. That's not bad. If you're going to play a Juniper, I guess you don't mind discarding that double colorless.
Exactly.
Oh, and here we go. Big Super Scoop Up. Wow,
that was a big miss. Yeah.
I think Super Scoop Up is really going to be the game changer in this matchup. Simon will never really get one-hit knockouts on that Seismitoad EX, so if Igor can ever play a Super Scoop Up, get heads, and bring it back to his hand and deny Simon a knockout, man, that's going to be so difficult to deal with.
Which actually brings the question is, like, how much of a deterrent will it be that he had to spend 2 Super Scoop Ups early on non-Seismitoads?
Yeah.
We'll have to find out.
Yeah, I mean, he did get some additional damage from Golbat, but maybe those are better served later on in the game when you can just heal off your Seismitoad.
Yeah, no doubt about it, especially when your opponent can knock you out in one hit. One big thing that we also saw, by the way, was the fact that he countered the stadium. That strong, the fighting stadium being gone is huge for the damage output that Simon can dish out.
Yeah, but he will still do just enough. Spinning turn for 80 damage, so Simon will tie the game up with that spinning turn and then switches into his Howlucha.
I should have added a disclaimer that, in the long run. Short run, no big deal.
All right, so now it is Igor's turn. Of course, the annoying part about Donphan is it does switch to the bench, and if you leave that unchecked for a while, it can build up enough energy for that big attack wreck. And that is one way that Simon can get one-hit knockouts.
Does this start surprise you, by the way? Does the fact that Simon is keeping up, incredibly well against Igor's well-positioned deck?
I mean, it can happen. Howlucha is very, very potent against Pokemon EX, and Simon plays 4 of them, so that is his strategy. He did take down Jason Kozinski in the Swiss rounds, who was, of course, famous for running Seismitoad EX.
Correct.
So he's shown he can do it. Just those Crobat are going to be the big hurdle.
Yeah, no doubt showing his play skill here. And Igor now attaches water energy to the Seismitoad that has a double colorless already attached. So Igor is making some long-term game plans here.
Yeah, we see the surprise bite from Igor, going to put 3 damage counters on that Donphan, and then we see Hypnotoxic Laser. Looks like he can just retreat and Quaking Punch for a knockout, and then he'll play an N before doing that.
Yep, the damage works out just perfectly in order to get that knockout and come ahead in prizes now, 3-4.
Yeah, now this will be kind of an interesting trade here. So it looks like Igor is pretty much committed to knocking out Howlucha, but that Donphan already has 2 energy on it. If Simon finds a double colorless energy next turn, he can wreck and knock out Igor's only Seismitoad in play, leaving him with no energy except for the one on Crobat. So it could be a situation where that Donphan actually lives after using wreck, and that's not a situation you want to be in.
A double colorless energy is not easy to find. He only plays 2 of it, so it's not like he's guaranteed to get it, right? But if he does get it, this is going to be a big turn for Simon. And he finds a Karina. If he has a computer search, maybe?
Well, let's not forget Quaking Punch. The biggest part about it is you can't play item cards. So, yeah, that makes it even more difficult for Simon to find that double colorless energy. Couldn't play computer search. I mean, if he could play item cards, this would be an easy Karina. He would just search out computer search, grab double colorless, and wreck for the knockout. But he can't play items, so he might have to just settle for spinning turn.
No kidding, right? Silly me forgetting the whole reason why you play this Seismitoad deck. Oh, man. So Karina actually gets mitigated quite a bit with Quaking Punch. The fact that Karina really just says search your deck for a fighting Pokemon makes it, a much worse supporter to play, but at the same time, sometimes you just need it.
Yeah, and even though that Robo Substitute does act as a Pokemon when it's on the field, it is an item card, so you can't play that down when you've been hit by Quaking Punch. So it's just one more way Seismitoad EX can disrupt this Donphan deck.
Exactly. That's why it was so important for him to be able to bring these down on turn 1 when he actually could use items. He hasn't been able to use them since his very first turn of the game.
Yeah, and Seismitoad EX, I mean, obviously Quaking Punch is an extremely disruptive attack, shutting off item cards, but it gets even more disruptive as the game goes on, and you play a card like N, forcing your opponent to shuffle in and draw a new hand. There's a good chance they're going to redraw into those item cards they haven't been able to play all game, and they won't be able to do anything.
Ooh, a huge Lysander from the Seismitoad player. Igor, Lysander's up to Donphan, is going to be able to deal enough damage to knock it out, and that's going to be it for the attackers from Simon's side.
Yeah, that was a huge turn. Huge missed opportunity from Simon on that wreck. I think if he could have gotten that, he may have been in a decent position. But now it swings back to Igor. He's able to get that Lysander, knocks out the Donphan, and all of a sudden, Simon has no energy left in play.
Donphan's water weakness comes back to bite him because of the Lysander. And Igor obviously knew that this kind of a turn was coming for him if he was going to win this game. He needed to get rid of that Donphan, and he found the Lysander in just the right turn.
Yeah, now Simon, he does have a fighting energy. He can, go ahead and hit with Flying Press, but he has no other cards to play. Just hits for 60 damage, and it's just a situation you can be in. Here's the Hypnotoxic Laser. If Igor can find a Crobat, he can knock out the Fan Bee on the bench with Surprise Bite. But actually, I believe he's out of those. He only plays 2, so he won't be able to quite win this turn.
Yeah, he is out of those, and he's out of Super Scoop-Ups as well. He only plays 3, so he probably won't win this turn. Yeah, he definitely won't win this turn.
He could have drawn his AZ. That's another way, but he did not have it. Still, Igor looks to be in a pretty dominant position. He will knock out that Hawlucha thanks to Hypnotoxic Laser and Burbank City Gym. And then all that's left is a Fan P with 50 HP. Not looking good for Simon.
Yeah, and he's also finding himself a Seismitoad, so he'll be able to restock the Quaking Punches, assuming he has another double colorless energy.
Yeah, and there we go. There's Quaking Punch. Can Simon do anything here to extend this game? And looks like, well, he draws a strong energy. And okay, he finds a Donphan, and I think he can actually get the knockout with Spinning Turn. But if Igor can do anything to do 80 damage, he'll win this game right here.
Igor does need one more attack here. 80 damage is kind of hard to hit, but Hypnotoxic Laser does deal 30 there.
Yeah, if he finds a Muscle Band, he can use Skill Dive, and he's just going to get the AZ, drops the 3 damage counters onto Donphan, and Skill Dive takes down game number 1 for Igor.
Igor Costa wins game 1 with some masterful play and a great Lysander in order to bring this match to 1-0 in his favor.
Yeah, we saw some glimpses there from Simon. He definitely has an opportunity to win this matchup. It does feel like leeway, though. He has less opportunities to, miss things. He has to be on top of everything. He has to keep attacking, keep getting energy, and that's just so difficult when you're getting hit by Quaking Punch every turn.
Yeah, we saw how aggressive this matchup actually is compared to other Seismitoad matchups that we've seen before. This matchup is just so aggressive because the Donphan can attack for so little energy, and so can the Seismitoad. So you just see these players start attacking from turn 1 even, and it's just who blinks first, right?
Yeah, and I think the Golbat and Crobat for Igor really were the difference in this matchup. We saw that extra damage just be the right thing he needed to get those big knockouts. The early one sets up Hawlucha to be knocked out. It seemed like no matter what Simon did, he just couldn't keep his attackers on the field. There was just too much damage coming at him.
Yeah. Igor is obviously favored here. We thought it was going to be a favored match for Igor, but he won pretty decisively at the end. Like the Donphan player definitely kept up for a little while, but then eventually he ended up just pulling away, man. Like the Quaking Punch just eventually did enough damage to Simon here.
Yeah, I mean, Igor, starting from turn 2, he used Quaking Punch every single turn, which means starting from turn 2, Simon never got to play another item card. And usually your deck is filled with item cards. Usually you have at least 10 to 20 of those. And that means 10 to 20 cards in your deck you just can't play. And that just really goes a long way to disrupting you.
Simon's game plan has always been, I need to disrupt the Quaking Punch. I need to be able to drop a lot of items. I need to be able to reestablish my Robo Substitutes. These are cards that he absolutely needs in order to win this matchup. The fact that Robo Substitute mitigates an entire turn is huge. I mean, we're talking about like when we're seeing KOs every turn, being able to have your opponent not take a prize is just ginormous, and that's how you're going to win that matchup if you're Simon.
Yeah, we do have a different start here in game number 2. Simon will be going first. Of course, Igor is up 1 game. If Igor wins this game, he will move on to the top 4. It is a best-of-3 series, though, so if Simon wins the next 2, he will advance to the top 4. Starting off with Karina this game, much like the last game, but the big difference is Igor starting with Shaman EX. Going to be very difficult to get his Seismitoad EX in the active spot to use Quaking Punch right away.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's not forget that these players are playing for quite a bit of prizes here. If you jump to the top 4, you're going to make $7,500. Wow. That's quite a bit.
That's I think that's as much money that Igor got when he won the World Championships.
No kidding. And most importantly, you set yourself up to only have to win 2 more matches in order to become the champion.
Yeah, of course, there are over $500,000 in prizes being given away at this tournament. A $25,000 scholarship for the first place winner. There's just so much on the line here. These guys got to be feeling the pressure.
Exactly. And Igor, much less so after having 1 game win here.
Yeah, I mean, to Igor's credit, he has been on this stage several times now. He was a finalist last year. Simon has been on the stage before as well, so I think they're both as calm as you could be playing on stage in front of people for thousands of dollars, but you still got to be a little nervous.
Yeah, you see them playing at a steady pace. A Robo Substitute does come down from Simon, by the way. That's something that we definitely want to see from Simon in this case.
Yeah, so he got to play out quite a bit of his hand. He got a Fan P down with a strong energy and a muscle band, gets a Robo Substitute, leaves himself with 1 card. I presume that's going to be a supporter like a Professor Juniper. So really strong start from Simon. but it really feels like Igor is the one who controls this matchup. If he's always doing what he wants to do, getting Quaking Punch going, getting the Golbat and the Crobat, it really feels like Simon won't be able to keep up with him. But if Igor ever misses a step, misses Quaking Punch, it feels like Simon could sneak in and take a game.
Yeah, or even the match. So at this point, Igor actually has no way to really get rid of that strong energy, by the way. That's pretty important. The fact that that strong energy is going to stay in play, and obviously Donphan wants to stay in play for as long as possible, that's going to mean quite a bit of damage is going to be coming down to Igor's side of the field, potentially as early as next turn.
Yeah, Strong Energy is one of those cards that gave Fighting-type Pokemon a big boost in that Furious Fist expansion. I mean, it actually is the reason that Donphan is a viable deck in the first place. For a while, for I think a couple of years, Donphan just kind of sat in everyone's binders, and it's like, oh yeah, there's this card that does 40 damage. And then Strong Energy came out, and then there's Muscle Band, there's Fighting Stadium. It's like, oh, wait, no, that does 100 damage now. That's much better.
By the way, because of Igor's Shaman start, it seems like it's going to be very difficult for Igor to be able to actually attack with Quaking Punch this turn. He's going to need to hit a Super Scoop of Heads, I believe.
Yeah, we saw he did actually Ultra Ball away in AZ. He could have maybe pulled that off, AZ, pick up the Shaman, and then send up Seismitoad EX and Quaking Punch. But looks like he went for the N instead and decided to just, he didn't find Super Scoop Up, so he has to pass.
This is big. This is really big. The fact that Simon now has 2 turns to use items and obviously is going to be able to get the first attack off as well.
Yeah, this is a huge opportunity for Simon. If he can find a Muscle Band or a Silver Bangle, he can Flying Press, knock out this Shaman on the second turn, and take a quick 2-prize lead.
All he needs is a Silver Bangle or a Muscle Band here. Does he have it?
Let's see if he has it. He already has the Strong Energy and the Fighting Stadium out, so he is hitting for 100 damage with that Flying Press. I'm sure he would love to get this knockout.
Yeah, 100 damage is just not enough here. You do not want to miss this opportunity.
Yeah,
and like he might.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to miss the opportunity. So instead, he's going to retreat to Donphan, just hit with Spinning Turn and switch into the Robo Substitute. That way he doesn't put his Howlucha in harm's way.
Yeah, now at this point, he does expect for the Quaking Punch lock to begin. But man, did he miss an opportunity there. If he would have been able to knock out the Shaman, that would have been a 2-prize lead right away from the second turn, and he would have had 2 turns of playing items.
Right, and Igor here actually deciding to put the 2 damage counters from Golbat's Sneaky Bite onto the Robo Substitute, being very aggressive here. If he can find, if he can get a heads
up here.
And it looks like he does not get heads. If he could find another Golbat, he could put 2 more damage counters on Robo Substitute and actually force Simon to send out a Pokemon, which he can then attack.
Now at this point, Igor is probably going to be using Sky Return for this for his turn. And while that's fine, once again, that will mean no Quaking Punch lock.
Yeah. So Simon probably breathing in a sigh of relief. He gets another turn of item cards, gets another chance to put down maybe a Silver Bangle or a Muscle Band, something like that to help him just advance his board position, because right now it does seem like he's in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, while game 1 was a tale of like 2 players just drawing very well and just dealing big haymakers to each other, game 2's been a tale of missed opportunities. From Simon's side of the field and Igor, we've seen them both just barely miss an opportunity to be able to really take advantage of the game here and secure a really strong position.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing Simon wants to get into play this turn is another Robo Substitute. He needs to get those down. Those are so annoying to deal with. The fact that you have to waste an attack sometimes just to get rid of it, that can make the difference, right? I mean, if your Donphan is getting knocked out, if your opponent isn't taking prize cards, then you can chip away slowly with that Spinning Turn.
Yeah, we saw it right there in the last turn where Igor not only spent an attack, but he also spent a Golbat.
Right, so it looks like he's actually going to opt to put a Phanpy down on the bench. Saying, you know what, I just need to get more Pokemon down. Last game, he kind of ran out of attackers, ran out of steam, so he's going to opt to go with the Phanpy instead of trying to draw a Robo Substitute.
Very interesting play by Simon. Maybe we're overstating the fact that, Robo Substitute doesn't give your opponent a prize, but it seems very important to me.
Yeah, well, this turn, Igor did promote Golbat, hoping to, maybe avoid a knockout. He could have promoted Zubat and just said, you know what, I know you're going to take a prize. I'll throw it out. But Simon actually needed a second Strong Energy to get the knockout. He already had 2 in play, so he actually finds a 3rd Strong Energy. That's a really big deal to knock out that Golbat before it can evolve into Crobat.
Yeah, it is. The fact that the gold bat is going to go down and you're not going to have a gold bat in play, so you won't be able to see a Crobat in the following turn is really, really big.
Yeah, so we see repeat ball searching out a Donphan. At this point, Simon is playing out all of the item cards that he can because he knows Quaking Punch is on the way. Igor could have used Quaking Punch on the previous turn, but it seemed like that would set him up for a bad spot, right? If you just Quaking Punch a Robo Substitute and then get hit for like 100 damage by Donphan, that's really not helping you very much, so he gives Simon one more turn of item cards, and then he wants to Quaking Punch in the following turn just to put himself in a better spot.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that he would also have to have a Shaman on the bench with quite a bit of damage on it, which could be Lysandered up at any moment.
Yeah, and maybe his hand just wasn't very good, too. He could have just used Sky Return with the Shaman to reuse that setup ability. That could have been another thing.
Yeah, the Focus Sash doesn't seem all that important in this match. Unfortunately for Simon, Focus Sash, as strong as it can be in certain matchups, really isn't at its finest against a Seismitoad deck that deals 30 damage.
Yeah, but again, it's an item card. It's something you don't want to draw in the future, so might as well put down those item cards while you can. I mean, there is an outside chance that it will help Fanpy survive a Quaking Punch in the future, but yeah, for the most part, he's just playing that down out of his hand.
Yeah. Okay, so now Igor at this point has yet to Quaking Punch this game, and he's Ultra Balling. I can only assume we're finally going to see a Quaking Punch this turn.
Yeah, it is interesting, though. I mean, if he wants to Quaking Punch the Howlucha, that doesn't really get him anywhere. Those threats are building on the bench for Simon. I think in a perfect world, Igor would find a Lysander and try to bring up that Donphan and knock it out. He would need a Muscle Band and a Hypnotoxic Laser along with a Lysander to do that, but it is a possibility.
Yeah, yeah, he can't even do the Golbat shenanigans in order to be able to do it to the Donphan.
Right,
he
but
does Lysander the Donphan, though.
All right, this is going to be a big draw for this
Shaman
setup
for
for 5. Draws the Hypnotoxic Laser. Does he find a Muscle Band?
I don't believe so.
All right, the laser's pretty big. At the very least, he'll get some damage on there. Does not get the Sleep Flip, though.
All right, so I do not believe he hit the Muscle Band. If he would have hit the Muscle Band, oh man, would the tides have turned.
Yeah. He does have another Ultra Ball. If he has another Shaman EX available, he could dig a little bit deeper, try to set up a second time, trying to find that very, very crucial Muscle Band. It is the difference between a knockout and having that Donphan survive and perhaps wreck on a following turn.
That's right. Now, much less exciting as an Ultra Ball in order to find another Zubat, but as unexciting as it is, it's actually really critical. You want to be able to keep swarming these Zubats and Golbats in order to deal enough damage to your opponent.
Yep, so we're just going to see the Quaking Punch for 60 damage, plus 30 from the Poison and Burbank City Gym. So Donphan will survive. A big missed opportunity for Igor, but Simon's got to be happy with that.
That is the tail of the tape, man. Now, at this point, remember that Donphan will be able to spinning turn away from the Poison, so he's not going to be in any danger of getting knocked out this turn, which means another Lysander is going to have to be spent in order to be able to knock out this giant Donphan.
Yeah, Lysander has always been Donphan's worst enemy. Right, the strategy is to switch to the bench so it's not in any danger, but Lysander could just pull it right back out. When Versus Seeker came out, that really was a big blow to Donphan because players could use Lysander and then for Versus Seeker to keep bringing back Lysander and keep bringing out Donphan and knock it out. So a lot of these games just come down to how often the player can use Lysander to bring Donphan out.
All right.
So we do see the 4th Strong Energy come into play for Simon. He's been pretty fortunate to draw all 4 of those so far. Those are definitely his best energy card in pretty much every matchup. Just adds 20 extra damage to every attack. And really at no cost. It's an energy card. You put it down, it pays for your attack, and gives you plus 20 damage.
And most importantly, you have a consistent spinning turn. Even if your opponent does Lysander up your Pokemon, you still have another Donphan just waiting in the wings.
Now here is a Super Scoop Up.
Another miss from Igor. You can see the frustration now building up in Igor because this game is just not going well for him. No matter what he tries, it seems like something keeps going wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have liked to get heads on one of these Super Scoop Up this game, but so far he's had no luck on that. He only plays 3 Super Scoop Up, so he'll have one more opportunity perhaps if he can find one later. He will go ahead and evolve to Golbat and use that sneaky bite. If he can find Crobat here, he can surprise bite.
He's got the Ultra Ball, so he does find the Crobat. He will be able to surprise bite in order to knock out this Donphan. And even though he couldn't attack to knock it out, he still gets to knock it out on the following turn without having to spend an attack on it.
Yeah, and that is the crazy part about Crobat. You can get knockouts without even having to attack. And we saw that right there. And his prize was actually a super scoop up.
Another super scoop up. This time he gets heads.
Wow.
And now he's probably just going to bring up this, the Seismitoad, right?
What a reversal of fortunes there. He gets to pick up a Seismitoad EX that is heavily damaged, and that's just 2 prizes evaporating from Simon's board. Wow. Gets the super scoop up off of his prize cards, and then flips heads. That completely turned this game around.
And see how the Seismitoad goes right back down with the double colorless, almost as if it had just been rejuvenated. And here it goes. We see another Hypnotoxic Laser, actually, so that's going to be able to knock out this Hawlucha.
Yeah, I mean, all of a sudden it looked like Simon was in a pretty dominant spot. He had a Donphan with 2 energy on it, ready to go. I mean, he was in the prize lead. He pretty much had control. And then all of a sudden there was a super scoop up heads, and that changed.
He already attached energy, so Simon's right on top of that.
I don't want to make that mistake again at Worlds. But yeah, the Golbat and Crobat give him the extra damage he needs to get a knockout. And here we go, Quaking Punch. Can Simon respond?
We'll have to wait and see, because as well as this game's been going for him, he's still kind of in a bad position here.
Yeah, I mean, he does have Hawlucha with a strong energy that can always flying press for 80. If Simon can find Fighting Stadium, he can hit for 100, and that sets up a 2-hit knockout. He does have another Donphan ready to go, and Igor has burned through a few of his resources, like those Hypnotoxic Lasers, Golbat and Crobat. He's gone through a lot of the ways to do extra damage, and when Quaking Punch is just a plain attack, no damage modifiers, 30 isn't very impressive.
So, man, I just don't understand how he's going to be able to. I'm trying to work out how this math's going to work out, but it just doesn't seem to work out in Simon's favor, in my opinion.
Oh, there's a Fighting Stadium.
Never mind. I take everything back. That Fighting Stadium is huge in order to be able to get rid of the Burbank City Gym and add 20 more damage to all of his own attacks.
Yeah, that small little Hawlucha with 70 HP can pack a punch, but he's actually going to retreat into Donphan, spinning turn for 80, and then send up his Hawlucha without energy. He's being very intelligent, conserving his energy on board whenever he can.
Yeah, and he puts a lot of pressure on Igor to draw several cards, right? Igor has to draw like a Muscle Band and a Laser or something along those lines.
Yeah, and
a Burbank. Well, so there's a Laser.
Gets the Versus Seeker for Lysander, Hypnotoxic Laser, and a Muscle Band. That is huge. Gets another double colorless on Seismitoad EX on the bench. Quaking Punch for 100 damage. Will this Donphan wake up? This is a huge flip in this game.
It needs to wake up here in order for Simon here.
And
it rolls out
of the table. This happens way too often.
All right. Okay, now they're stalling it.
I can't tell if it stayed asleep or not. I guess we'll find out.
It seems like it might have stayed asleep. Like it might not have rolled off the table, just off.
Oh, no. Here we go. Here's the flip. And tails.
Stays asleep. The Donphan is not going to be able to wake up this turn.
Simon gives the shrug to the crowd, like, what am I supposed to do about that?
Flips have been the tail of this game, man.
Yeah, and this Donphan basically goes down for free at this point. Won't be able to attack, cannot escape with that spinning turn. What a huge turn of events. The coin flips all of a sudden falling Igor's way. The super scoop up, the Hypnotoxic Laser, and Seismitoad EX's Quaking Punch, locking down item cards, making this possible.
Man, these red sleeves are confusing me a little bit.
Looks like Igor is playing that N, draws 3 cards. Simon's going to draw 5, and all of a sudden he's going to go down to 2 prizes. It looked like Simon was going to have a shot in this game. It's starting to slip away, but he does have that Hawlucha ready to go. He does have a Fighting Stadium out. He can knock out this Seismitoad EX, but there is another one building. It actually has a water energy on it. Could get powered up to use Grenade Hammer to knock out the next Hawlucha.
By the way, it seems like the World Championships logo is actually trolling us. He has 3 prizes left and not 2.
Oh, look at that.
So the game's a little bit closer than we thought it was.
Yeah. So, Igor will have to knock out 3 Pokemon. Sorry about that. But still, seems like a tough situation for Simon. A lot of his energy has been removed. I mean, it's a deck that only plays 10 energy. And 2 of those are double colorless, so you can't even use those to power up Spinning Turn or Flying Press. So he's got to be running out of energy a little bit at this point. Does get another Fighting down. And again, he will get a knockout on the Seismitoad if he wants.
Yeah, it seems like Wreck is just out of the question at this point.
Yeah.
But at the very least, I assume he's going to be able to spinning turn for the rest of the game.
Yeah. He'll definitely get the flying press off. It's actually going to be a big turn next turn for Igor if he can find some way to knock out that Hawlucha and wipe off that last strong energy from Simon's board. After that, he'll be stuck using just basic fighting energy the rest of the game.
Did we see it? Yeah, we saw an end. So that means Igor only has 3 cards to work with. And remember, it's not that easy to knock out this Hawlucha.
Right. And there we do see the flying press. Goodbye, Seismitoad EX. And, of course, there's another one waiting. But does Igor have something?
He has the water energy.
Yeah, he could attach and Grenade Hammer. I don't know if he really wants to. That gives Simon item cards. But, if he doesn't have any way to knock out Hawlucha, we could be seeing the rare Grenade Hammer. And we are. So 130 damage, and he puts 30 damage on 2 of his own benched Pokemon, but he will get a knockout.
Okay, you're right. He did Grenade Hammer here, and he decides to put the 30 damage on the Golbat line, the Crobat line. But most importantly, he takes another prize, and he's down to 2 prizes to go against his opponent's 3.
Yeah. So if he can, if this Seismitoad EX survives and he Grenade Hammers 2 more times, obviously he's won the game. Grenade Hammer's going to be getting him a knockout pretty much every turn. The highest HP Simon has in his deck is 130, so every time Grenade Hammer goes off, it's going to be a prize card.
By the way, I'm pretty sure Simon's used all four of his ends now. The good news is obviously he can Versus Seeker at this point because of the Quaking Punch lock being gone. But he definitely needs to end his opponent here and maybe play a Robo Substitute for the rest of the game.
Yeah, this would be a big opportunity for that Robo Substitute to come down. Make Igor waste an attack, knocking it out, get some damage on the Seismitoad EX. But again, all of his strong energy are gone, and that's really important to set up the math to knock out Seismitoad EX when you're using this Donphan deck. If you look at it, Flying Press does 60 normally. It does a lot better when you got 20 extra damage there. Spinning Turn, a measly 40 damage. Looks a lot better when it's 60. Just does a lot better to set up those 2-hit knockouts.
Yeah, lucky for him, he still has his Fighting Stadium. So at this point, he's still relatively okay in attacks. Like he'll still be able to three-hit knock out the Seismitoad.
Yeah, well, if
he
finds a fighting energy, he does have Silver Bangle. So he would be able to Flying Press for looks like 110 damage. That doesn't quite set up for a 60 damage Spinning Turn, but I guess it's setting up for another Flying Press from the next Hawlucha.
We do see that Versus Seeker that we were talking about earlier, so he does get access to another supporter. I believe he found N, but I'm not sure.
Right, so we see Muscle Band going on to that other Fanpy on the bench. Will Simon find a fighting energy this turn, or will he have to settle for the Spinning Turn? Looks like he does.
Fighting, yeah. Finding the fighting is really big. He gets the Flying Press here, and most importantly, sets up this Seismitoad to get knocked out in the following turn if necessary.
Yeah, here we see a Colress going to draw him a mighty 9 cards. It's a pretty big hand refresh there. I guess he's just looking for some item cards to play right now.
Does 9 qualify for a huge Colress?
Yeah, it's almost the biggest one.
All right.
It's not enormous. It's just huge.
Exactly. It's on the huge side of the spectrum here. He does draw 9 cards, and his deck is running a little on the thin side, so 9 cards is definitely more than half his deck, I believe.
Probably getting close. 9 cards, though. He's going to be looking to just fill his hand up with energy, things he can play, and maybe a Robo Substitute if he can get that down.
We saw the Robo Substitute in his hand, so he's definitely going to be able to get that down this turn.
Yeah, what's interesting is Focus Sash might come into play at this point. I mentioned Igor has burned through a lot of Hypnotoxic Laser, a lot of his Golbat and Crobat, so Focus Sash could help maybe that next Hawlucha survive if Simon manages to get one onto that Hawlucha, and he does.
Can you get a good view of Igor's hand, by the way? Because I don't know if he has a supporter in his hand or not.
He has one, but it's probably not one he wants. Well, maybe he does. It's actually a Pokemon Center Lady.
Ooh, Pokemon Center Lady actually is huge here.
Yeah, that's probably not what Simon wants to see.
That might actually be the best supporter he'd have.
So it looks like Simon is going to consider conserving his Hawlucha here. Sure, he could Flying Press for 110, but then he immediately gets knocked out by a Grenade Hammer. He could go the other way, retreat, Spinning Turn for 60, and then switch into Robo Substitute.
Simon intelligently plays the Versus Seeker this turn, acknowledging that he's likely going to get Quaking Punched unless he leaves the Hawlucha up in front. If he decides to Spinning Turn, then he's definitely getting Quaking Punched.
Yeah, so he's going to retreat, Spinning Turn for 60, and he's going to be in for a bad surprise here. Pokemon Center Lady heals off 60 damage, basically neutralizes that attack.
neutralizes the attack and gets rid of the Robo Substitute, starts the Quaking Punch Lock, so we will no longer see any more items from Simon for the following turn at least.
Oh, we do see the double colorless energy going on to that Don fan on the bench, though. He could be powering up for a big wreck.
Maybe I spoke too soon about saying that we won't see a wreck this game. He is only a fighting energy away from seeing a huge wreck.
Yeah, and I think he kind of has to go for that at this point. I don't know if he even has another fighting energy left, but if he has one left, I mean, that might be his only hope, going for the big wreck.
Which makes the flying press math a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, if he does have the fighting energy left and he can go for wreck next turn, he may just retreat to the Hawlucha that has the focus sash. That way he doesn't give up a prize.
Yeah, that Hawlucha having the focus sash is actually pretty important too.
Yeah, I mean, if Igor does find Hypnotoxic Laser or Crobat, he could get around focus sash, but Simon tries to put down the Robo Substitute, but his previous Robo Substitute was hit by Quaking Punch, so can't put down that item card.
Both players making these small little mistakes here, but it happens, especially in such a highly intense game here.
Yeah, and there we do see that spinning turn, switching into the Hawlucha with Focus Sash. Now, Igor does look like he has Hypnotoxic Laser, but this is a pretty scary spot for him. I mean, if he takes the knockout, he pretty much has to take the knockout. But if Simon has a fighting energy next turn and can use Wreck, he can knock out that Seismitoad EX, and then Igor's left with, well, only that water energy left in play.
That actually was, I believe, the last Hypnotoxic Laser. If not the last, then definitely the second to last one. So that was a really important draw from Igor in order to have that laser in order to knock out this Hawlucha here.
Yeah, and we see Hypnotoxic Laser poisoning that Hawlucha, so he'll use Grenade Hammer, Focus Sash activates, leaving Hawlucha with 10 HP, but then it gets knocked out by the poison in between turns.
All right, now remember, Simon will be able to fill up his bench with Robo Substitutes if he wants, so Igor's victory is going to be very difficult to pull off. He only has one prize to go, but it's not all that easy for him to get it.
Yeah, now again, Igor used Grenade Hammer. That means Simon can put down Robo Substitute this turn. I think in a perfect world, he would draw that fighting energy and just wreck, knock out Seismitoad. But if he is unable to find it, he could put down Robo Substitute, spinning turn, do 60, and throw up the Pokemon that gives no prize cards.
He does have a Colress if he wants to go for it. I'm not sure how many fightings he's got left, but it might be just one.
Yeah, I think he's gone through almost all of his energy. He may just have one fighting energy left, if not none. He may just have to rely on spinning turn, and that's a pretty scary situation for him. We see Bunnelby coming down. That probably signifies that Simon wants to play and end this turn, just getting rid of some cards while he can.
That Bunnelby is not really a liability, but it's still funny to see.
All right.
And here from Simon is only going to draw him 3 cards. He needs to draw this fighting in one of these 3 cards, man.
Yeah, this is a really nerve-wracking situation. If he draws the fighting energy, Igor will be at 1 card, and he'll have a fully powered Don fan staring him down. So Simon really needs to draw the fighting energy here. If not, he has to spinning turn into the Robo Substitute and hope that Igor does not find, a Lysander or a Crobat to knock out that Robo Substitute.
Did we just see him try to activate the Bunnelby?
Oh, it looks like Simon just retreating to the Robo Substitute and passing instead of using spinning turn. I'm not sure what's going on there.
I'm a little...
But we do see he puts the energy onto Bunnelby, so maybe he's trying to deck Igor out. I'm not sure how many cards are left in his deck.
It seems like there should be more than enough. I'm just surprised he didn't do the spinning turn.
Yeah, maybe that could have just been an oversight. I'm not really sure what's going on, but I don't know here. If Simon doesn't draw a fighting energy at this point, seems like the game is pretty much over. There's no way he can survive a Grenade Hammer.
Yeah, exactly. And if he would have spinning turned, that would have been irrelevant, right? Like he wouldn't have had to go through that.
As far as I know, maybe there's something we're missing though. Here is
Juniper,
the Professor Juniper drawing 7 cards. Does he find his last fighting energy? Nope, doesn't find it. And at this point, it seems like Simon is out of options. He cannot muster up enough damage to knock out the scary Seismitoad EX, and it may just be one more Grenade Hammer, and Igor Costa will advance to the top 4.
Yeah, he Quaking Punch, so he can't even Robo Substitute here. So it looks like he's just going to be able to spinning turn and... Right?
Yeah, and Simon actually says pass, and Igor goes, wait, what? And then, oh, wait, it is a Focus Sash.
Focus Sash.
Yeah. So yeah, that is one way Simon could survive one extra turn, and that's actually a pretty clever way.
Yeah, and remember, we said that he's either out of Hypnotoxic Laser.
Oh, and then Simon extends a hand, realizes, oh, I'm actually out of energy. I can't win anymore. So Igor Costa wins the match, advances to the top 4. His 3rd time advancing to the top 4 in the past 4 years. That is an incredible run here at the World Championships.
Give it up for Igor Costa, who actually just made the top 4 of the Pokemon World Championships and is 2 wins away from getting his 2nd World Championship victory.
Yeah, and he's 1 win away from getting to the finals for a 3rd time. There's only a couple players who have even made the finals multiple times. Of course, Jason Kozinski, 3-time world champion, Ross Cawthon, a 2-time world's finalist. Igor already has a win and a 2nd place. He's 1 win away from, joining a pretty exclusive club with only Jason Kozinski being in the finals 3 times at Worlds.
It seemed like Igor definitely was favored in that matchup. Even when he had such a poor start, even when he had such a poor start, he still managed to pull off this great victory.
Yeah, and that just kind of speaks to how rough the matchup was for Simon. And it all comes back to those Golbat and Crobat. And really that game boiled down to that one huge super scoop up. Igor flips heads, denies Simon those 2 prizes, and that ends up being the difference in the game, I think.
Exactly. Anyways, let's go to the sideline reports so that we can get insight into how people felt about this match.
Hey Pokemon fans, it's Josh Jaywitz Wittenkiller. I'm here with a Pokemon trading card game face you might have seen a couple of times over the years. Why don't you introduce yourself, tell us what you're all about.
Hi, I'm Jimmy O'Brien, and I love playing the Pokemon trading card game.
I can see that. You see he's decked out in Ancient Mew, the tank top. I've seen you with that one a lot. You like it?
Big fan of Ancient Mew. It's a really fantastic card, adds a flavor unlike any other to the game.
Sounds good. Sort of like yourself. I would say Jimmy maybe brings a flavor unlike any other to our community. How long would you say you've been playing the Pokemon trading card game now?
I've been playing since November 1998. I got a starter deck at, I think, Babbage's, which doesn't even exist as a store anymore.
Babbage's hype, awesome. So I saw you were spectating this game between Igor and Simon. What do you think of the matchup?
I think it can kind of really get off the rails for Igor if Simon gets the right start. And it really seemed as if he had gotten that good start in the previous game, but it kind of fell apart at the end. That if Seismitoad gets the Quaking Punch all the time, it should win, but when it doesn't, who knows what could happen.
And as you can see, Jimmy's definitely a player that knows what he's talking about when it comes to the trading card game. How did your trading card game experience go this weekend?
I had a lot of fun. I didn't have as much success as I would have hoped for. I played in both the World Championships on Friday and the Boston Open today, and I left both events hoping for better next time.
Well, best of luck to you. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing Jimmy again over the next couple of Pokemon World Championships. Would you say that's a fair assumption?
I hope to be here and having a great time with everybody, yeah.
Sounds good. All right, we're going to kick it over to a player interview with Igor, who has now reached the top 8 of the Masters World Championships. Sorry, top 4 for the 3rd time. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships. I am Kyle Pukasukovic, joined by the winner of our top 8 match, Igor Costa. Igor, I mean, you've been here plenty of times before now. How do you feel after winning that top 8 match?
I'm so excited. I don't know about the top 4 matchup, though. I know the top 8 is kind of easy, but top 4 is a lot difficult.
Yeah, now, I mean, this is what, your third time making top 8 at the World Championships just in like the past 4 years. How do you explain all your success? I mean, obviously you're a very talented player, but what have you done to get back here over and over again?
I don't know. I just play like the best deck I can find. I play test against everything, see what loses to what, and the best deck who has less bad matchups, I take that just, yeah.
Yeah. So you're playing this Seismitoad EX and Crobat deck. What made you pick this deck? Why do you feel like this is the best deck?
I was actually thinking about Manectric. I tested a lot of lists, one with Pyroar, another one with just straight Manectric with Crobat, Manectric, Crobat, Toads. But at the end of all that, I went with Seismitoad Crobat because I didn't really need the Manectrics in there. And there was a ton of Nightmarsh in day 1 and Groudon, so that's why.
Yeah, makes sense. Now, your top 8 matchup was against Simon, another former Worlds finalist, playing the Donphan deck. When you saw that matchup, were you happy?
Of course. It was probably the best matchup I could find.
Yeah. Now, looking forward, I mean, you could face either Mies or Tito. I know you probably aren't looking forward to facing Tito. What about that matchup wouldn't you like?
I don't know. I will see what I can do. I don't have any idea what T2 is playing. I know it's Aromatisse, but I don't know what did he fit in there. Messi is also playing the same deck as I am, so I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be tough for you either way. Now, I mean, last year you were so close. You took second place at the World Championships. How do you think you're going to go this year? I mean, you're already in the top 4. You think you're going to win Worlds the second time?
I don't know. If I pass the top 4, yeah, I think so. But if I don't, I'll probably just lose in the top 4, and we'll see.
All right, Igor. Well, thank you. Best of luck. And, of course, congratulations again on advancing to another top 4. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have the top 4 match.
See you.
The level of competition here is just like so high. Everyone playing here had to do well in their own respective countries. Like there's many former world champions, reigning national champions, just everyone has put so many hours upon hours into being good at this game. When you meet on the battlefield, like it's gonna be really close every time. I like playing cards that work in most situations. I don't play as many cards that only are sometimes useful. I don't like those as much. I try to minimize those. And when picking a deck, I like to pick a deck that has, rather than like really good matchups against some decks but really bad against others, I like to have near even against most. I wouldn't want to just like, oh, I hit the wrong decks, now I've lost a couple games and now I'm out. I like to at least have a chance to play a game of Pokemon no matter what. The advice I'd have for people trying to get into the game is just, for one, just play and analyze your play. Test a lot, think outside the box, and like most of all, just have fun. That's the point of the game.
Greetings, Pokemon fans. We are here with the last match of the night. We're well past the U.S. Nationals. The World Championships Pokemon trading card game Masters Top 4.
That's right, Josh. We just saw an exciting match where Igor Costa, a former champion, last year's finalist, advanced to the top 4 yet again. Looks like we have another legend in the making.
The child wonder himself.
Yeah, but these two players looking to make a name for themselves as well. One of these two players will move on to the finals between Jacob Van Wagner and Merlin Quiddick.
And we've got some fun stuff coming for you guys, including a deck that I am near certain we have never shown on stream before, ever in all of our streams.
Yeah, it looks like the players are setting up. They're just going to re-sleeve their cards a little bit, so we'll have the match for you soon. But yeah, Merlin going with that Night March deck that we've seen so much of this weekend. Didn't do too much at U.S. Nationals, but at Worlds it has been a major player. I don't know, it's just been a very, very strong play on both days of Worlds. Jacob, on the other hand, coming back to us with Blastoise? What's going on here?
Archie's Blastoise. You know what I love about this is, like, in a lot of our deck analysis segments, we've been talking about that, like, Archie combo with Empoleon, but then we never see it on stream.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'm giving them confusing information that, like, but guess what? We do have a deck that uses Archies now. It's not Empoleon, but it is another fully evolved water of the starters, this time at Blastoise.
Yeah, I mean, ever since Blastoise has been around, it has been competitive somewhat. I mean, when it came out, that Blastoise Keldeo deck was extremely powerful.
Oh, one of my favorites.
Yeah, and then we saw the Blastoise with Black Kyurem EX be so strong. And then last year we actually had Blastoise be dominant again. I believe it took second place in the seniors division. This season, though, it got a little slower, and then all of a sudden, Archie's Ace in the Hole comes out. You can get a Blastoise into play on the first turn, and turns out that's a pretty explosive strategy.
Yeah, once again, with the Archie combo, you no longer need to run Squirtles, you no longer need to run Wartortles. You just drop your Blastoise straight down on the bench, and it has that incredible ability. Just attach as many water energies you like during your turn. We've seen this ability on many a Blastoise.
Yeah.
It's like a callback all the way to the base set Blastoise. That strategy is still good.
Yeah, and the cool thing about this deck is it's pretty much a modern twist on a classic strategy, right? You have Blastoise, Keldeo, but the old-fashioned way of evolving your Pokemon has just become too slow. Now we got Archie's Ace in the Hole, and it turns out when you're just faster at doing that strategy, it's still good.
And one really fun thing about these water decks is when you run just such a light core of Blastoise. Like, you don't have to run all the rare candies in Pokemon, so you have space for all kinds of fun attackers, including Wailord EX, but not the stall one that you guys saw at U.S. Nationals. This one actually attacks.
Not again, Josh. Wailord's back.
It's back and ready to attack for 5 water energy sometimes. There's also a really sweet Articuno in there. That'll be really fun to talk about. It's an interesting card. Also interesting about this entire matchup, there were 2 Night March decks that made their way into our top 8, and Jacob took out the first one.
Yep.
He's about to face the second.
Yeah, now Merlin, of course, is running that Night March deck, and this is just a deck that can beat anything. It is just a super aggressive deck, can start dishing out tons of damage as soon as the first turn, and we've seen it time and time again be very powerful. So, I mean, Merlin, he's got a very consistent deck. It achieves its strategy pretty much every game. You just get a bunch of Night March Pokemon in the discard and do a lot of damage, and well, that wins you a lot of games.
Yeah, and with a name like Merlin, I'm sure we can expect a whole lot of Night March wizardry. I saw him, he just took out Sean Foisey. It was a rough battle, went to game 3, but man, when he gets that thing going, it's just hundreds of damage in a single turn out of nowhere.
Yeah, taking down Sean Foisey, another extremely experienced player. He's got a lot of great accomplishments. Coming in with a Trevenant Gengar EX deck, which is a potentially really, really tough matchup for a Night March deck that relies so much on item cards. But Merlin was able to overcome that matchup and advance to the top 4.
Yeah, that matchup seems really dependent on how fast the Trevenant comes out. Because like game 2, he wallied, and then it's over. Wally allows you to evolve on the first turn. So you just like Wally, Trevenant, and all of a sudden, Merlin can't play any of his item cards.
And he runs quite a few of them.
Quite a few, yeah. Looking at the deck list, it's just a sea of like 4 battle compressor, 4 versus seeker, and it just goes on and on. 3 acro bike. Like, there's just so many items. So when you lose that ability, pretty bad. That said, if you can get set up, which he was able to, games 1 and 3 against the matchup, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I am excited to see this Blastoise deck in action. It's been a while since we've had a Blastoise deck on one of our streams, but man, apparently that deck is still really powerful. It's really surprising. I saw it show up a little bit at US Nationals, and at first glance it seems like, man, you need so much energy to use Keldeo EX effectively these days. You got Mega Pokemon with like 220, even up to 240 HP sometimes. It's like, that takes like 10 water energy to knock out. How does that ever work? And then I see a Keldeo EX with 10 water energy knocking out a Primal Kyogre EX or something like that.
It can happen.
Oh, okay.
I caught a glimpse of a couple of those games. Jacob also one of those players who fought through day 1 and then went into day 2, and he kept this same deck both ways through. I guess he was pretty confident about his decision. Seems to be working pretty well. You know what else I love about this World Championships?
What's that?
Is in the top 4, there is both a Blastoise card and a Charizard card. There is one Charizard EX hidden within Tito Santoso's list. He's running that Aromatisse with all kinds of colorful attackers. I can't think of the last time I was able to say I saw a Charizard and a Blastoise in the World Championships, let alone toward the top tables.
Yeah, that is. All we're missing is like Pikachu and Venusaur, and then we got everything. But we do have Mewtwo EX.
Mewtwo, another blast from the past, the X-Ball ability. Mewtwo was actually all over. Mies B, who was just lost to Tito in the bracket, he had a Mewtwo. There's also, as you guys might have seen, I think there was Mewtwo's in Igor's list as well. They had similar lists. There's Mewtwo in Tito's list. That card has seen a very long and successful history.
And there we do see Jacob on the screen here, player from the U.S. He is a former regional champion, actually won multiple regional championships, including one this season. A very talented player, very consistent player at that. And there we do see Merlin as well. These two players are on our stage in front of this crowd. Let's make some noise for these two competitors.
There we go.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. Toward the end of the day, when games get this late, a lot of people tend to call it quits, leave for dinner. There are a lot of you guys out there. Thank you, all of you in the crowd, for watching this last match. I hope you guys are so hyped for the finals tomorrow.
I know I am. But first, we got to decide who goes into the finals, and we're going to decide that right here. Got a best 2 out of 3 matchup here in the Pokemon World Championships, the top 4. Jacob on the left, Merlin on the right, and we see Merlin sporting that Mudkip plush there. It's pretty awesome.
I like. He's got like a Mudkip card down there too, so he must be a real big fan. Also, I was talking about Mewtwo's. Jacob's got a Mewtwo in here too.
Yeah.
Mewtwo everywhere.
Yeah. Mewtwo EX, much like Darkrai EX, never really seems to go away. Always relevant in the Pokemon TCG.
The only way to defeat it is rotation.
Yeah, they'll finally fall victim to rotation. And really about a few weeks. But looks like we're going to start this game off with a mulligan. Jacob has no basic Pokemon in his opening hand, so he has to shuffle in and draw a fresh hand of 7 cards.
That's actually pretty rare for him. I see quite a few basic Pokemon in his list, but it can happen.
Yeah, the weird thing about this Blastoise deck, I have used it quite a bit. You do have a lot of really bad opening Pokemon.
Yeah.
You have a lot of Shaman EX, maybe Jirachi EX, Execute. Those are not things you want to start with, but the deck is so explosive that usually your opponent doesn't have much time to capitalize on the fact you have so many weak EXs in play.
Yeah, I'm looking, probably one of the few lists you'll see that run 2 Shaman and 2 Jirachi EX.
Yeah.
A lot of people are cutting the Jirachi for the Shaman. Here, though, Jacob realizes it is so important to get that Archie's ace in the hole as soon as you need it, and Jirachi is one of the best ways to do it.
Yeah, these are 2 extremely aggressive decks, so we're going to see some fast-paced action for sure. Of course, Night March tries to attack on the first turn. The Blastoise deck certainly can attack on the first turn. But there we go. We have the handshake, and we are starting off this top 4 match at the World Championships.
Oh, man. There's the Pokemon I don't think we've seen yet. Articuno.
Oh, man. Here we go. And Jacob's going to start off with a pretty perfect hand. He gets an Ultra Ball. He can search for something. It looks like he has just enough cards to maybe Ultra Ball for a Jirachi EX and then leave himself with no cards so he can Archie's Ace in the Hole and get that first turn Blastoise.
Oh man, that's what you want to see. Archie's is such an explosive card. We'll see. Actually grabs the Execute.
Yeah, and you can see he's pulling those cards aside. He's going to go ahead, Ultra Ball away the Execute, grab the Jirachi he puts down for the Archie's Ace in the Hole. He can play the Water Energy, and here comes Blastoise. Merlin looking out at the crowd saying, yep, not bad.
Turn 1, it's a blast.
Yep. So Jacob's going to drop the Water Energy, and there we go. Archie's Ace in the Hole. Here comes Blastoise.
Oh, yeah. So not only do you get the Pokemon, which is an incredible effect in itself, you also get to draw 5 cards. Now, you do have to have a very particular scenario. 0 cards in your hand isn't always the easiest to do. That said, Jacob runs plenty of ways to discard cards out of his hand, and when you do, you are rewarded handsomely.
Yeah, and we do see Battle Compressor. Usually you do need to use a couple of those to get your Blastoise in the discard pile. Fortunately for Jacob this turn, he had just a perfect combination of cards. Couple Ultra Ball, already started with a Blastoise in hand, so you could just discard it right away. Everything going perfectly for Jacob right now.
So we see an attachment. Wait, that's his second attachment for the turn. What's going on there?
Yeah. Blastoise has that ability, Deluge. He can go ahead and attach as much Water Energy as he wants every turn. Going to rush in with Keldeo EX and then pass the turn.
Yeah. Whenever I'm facing a Blastoise opponent, you hear those words a lot. Deluge, Deluge, Deluge. All the water, all at once.
Yeah, and Keldeo EX, he does rush in and kind of give Merlin an opportunity to take 2 prize cards here. If we do see like 8 Night March Pokemon in the discard pile plus a Muscle Band, could see a knockout, but that's really tough to do. And oh,
wow. Juniper, normally you see things like a Battle Compressor first. Nope, that was just a straight dump.
Wow, that was a really rough Professor Juniper. Has to discard a double colorless energy, gets rid of a Mew EX, also a Shaman EX, and no Night March Pokemon. Also has not found a Battle Compressor yet. This could be a very rough opening for Merlin.
It looks like throwing up to Keldeo might have been the good choice. And Jacob has a couple of options. If he has enough energy, he can attack with Keldeo.
Oh, no!
Whoa!
Merlin concedes the game!
No replacement basic at all?
He had nothing!
Whoa!
And just like that, game 1 is over.
What happened?
Jacob wins game number 1, and Merlin just decides to move on to game 2.
Wow. Now, Jacob did have a great start to begin with. You already think, okay, he definitely has a great chance at pulling this one out, but I didn't expect it to go with 0 fight on Merlin's side.
Yeah.
Night March is one of the most consistent decks in the format. You draw so many cards, you have all these items, lots of ways to get more basic Pokemon down, and that was not the first time we've seen a horrible Juniper here on stream. Sometimes discarding your hand and drawing 7 cards somehow is still not enough.
Yeah, just looking at his deck list here, he runs a bunch of basic Pokemon. He runs 4 Ultra Ball, runs 4 Trainer's Mail, 3 Acro Bike, Computer Search. There are so many cards he could have drawn to get himself another basic.
How could this
happen? And he just looks at his hand and says, let's move on to game 2.
Yeah, wow. Want to put that one behind him.
Yeah.
It's definitely a shame. You're already in the top 4, so you've got a really prestigious position here at the Pokemon World Championships. But I can only imagine once you're this high at the tables, you're 1 game away from getting to play that elusive finals.
Yeah.
And to drop one that quickly has got to be disheartening.
Yeah, but to be fair for Merlin, I mean, Jacob had the perfect start. He got the turn 1 Blastoise. I mean, if you miss a step against that kind of a start, you're getting knocked out every single turn. It's really tough to come back against this Blastoise deck when it gets its perfect start.
Oh boy, okay, looks like both players are ready. We're starting up on game 2, and I already see a Wailord EX.
Let's go over to the game. And there we see it. The terror of U.S. Nationals. Wailord EX is the active for Jacob.
Actually, a really good active in this matchup. Well, it depends, but it can soak up some extremely huge hits.
Yeah. It's actually pretty good against Night March. There's no real way for Night March to deal 250 damage in a single attack. You would need every single Night March Pokemon in the discard pile, well, 11 of them. You need to attack with the 12th one and have a Silver Bangle. That's the only way you can do 250 to knock out Wailord.
And by the time you've overextended that far, it means your 1 Night Marcher gets knocked down, all of them are in the discard pile.
Right.
So Wailord, not the worst shield ever for Jacob. If it can buy him the time to get the Blastoise and start getting his prime strategy, that's what he wants. He also has Rough Seas in play. If that sticks, he's able to heal 30 damage every single turn from all his water Pokemon.
Yeah. And a lot weaker of a start from Jacob. Also, interestingly enough, Merlin opted to go second in this game. Night March sometimes is a deck that does want to go second since it frequently can attack on the first turn. So Merlin saying, you know what, this is going to be a really aggressive matchup. Maybe I need to go second so I can be the first one to attack.
Yeah, it's one of the only decks, perhaps even the only deck, that often opts to go second just to get that first attack because it is such an explosive deck.
Yeah, and again, Jacob had a much weaker first turn, unable to get that Archie's ace in the hole. But since he is going first, he does kind of have that extra turn as a buffer. Next turn, if he gets Blastoise and gets 2 energy on Keldeo EX, he can start attacking.
Now, next turn, if he doesn't get Blastoise, we could all of a sudden see a reversal of fortune, and Merlin could be taking this game very quickly.
Yeah. We do see the Battle Compressor got a couple Lampent into that discard pile, so the Night March Pokemon already heading into the discard pile and fueling that attack.
All right, grabs a Lysander off the trainer's mail.
Yep, I doubt he'll play that this turn, but it might just be a card for him to discard off an Ultra Ball or something like that. Maybe get it in the discard pile so you can use Versus Seeker on it later.
I'll be excited to see if Articuno gets powered up. That last game, we didn't get to see it develop enough, but it has that beautiful Delta Plus ability, able to take an extra prize card when you get knockouts. Typically against Night March, you get the 1 prize at a time against these tiny attackers, but all of a sudden you sort of morph them into an EX, which is really fun.
Yeah, Articuno is actually a really big card against Night March since so many of their Pokemon have low HP. Like you said, Delta Plus really lets you take 2 prize cards off of a little Joltik, and that's game-changing. That swings the game back into your favor.
All right, so we see Merlin setting up for quite a few cards. He runs multiple Shaman in this deck, all about the most turbo start he can get. He's already got the 3 Lampens in there, and another Battle Compressor means we got 3 more coming, likely.
Yeah, now unfortunately for Merlin, I don't see him getting a knockout this turn. I mean, he could get a Lysander knockout if he hasn't played a supporter yet. But like we've seen at US Nationals, Wailord is not a Pokemon that likes to go down in 1 hit.
No, not at all. 250 HP. So like I have to adjust my eyes, see if my glasses are the correct prescription. That is the biggest number we've seen. One of the mega evolutions.
Yeah.
You know, you get one of your primal evolutions out, and you get 240 HP. You got to go through 2 steps. Wailord, you just slap it down and it says 250 on it.
Yeah, the original Wailord EX, all those sets ago, first broke the HP barrier with 200 HP, and then all these years later, breaks it again with 250.
And then there was it Great Encounters maybe? Was like an old school Wailord, had 200 HP and wasn't an EX.
Yeah.
Like it's always finding new ways to get bigger. I don't know if better, but always bigger.
Yeah. Very rarely has Wailord actually been a feared threat for attacking, but it always has a lot of HP.
So we do see Merlin setting up. He has the Joltik Night March on the bench, which allows him to use the Mew EX versatile ability. He will be able to likely attack with Night March, but look at that damage.
I'm sure he'll do a big chunk of damage, enough to maybe set up for a 2-hit knockout, but yeah, Wailord is not going down like that.
No, and that's maybe the 1 turn Jacob needs. If you can find Blastoise, he can rush in with Keldeo. If Keldeo gets a knockout on Mew EX, that's really good for Jacob, because that's one of the few EX attackers Merlin's likely going to be offering Jacob this game.
Yeah, now this is an interesting spot for Jacob. The big part about this Blastoise deck early on is you need to be able to get rid of cards. You need to play your hand down to 0 as quickly as possible so that you can get that Archie's ace in the hole. It looks like Jacob may have found a combination that works.
Yeah, I think he just played Ultra Ball. I think I see another Ultra Ball in his hand.
He has a perfect set of cards here. He can play that Superior Energy Retrieval, discard some more cards, grab that Water Energy that he just discarded. Brilliant maneuvers to play his hand down and get that Archie's ace in the hole this turn.
It's interesting. Well, I guess he does have to play the trainer's mail and have like an expendable trainer. Oh, Muscle Band will do it.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even have to take anything.
No, yeah, you can always just say no. You're not forced. But, you know, Muscle Band, why not?
Yeah, Muscle Band makes it so that he just needs 1 more Water Energy to Secret Sword and knock out that Mew EX. And here we go. Archie's
another
ace in the
ace
hole.
in the hole.
Here comes
Perfect.
Blastoise yet
Considering
again.
we have the Pikachu mascot here with Team Aqua on his hat, perhaps secretly rooting for Jacob and his Archie.
And it looks like he found a pretty good set of cards off those 5 cards. It's interesting. Usually when you see an Archie's ace in the hole, you think, oh, The supporter has been played for the turn, and they're pretty much done. But no, with the Blastoise deck, it's actually just the beginning of your turn.
The fun has just begun.
I mean, you have Shaman EX, Acrobike, Trainer's Mail. Once you get the Blastoise out, you want to start digging for more and more energy so you can start using that Deluge and start powering up Keldeo EX.
Well, speaking of digging, he grabbed himself his Shaman EX, going to dig with that return ability. Oh, he's got Computer Search in hand, Ultra Ball. He can like Computer Search and maybe grab himself one of those Superior Energy retrievals for more energy. He just has a lot of different options here.
Yeah, this turn all he needs is a Water Energy, though. If he finds one more, he can Secret Sword for the knockout and take the prize lead here.
Well, there's his Water.
Yep, and there we go. Deluge allows him to attach that extra energy for the turn. Wailord does its job. It walls one attack, and here comes Keldeo EX rushing in, and there is Secret Sword for the knockout.
Boom. 2 prize cards, and that's exactly what Jacob wants in this matchup. He also, because Merlin had to play the Shaman down, that's the rest of the game there. If he has Lysanders to pull up 2 Shaman EX, those are easy 2 prize knockouts.
Yeah, and once this Blastoise Keldeo deck gets going, it is really tough to stop. There are just so many ways for this deck to thin out cards. You have 4 Battle Compressor, you have the Acrobike, you have the Trainer's Mail, you have all these Ultra Balls, Superior Energy Retrieval. So many ways to discard cards. So as the game goes on, you can actually discard all of the useless cards and just leave your deck with cards that you need to win the game. It happens time and time again. Yeah, usually at the end of a game, you get hit by an N, you get down to a low hand size, but this deck is almost immune to that because it can discard so many cards.
Yeah, one of my absolute favorite parts of the card Battle Compressor is it does allow you to sort of thin your deck, which is an ability we haven't seen quite as often in the Pokemon trading card game. Pokemon decks are pretty big. There's 60 cards, so being able to mill a couple of those cards out that maybe you don't want to see later, or putting valuable resources in the discard pile that you can get back later with Versus Seeker or the Energy Retrieval. It's all really good strategy. Jacob is definitely going with a full head of steam.
Yeah, that's right. We see another Battle Compressor from Merlin. He needs to get enough Night March Pokemon into the discard pile to get this knockout on Keldeo EX this turn. I mean, he can't afford to miss an attack at this point. He's down 2 prizes. Keldeo is fully powered. It's going to attack every turn for a knockout, so he needs to respond right here.
Yeah, this is Night March or bust.
Yeah, and it looks like he does have double colorless energy, has a tough Acrobike, has to actually discard one of them. He's already played one on his Mew EX, so man, that is your most precious resource as a Night March player. So being down to just 2 more double colorless energy, that's really scary.
Yeah, unless he has like the Dimension Valley, 1 energy Mew tricks, and even then, if you're playing Mew EX, you're offering an EX Pokemon. It's very possible after this Joltik gets knocked out that Merlin could be exhausted of double colorless energy.
Okay, and we do see Versus Seeker for Professor Juniper, so Merlin will draw a fresh hand of 7 cards. Eventually, I do feel like this will come down to N at some point, though, if both players are allowed to just play out their hands and keep playing all these crazy cards to cycle through their deck. I mean, they'll find the resources to attack every turn, but if you get hit by an N, go down to a low hand size, it could stop you from attacking.
Yeah, the combo can't run forever. And both these players, they have these huge, valuable hands. I would not be surprised to see, after one of these knockouts, an N down to 2, just deciding the game.
And it seems like Merlin is digging for something that he just hasn't been able to find. Has used a lot of Shaman EX setup so far. I wonder, does he have enough Night March Pokemon in the discard pile to get a knockout?
He retreated to Joltik and then sort of hesitated. Did he whiff on it? It's possible.
Man, if he did, that would almost be game ending. I mean, I don't know how you can recover from that.
A tournament ending, too, since this is game 2. He played 2 Battle Compressor early in, but I didn't see any.
No.
Oh, no.
Merlin has to promote a Shaman to just get knocked out.
Jacob almost taunting, like, plays his own Battle Compressor immediately. Like, hey, don't you wish you had one of these?
Yeah, you can see how low his deck is on cards. He's barely able to shuffle. There's so few cards in his deck. So at this point, he's just going to be able to find exactly what he needs. And he already has what he needs. He has a fully powered Keldeo EX. If he can power up a second one, man, how does Merlin come back from this?
My guess would be seeing those Water Energy coming back from the discard pile at some point. I do see 3 of them down right there. We see an Ultra Ball to start.
Yeah, he's going to discard Execute and that Mewtwo EX. Going to search out a Pokemon here. Once again, discarding cards so that he doesn't have to draw ones that he doesn't want later.
And does he have 2 Execute in the discard pile right now?
Yeah, he's got the double propagation going.
One thing we haven't really touched as much on, but Execute has this incredible ability that allows you to pick it up from your discard pile and put it directly into your hand. So now that Jacob has 2 Execute in his discard pile, he can always pick 2 of them back up and use them to pay for his 2 discard cards, like the computer search he has in his hand, or perhaps Superior Energy Retrieval or Ultra Ball. And that's going to be pretty valuable, allowing him to get resources without having to do the normal discard that you would have to do.
Yeah, this deck is just so efficient, and there we see another Secret Sword knocking out that Shaman EX. Just 2 prize cards are separating Jacob Van Wagner from the finals. Can Merlin do anything to come back here?
And I do see that Articuno has hit the bench, got a few energy. If this Keldeo EX does get knocked out, perhaps by a Joltik Night March, Jacob might just push up Articuno, and if he can find the energy he needs, he can accelerate them to Articuno and take 2 prize cards on a Joltik to find himself in the finals.
Could be it. I mean, Merlin here needs to find an N. He needs to do something to try to slow Jacob down. But again, he's thinned his deck out so well that I don't know if an N will even do anything.
Yeah, it looked like he grabbed himself a silver bangle on the computer search. Is that really what he needs to grab the knockout? Just still doesn't have ways to discard more Night Marchers?
Yeah, probably. And we'll see if he has the N here. If not, it looks like Jacob is holding on to that computer search. He could find that Superior Energy Retrieval and win the game. Merlin has to be aware of this. He's just got too many cards to work with.
Oh man, I want to see an Articuno so badly.
Yeah, we may see it. Does Merlin have the N? If not, oh man, Jacob could take the game next turn. And think about how crazy this is. I mean, this is like turn 3. He's already taken 4 prizes or something like that. 2 knockouts on EXs so quickly.
Yeah, this is one of the fastest 2 out of 3s we've ever seen. And it's funny because you look at the deck and you see all these combo pieces and Blastoise. How can this deck be fast? But trust me, it's pretty fast.
Yeah. All right, now Merlin looks like he does have a Versus Seeker. I'm not sure if there's an N in his discard pile. If there is one, I'm sure he would go for it right away.
Yeah,
if not, I mean...
He only runs 2, so it's not quite as easy to find. You could very easily prized both.
All right, here comes Joltik, and there's just the Night March. Keldeo EX goes down, and will we see the Articuno Tri-Edge for the game?
I think that's it. He could also just have access to Lysander, Lysander, and get a couple of energy. So propagation, we're talking about the importance of the Execute. 2 Pokemon, there's the Superior Energy Retrieval. Normally we'd have to discard 2, but no, he's bouncing. Oh, he's not even bouncing the eggs. I guess it doesn't even matter. 4 energy, 5 energy, deluging them all.
So
you don't even need that many. Joltik only has 30 HP.
And there we go.
Have some mercy, Jacob.
Lysander for the game. Shaman EX comes out, and Secret Sword, just like 2 incredibly quick games, Jacob Van Wagner advances to the finals of the Pokemon World Championships.
Talk about making a splash.
Wow. And yeah, like you said, Jacob gets the crowd all fired up. He's got a lot of fans here in the audience. I mean, takes out both Night March decks. It seems like he's pretty comfortable with that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really great setup when you have these Pokemon in the early game. If they can't knock them out, buying that 1 turn can be huge. You have tricks like Articuno, all of a sudden taking 2 prize cards on regular basic Pokemon. And it really is unfortunate, actually. Merlin did not have a great game either of those. For Night March, usually that's a deck that you can expect to get a lot of Pokemon in the discard pile and start getting EX knockouts. Unfortunately, was just never able to find enough Battle Compressor to do it.
Yeah, you always hate to see that. I mean, you see a player get so far with a deck, and then they get to this high-pressure situation, and you're like, all right, you're formulating how to play the matchup. What do I need to do? Which Pokemon do I need to attack with? And then you just draw your hand, and you're like, oh, I can't do anything. And then in 10 minutes or something like that, you've been eliminated from the tournament. It's a horrible feeling, but congratulations to Merlin. Top 4 is an awesome achievement. You're taking home a ton of scholarship money.
Absolutely.
Amazing job.
And it looks like because we went so quickly through those 2 games, those 2 players, we can actually show you the other side of top 4. So we're going to go ahead, kick it over to Mies B, and he is playing against Igor Costa in just a moment.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to set that up, but this is going to be an awesome matchup. Of course, Igor, former world champion, last year's finalist, going up against Mies. Actually, a complete mirror match. They're playing the same deck, that Seismitoad Crobat deck.
Very similar lists, too. Both of them, yep. It's like Seismitoad, Crobat, Mewtwo.
And here we go. We're going to jump right into the game. We got Igor. Looks like the names are flipped a little bit. Igor's on the right and Mies is on the left, but could be confusing since they are playing the same deck.
Yeah.
And the same sleeves.
So it looks like Igor was able to take game 1. So once again, on a tear. Could you believe that if Igor found himself not just his third top 4, but his third Worlds Finals?
Wow. And in just 4 years, how crazy is that?
That's insane. Is that the most appearances in a Worlds Finals and Masters? Well, aside from Jason Klosinski, of course.
Yeah, he would tie Jason. We do see Golbat coming down from Mies, and that's going to be a sneaky bite knockout. And here comes Seismitoad EX with a Quaking Punch knockout. So it looks like this game is just as fast-paced as the other one.
Oh, wow. And, you know, maybe we're speaking too soon because look at Igor. He's got nothing. Mies has everything. We could very well see if Jason Klosinski concede this way earlier in the day. You do Sky Return, pick up Shaman back into your hand. You have no further benched Pokemon. But obviously, Igor, I'm sure, would hope to find some basics here.
Yeah, he's going to be looking for something, but, I mean, this is going to be an awkward spot. He was hit by Quaking Punch, so he can't play any item cards.
Ugh, he can drop Mewtwo, and that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the worst Pokemon in the world. Since he can't attach that Water Energy. Did he already attach the double colorless for the turn?
You know, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, well, hopefully we're on top of that. But, yeah, I mean, if he Sky Returns for 50 with that Muscle Band, he could set up.
Oh,
and yeah.
it looks like we caught that right away. Whew.
Yep.
Sweet.
Otherwise, it could have been a potential X-Ball. It still would have been short, but yeah, it looks like he opted not to Sky Return, though.
Oh, man, and looks like Mee's actually going pretty aggressive. Does he actually have the knockout here?
If he has a Hypnotoxic Laser, this is a knockout.
No laser yet, but a Juniper coming. Or maybe more bat damage?
Yeah, he can pick up that Crobat line and put the Zubat back down, put a Crobat down, and oh man.
Surprise.
That Shaman just went from 0 to knocked out, basically through Golbat and Crobat damage.
Yeah, and that's got to hurt. You have that decision like, oh, I can Sky Return right now, or I could wait one turn. It'll probably live, right?
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, boom. That's 2 easy prize cards for Mies. Wow, it's looking like game 3 pretty soon.
Oof.
Patch and pass.
And here we go, Quaking Punch being powerful once again. Strangely enough, Seismitoad EX's Quaking Punch is more powerful against other Seismitoad decks because they tend to play tons of item cards.
And now Mies is actually just 1 energy. Well, actually not 1 energy away. There's double there. I know he's being offset by the team player tool, but yeah, boom, Grenade Hammer, right?
Grenade Hammer, and Mies will take game number 2. Looks like we're going to game number 3.
Wow, and it's actually pretty crazy to me. News to me that Mies made his way into top 4. I was watching his top 8 match. He lost the first game, and it looked like he was going to fall at the very end. He was playing against one of the Aromatisse decks that Tito was running. Looks like he was able to pull it out, though.
Yeah, looks like we are heading into a game number 3, and man, these games are so fast-paced. The first match was a 2-0, it was over really quickly, and these 2 games are over already. We are heading into a game number 3, though. Hopefully we can get some awesome action in the third one.
It's a mirror match, and so it's going to be sort of battle of skill. Which players made the better deck choices, and which players can handle the matchup better.
Yeah, and it's all going to come down to Seismitoad EX's Quaking Punch, and I mean, it seems pretty fitting. Seismitoad EX has been so dominant this season, and for sure we're going to see it in the finals of the World Championships. But whose Seismitoad will move on, Igor or Mies?
Yeah, and there was always a question, like, Seismitoad's definitely good. It's an easy card to pick out. Like, okay, we'll probably see this in top 8. But the question was which variant. It turns out that the Crobat Golbat line is the way to go. All those extra damage counters did really well at this year's World Championships.
Yeah, this was the more popular deck at U.S. Nationals, and it has been the more popular version of this Seismitoad deck pretty much throughout the season. The other version, of course, is Seismitoad with Garbodor, but a lot of players favor that Crobat line for some additional damage. Golbat and Crobat just giving you some extra oomph so that your Quaking Punch can get faster knockouts.
And so with both these players setting up, starting game 3, I can only imagine the big factor in which player ends up taking the lead is who can get that extra bat damage first to start grabbing knockouts. Yeah, and of course, the first Quaking Punch.
Yeah, Quaking Punch is huge to shut off your opponent's item cards. Could come down to cards like Pokemon Center Lady or Zero Sick that Igor runs. There are all sorts of things that can throw a wrench in your plan, but here we go. Game number 3 is starting. Igor and Mies. Winner of this game moves to the finals to meet Jacob.
All right, so this could definitely be a weird scenario. Mewtwo EX can apply a lot of damage with X-Ball, but it's also not doing Quaking Punch, which is an integral part of your strategy. And so Igor, he's like,
Igor shows the super scoop up. He could have gone for the flip to lose the game.
Well, he's opting not to. I can't imagine why.
Yeah, if you actually play Super Scoop Up with your only Pokemon on Pokemon TCG Online, it warns you and says, "Are you sure you want to do this? You might lose the game."
I love that they do give you that warning. It's funny. I've had games where I've had to like play the card just so I could draw more with a different card.
Yeah.
Flip tails. Yes, I don't lose. but typically, yeah, you don't want to play that card early. You want that to pick up Pokemon and heal, as long as you have more bench Pokemon to switch in.
Right. So we do see both players shuffling in and drawing 6 cards off of that N. Of course, going first is usually an advantage. Since you get to pretty much do everything first. The only thing you don't get to do is attack. One of the big things you do get to do is play those trainers first, and Headringer is a big one.
Ooh, and Igor, I wonder if he's hesitating. Like, do I attach this energy? Both players probably running lots of different ways to discard the double colorless energy. So the question is, do you hold it, or do you play it now and just hope your opponent doesn't have a way to get rid of it?
Yeah, he starts off with a computer search. I wonder what card he searched for. He could go for a Burbank City Gym to kind of apply some pressure with that poison. Both players, of course, are using Burbank City Gym. And looks like he will attach the double colorless. And, he actually grabs Shaman EX.
And it looks like maybe it was either Shaman or perhaps another double colorless he was grabbing just as emergency backup. That way, hey, if this one gets discarded, I've got one more ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to get Zubat into play. Here we see Super Scoop Up, and it's off the table.
That's an aggressive Super Scoop Up, but I'm sure Igor realizes the threat that is possible, that over the course of this game, it could just be turn 1, Mies gets his own Quaking Punch, and all of a sudden Igor can't play any of his item cards.
Yeah, we see Igor digging deeper and deeper, finds the Burbank City Gym. He's trying to get more Zubat into play so he can evolve to Golbat and Crobat and get that extra damage to give him an edge.
Scoop Up, this one's a heads.
There we go. And
I love how he flipped a coin for 1, rolled a die for 1. Both are legal randomizers here in the Pokemon trading.
Man, another Shaman EX setup. This has just been a huge...
Another Super Scoop Up. Was that all of his Scoop Ups?
Yeah, he plays 3, and that's the third one. Like we mentioned earlier, Igor does love his Super Scoop Up. He used it in his World Championship winning deck a few years ago and used it to great effect. Always loves doing the Super Scoop Up.
Well, he only hit one of the scoops, but it was a very important one.
Yeah, now this is a big turn for Mies. If he can get the first Quaking Punch...
His own Super Scoop Up and heads.
That might turn the tide right there. Headringer gets removed from Mewtwo, goes into Igor's discard pile. And Mies will be the first one to get Quaking Punch. That's a really big deal.
Yeah, and it looked like...
and a Muscle Band.
That's more damage. Definitely the first Quaking Punch, the double colorless. Now he's got his setup, and all of a sudden, it looked like Igor did a lot of really good things. Hypnotoxic Laser, Burbank City for extra damage. Just in case the Mewtwo is ready to attack, you've even hit it with your Team Flare tool, Headringer. All those things all of a sudden have evaporated with Mies' Super Scoop Up.
Yeah, the final piece that would make this a perfect turn for me is a Headringer. If he can get that onto Igor's Seismitoad EX, oh man, he's going to have to pay an extra energy. He won't have the Muscle Band right now, even though Mies, he was staring down kind of an ugly turn. He flipped it all around with that one Super Scoop Up.
You know, I'm actually looking at Mies' list. I'm not sure he does run Headringer in his.
Well,
that could be one big difference between the two.
Yep, so without that, I mean, he can't slow down that Seismitoad at all, but... the big thing here is he does have Muscle Band. Once you start using Quaking Punch back and forth, you can't play any of those damage modifiers like Muscle Band or Hypnotoxic Laser. So whichever one has the Muscle Band, the math just works out. Doing 50 a turn adds up faster than 30 a turn. It's just basic math. And the one with the Muscle Band wins.
Oh, and Hypnotoxic Laser is another card that would be very good in this situation.
Oh, yeah.
Both these players are about to enter a war of Quaking Punch. And when you're in the Quaking Punch war, both players, they're going to run out of their ability to use item cards. First card's Hypnotoxic Laser. Oh, boy.
Oh, man. And Mies actually manages to get another Muscle Band down. Here's a big Hypnotoxic Laser. Heads. Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Seismitoad goes to sleep.
And all of a sudden, if this Seismitoad does not wake up, Igor's going to be in a heck of a lot of trouble.
Super Scoop Up. So we'll get to see another Shaman EX if Mies wants to put that back down, and he does.
Another setup. Why not? Draw a lot of cards.
Yeah, he's going to try to play as many item cards as he can. Hey, why not? Another Super Scoop Up.
Seen this card before. Both players are entering a contest to see who can exhaust their deck of Super Scoop Ups faster.
And versus Seeker, another great item card to play right now, getting back that Professor Juniper. And here we go. Mies gets the first Quaking Punch off.
Crucial coin flip.
Okay, Seismitoad does wake up, so Igor will be able to respond.
And we see Golbat down for that sneaky bite, 2 damage counters. It's a start, but it's not quite Muscle Band.
Oh, the Pokemon Center lady. Oh, that is another huge card in this situation. Not only removing 60 damage, but also the special condition. Now things have turned around yet again.
Oh, this is a weird scenario, too. Igor, I guess, is in Grenade Hammer range. If you wanted to knock out Seismitoad EX next turn. That side, you do give up on that valuable Quaking Punch exchange, but it's at least a possibility now.
Right, and there we do see that Golbat coming out. Of course, the 2 damage counters was put on Seismitoad, so he's going to do the same thing back. And does Igor find the second Water Energy for the Grenade Hammer?
It's possible. And let's see.
Oh,
Lysander,
this is another big card. This is another way to break up your opponent's Quaking Punch. Lysander out something that has a high retreat cost. Perhaps they won't be able to retreat, and if that's the case, they can't use Quaking Punch. You get item cards back. But
AZ will do it.
Back and forth action between these two guys. There are so many little cards that can make the difference in a Seismitoad mirror match.
Yeah, normally when you start that Quaking Punch lock, your opponent starts running out of ways to retreat. Or, you know, maybe Mies could have attached a double colorless energy, but instead he plays a supporter card. You're not locked from supporters with Quaking Punch, and AZ is one great way to get rid of it, and also just get it off his field if he doesn't want it to play anymore.
Yeah, so now Igor's in a weird situation, but oh, yeah.
His own AZ!
Now, that is a little bit more expensive for him. He has to discard those energy that were attached to his Seismitoad EX. Does heal off all the damage, though, and kind of resets this board.
All right, so we're going back to the tried and true Seismitoad Quaking Punch.
Yep.
But once again, Igor's Quaking Punches are still a bit weaker. He does not have Muscle Band, and he cannot play it because he keeps getting hit with Quaking Punch.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that Mies got on his first turn was the 2 Muscle Band he was able to attach before Igor used Quaking Punch. Now all of his Seismitoad will basically win in these Quaking Punch battles, and Igor is probably wishing he could have found a Muscle Band on his first turn.
Yeah, without it, he can't play anymore, and Mies is applying even greater pressure, dropping a Crobat for Surprise Bite, 3 damage counters, plus 5 more after his Quaking Punch.
All right, and Igor does play that Professor Juniper, draws a fresh hand of 7. Man, after all this action, neither player has actually drawn a prize card yet, but another Water Energy going on to that Seismitoad EX, setting up for a future Grenade Hammer.
All right, so we see Surprise Bite. Now Mies's Seismitoad is at, let's see, 140, I think? Oh, flipping it.
Yep, 140, which is really unfortunate for Igor. That means he's 10 short next turn with a Quaking Punch.
Yeah, and you know he really wants to start with the Water Energy.
Oh, here's another big card. Xerosic discards that double colorless energy off of Igor's Seismitoad EX. That could stop him from using Quaking Punch next turn.
And that could just turn the game. That's one of the most valuable things in this mirror. If he doesn't have another AZ or some way to pick it up, it's going to be rough. Because the only thing you'd really hope for here is double colorless energy to continue the lock, but you don't get a knockout. You leave your opponent's Seismitoad EX with just 10 HP left.
Yeah, and one of the biggest resources in a Seismitoad mirror match is actually your energy. These decks only run, well, Igor's runs 8, Mies's runs 7. So anytime you can discard an energy from your opponent's Pokemon, that's one less attack they might get to do in the future.
Speaking of energy, Igor just drew 10 cards off that Culrus, and I don't think I saw one. It's like you mentioned, that was a very expensive AZ. He had to discard a lot of energy to do it.
Yeah, and so Igor is the first one to miss that Quaking Punch. That means Mies can play his item cards again. That is not what Igor wants to see. I mean, a big card could be like a Versus Seeker to get back a supporter. He is discarding those Hypnotoxic Lasers. He can Ultra Ball now for a Golbat or a Crobat or something to get some extra damage out here.
Yeah, he can stack his hand and play down as many item cards as possible to sort of thin his deck. You saw him play like both Hypnotoxic Lasers. He just needed an extra 10 damage. Oh no, sorry, he has the Muscle Band. He didn't even need them. He's just playing them just because he can.
Now, I do see that Versus Seeker in Mies' hand. Yep, it looks like he's going to play it and go for that Xerosic again, discarding the double colorless energy off of Igor's bench Seismitoad EX. Looks like Mies is slowly but surely taking complete control of this game.
Yeah, that is just brutal. What is Igor going to do? It doesn't even look like he's ready to continue his Quaking Punch lock. He doesn't have any immediate answer to even knock out Mies' Seismitoad. Those 0-6 were painful. He's running out of energy.
Now Igor, he has to dump his whole hand with Professor Juniper. He's really digging here to try to find something.
I still don't think he found an energy.
And yep, he says pass. Wow. I don't even know what you can do as Igor at this point. I mean, Mies just has his Seismitoad up. He just can't get knocked out. Igor can't find energy. The prizes are starting to go in Mies' favor. And, man, what do you do?
I don't even know. He already is starting to power up a second Seismitoad EX, ready for Grenade Hammer to close a game.
Wow. Yeah, we do get in a weird situation after a while. Quaking Punch is a strong attack, but it really doesn't do a ton of damage, so non-EX Pokemon with a relatively high amount of HP like Crobat can survive. And oh, the next card Igor draws is the Water Energy. Does he want a Quaking Punch? Looks like yes.
Quaking Punch, even better if he has a Crobat to go with it.
Yeah, if he could find a Golbat here, that would be perfect.
Or sorry, yeah, Golbat.
Does he find it? I don't see it in his hand. He does have an N, so he can play that and try to draw a Golbat.
Mies is only going to be left with 4 cards, while Igor gets to draw a full 6. But at this point, Mies is in such a huge advantageous position that I don't think it's going to hurt him that much.
Right, so both players shuffle in. Igor will draw 6. Does he find the Golbat right here? He really needs it to stay in this game, and no!
No bat means no knockout.
Wow, 10 damage short.
Mies almost looked ready to discard it. He was like, oh, okay. Oh, 10 HP left, and if he has something like an AZ, he can reset it all and really rub salt in the wound. But even then, he's still going to be up by such a ridiculous amount that it doesn't really hurt you that much to let this Seismitoad fall.
Yeah, so Mies here, I mean, he can't really take a knockout or anything, but he can play this N. He's probably digging for maybe another energy to power up that Seismitoad EX on the bench for a future Grenade Hammer. He does have to take 4 more prize cards, but, I mean, if he can Grenade Hammer the active Seismitoad and then benched Shaman EX, he could win the game in just a couple attacks.
Looks like he did find the water energy he needed as well.
Yep, so he can go ahead and play that down if he wants to, or he could just Quaking Punch. Both are fine options.
I guess one dangerous thing is that Seismitoad EX has quite a few energy after the water, where Mewtwo EX could hit it pretty hard. But that said, Igor has had to go through so many of his energy. I don't know if he has a double colorless ready to go.
Right. So now, finally, Igor finds the Golbat, and the sneaky bite there takes the knockout on that Seismitoad EX. The problem is, Mies can just promote a Crobat, and, well, he can take a Quaking Punch. It won't get knocked out.
Yeah, we saw Igor sort of do the same trick. One of the best parts about Crobat is it only gives up 1 prize card. It's a non-EX, and also it has a decent amount of HP as well.
Yeah. Crobat is really underestimated as just a Pokemon that can sponge hits sometimes. 130 HP is an awkward number for a lot of decks to hit, especially against a non-EX.
Yeah, and on top of that, we've seen in the past, that fighting resistance is really great in this metagame as well.
Yeah, and you never know when a skill dive can come out. I saw that win a game earlier.
There's a lot of skill in dealing 30 damage wherever you want.
Yeah, it's your choice. All right, so now I'm still trying to figure out how Igor can kind of crawl out of this hole. He has run out of so much of his energy. Can he even muster up enough attacks to win the game?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can think of is some kind of like miracle Mewtwo EX bomb that if Mies runs out of his Seismitoad, maybe he has no additional attacker, but he can play conservatively if he wants to.
Ooh, he's actually going to Lysander out this Mewtwo EX. This is a pretty smart strategy. If you can just kind of wear down this Mewtwo that has no energy on it, take knockouts through Quaking Punch, and then finish the game with a Grenade Hammer. That way you don't have to break the item lock, and you can finish off with that big attack to win.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Igor does have the double colorless energy. We've seen him have to use a lot of resources, and boom, that's 100 damage on X-Balm.
Okay. That's a difference maker. But, Mies, if you look in that hand, he has another 0, so he can discard that double colorless again. Oh, man, that is so big.
Is he out now? I thought he was before. He might be. He's definitely had to use a lot of his energies, and now all of a sudden this Mewtwo, if he has double colorless energy, it's a really quick swing, but I don't think he's got it. Yep. And just draw pass.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, Mies has not missed a Quaking Punch since he started. That's been the difference here. Igor had to break the lock at some point, was unable to continue using Quaking Punch, but Mies has been able to use it consistently, and when you can't play item cards, I mean, you just can't execute your strategy.
The only thing Mies doesn't have is another attacker ready to go. I do see this as an interesting exchange. If Igor can find another energy card, he can Grenade Hammer, knock out Mies' Seismitoad, and all of a sudden he has the only attacker. That's a possibility, but, and another Quaking Punch. Let's see if he's got it.
Yeah, the problem here is Mies can control this board very well. There's now just 20 HP left on that Mewtwo EX, so if Mies can find a Golbat or Crobat next turn, he can just use the ability to knock out Mewtwo EX and then Lysander one of those Pokemon EX and take a 4-prize turn to win the game and advance to the finals.
That's one of the greatest things about the Crobat line is that it can take prizes before you even announce your attack. Ooh, see those Ultra Balls? Nice poker hand.
Yeah,
not that good of a Pokemon hand.
And Igor has to pass the turn. Can Mies pull it off this turn? Oh man, it looks like he drew exactly what he needed.
There's the bat. Boom. And does he have access to the Lysander? That would be game.
There's
Versus Seeker. He's played it. Lysander pulling up Igor Toad. Mies is headed to the finals. He'll be playing against Jacob's Blastoise deck.
Wow, what a big win. Taking down Igor, who was these past few years, of course, second place last year. Champion just 3 years ago, top 4 again this year. One of the game's best players for sure, and Mies is able to take him out and head to the finals. Oh man.
What an exciting finals it is, and what an appropriate year. We're in Boston. Our stage is on a boat. We've got this Sailor Pikachu and its 2 water decks that will find themselves in our Masters Pokemon TCG Finals.
Yeah, again, Seismitoad EX has shown itself to be one of the most dominant cards in the Pokemon TCG this season, and it's no surprise to see it in the finals. The question is, can Blastoise take it down?
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think about that matchup against Seismitoad? Seems like it can be rough.
It'll be close. I'm excited to watch it tomorrow.
All right, and I'm pretty sure we'll be talking with one of the players asking about the matchup. But it has been definitely an exciting day of Pokemon trading card game action. A lot of back and forth games. It was really great that we got such quick games going on. We got to show you guys almost all of top 4 both games, which was really great.
Yeah, I mean, we only missed the first game of Igor's series with Mies. And, man, I mean, what crazy back and forth action we saw. Just high-level players going at it. That's what the World Championships is all about.
Right, and we are ready. The finals are going to be here tomorrow. But real quick, if you want to hear from a potential champion to be, we'll have a quick break, and then we'll be interviewing Mies on his victory.
Just the way the competition is, everyone here is so nice and so friendly.
It's so much fun, and I love trying to predict your opponent's move.
I would have to say the strategy, the battles and meeting all the new people.
I like opening the pack.
When I was in like first grade, my friend got me a starter deck for my birthday, and then I loved it.
One of my brother's friends handed him a card pack one day, and then we started playing cards, and our dad looked up the video game, and then we started playing that.
I remember playing Pokemon Pinball, actually, right before I got Pokemon Silver.
Going into a league challenge and winning it with Rayquaza and Boar.
It's playing Cling Clang from the Plasma Storm set, just shutting off all the X's from attacking.
I go to a bunch of different places, like I've been to different countries because of Pokemon. It makes life a bit more busy, but it's fun.
It's taught me how I should always value everything and have fun no matter what.
I always pile shuffle the same way.
I always play test with my friends.
I usually walk around, be nervous.
Get a good shuffle in.
Before every game, I sort out my coins to see which ones are where.
And I get a good night's sleep.
Usually I carry around this green Rayquaza coin that I like.
Last year I had one, but I didn't do so well at Worlds, so I changed it up this year.
Well, as of right now, I got the Ash hat.
I bring my lucky Emboar.
I spent a lot of time online looking at other decks and looking at all the cards, trying to figure out something out of the box that I could play for a big tournament.
I try to get all the funny Pokemon into my team because, you know, if the other competitor loses, at least he can have a good laugh.
Test and test and test and build decks and build decks and build more decks.
Greetings, Pokemon fans. I'm Josh J. Wittenkeller, and I'm here with the player just won in top 4, making his way to the Pokemon World Championships Finals, Maze Brennickmeyer. I tried my best. Does that work?
Yeah, it was fine.
We'll go with it. How do you feel?
Amazing. Quite overwhelming, actually.
So last I saw you, I was watching the other top 8 games while we were casting ours, and it looked like you lost Game 1 to Aromatisse. Game 2 looked like it was winding down to a rough situation. How did you pull yourself out of that one?
I actually don't remember it that well. It's been a long day, a lot of games, but I really don't remember. I'm sorry.
You know, I guess it doesn't matter because you're here now, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So you just took down Igor, has had an incredible few years. You know,
yeah, that's
world's champion, finalist, top 4 in just 4 years, and it was a mirror match. How do you feel about the mirror in this?
It mainly depends on how many energy removal supporters you play. So Team Flaregrun, Xerosic, stuff like that.
We saw the Xerosic giving him a lot of trouble, so ran out of energy down.
And I was able to get a crucial Lysandre into Xerosic on his last DCE to strand the Mewtwo active.
Works. I know you've had a lot of really strong seasons as a Pokemon trading card game player. This has got to be the best, right?
Yeah, that's true.
How do you feel about the finals matchup? Do you know who you're playing?
I'm actually not sure.
It's the Blastoise deck. How do you feel about that one?
I don't know. When I played it, when I tested that, it was horrible.
I've had that issue.
It wasn't that good.
It's like if you don't have the Archie combo.
I was never able to get it up because all those energy in your hand. I don't understand how to do it.
I guess either he's running really hot or he found some great discard engine.
That's true.
It's been working really well for Jacob so far.
That's true.
But I'm interested to see. It's probably a lot harder to get that if, for example, you get hit by a Quaking Punch.
That's true. I think the matchup comes down to whether I Quaking Punch before he Archies. If he gets Blastoise before I'm able to Quaking Punch, it's really hard for me.
Well, best of luck to you tomorrow. For those of you guys watching right now, you can tune in tomorrow for the Pokemon World Championships Finals, Junior, Senior, and Masters Finals in both the trading card game and the video game. And you can check out Maze and his Seismitoad deck. He'll be going toe-to-toe against Jacob Van Wagner and his Blastoise.